Shepherding Humanity Chapter 371 to Chapter 427. The conversation was over. The computer was slowly closed. Kenny stood up solemnly. His entire body was still trembling in fear from the boundless power. Only he, who was closest to this super-ancient god, could feel the terror. But he still stood tall and straight. Like a soldier, he bowed slightly and said, "Respectable ancient god. Thank you for wanting to help us, the Ashutl people. No matter what, we are extremely grateful." Suji only smiled as he watched Kenny leave. Levis had chosen a very good successor. This was the first time he had seen a race and civilization that did not worship a god, but a god. Every civilization in the past, when they realized the existence of a god and witnessed a miracle with their own eyes, would quickly kneel down and worship. Only this civilization was different. They were very special. Kenny left. The television stations and the major news media outside the milk tea shop were very hesitant. They did not know if they should come in and interview this super-ancient god, or if they dared to do so. Suji stood up and left, disappearing on the spot. He disappeared. Oh my god! What kind of power is this? The media outside were stunned and rushed in frantically. Hello everyone, this is Central TV Station, one of the eastern countries. I am reporter Suna. We have clearly seen that this mysterious super-ancient god has disappeared. We are now going to interview the biker gang in the milk tea shop. A beautiful reporter immediately interviewed a biker gang member and asked how long this mysterious god had stayed in the milk tea shop and what special actions he usually did. God likes to drink milk tea. The biker gang member was still immersed in excitement and did not come back to his senses for a long time. Suddenly, he shouted in ecstasy, as if he had discovered the biggest news of the century. God likes to drink milk tea. Oh. That is too scary. The reporter, if he did not come to the milk tea shop to drink milk tea, did he come to the toilet? But even though they were dumbfounded, they expressed that they could understand. If it were them, they would also be scared out of their wits and excited. There were also people interviewing Carolyn, who did not know what to do. They excitedly passed the microphone over. Excuse me, what is your relationship with the god? We are just ordinary friends that we met in the milk tea shop. We chat occasionally, Carolyn hurriedly replied. It was to the extent that some brand new biker gang members were madly rushing over. They immediately snatched the table and chair by the glass window of the milk tea shop, hopped onto the motorcycle, and drove off. We're rich. Auction. A seat that a god sat on. The storm had broken out violently. When he reappeared, Suji had changed his clothes and appeared on a modern street. He was like a traveler in time and space, wandering around the modern city. The surroundings were filled with cheers. They witnessed the deities, sighing in admiration because of that terrifying and boundless divine miracle, feeling that it was extremely wonderful. Even though there were some who regretfully missed out on that type of power, no one was worried. In the shops, the people around the televisions were all discussing the greatness of the gods, but no one blamed Mr. Levis. They firmly believed that Levis would never make a mistake. This is a race that is overconfident. The spirit of their race is almost all concentrated on Levis. Suji took small steps and could not help but praise his talent. Levis is a special person. He has the ability and sufficient prestige. He alone represents the entire human race and makes decisions. The most frightening thing is that everyone actually thinks that Levis can represent them. His prestige was so high that it was simply unimaginable. Because Mr. Levis was already their god. He had opened up many great civilizations, such as the electric civilization, the mechanical steam civilization, the internet civilization. To them, the current him was no different from a god talking to another god. The god of science and technology talking to an ancient god, their god, the leader of their civilization. The decisions made for them did not need to be questioned. But now, Levis was only choosing the path for the next era for humanity. Was there a need to question him? There was no need. Levis had already opened up so many great eras, which were laid out before them. With the development of the current era, it was impossible for them to start all over again. A look of anticipation appeared in Suji's eyes. Then, how far can you go? 3 months had passed. That giant dragon Holy Emperor Michael, after a few probing attacks, saw that the ancient god had completely disappeared. Once again, he no longer had any fear and launched a fierce attack. He even provoked the humans on Weibo to damage their morale. Large numbers of the human army died. On the other side, in the ancient lava land, hidden in the underground cave, at this moment, a loud shout came from a pile of machines. So that's how it is. This was an old man with messy white hair. He looked fanatical, like a mad scientist immersed in his research. See, language is the original language of everything. It is the language that God used to create life. It forms the distant code of life. It is like a set of keys that can analyze any encrypted information that is difficult to understand. It can analyze what they call the magic core. The magic core is the brain crystal of a transcendent demon beast. It has 8 sides and contains their soul and power. And I can completely write C language, like a program to modify their brain. He continued to research and looked at the modified lava steam plane. I can already use that rank 4 magic core as a weapon. I can write the neural command to release talent attack and release their talent. As for the charging of the magic core, I can use the human's method, lava generator. I can only modify the plane here, and they can completely create exoskeleton war armor. He kept thinking and suddenly laughed. The next era of the internet is the era of mechanical magic. He immediately sent back the blueprints and design ideas. At this time, the 2 human empires had already paid a heavy price with guns and cannons. They killed many transcendent demon beasts and obtained their magic cores. They quickly built according to the blueprints. Rumble, a 7 to 8 meter tall mechanical giant, quickly ran on the ground. This was built with 4 rank 4 magic cores. With 4 cores, its combat power surpassed that of a normal rank 4 demon beast. Moreover, it could be charged crazily. It could instantly enter the battlefield and become a terrifying killing machine. What is that? How can it have the talent of us demon beasts? Some transcendent demon beasts began to panic. They stood high up in the mountains and looked down at the entire battlefield. This war began to tilt. Humans began to use the crystal cores of demon beasts as weapons. They continuously piled them up and killed them, creating even more powerful war weapons. Before dying, try to self-destruct your magic cores. Mikhail began to feel uneasy. Soon, the presidents of the 2 human empires, as well as the executives of the major corporations and corporations, became members of parliament. They started a plan called the Human Salvation Plan to save the human god, Levis. They wanted to save Mr. Levis, who was wandering outside. This was a very irrational behavior. Mr. Levis was too old now. He had less than 10 years to live. And the main force of the human mechas went deep into the enemy's territory. It was tantamount to death. The battle that the humans had just barely managed to resist fell into a crisis again. Humans might be heading towards extinction because of this. However, the Ashutl people were as passionate as lava, but they were stubborn and crazy. Save Mr. Levis. A team of the most elite human troops formed a 5th grade magic corps and linked it with 4 4th grade magic corps in mecha armor. They secretly crossed the border and killed their way into the enemy's territory. They also secretly contacted Mr. Levis. This was destined to be a very tragic war. Humans suffered great losses. In the end, after a long journey of a month, the human god, Levis, also successfully returned to the modern city. The entire human society cheered. It was a sleepless night, year 167 of the Empire. Mr. Levis returned. The 2 empires set up mecha academies and officially recruited soldiers. In the same year, due to the stalemate and slowdown of the war, internet culture became completely popular. Online novels and online games began to appear, and the internet exploded. An online game called Legend of Warcraft officially made the term internet addiction appear. Internet cafe culture also gradually became popular. In the internet cafes, there were often lively scenes. Some middle school students and elementary school students who could not afford to pay for the internet would gather around one person to play and teach him how to play. Year 168 of the Empire. The Holy Emperor Dragon, Michael, once again made a statement on Weibo. A screenshot was posted. It was of a golden dragon in front of a computer, holding a mouse and playing a game. secretly spying on the enemy camp. Who knew that not only are online novels interesting, but this game is also really fun? Who will top up my Legend of Warcraft? My account number is 9B86, Mage class, character name, I, the Holy Emperor, lowly human. If you don't top up my money, when I completely occupy your human kingdom, I will make you all my slaves. I will remember those who top up my money and award them with merit. For a dragon, or even all the magical beasts in the lava world, the long life was very boring. They did not even need to cultivate. They could become extremely strong just by eating, drinking, and walking every day. They could reach 5th grade or 6th grade when they grew up. This kind of life was too boring. And the human network, society, and even games and novels could make them addicted. Likes, 1351 dislikes, 986541. The entire Weibo was filled with curses. Get lost. How can that ancient lava world still steal the network of our human civilization? Speaking of which, the quality of the military's computers is so good. Why haven't they broken after so long? I strongly suggest that the military implement a real-name network system and stop outsiders from using it secretly. The Southern Neo-Humans University declares war on Michael. Fat Dragon JPG, the Isidal people were very hot-tempered, and they instantly began to attack. The screenshot of a golden dragon sitting on a computer became all kinds of parody emojis. After the development of the internet, chat emojis were naturally born. Damn it. Damn it. How dare they make me look bad? Sitting in front of the computer, it was instantly furious. The pride of a dragon and the dignity of a superior felt the greatest humiliation. Although this dragon was highly intelligent, it was still inexperienced and did not know the importance of image rights. It instantly suffered a great loss. Although there were no idiotic netizens in this world, and it was still simple and honest, the hot temper of the Isidal people instantly excited them. It was rare that they could bring glory to the country with a keyboard, who wouldn't take advantage of such a great opportunity. More and more furious, Michael wanted to relax and log into his character in Legend of Warcraft. Instantly, he smiled and found that a large sum of money had been transferred into his account. After all, there were humans who secretly topped up money for him. After all, there were always traitors in a large race. I'll write down your game IDs. He was very satisfied. However, the moment he appeared in the main city, he saw a group of people watching him and typing crazily. Oh. He's here. A foreign friend from the distant east. He's here. Kill him. Ha 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 ha. Our friends from the west are also very enthusiastic. We've been waiting here for 3 days and 3 nights, and we're finally here. Michael? He stared at the computer screen in a daze and was instantly dumbfounded. Can't I play the game properly? However, on second thought, he sneered. He couldn't PK in the city. This wasn't the wilderness, and they couldn't do anything to him. However, in the next second, system notification, due to the special situation today, city PK mode is activated. Michael's face instantly darkened, he slammed the keyboard crazily and roared. This is cheating, this is cheating, these despicable and shameless lowly humans. He was simple and honest. In this ancient land of lava, strength had always been the most important. He was supreme and had powerful talents. In this simple animal society where there was basically no scheming, he had never seen such a scene before. Whip the corpse. Quick, take a screenshot and take a group photo. Ha ha ha, I didn't even go to work. When I heard the news, I immediately applied for leave and came to the nearby internet cafe to kill the boss. Me too. My boss directly asked all of us to put down our work at hand and log into the game. Brothers, the game officials have already announced. Those who top up money have handed over their personal information to the country and will be punished as treason. We'll talk about it after a few years in jail. In an instant, it was surrounded by a group of people of various professions and became a corpse lying on the ground. Moreover, what was even more infuriating was that the moment the red screen of death appeared, a notification flashed. Damn dragon, your account has been permanently banned from the game. Michael bared his teeth, and his veins popped. Damned humans. Hatred. Hatred that was on the verge of bursting out. On this day, Michael personally went to battle. War broke out again, and the slaughter was fierce. Large numbers of people rushed to the battlefield. It was known as the legendary Battle of the Bloody City. Because the Holy Dragon Emperor Michael's game account was maliciously piked by the humans, the computer network exploded into a war between the two races. The Ashutl people were still fearless. They had a large population and a strong reproductive ability. Moreover, they were a bunch of lunatics. The war had been going on for half a year, and the Ashutl people had lost a total of 130,000 soldiers. The reproductive ability of the humans was too terrifying. An exchange of numbers was an advantage that transcendent beasts could never hope to achieve. They are not afraid of exchanging lives for lives. Crazy. Really crazy. Michael could almost see their angry roars. It was hard to imagine the pride and stubbornness of this race. They were not afraid of the sacrifices of the current generation at all. They thought that they were fighting for the future of their descendants. He could vaguely see the shadow of Levis in them. They were influenced by Levis's charisma. The people of the entire era all had this kind of strong personality and spirit. One person influencing the spirit of an entire era? As the high and mighty golden dragon ancestor, this was the first time he began to feel fear for a group of insignificant ants, for a mysterious old man like Levis. What a group of miraculous life forms. Every one of them is extremely weak, even weaker than wild beasts, but they have mastered an unimaginable weapon called technology. They can control machinery and sit in the cockpit. Even the weakest ants possess terrifying power. For the entire ancient lava land, this was an unimaginable form of race. In this war, Michael began to retreat. He was the first to retreat. He was very rational. There were 7 beings as strong as him in the Stonewall region. If he lost too much of his strength, he would not be far from death. Year 169 of the Empire. Levis further researched the sea language, the primordial language of God. Using the crystallization of the magical beasts, he invented the magic energy core computer and used the illusion charm talent to build a virtual reality online game. A game called Mechanical Revolution was born. After logging in, the real person would be able to control the machines to fight. They could also buy parts and design their own parts to modify. The gameplay was extremely rich, causing everyone to be a soldier. This was also the embryonic form of a virtual reality civilization. Year 179 of the Empire. The era was advancing at a crazy pace. The Ashutl people had amazing talent and passion for lava machines. Every one of them was an expert in mechanical modification. They began to try to domesticate the low-level level 1 magical beast Little Wind Mouse, which had the talent magic core of wind speed acceleration. With this magic core, they replaced steam as an engine, giving birth to large-scale low-end magic energy mechanical tanks and magic energy motorcycles. Everyone knew that a brand new magic energy civilization, with the magic core as the foundation, was gradually maturing. Eastern Central TV Station 1, Into Science program. Our Mr. Levis rejected the help of the ancient gods. We chose our own civilization and opened up a brand new era. It's an amazing miracle, but it's only natural. Because such a miracle had already happened 2 or 3 times before. Electrical civilization. Lava mechanical civilization. Internet civilization. Even the current mechanical magic energy civilization. New Media Daily News. Enter the childhood and life experience of our Ashutl god, Levis. Look at the life of the greatest sage in human history, the greatest scientist of mankind. Virtual reality civilization, machinery, and lava was the romance of the Ashutl people. They had gradually changed from a biker group who were passionate about modifying mechanical tanks to a biker group who were passionate about modifying magic energy mechanical armor. The cyberpunk mechanical cities were brightly lit, and a faint white hazy hot wind surrounded the sky. On the black buildings that were shaped like blades, black steam pipes were densely packed, like wriggling black blood vessels. In the sky, there were some black mechanical fighter jets and robots flying past. Year 181 of the Empire. Levis, the old man, suddenly gave up all his research in this year. He quietly left the research institute, avoiding all the media and targets, and went to the cemetery. An old man with the same white hair pushed his wheelchair. Levis stopped in front of his father's grave and slowly walked to his disciples. On the tombstone, there was a familiar name, Mitzel Radish Suliangdan by Xiaoqi. Their memories flashed through Levis's mind. Many of them had followed in his footsteps in scientific research. They had even performed brain transplants for him time and time again before they gradually died of old age. The research assistants came and went, but he was the only one who always existed. When he came to the end, he saw a name on a tombstone, Kenny. After understanding the sea language, the mysterious ancient language of the gods, my lifespan has been extended by another 10 years. Even with all the repairs I've made, my brain is already broken beyond repair. But I never thought that you, Kenny, would actually die earlier than me and actually die of cerebral thrombosis. He was already sitting in his wheelchair, facing the steam and looking up at the sky. The mysterious brain of flesh and blood is still a domain that modern science cannot conquer. In the distant sky, magical mechanical airships equipped with round, snow-white lamps at the bottom were flying. I originally thought that I would end here. I wanted to relax in my last life and search for the origin of the ancient lava, but I didn't expect. I still embarked on the path of research. In the end, my life can't be idle. In each great era, the people who were once familiar with him left forever. Only he, as a human scientist, had special wisdom and brain, was still researching, forever stationed at the front line of humanity, opening up one era after another, and finally ushering in this rotten era of mechanical magic. What is the next era? I don't want to know anymore. Whoosh, facing the distant steam wind, his mood suddenly became exceptionally calm. His life was too tiring. His achievements were enough to write more than half of the entire human history and civilization. He had extraordinary wisdom that humans never had, a brain that was close to that of a god. His achievements were unprecedented. Opening up one great era after another, he was destined to become the god of the Ashuttal people. Has your life ever had what you wanted? A low voice came from afar. It was an old white-haired man with a face full of wrinkles and sunken eyes. He turned his head shakily. It was the still young ancient god. He quietly leaned against a tree in the distance, under the shade of the tree, his arms crossed as he looked at Leyland quietly. It was as if he was a life that had existed for eternity, watching this short period of time. He just stopped there, allowing life to be born and destroyed. A great life. No matter how many times I see it, it's always admirable. I knew you would come. Levis laughed freely, his voice hoarse and low. You're asking me about the meaning of life? Perhaps not. I've always been on the move, never having the time to think or plan for myself. Levis, the old man, sat in a wheelchair, quietly looked at the branch of the lava river in the distance. I also had a girl I liked. She was a blonde ranch girl who loved to laugh. I met her when I was researching electricity on the ranch. I didn't accept her confession and watched her marry a farmer. The reason I didn't marry was because I guessed that my future would be very hard. This path was destined to be full of hardships, and now, it's proven that I was right. If I wasn't alone from beginning to end, perhaps I wouldn't have been able to bear it. Suji just smiled and quietly listened to him. This time, the two of them did not appear in public. There was no media attention, and they did not talk about the future of mankind or the choice of civilization. Instead, they talked about some seemingly trivial matters. Do you know this plain under your feet? More than 100 years ago, this was the Machia ranch where I once invented electricity. It was very simple at that time. I was sponsored by several consortia to set up the Electric Power Research Institute. There were many farmers and herdsmen at that time, but now, this large ranch has become a graveyard. Many familiar people are buried here, and my entire life is buried here. His expression became calm, and he told Suji about his relationship in detail. It was a beautiful first love. For Levis, it was the most wonderful time of his life, although for Suji, it was dull. But the most special thing about first love was that it was unforgettable. In the eyes of others, it was a dull and inconsequential love, but the person involved would often cry when talking about it. Suji was still a good listener. He had long developed a good habit. Why didn't you choose to live your next life? In the next life, you might be able to live well. Boom, in the distance, the steam mechanical windmill spun, causing a breeze to spread across the withered grassland. Maybe in my last few years, if I work hard, I might be able to develop new technology and live another life. But I don't want to live anymore. It's too urgent to fight against each era, it's suffocating. I'm looking forward to a beautiful death. The old man smiled faintly, his hands holding the wheelchair as he looked up at the lava river in the distance. The red glow shone on his face. A long time ago, when I was free, I kept imagining a scene. I would wear a black suit, lie quietly in a coffin, put my hands together, and enjoy the eternal sleep of life. I'm actually looking forward to it. Even I can't understand that feeling. Suji looked at him quietly. Levis's current wisdom was terrifying. He could have tried to live, but he gave up on it. He could also understand Levis's feelings. This man who seemed to be endlessly intelligent was actually still full of longing. He wanted to relax for a while. He was as fragile as a child. The heavens had given him enough terrifying wisdom and talent, but in return, he had to shoulder a heavy responsibility. He did not choose to escape, and used his own wisdom to dedicate his entire life. Such a life might be a form of pain, and he had long wanted to be free. Perhaps he had already headed to the ancient lava lands, waiting for this moment, but he was delayed again, because the Ashuttal people of this era needed him, so he stopped for a while. Suji did not reply, he just looked at him quietly, accompanying this respectable old man to the last moment of his life. Actually, I've also thought of being a high school teacher. The white-haired old man muttered to himself, to have summer holidays like a child. At this moment, he was no longer the arrogant Levis who rejected the help of the gods with absolute confidence. He was like a chatterbox next door, sitting on a bench and telling the story of time. Suji listened to him for the whole afternoon, and he also talked for the whole afternoon. His voice gradually became soft, almost inaudible. Now that the sky is clear, it's time for me to leave. Asterisk whoosh. Asterisk the mechanical steam windmill in the distance slowly rotated, and a gentle breeze sprinkled down. In front of the grave, the white-haired old man in a wheelchair had a calm expression, and the smile on his face was forever frozen. You don't want glory, but you still want it. Suji leaned against a tree. His gaze passed the silent old man, and quietly looked at the vast prairie on the other side. In an instant, he seemed to see that distant era, the group of young sorcerers who pursued the truth, and the lonely figures that strolled. To send you off, he pointed at the sky. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the sky suddenly froze, and countless lava waves formed into an imposing aura, dyeing the sky red and hot. A huge figure rushed up to the clouds, and a white-haired old man in a wheelchair looked as if he was sitting on a throne, and the huge and vast shadow overlooked the entire mechanical city. That's a super ancient god, a miracle. In the mechanical city of the mechanical windmill plains, countless people on the streets suddenly became alert. They silently looked up at the shadow of the white-haired old man, and seemed to have realized something had happened. They frantically took out their phones to take pictures of the sky, and some of them could not help but burst into tears. Mr. Levis. It's great that we were recognized. The 181st year of the Empire, 24th of July, 6:07 p.m. The people of Ashuttal would never forget this moment. Levis, the father of human science, passed away peacefully. The super-ancient god had come to meet Levis for the last time. Our civilization has received the affirmation of the super-ancient god. This also means that the path that Mr. Levis has opened for us, in the distant future, will not be weaker than the once brilliant ancient human civilization. But we humans have suffered an unprecedented loss. In front of the TV, the hosts were broadcasting. News, media, and reports were everywhere. On this day, many people sat on the sofa in front of the TV and felt an unprecedented loneliness in their hearts. Their hearts were empty as if they had lost a living being that they worshipped and believed in. This feeling was very faint, but it carried with it an unbearable sense of loss. It was as if a treasure that they thought would accompany them forever had suddenly disappeared. Rumble, the unique sound of a motorcycle could be heard. In an instant, the streets and alleys of the entire human mechanical city were filled with motorcycle racers. They crazily sped across the city, mountains, rivers, and plains like meteors. It was as if they were using this method to vent the depression in their hearts. The wind howled beside their ears. The surrounding scenery was rapidly flowing backward as if they were racing against time. Levis has been alive for almost 200 years. He has lived for 7 generations and can be called a true god. He has always been at the forefront of human science and has always protected us. There is no God in this world. Science has always told us that there is no God, but now it does. Our God is the spirit of us Ashutl people. He is called science, which also means Levis. In the past, we were a primitive society. It was Mr. Levis who brought us into the era of technology. He made the primitive feudal society understand the value of electricity. He gave us computers, networks, machines, televisions. He pushed forward the entire era of countless great civilizations. Without Levis, we are still in a primitive society. Many old and white-haired human scientists, the backbone of various fields of science and technology, walked out of the laboratory. They ignored the dissuasion of their assistants and went to the cockpit. They directly put on their white lab coats and sat on the mechanical tank, becoming a member of the street biker gang. They sped through the steep curves, mountains, rivers, and fields. These scientists had almost gone crazy, just like ordinary citizens. At this moment, almost everyone in the world was a biker gang. White-collar workers, wealthy businessmen, commoners, doctors, and teachers, no one asked for their names. They sped past shoulder to shoulder, pouring out all of their violent emotions. The Ashutl people were a unique race. They lived near lava for generations, which led to their passion for forging and machinery. They were passionate, romantic, passionate, hospitable, and emotional, but they did not have the rationality and calmness of a scientist, which made them very special. According to the height of their scientific civilization, they had long since broken away from the low-level mechanical motorcycles and street tanks. However, perhaps this was also the popular biker culture. A large number of street racing and magic-powered mechanical tanks were still popular, giving their civilization a special cyberpunk sci-fi style. The buildings on the streets were all made of metal, densely packed with pipes, and there were beautiful neon lights. Countless ultramodern exquisite mechanical tanks were speeding along. As they sped along the steep mountain road on their motorcycles, a deep doubt was engraved in the minds of all the scientists and geniuses of this era. Can we really shoulder the future of the Ashutl people? The spiritual leader of an era has left. Will we, the Ashutl, fall because of this? Mr. Levis single-handedly influenced the spirit of an era. What about in the future? The hearts of the Ashutl people were empty. They were an extreme and hot-blooded race born near lava. At this moment, to vent the agitation in their hearts, many of the elderly went crazy and started a war. The last time we entered the ancient lava grounds, Mr. Levis led a group of elderly and did not die. Now, Mr. Levis has passed away. We, the elderly, are willing to live and die with Mr. Levis. Some young people wanted to participate. The young want to look forward to the future. Only the elderly have the right to do so. A war broke out. The Ashutl people made a crazy decision to attack the ancient lava grounds without regard for the survival of humanity or their own interests. The Holy Emperor Michael roared, "Damned humans! You are insane. You are digging your own grave." He roared. This will not benefit either of us. He posted on Weibo, declaring peace and justice. Do you think you are invincible? There are 13 great regions in the ancient lava grounds, and our Stonewall region has 7 ancient beings as powerful as me. You have attacked my territory and fought to the death. You will die too. The ancient lava grounds, I am but a tiny, insignificant place. The world outside is vast, and you humans are as insignificant as I am. The golden dragon continued to roar. He looked at the humans driving the mechanical war chariots, attacking in a frenzy, both in the sky and on the ground. It was hard to imagine how insane this race was. They were simply a bunch of unreasonable lunatics. I am willing to negotiate, Michael said. The Ashutl people's war was still raging. I am willing to form an alliance. We are willing to form an alliance. Michael spoke again. The Ashutl people still did not respond. They were silent, like silent volcanoes that were about to erupt. An alliance. I am willing to form an alliance, Michael roared. In the future, the Ashutl Chronicles would also record this unbelievable moment. This war was an unprecedented calamity in human history. The modern population of the Ashutl people was reduced by 40%. As for the elders of the older generation, almost all of them died, buried on the front lines. In this modern urban society, only the younger generation was left. As time passed, the archaeologists of the later generations studied the ancient times, but they could not find the root cause of this war that affected the entire race and almost wiped them out. Did the dragons provoke the Ashutl people again, or did they have some sort of conflict that became the fuse of the terrible and tragic war? The records of the terrifying ancient lava civilization were very vague. They had to search for a long time before they found a passage called God's Day After Heaven that seemed to be the cause of the war. If God were to die today, the people of Ashutl would live until the day after tomorrow, just to narrate God's life to other races, and we would be filled with pride, using the powerful mechanical charm of technology to narrate the story of our Lord. According to common sense, when Levis passed away, people should preserve his body. A group of scientists began to dissect his miraculous brain, even dissecting it into slices and storing it in formalin-soaked solution. They wanted to know why he opened the forbidden zone of God, unlocked the potential of the pineal gland, became the man with the wisdom closest to God, and was able to perform brain transplant surgery that ordinary people could not do, and successfully lived a life several times longer than that of humans. But that was not the case. Their sensibility prevailed over reason. The presidents of the two human empires issued a statement: Mr. Levis has done too much for us humans, there is no need to blaspheme the body of our most respected person. Even if this, dissecting the secret of his brain, may give us the power of God. Let every citizen have a godlike brain. Let the future of humanity surpass all brilliant civilizations. And this? I refuse. Boom, the entire land cheered, and countless people sat in front of their television screaming. If we lose the glory and dignity of the Ashutl people, abandon our principles, and lose our morals and rules, then we are the lowest of beasts. Tell us, do we want to be beasts? Boom. We have our pride. The people in front of their televisions cheered again. In fact, whether or not someone really wanted to dissect Levis, to become the second Levis, to have his longevity and wisdom, they could not show it. Blaspheming Mr. Levis was an act against humanity. They would be executed immediately. Even if the presidents of the two major countries spoke, they would be instantly pulled out of politics and sent to be executed. This was the prestige that Levis had among humans. Levis was buried in the Mikia ranch where the technological civilization began, which was now known as the Mikia Cemetery. A grand burial ceremony was held under the attention of the world. In order to prevent certain people from blaspheming Levis' body, the major organizations sent the most strict guards, and instantly became the most heavily guarded cemetery. Suji's mind was very calm. Witnessing Levis' departure, he was still sad. He was a talent comparable to Medusa, Ermin, and the others, and his future was extremely promising. But Suji did not force him to stay, and respected his wishes. Moreover, Suji was suddenly a little curious: how far could this race go? Of course, paying attention to their history was only one of the main tasks, but not the most important. At this moment, he walked on the dark red ground, surrounded by all kinds of strange mountains and vegetation, and even some unimaginable extraordinary abilities. This was a vast land far beyond the reach of humans, a paradise for extraordinary magical beasts. This piece of land is really huge. It hasn't even expanded to half its original size, but it's already more than 30 times the size of the Magus world and the primordial world. What did 30 times mean? The number and diversity of such vegetation, animals, and other species simply surpassed the sum total of all the previous worlds. It was to the extent where a few innately superior extraordinary races had already formed, reaching 6 levels upon reaching adulthood, possessing great wisdom and power, almost perfect great life forms such as chimeras, griffins, giant dragons, and hydras. However, their reproductive abilities were extremely low, each race having less than 100 people. In the vast and deep ocean, there was the Naga clan. The adult Naga were only at the 2nd rank. Some outstanding geniuses were only at the 3rd rank. Their reproductive abilities were relatively higher, and they had already begun to build an ocean empire, riding on some marine beasts, such as whales and sharks, and started a simple and crude ocean herding civilization. Suji glanced at the ocean, but he did not go near. If I go near them, I'll definitely worship them as great gods, right? After all, not everyone is from a shuttle. Deep underground, there was the pygmy goblins. Their reproductive abilities were extremely strong. However, they were generally only at the first rank, and they were greedy and lustful, not even sparing some wild beasts, such as their furry wolf mounts. Suji observed and immediately felt that it was very scary. They rode wolves during the day, and also at night. They were a cruel race that had not broken away from their animal instincts, and it even made people want to exterminate this disgusting race. However, Suji still endured it. Their existence was reasonable, and he could not exterminate a variety of possibilities just because he did not like them, right? Their terrifying desire to reproduce also caused them to develop crazily. This land is 100 times the size of the ancient desolate world, and it is destined to become a vast and boundless superworld, a continent where countless races truly reproduce, and the human race was one of them. Suji continued to walk and laughed. It might not even be 100 times, it might be 1,000 times, or even 10,000 times. If we continue to go deep into the Earth's core, a huge area comparable to a provincial area will develop into a true geocentric civilization, which is commonly seen in science fiction on Earth. His expectations were very, very high. In the future, there might be many gods born here. And not just level 8 mythical creatures. With a large number of level 8 gods, there might be level 9 extraordinary life forms. After all, with a huge number of level 8 gods, it was possible to produce the next level of life forms. How many gods were there now? Therefore, level 9 was very difficult. This world had placed a lot of hope on Suji, and even left the best talents for them, written into their conditional reflexes, automatic meditation, automatic body forging, and with the 3 realms, this mature extraordinary world sand table, if it can withstand the crisis, the future gods will completely form a stable channel of birth, and the true era of gods will appear. Suji constantly weighed his thoughts. There were really not many sand tables at the moment. Until now, apart from the universe sand table outside and the ancient wood world, he only had 2 large extraordinary sand tables. 3 realms and lava world. However, it had also completely matured and stabilized at level 8 mythical creatures, and it could look forward to level 9 life forms. After all, it had been stuck at this level for a long time. Level 9 life forms, another qualitative change. Suji took a deep breath. He wore a wizard's robe, and as an observer for research experiments, he walked through pieces of land, observed new life forms, and modified the form of some life forms. From time to time, he would have new inspiration, giving them more potential. A thriving, brand new world embryonic form. Suji was very satisfied. Opening a sand table deep underground was one of his best choices. On Earth, the best location for a sand table was here. And this land had already given birth to the first powerful life form, a level 7 celestial emperor, which was the giant beast Finbar was the first to be tested. Suji walked around and was now a guest in Finbar's sun temple. Although he had already deleted his own memories of creating him, in Finbar's memory, he still had fear for the mysterious ancient god Suji, because in his memory, there were still scenes of him being thrown a bell and being trained to feed a puppy when he was young. This is a very new special gift. You can take a look, maybe it can relieve your boredom. Suji brought a computer. God, what is this? A slender, graceful, lion-like beast with golden scales crawled in the temple, surrounded by golden murals made for him by the slaves of the giant beasts. It was a beautiful scene. In order to pass the boring time, he usually slept. But in his sleep, he inevitably became stronger to an unimaginable degree. After all, Suji had done the most complete experiment on him, and he could be considered to have created the most perfect biological template. Suji also wanted to see how great the potential of such a life form would be. He had a very strong trump card, and would his arrogance cause his achievements to not be high? After all, the strong only relied on the mind, followed by talent and ability. Take a look. Suji sat next to him and taught him how to turn on the computer. This place was too far away, and there was no human network, so he could only play single player. Half a day later, this supreme god of the entire ancient lava land was still immersed in it. Oh! This Light Diablo 3 is too amazing. Necromancer, swoosh 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 swoosh. Suji had nothing to do, so he played with him online for a while. Finbar was immediately puzzled. God, why don't you use a computer? Because the computer is in my brain. Suji laughed. In his brain, there was a light blue desktop with a program installed on it, playing with him online. Why? Finbar was puzzled. Your brain also has this potential, but you have not developed it yet. My research shows that a life's brain only uses 10%, and the rest is not developed. Suji had sent over a computer to secretly remind it that it was time for the Ultralisk civilization to improve. If you can do it, then you can also install a game program in your mind. And play the game like that. We can play games too. Finbar was shocked, and his eyes rolled as if he had a new idea. Suji did not see its expression, but he suddenly received a call from the Human Society of the Mechanical Mana Cyberpunk. It was a special person. What happened? Finbar rubbed his claws excitedly. Nothing, you play by yourself, I have something to do. Suji left the temple and walked toward the Human Society. Carolyn leaned over the mahogany desk. She was an old woman looking out the window into the distance. At the security booth at the entrance of the residential area, an old man was looking down at his phone. He seemed to be reading an online novel. Below, there were parents pushing strollers, laughing and walking on the edge of the shade in the green belt of the residential area. There was a strong young man doing pull-ups on the lever of the fitness equipment. Carolyn suddenly looked down at her phone. In the end, she still dialed the number that she had left for communication. She thought it was the account of a like-minded friend she had met in the milk tea shop. However, after that day, she never dared to call again. No matter how bold she was, no matter how rude she was, no matter how much she chattered, she didn't dare to disturb an ancient god. Will you come again? My results, my science, I want to be the first to share with you. Carolyn looked at a little wind mouse in front of her. She had once talked with the young man in the milk tea shop about life's ideals and the direction of her dream of scientific research. It was as if she had found a confidant. Among those biker enthusiasts who were passionate about machinery and civilization, it was too difficult to find an enthusiast in her circle. But since then, he had become unreachable. More than 10 years had passed, and she was already too old. She felt that her days were numbered. She was no longer the once heroic and beautiful teenage girl. Her whole body was covered with wrinkles, and her bright and charming eyes had become extremely turbid. She was a white-haired old woman wearing a pair of black-framed glasses. Will he come? She nervously opened the book in her hand. As an older generation who had lived in the internet era, she didn't like electronic reading like young people. She liked the feeling of books on paper, which had an incomparably heavy feeling. Why did you suddenly call me? Are you going to treat me to milk tea again? Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind. Carolyn turned her head to look, only to be completely dumbfounded by what she saw. It was still the same familiar voice, and the young man was still incomparably lazy and leisurely standing there. But at this moment, it gave her a completely different feeling, because the feeling brought by his identity was completely different. You don't recognize me? It's me. Suji smiled. Why do you still talk like this? I still can't believe that you are an ancient god. Tears welled up in Carolyn's eyes. This handsome, powerful, and mysterious young man hadn't changed after so many years. The only thing that had changed was herself. Incomparably excited, Carolyn said, Language. Do you still remember the sea language we talked about before? I remember. Suji laughed and sat calmly in front of the chair. He looked at this hot girl who used to be very friendly, high-spirited, and passionate about science. He had just gone out for a meal in reality, and she had come in to bid farewell. She had already become extremely old in the time it took to play games with Finbar. She was too old and was about to follow Levis and leave this world. Voila, Suji stretched out his hand, and 2 cups of milk tea appeared in front of him, just like in the past. This once familiar scene caused tears to stream down Carolyn's face. She sat opposite him, completely forsaking any difference in status, and continued to chat about the topic of the past, treating them as ordinary friends from the past. All these years, we humans have been researching the sea language, researching the magic cores of magical beasts, and modifying their machinery and armor. That is the romance of men. But the romance of us women is not mechanical. Suji listened quietly. This girl still had the same personality as before, opening her mouth crazily, regardless of whether you understood or not. In addition, her preference for science was too unpopular. In these years, besides Suji himself, there were probably not many people who were willing to listen to her chatter. This person loved to chat, and she was the kind of person who would instantly lose friends as soon as she started chatting. You must be very lonely. No one listens to your science. You have really suffered these years. Suji drank a sip of milk tea. Let me tell you. My research has finally yielded results after all these years. She shouted loudly. Do you still remember our topic in the past? Extraordinary civilization and scientific civilization, and individual heroism. I said that I believe in individual heroism, but I insist on combining extraordinary and technological civilization. But it will not be like the extraordinary civilization, where one god dominates everything, feudalism and tyrants, because every one of our citizens is a god. Then everyone's strength will be equal, and no one will dominate the other. Yes. We humans are unable to cultivate, but we can control machinery and obtain power. But my research is different from theirs. They control machinery, but I want to control life. Research life science. Turn humans into gods. She pointed at the little wind mouse in front of her, ecstatic. Ah. Look, what a wonderful life. Their magic cores are equivalent to their brains. Understanding the structure of the sea language means understanding their consciousness and composition. But it is difficult for us humans to understand the fundamental principles. Otherwise, we could rewrite their brains, nerves, and movement patterns, and modify their brains like a program. Suji nodded. Ever since the chip gained its own consciousness, it became an octagonal crystal chip and underwent a mutation. It was equivalent to giving birth to a soul. Even the creator, Suji, could not completely understand it. This was the charm of the continuous evolution of life. But we can't read their brains, but I can find the resonance. She pointed at the little wind mouse as if she was showing off. I don't study machinery. I used a special sea language, like hypnosis, to continuously deepen its brain, and finally rewrite a part of the program in its brain, making it listen to human commands. She opened her mouth. Stand up. The little wind mouse stood up. Run. The little wind mouse ran around the room. Release acceleration. The little wind mouse released its talent. This? Suji looked at this scene in surprise. What did he see? He was actually looking at an incomparably weak human, actually commanding a second-rank magical beast, Little Wind Mouse. He found it hard to imagine. What kind of strange thing had she researched? Every species has a different sea language. This is the Little Wind Mouse's. Let me read it to you. She was extremely happy. She chanted a strange language and took out a small electric shock stick. It had a special electric signal frequency, and she hit the Little Wind Mouse's forehead, as if she could rewrite the program in its brain. Black technology. Suji was shocked. The modern scientists of the machinery civilization all studied the talent of magic cores. They used it to create their machinery, which was the romance of their mechanical armors. They also dissected the magic cores to understand their composition. But this method was equivalent to dismantling the mainframe of a computer. However, Carolyn didn't feel as though she had dismantled the mainframe of a computer. Instead, she felt as though she was a hacker that had hacked her way into someone else's computer. Planting a virus Trojan. Controlling the computer, this is a completely different path of science and civilization, a thought flashed through Suji's mind. The sea language that I use to control magical beasts is called a contract. Carolyn said. You only need to chant the divine words of the contract. You only need to chant the divine words of a contract and implant it into the brain with a special electric signal tool. Chant the sea language and sign the contract? Suji was shocked. He could not help but ask, then, what about high-level magic beasts with consciousness? You are indeed someone who knows me well. You asked the right question. Carolyn quickly said excitedly, those magic beasts below the 4th rank without intelligence can be contracted. As for high-level magic beasts, unless they voluntarily let go of their resistance and open up their brains, it is impossible. Of course, when we sign a contract with a low-level magic beast and cultivate it to the 4th rank or above, it will gain intelligence. It is impossible for it to betray its master. Suji looked at the white-haired old woman and was shocked. There were too few people who could perfectly awaken. The probability might be as low as 1 in 100 million. The current human population did not even have 100 million. It was already very good for Levis to be born by chance. As for this hot girl, the reason why he paid attention to her was because she only had a chip error in her brain circuit, which led to her not awakening. There were many people like this, but the slightest error could lead to 1,000 miles. But even so, there were less than a few thousand people in the entire human society who were one step away from awakening. They could be considered the smartest group of humans. At that time, when he saw her rambling, he felt that it was very interesting. She did not like bikers, did not like machines, and liked to study life sciences. He did not expect her to be so paranoid and really followed this topic to study the results of her life. He really picked up a treasure. Look. My research results, can I? Isn't it amazing? Carolyn's eyes were cloudy. This white-haired old woman looked forward with hope and longing, as if she was waiting for an affirmation. Suji knew what she was pursuing. Levis was her idol since she was young. She went to school, went to university, and pursued the same path as Levis. After she became an adult, she also immersed herself in the field of science. She hoped to receive an affirmation, and the highest affirmation in the world was from a super-ancient deity, and from the friend who encouraged her confidence and talked about her ideals in the milk tea shop. Very impressive research, Suji said with a smile. Carolyn's old eyes trembled fiercely. Her eyes suddenly became moist, and she continuously wiped away her tears. Hee, does this mean that I have obtained the same great glory as Mr. Levis before he died? Looking at the aged Carolyn, Suji stood up and looked at the rows and rows of books on the bookshelf. Looking around her room, he found that it was a complete mess. Even a nerd wouldn't be this dirty and messy. Suji suddenly said, Carolyn, do you still want to pursue life sciences? Carolyn was startled. She nodded heavily, and her eyes flashed with a burning ambition. She did not hide it. Yes. This is what you deserve after working hard for your whole life. Suji looked at the white-haired old man in front of him. He suddenly walked up, bent down slightly, and kissed her forehead. I will give you a period of time. With that, Suji stood up and left the room. Carolyn was stunned. She gently touched her forehead. Mr. Levis, he has a brain that was said to have been kissed by a deity, and I also, her memory seemed to be awakening, and her thinking speed increased. My brain was also kissed by a deity. In her mind, it was as if countless electric signals were surging, and a forbidden door was opened. She instantly felt that her thinking speed was unbelievably fast, like a hard disk computer that could perform instantaneous calculations. Her father's memory, her grandfather's memory, kept running crazily in her mind. Those were the memories of her ancestors. In the end, she traced back to the beginning of humanity and saw a terrifying scene. It was a dazzling golden desert. A mysterious young man dressed in an exquisite black robe was bathed in the golden lava. He looked like a god as he held the 2 crying babies up high. Finally, I can relax tonight. Let's go out and play a few rounds of Hearthstone with the idiots of the wizard community. Boom. Her mind was exploding. This is God's blessing to humanity? At this moment, she clearly understood the truth of Mr. Levis's pursuit of theology when he was young. As long as an intelligent human had awakened the pineal gland and opened the forbidden zone of God, they would see the memories of their ancestors, as well as the beginning of humanity. They would all hear this passage. What was the meaning of these words? It was the truth that all modern scientists who had awakened their wisdom had spent their entire lives searching for. Carolyn was surprised and frightened. She suddenly realized that the whole world was very bright and slow, and her thinking speed was unprecedentedly clear. This is the world in Mr. Levis's eyes? She suddenly realized that her clothes had become loose. She stood up and walked in front of the mirror. She had dazzling light blonde hair, milky smooth skin, a curvy young girl's body, a determined and sharp face, and deep dark red pupils. I became younger? Another seed has been planted. I hope it will blossom into a bright flower in the future. Suji walked around the streets. Carolyn admires Levis and pursues his path. She is also a scientist who has dedicated her life to science. Her ideals are the same, but different. Because I once explained to her the difference between a technological civilization and a transcendent civilization, she wants to research the combination of the two civilizations, using technology to develop the transcendent, research life science, and use the human body to turn humans into gods. Her ambition was huge, and it could even be said to be whimsical. She was a lunatic. She wanted the people of Ashutl to become gods. To become a race of gods based on science and technology. Race of gods, Suji smiled. At that time, he had thought that she could be the catalyst of an era. Thus, he chatted with her for a long time and became her friend. He did not expect it to really work. The streets of Ashutl had completely turned into a futuristic sci-fi style. The surrounding shops were covered in transparent glass, and inside were various models of exquisite miniature mechanical armors and motorcycles. They were made of black metal, streamlined, and exquisite. There was a rotating wheel at the bottom with the model number written below. A few junior high school students in different attire were kneeling in front of the glass. Wow! The BQ-194 is so cool. It's the latest model developed by Master Lindsay this year. It's a quad-core processor. F***CK. That's too cool. I can't afford it in real life. I wonder when Mechanical Revolution will be released in the market. It'll be good to have some fun. You're thinking too much. We can't afford it in Mechanical Revolution either. Even my dad can't afford some of the more advanced models. My dad is a senior engineer with a monthly salary of $7,000. Any man would be tempted by it, and women could not resist it either. It was just like how they loved super sports cars. The profession of mechanical pilot was born and became the most popular profession, replacing the soldier. Countless people wanted to join the army, protect the country, and own a mechanical suit. Some civilian mechanical organizations also entered the ancient lava land to hunt. At this time, the game Mechanical Revolution had given many ordinary people a powerful mecha pilot. With just a little more training, they could overcome the dizziness and gravity of actual operation and be sent directly to the battlefield to become an excellent pilot or soldier. Mechanical Revolution has led the people of this world into an era where everyone is a soldier. Suji strolled along the street and looked around. He sat on the edge of a bench in a fountain square comfortably. He bent down and fed the pigeons. This is a scientific civilization. They are very different from extraordinary civilizations. While they have extraordinary and terrifying powers, they are almost equal. There will be social classes, elites in the upper echelons of society, powerful warriors, and a group of people at the top will have the most advanced secret mechas, but in the end, it will not be so exaggerated as to have the power to dominate the entire civilization. Their tyrants will be overthrown, and if the commoners want to rise up, they will join the army or go to famous universities. These are all ways to get ahead. Equality is relative. To the transcendent civilization that was used to it, the celestial emperors ruled the world, and the technological civilization was already a world where human rights were very equal. Ordinary people also lived very comfortably. To Suji, it was also good to occasionally explore another path of civilization. Using the form of a technological civilization to develop extraordinary powers was also very good. Mechanical magic armor, using a scientific method to study the extraordinary. He had already placed the extraordinary lava lands and extraordinary powers in front of him. He did not know what kind of results they would come up with by using science to study theology. Suji tried to log into the account of Mechanical Revolution and directly started the fighting game. After all, mechas were also his romance. Compared to the boredom of the extraordinary civilization, the scientific civilization was much more interesting. Popularized games and entertainment for the commoners, he often came here to relax. However, he could not even beat a primary school student. After all, in the Ashutl, even primary school students were mecha experts. The gaming experience of newbies was extremely poor. Suji did not care. It was natural for him to be abused now. He did not know how to. Perhaps in the future, he could ask Hermes to help him learn some mechanical skills and he would get back at him sooner or later. Let's develop for a few more years. After 8 consecutive defeats, Suji directly logged out of the game. Find a top advanced mecha company and customize a mecha model that can resist vacuum pressure and travel in space. He was only rank 6 in real life and could not enter space and endure that terrifying pressure. Even if he reached rank 7 Celestial Emperor, Suji could only stay in space for a short period of time. Therefore, the appearance of this civilization could solve this problem. Thinking about driving a mecha and traveling in space, it was indeed a somewhat comfortable feeling. The excitement and shock of developing a magical civilization and obtaining and absorbing their knowledge, machinery, and armor was hard to imagine, not to mention that he had created a brand new world. After a short period of logging out of the game and leaving the lava world, Suji had lunch in the living room as usual. He felt that the difference between the two worlds was the lowest. It was almost the same, without the huge difference between the other worlds. After lunch, he walked out of the living room to the door and sat down on a chair to watch some of these strange creatures causing trouble. F***CK. The god of creation is here again. Brothers, don't panic. Continue to hide and develop. A group of monster-like fellows were hiding in a corner, seemingly discussing some kind of conspiracy. This scene was very common, but Suji began to become a little serious. Should I let them in or not? Or should I let them in when? Suji began to have a toothache. His first reaction was that these animals were definitely demons. God. Dirty. Die, the people of Isidal are a hot-blooded, wolf-like race. Look at the atmosphere on the internet. It's very academic and serious. There aren't any lame pictures or funny jokes. Look at our internet and the group of idiots who are howling like wolves in the forums all day long. It's very obvious that they're up to something. Suji deeply suspected that once he entered, he would instantly lead them astray. Like a husky that had mixed into a pack of wolves, he was afraid that the entire network would go astray in an instant, driving crazily, pulling his IQ to the same level, and then using his rich experience in joking around to defeat you. A Joker Emperor powerhouse was terrifying. Mechanical mecha, modern civilization, super technological era with the internet. Let them access the internet, the probability of them causing trouble greatly increased. This is different from the previous extraordinary civilization. Suji had a toothache. This was a very serious problem. Moreover, there was an even more serious problem. As long as a human awakened the pineal gland, unlocked the potential of the brain, and awakened the system, they would trace back the human memories of generations of ancestors, and see the origin of the original human race. A super ancient god raised a baby high. Finally made it. I can relax tonight, go out and play a few rounds of Hearthstone with the idiots of the wizard community. Although there were now only 2 awakened, including Carolyn, this sentence was still humanity's most confidential secret, basically impossible to reveal, but it was not impossible for them to find out. What to do? There was no way to do it. Suji was not worried that leaving this sentence would make a shocking flaw, exposing all his secrets. Instead, he had already thought of the future development. The forum would go crazy. F***CK. Again with the Chinese language. Oh. Oh my god. This is the second Easter egg after the appearance of another deity who can speak the language of Xianxia. The developers are so kind. I'm blowing up. As expected of a new game, this super ancient god setting seems to be very interesting. He came to our Earth. No wonder it's called the multiverse. F***CK. The game developers finally accepted the advertisement. Sponsored partnerships. How much did Hearthstone pay you? King of Glory will double it. This was the screams of the masses. Suji did nothing but play a few rounds of Hearthstone, and he was blown up again. What about the secret research institutes of the major countries and the various high-end players? They, on the other hand, would go completely crazy. They were so shocked that they were sweating. F***CK, it's really the multiverse. We didn't guess wrong. The facts have proven it again. Not only the Taoist Lord came to our Earth, but even in modern human society, there are terrifying super gods hiding on our Earth, living among ordinary people. This is too scary. This god also knows how to play Hearthstone. Hurry up and send people into the wizard community to investigate the people who like to play Hearthstone. How? I'll slap him in the face, God. How can he be bad at playing games? I'll definitely investigate the group of people who play the best. Suji looked at his record of 3 consecutive losses and fell into deep thought. They won't be able to find me in the end. Suji had already filled in the gaps in their minds based on his experience of having his head filled in the blanks. They would use the hearthstones in their words to search for him, a god hidden in the crowd. This was something that would most likely happen, but they would not be able to find him. Vegetables could hide his dazzling radiance in the crowd. In fact, this was a characteristic of these players. They would not think of any loophole as a loophole. This was a game that transcended time and human imagination. How could it have such simple loopholes and flaws? There must be a deeper meaning. What they needed to do was to dig out the hidden secrets within. They had already sunk deep into the trap they had created for themselves, unable to extricate themselves. After some deep thought, Suji ultimately gave up on the idea of letting new players in immediately. He felt that he was already a mature god of creation. In the beginning, he had been bewildered and dumbfounded by the wild imagination of the players. His mind was filled with questions about what had actually happened. But now, he had learned to battle wits and courage with the players, secretly strangling their exaggerated imaginations and exaggerated characters that had built up a history of nothingness in the cradle. There's no hurry to let them in. Let's wait for a day or two. Suji thought for a while, and continued to lay out and build a budding extraordinary sandbox. A day or two would be enough for the Ashutl people to develop rapidly for a period of time. It would allow civilization to take flight. The speed of technological development was terrifyingly fast. And in a day or two, since the new lava world has opened, there will definitely be a need for large numbers of species with extraordinary potential to be released into the vast world that is 100 times larger. I have to plan ahead. In this period of time, I'll use the opportunity to open another closed beta and let in some newbie players who have been preparing for a long time to prepare for the future lava world. Once Carolyn really does what I expect, and the time is ripe, it might be their turn to step in. After some thought, Suji made a decision, the 6th closed beta. Suji looked over at the sorcerer world. With the birth of those freaks and the slaughter of each other, a batch of peak existences had gradually been born, and some of them even had the terrifying combat ability of a celestial emperor. The calamity continued to grow. The era was still preparing for disaster. There's no such thing as perfection in this world, Ming Mei. You should have thought of it long ago. There's good and evil in the human heart, that's the common sense of the world. After a few glances, Suji gradually retracted his gaze. He sat on a chair in the orchard. The scorching sun in the countryside was still shining brightly, and the trees were lush and green. He looked at the little ants in front of him who were working hard to evolve. Taking advantage of this noon, he made an announcement. Alright, release the new version update. A new announcement appeared in the entire Spore Evolution sandbox. Spore Evolution Beta version 0. 6 is officially released. 1. Another 30 closed beta testers will be released. The maximum number of online players will be 270. 2. The internal testing quota will still be reviewed in the form of a biological thesis. 3. Implement the elimination system. In this 6th beta testing, 80 of the 240 closed beta players will be eliminated. The number of eliminated players is 4. The wizard community has expanded by 500 people, and will soon expand to 1,500 characters. In an instant, the entire forum was in an uproar. Wow! It's been updated. Cute noobs are coming in again. I wonder what kind of scary bosses will appear this time. Sob, sob, sob. I'm going to die. I'm eliminated. I'm going offline. I'm going to see everyone's reaction. Ha ha ha, I'm going to post too. Instructions for new noobs. Establish your image as a big brother. Wahahaha. Each batch is getting more and more intense. I can already see the bald heads of the noobs. Suji sat on a chair. As the most popular character in the game, he looked down at the little ants in the background and discussed with each other. After generations of game optimization, they could receive messages from the outside world, so that they wouldn't miss important things in the real world while playing the game. This was the true immersive virtual reality online game. Some were happy, while others were crying. However, they were only happy to welcome the noobs. Many of them were crying because they were about to leave. Suji sat on a chair and nibbled on a red apple. Zerg subbrain, be more careful this time. Don't make any more mistakes. Do you want to include the seasoning species and some useless theses? The Zerg subbrain asked. As long as they have potential. You have to let me read all the special papers. Don't look down on seasoning and gourmet food. Suji placed his hands on his palms and said, I'm not doing this to satisfy my personal desires. I'm doing this for the sake of the world. We want a rich and diverse world of gourmet food. Our Zergs are no longer a violent race with combat power. As long as it's special, interesting, has potential, and is delicious, I want it all. Okay, Zerg Queen, the Zerg subbrain replied. Suji acted quickly. At noon, he released an update notice to inform everyone that the game was undergoing beta testing and that they had to submit their theses today. He didn't play by the rules. Furthermore, he followed the old rules. After the review was completed the next morning, the new beta gamers would be admitted. If it was a normal game planning team, they would have been scolded badly. But now, everyone was used to the abnormal behavior of the game planning team. Ha ha ha. In the past, we had a day to submit our theses. Now, we don't even have a day. But am I afraid? The Cantonese are fearless. The gourmet species. We're the strongest. We've been waiting for this moment. We can't wait. Mumu, that idiot, successfully opened the door to a new world for me. Cantonese +1, let them see what we're made of. Our gourmet species thesis. Even if they're gods, we'll eat them. Picking nose, the newbie is trembling in fear. This time, we've met our match. Ha ha ha. My thesis will definitely make a name for itself. Screenshot of balding. JPG, holy sh*t, this brother up there, I can tell with one look that he's got some skills. He's our strong competitor. I'm impressed. Within an hour, Suji received a lot of messages from the website. Thousands of theses filled his mailbox. In the next few hours, the number of theses sent gradually decreased. It was obvious that they had prepared for this day. Through the insectoid subbrain's filtering, Suji also saw a few brand new powerful species, which he immediately found interesting. The most interesting one, which shocked Suji, was a paper that the insectoid nest's subbrain thought was completely useless. It was called On the Feasibility of Overclocking Creatures and Species That Can Manipulate Time. Originally, this useless thesis should have been eliminated by the subbrain, and Suji shouldn't even be able to read it. However, because of Suji's reminder, it was kept. Thought overclocking, a species that controls time, Suji sat in his chair. He kept reading and reading through the paper, making conjectures. There's a very scary hypothesis in the paper. Through some kind of special method, the neurons in the brain can be sped up to achieve overclocking thinking. The acceleration of a life form's thinking is equivalent to the deceleration of time in the outside world. The thesis wrote frowny face. If the primordial humans had the power to control space, then this is a great race that controls time. They have the talent of time, and will surpass all supernatural beings. What an amazing person. Suji was startled, his mind blank for a few seconds. As he continued reading, he couldn't help but be surprised. The theory of time relativity is quite good. But in an instant, he understood why the subbrain of the Zerg race, the artificial retard, had determined that this paper on a species that transcended time was useless to the current Zerg race, and he planned to eliminate it. Because we insectoids already have this characteristic. Suji rested his chin on his hand. He actually wants to create a species similar to us insectoids. Suji took out the information. It was a university student in his 20s, a neuroscience otaku who studied medicine. He wore black-rimmed glasses, but his hair was surprisingly lush and curly, which defied all common sense. This person is truly terrifying. To have such a groundbreaking idea, and even put forth a practical plan. Suji kept reading the biological structure of the species, praising it. The subbrain's mechanical voice came, thought overclocking is a technology of a higher civilization, not a unique talent of us insectoids. In fact, the current human scientists have already proposed similar ideas to increase the thinking speed of living beings and extend their lifespan, And this human is only putting it into practice. Ah? Suji was startled. As the current queen of the insectoids, what do you think is the difference between a higher civilization and a lower civilization in the vast universe? The subbrain asked. Is it technology? Weapons? Destructive power? Or other reasons? Suji thought for a bit. A true higher civilization is something modern people can't even imagine. They will have unimaginable weapons. Causality weapons? Time weapons? Quantum weapon? But no matter what, it must be able to easily and silently destroy the human race. In the blink of an eye, the human race had gone extinct. Actually, there's no need to make abstract guesses. Zerg Queen, you've been neglecting many things. We, the Zerg race, are a true advanced civilization in the universe. If we, the advanced civilization, wanted to destroy Earth, what would happen? The subbrain of the Zerg said directly. If we, the Zergs, want to destroy the Earth? Suji was stunned for a moment, and then he revealed a serious expression. It seems that the current human nuclear weapons are very powerful, and the Celestial Emperor will definitely not be able to withstand them. Even a god will be severely injured if he is hit head-on. The stockpile of nuclear weapons in each country is enough to destroy the Earth countless times. Even the gods cannot fight them head-on. They will definitely die because the gods can travel across the universe, but they cannot destroy planets. But in reality, it is not calculated that way at all. This is because our time is too fast. To us, the entire human society, the humans on the streets, in cars, and in supermarkets, are all still statues. Suji continued to organize his thoughts. If we really fight, not to mention the gods, even a level 4 or 3 low-level Zerg powerhouse will be a destructive disaster. They will all be still and unable to resist. Boom, Suji's mind suddenly exploded, and an incredible thought suddenly emerged. This is the difference between an advanced civilization and a low-level civilization, thinking overclocking technology? Exactly. The subbrain of the Zerg replied, the difference is huge. In the advanced civilizations in the universe, even if they are very weak and far less destructive than your weapons, as long as they master the thinking overclocking technology, they can come and go as if there is no one around and use your taboo weapons. They can easily destroy all of you and leave easily. A low-level citizen sent by an advanced civilization can destroy a planet's civilization without needing to carry any weapons of their own civilization. Suji was shocked. Perhaps, in the vast universe, this was the difference between an advanced civilization and a low-level civilization. The advanced civilizations had already crossed the threshold of a new world. They lived in a special latitude cosmos with a faster time flow. Not only did their technology develop terrifyingly fast, but their civilization's iterations were also extremely terrifying. They could even directly attack civilizations in the lower dimension of time from the higher dimension of time at any time. Let me ask you, in front of me, you are a static life. How can you resist? Destroying you has nothing to do with you. The subbrain of the Zerg said, only civilizations with level 8 combat power can be considered as the threshold of an advanced civilization. They start to have the initial thinking acceleration technology. However, the thinking acceleration between each civilization is very different. It may be several times or even more than 10 times. Due to the brain's thinking overload, there will be different levels of the price to pay. The brain will become bloated, deformed, and have characteristics of a big head. Characteristics of a big head, Suji was stunned. He thought of the commonly seen big-headed aliens in movies, the little gray man. The subbrain of wisdom continued. And in order to avoid the price, some of the more advanced civilizations will enter and live in a space with a specific acceleration, and civilizations with level 9 combat power can generally have a flow of more than 50 times, and the highest speed of thinking is 100 times, which is the 100 years in a day you mentioned. This is also the limit of the thinking speed of life, a threshold that cannot be broken. Furthermore, some of the more advanced level 9 civilizations can accelerate the division of their body cells while accelerating their thinking, causing their body and thinking to be in sync forever. Our Zerg race was once one of the highest races in the universe, so we can do this, because the acceleration of thinking and body is our racial talent. Suji was silent. So, our natural talent to accelerate suicide is such a top cosmic technology. This is too terrifying, other civilizations need to develop to the level of an advanced civilization to be able to do this, but we are an advanced civilization from the beginning and have this innate ability, the insectoid subbrain replied. If we don't accelerate the thinking speed of level 8 deities, with their terrifying knowledge and level, they will also develop some kind of method to accelerate their thinking speed, but it won't be a high thinking speed. Suji listened to the analysis. Did this mean that as long as gods like Ermin, Phoenix, and Dicky reached this level, they would be able to accelerate their thinking speed? As their life level increased, the speed of thinking would also increase. This was the inevitable path of advanced life forms. Suji felt that it was a coincidence. These deities really lived up to the saying, "One day in heaven is 1 year on earth." After a wave of analysis, Suji suddenly gained a lot of knowledge. Previously, he was really a frog in a well. It was very difficult to imagine how brilliant the advanced civilizations were in the universe. It was the black technology that low-level civilizations could not imagine and could not understand. However, it was useless to listen so much. Suji's reaction was very simple. What does it have to do with me? I'm going to use this technique to farm. I'm going to farm quietly and create a new world. He looked at the paper in front of him again. Then, this paper on the potential species of thinking overclocking is useless to us because we have easily accelerated to the limit of thinking. It is impossible for him to reproduce another species to accelerate thinking. This species is destined to be unable to succeed. Suji thought about it. But I still let him in. This is a talent. Suji was a person who cherished talents. Every single one of these bald geniuses was his treasure. Although there's no way to succeed, let's still let this player in. After chatting casually with the subbrain, Suji skipped this paper and sat on the chair to read the next one, looking very casual. In fact, the thinking overclocking technology could be considered to have solved one of Suji's doubts for a long time. He had always felt that the Zerg's talent was so exaggerated, but why did the previous Zerg queen die? Although she flew around and fought everywhere in the universe, with the time acceleration of 100 years a day, all the life forms of the civilizations of other planets were still. How could they beat her? Obviously, at that time, Suji was just thinking from the perspective of Earth's civilization. As it turned out, the speed of thinking was one of the most important standards to measure the level of civilization of advanced civilizations in the universe. Although the Zerg were born with it, other advanced civilizations also had similar technology to compete with it. At this moment, Suji felt that as the subbrain popularized science, a magnificent view of the universe outside of Earth was rapidly being perfected. The difference between silicon-based life forms and the top carbon-based life forms like the Zerg, and even the threshold of advanced civilizations in the universe, the thinking overclocking technology. Although Suji was now living in a corner, the knowledge of these civilizations in the universe undoubtedly gave him more ideas about building an extraordinary sand table world, and a broader vision. The higher he stood, he had more ideas about the future of the extraordinary sand table world of civilizations. Civilizations in other universes were developing. And he was creating the development of civilizations. The sun outside the window was bright, and the faint sunlight sprinkled on the forests and mountains of the sorcerer world, gilding them with a golden color. Suji sat in front of the desk in the living room, still looking relaxed and satisfied. This paper is not bad. Sitting on the chair, after confirming a dozen papers, he suddenly saw a particularly interesting creature. Disguised demon. It turns out to be an extraordinary species that imitates a pufferfish. What kind of creature was a pufferfish? In addition to being delicious, it also had another characteristic, which was that when it encountered a threat, it would quickly bulge its belly, like a balloon rapidly expanding. Looking at this drawing, Suji did not look like a pufferfish, but more like a bulging super balloon fish. Its eyes were round, and its skin was very special, full of elasticity, with the characteristics of transformation and camouflage. This balloon expanded to 10 times its original size, and it could change its shape. It also had the characteristics of a chameleon skin, allowing it to disguise itself as many life forms. These players always have many amazing innovations and surprises. This species, for example, can turn into a human. Suji was taken aback and couldn't help showing a hint of surprise. It looks like a super simulated silicone inflatable girl that costs tens of thousands of yuan. At first glance, it looks like a real person, but it knows how to walk, sit, and stand. However, the moment you touch it, it'll be exposed. When the wind blows, it'll sway. After all, it's a weightless balloon. It'll definitely scare people half to death in the middle of the night. Isn't this a Chinese ghost story? Suji still found it very interesting. This was a natural-born ghost. The balloon fish was a changeable monster, a creature with a painted skin. Suji read on and saw the words, "Not only can this creature transform into the appearance of most creatures, but it also has many extraordinary forms. By inhaling hydrogen in his stomach, he could enter the flight mode in the sky and become a hydrogen balloon. Inhaling explosive gas could be used as a self-exploding balloon. By inhaling laughing gas, he could spit out fragrance and use it as a poisonous weapon." Suji was surprised again. This balloon creature had endless wonderful uses. Another amazing talent had appeared among the new players this year. Finally, there was a sentence, "Considering that there are too few monsters and ghosts in the three realms at present, people's imagination is not rich enough and their understanding of fear is not deep enough." People's imagination isn't rich enough, and their understanding of fear isn't deep enough. Therefore, I've evolved this painted skin species to go in and scare people. Then, I've transformed and promoted Sadako, xenomorphs, hanged ghosts, black and white impermanence, Ultraman, and other traditional horror cultural images from Earth, to prop up the sky of our world of the weird. Suji? He instantly spat out a mouthful of blood. What kind of strange attribute does this person have? Is he a scary ghost? The primordial world is already full of danger. Why did you come to join in the fun? Suji gradually became speechless. There were really all kinds of people in the big forest. Damn it, another crazy troublemaker is coming in. It was impossible to throw it into the primordial world. It was too chaotic there. What would happen if he threw another one in to stir up trouble? If this player could really evolve into a painted skin creature, he would be thrown into the lava world. After all, the area was 100 times that of the primordial world. It was vast and it was truly difficult to explore to the end. There was indeed a need for a large number of transcendent species to be thrown in. There were a total of 13 transcendent realms, and each of them was larger than the current primordial world. Furthermore, they were still expanding. It might even be difficult for some players to even meet them. Suji was like a staff member of a Transmigrator Management Association. He looked at the application papers for a few more hours and delineated a few very special species, preparing to throw them in. Clearly, there were quite a lot of gourmet species this year, and there were many levels. They were affected by Mumu's silence, but those with potential were all put in. After the review was over, Suji ate a good meal, took a shower, and went to bed. He slept extremely comfortably that night. Early the next morning. It was only 6 in the morning, but the list of new players was announced. Between 7 and 8 in the morning, new players came online one after another. Damn. I'm finally in. Where's the god of creation? I want to see the famous scene of the god of creation. Eat an apple. A group of spores in the ocean that had just evolved eyes were shouting excitedly. This world was novel and shocking. The endless possibilities of the origin of life gave them an unprecedented impact. However, Suji wasn't sitting on the chair on the first day of the 6th beta test. The new 6th beta test began. After completing the day of the open beta testing, Suji immediately went to take a look at what kind of pleasant surprises the lava world had brought him, and what kind of pleasant surprises Carolyn had brought him. Year 188 of the Empire. It had been 7 years since Mr. Levis' death. Mankind had lost the man closest to God, and the development of science and technology had entered a stable era. Although there were occasional advancements in science and technology, with all kinds of new breakthroughs, it was already very slow. However, gradually, a hidden profession group known as the Monster Tamers surfaced. Most of them were females, and unlike men, they loved machinery and romance. They had the ability to control low-level demonic beasts and collect cute demonic beasts as companions, raising them to become stronger. With this, the Monster Tamers quickly occupied the high-end female market. Other than mechanical armor modification shops, some special pet shops also appeared on the streets. Year 190 of the Monster Tamers. The group of Monster Tamers gradually expanded, but they were still far from the energy mechanics. Furthermore, the combat power and usability of a demonic beast was far from a mechanical armor. This was because mechanical armors were not afraid of damage and could be replaced with new parts. On the other hand, no one dared to injure the demonic beasts. If they died, they would lose a lot of effort. The monster tamers couldn't shake the position of the mechanics. Everything was as Suji had expected. Carolyn's path of beast tamers was an exaggerated and brand new path, but to challenge the traditional trend of culture, the magical machinery civilization left behind by Levis was like a mayfly trying to shake a tree. Machinery and lava were ingrained in the bones of the Ashitl people. This was something Suji had already expected. A smile hung on his face as he walked on the sci-fi style street. Carolyn, let me see what you'll choose. 191 years of the Empire. Due to that great war, the Ashitl people and the holy dragon Michael both suffered heavy losses. The other powerful extraordinary beings in the Stonewall region discovered Michael's heavy injuries and greatly reduced strength, and quickly cast invading gazes over. At the same time, they also discovered the existence of the Ashitl people. Those unimaginable technology, these low-level, powerless humans, not even at the first rank, could control machinery and had the strength to contend against them. They were instantly envious. Michael and the Ashitl people's strength was greatly reduced, and both sides faced the fate of being invaded. We should ally. We should ally. This was the voice of both sides, and everyone knew that this was the best choice. However, this was only in theory. In reality, it was impossible to ally because there was no trust. Everyone wanted to ally, but they were afraid of being stabbed in the back by the other side. At this time, the leader of the Beast Tamer organization, Carolyn, stood out. We can sign a magical beast equality contract, guaranteeing that we will never betray each other. We will help each other. Over the years, Carolyn had thoroughly researched the sea language and found many magical beast contract models, including those that restricted humans. This was the only way to obtain a contract from a high-ranking magical beast. Otherwise, the majority of high-ranking magical beasts would rather die than become a human slave and be ordered around by humans. Immediately, the Holy Emperor Michael sneered. This is a good idea, but I can't sign a contract with all humans. Which human can I sign a contract with? And that means that I can only not betray that human. This means that I can't betray humans at all, while other humans can betray me. This was an unsolvable problem. Unless the human he signed the contract with could represent all of humanity, or that human's life was extremely important to the human world and could not be lost. But did such a person exist? It existed before. Mr. Levis no longer existed. Even the presidents of the two countries were not indispensable to the entire human society. But at this time, Carolyn said again, what if I also have intelligence close to that of a god? I also have a precious and unique position in the human society? Boom, just this sentence alone was enough to stir up the entire world. Countless news outlets, media outlets, and the internet were in chaos. The meaning behind this was far too great. After lying dormant for several years, Carolyn had finally revealed her extraordinary might. World Times Weekly, will Carolyn be the second person to open up the pineal gland, the potential of the human brain? Does she also have intelligence close to that of a god? For the brain that has been lightly kissed by God. Photos after photos were published by the media. It was Carolyn when she was old. Her eyes were cloudy and she wore black-rimmed glasses. Veolia Daily, according to various investigations, we have discovered, to our astonishment, that the incomparably mysterious leader of the Beast Tamers, Carolyn, is already in her 50s. She used to be extremely old, but she was able to live until now. She is very young. Obviously, she has lived a second life, just like Mr. Levis. As everyone knows, the Beast Tamers also have many new inventions that transcend the era, and their technology is constantly changing. Perhaps, she also has extraordinary intelligence. All the major TV networks, according to our investigation, we have discovered something very terrifying. Carolyn was the girl we saw in the milk tea shop back then, the one who was conversing with the ancient deity. She is mysterious and unfathomable. Perhaps, she really has a brain that has been lightly kissed by God. Public opinion was boiling. Mr. Levis was dead, and their technology had been developing extremely slowly. Although it was also changing at a fast pace, they were used to Mr. Levis's technological iteration, and they felt that it was as slow as a snail. Now, another person suspected to have intelligence close to that of a god had appeared. The entire human society was extremely excited. On the cover of Time Weekly, there was a photo of a woman. Is it true? Carolyn, the second Mr. Levis. The era of the beast tamer's revolution is indeed an unprecedented method of civilization. The sky was filled with reports. There was a mechanical voice, beast tamers, a female scientist who does not love machinery and civilization, and studies life sciences. We refuse. There were also female businessmen and higher-ups who walked out. Machinery and lava, the motorcycle race, is the romance of you men. As for beast tamers, the cute little animals, is the romance of us women. This is the perfect complement to the icidal civilization. Levis is a male scientist, while Carolyn is a female scientist. Amidst the countless emotions, Carolyn's announcement pushed the public opinion of the entire civilization to the peak. On the 7th of October, the Beast Tamers Guild will hold a scientific research exhibition at the border of the lava land. We will invite all the higher-ups of society, the media, and even the Holy Emperor Michael, as well as the higher-ups of the demonic beasts, to display the results of 7 life sciences research. Boom, the entire world was in an uproar. This was an imitation of Mr. Levis, who held a scientific exhibition and displayed new technology to prove his identity. This time, he specifically chose the border of the war. Not only did he invite the icidal people, but he also invited the Holy Emperor's faction, the demonic beasts. Carolyn does indeed have astonishing intelligence. This move is enough to prove it. Inviting the demonic beasts is a sign of the alliance's sincerity. No matter how much you beautify it, that exhibition will tell us everything. Whether it's real or fake, let us wait and see. Very soon, countless media and news outlets walked into the safety passage of a huge circular mushroom stadium. Under the introduction of the female waitress, they discovered something that transcended time and was even close to the myth of legend. Contract technique. Power outburst. This is a divine contract developed from the sea language. With a magical beast that has a contract with you, you can use this Trojan horse virus to temporarily activate the potential of the other party's brain. You can achieve a short period of muscle and power outburst. This allows the beast tamer to become stronger. This female beast tamer displayed her demonic beast, Little Wind Mouse, on the spot. Its strength was multiplied by a full 30%, however, it was very damaging to the body and would later suffer from exhaustion. This was a method that involved the fundamental genes of life. It was shocking. This is contract technique, life recovery. Through the sea language that affects genes, it activates the powerful recovery ability of life cells to heal. However, it will overdraw on the body. Beast tamers can use our special Beast Tamer nutrient serum to recover and use it together. At critical moments, it can save lives. This contract instantly excited countless people. Even some of the demonic beasts were shocked. They knew that this meant they had an extra life. The sea language is the divine language used to construct the demon core. Although we humans can't use it, our life science research has some results. Using some special sea language, we can achieve some special medical effects. A beautiful woman led the crowd to the human life science exhibition area. We humans haven't awakened, but we still have the potential in this area. By writing this sea language in our minds, we can suppress certain hormones in the body, cure some diseases, reduce acne. As for the Magma Wyrm Michael, the Golden Dragon, he was touring the exhibition area with his magical beast subordinates, and he seemed to be very excited as well. At the end of the exhibition area, Carolyn walked onto the stage and began her speech. The charm of life science cannot be denied. Beast tamers are just a milestone in human exploration of life science. They are the results of exploring the nature of life of demonic beasts. In the future, the limit of life science is the programming code that completely controls our life genes. The world's most mysterious miracle, life, will be exposed in front of us, the icidal people. I want everyone in the icidal people to be like gods in the future. Everyone will have the wisdom of Mr. Levis. Every one of us will be the most perfect God. God, in the future, when technological civilization reaches its peak, everyone in the icidal people will be gods. They will control the code of life and endless technology. Become a god. This speech completely shocked the upper echelons of the human race. They recognized Carolyn. And at this moment, Holy Emperor Michael also felt that Carolyn was an indispensable part of the human race. He chose to sign a magical beast equality contract with her, the representative of the human race. However, at the last moment of signing the contract, Michael took out his Mechanical Revolution account and shouted at the entire human exhibition hall, "Top up! Quick, charge me up! I want to play with Master Lin Zai's new 6-core mechanical battle armor, BQ-601. At this moment, on the contract platform at the top of the parliament, the Isidal civilization signed an equal and cooperative contract with the demonic beasts. A new page had been turned in history. Immediately after, the demonic beasts requested that humans recognize them as citizens of society, asking for equality and freedom. They also requested a huge sum of money every year for them to play games, cultivate, and eat. The Isidal Chronicles recorded Frowny Face. The Isidal explored the mysteries of the brain and used the divine language to write a divine contract in the brains of both parties, forming an alliance with Michael. Suji felt as if he was looking at a vast chapter in history. The development of the Isidal civilization was unimaginably fast. This was the fastest civilization he had ever seen. As expected of a technological civilization, the explosive development. The proud demonic beasts will never yield unless they are provided with food, shelter, and money to play games. Suji's expression was calm. They have also been seduced by the luxurious human society. The remaining 4th and 5th grade demonic beasts quickly signed contracts with some of the upper echelons of the human society, becoming the guardian demonic beasts of their families. These upper echelons had a lot of power and resources. Not only were they provided with the best treatment, but they were also provided with a cultivation environment. Carolyn, with the beast tamers as her starting point, has opened her own era. Suji smiled. But he knew very well what Carolyn was doing. All of this, the crisis that the humans were facing, was meticulously created by her. The other forces in the Stonewall region were able to discover the existence of the Holy Emperor Michael and the human civilization because she had deliberately seduced them, sent people to their territories, and specially exposed them. In an instant, she had attracted 7 or 8 Holy Emperor-level extraordinary existences. Carolyn. Suji had a calm expression on his face. She's truly a crazy and extreme person. The blood of the Isidal race flows in her body. She's creating a crisis where her entire race will be exterminated. She's going so far as to push her own race to the brink of extinction, forcing the two powers to think of ways to ally with each other. Then, at the most critical moment, she stood up and offered the possibility of an alliance contract, allowing the beast tamers to be completely valued. She completely exposed her trump card and obtained the highest status and power in the entire human society. Wonderful, how wonderful. However, after she had done all this, there would be a huge side effect. She would be targeted by more than half of the Stonewall region and 7 or 8 terrifying magical beasts. Would she be able to lead the humans and the allied magical beasts to survive? It was very difficult. This was a double-edged sword. If she could survive and lead the Isidal people to survival, her reputation would soar. Moreover, war and oppression could often trigger a civilization to advance. It had been a long time since Suji made a phone call. I should also take this opportunity to attend to my own matters. He strode towards the Veolia Machinery Center City, a towering 18-story black building in the shape of a needle mushroom. This was a large-scale machinery center that occupied a large area. Behind it was the unfathomable Beast Tamer Guild. Sir, did you come to the Carolyn Mechanical Life Company to look at mechas? A pleasant voice sounded out. It was a worker from the machinery organization. She was very pretty, pure and beautiful, and her figure was very hot. When the woman saw Suji's appearance, her eyes instantly burned with passion. A trace of shyness appeared on her face, and her heart thumped wildly. Her face was filled with infatuation. Cough, Suji coughed twice. This race was very straightforward and enthusiastic. I'm waiting for someone. The woman was stunned for a moment. She quickly came back to her senses and called out, then, handsome sir, do you want to look at some mechas? There are virtual joysticks here, and you can fully experience the operation of various mecha models. Suji did not refuse. Next, under the guidance of the shop assistant, he experienced extremely thorough service. He even went to test drive an entry-level, 130,000 mechanical magic mecha. The feel was very good, and even Suji was a little fascinated. The cars in modern society were simply too weak. This was a very interesting mecha experience. A foreign civilization. He even felt that he had come to a faraway planet with technology in outer space for a vacation. Suddenly, a soft voice came from behind him. I haven't seen you for many years, and you're still as elegant as ever. You're still so young. It was a beautiful blonde girl with fair skin. She wore a colorful dress and a blue cap. Half of her face could not be seen, but one could vaguely see that her facial features were three-dimensional and exquisite. She wore two cute and exquisite earrings, giving off a cute and inexperienced feeling. Sir, your friend is here? The beautiful waitress was a little reluctant. She was surprised by the beauty of the person who had come. Even if she only saw half of her face, she still felt ashamed of her inferiority. She quickly stuffed a business card into his hand. I think if you have any requests, you can call this number. Outside of work, you can also ask me out. Suji put down the virtual joysticks and looked at the person behind him. Why aren't you dressed up as a hot girl? Lowering her hat, Carolyn blinked her eyes. Looking up and down at the back of the beautiful waitress, she said in a faint voice, I've heard that youths who have yet to experience the world like mature and hot girls. As for those old men who have experienced the vicissitudes of life, they like pure and beautiful youthful girls. Suji, what's the use of dressing up pure and inexperienced? This ruthless mad scientist was passionate about brain research. It was all black when cut open. Are you playing with the B45K Series 7th generation mecha? I'll teach you. Carolyn took a look and leaned over with a smile. She looked at the control interface and began to teach Suji, as if they were old friends. Suji was a little speechless. Carolyn seemed to have returned to the way she was in the milk tea shop. She treated him as an ordinary friend and returned to her previous attitude. Although he was surprised, it didn't matter to him. He didn't appear as the god of creation in the first place. The vast giant had never descended into this world, never appeared in the eyes of humans, he only appeared as a deity. Levis added a setting to him, believing that he was the last human of the ancient human civilization, possessing the great power and wisdom of the previous civilization. Thus, he accepted this identity calmly. But this was still a very high level. It far surpassed the ancient mysterious civilization of the Ishidar people. Carolyn's attitude was still very calm, just like Levis's in the past. This made things a lot easier for Suji. Carolyn smiled elegantly. Speak, great ancient deity. Why have you come to me, or to the Ishidar people? What's the matter? We have to face the impending war and are very busy. She spoke to the ancient deity on behalf of the Ishidar people. She was polite, without arrogance or flattery. I want to build a mechanical armor. Suji smiled. Suji was only level 6. If he wanted to travel freely in space, he would have to become a level 8 deity. That was too far away. Although he had no interest in exploring beyond Earth or going to the moon, he still had to plan ahead. After all, he still had a long way to go from level 6 to level 8 deity. He didn't know what would happen. Alright, to put it bluntly, he mainly wanted to be a man. It was rare for him to develop a mechanical armor civilization. In reality, it was boring to ride an electric bike. He wanted to get a mechanical Gundam, put it in the orchard, and have some fun in the universe. A super ancient deity also has the romance of a mechanical armor? You're interested in this little toy? Then, what kind of mechanical armor do you want? Carolyn was stunned. At the side, she fiddled with the control panel of another virtual mechanical armor as if nothing had happened. She muttered, although I don't like playing with this thing, it's really strong. It's so much stronger than my monster tamer. Suji was speechless. I want a mechanical armor that can withstand the harsh vacuum environment that humans can't survive in. Vacuum? What's that? Carolyn lowered the brim of her hat and smiled sweetly. Is there an environment more dangerous than lava? As a scientist, I really want to know what kind of environment it is. Her eyes were bright, filled with deep curiosity and excitement. Vacuum, can you take me to see it? I need to adapt to the local conditions and consider the environment before I can build a mechanical magic armor suitable for me. Only then did Suji realize that there was no vacuum in the lava world. The word vacuum did not exist in the Isidal civilization. A vacuum is a world without air. Suji replied in an indifferent voice. What? Carolyn was shocked. She could not help but exclaim. She paced nervously in the elegant and secluded virtual hall with a solemn expression on her face. Her unusual actions made the staff around her turn to look at her. Carolyn's voice trembled. Ancient gods, a world without air, what would it be like? A vacuum without air will form a huge pressure. Humans, flesh and blood will be squeezed to death. Blood vessels, skin, and tissues will explode. Suji leisurely operated the control stick and looked at the screen in front of him. He controlled the mecha in virtual reality and answered the common sense that everyone on Earth knew. The water in all the tissues will turn into steam and enter a boiling state. Your ears will hear continuous explosions. Vacuum? Low boiling point? How can it be a low boiling point? Carolyn could not help but scream. She tried to imagine the scene, but it was hard to imagine. Please do not make any noise. This is Carolyn Machinery Company. A beautiful lady in a blue uniform came over to warn her. Sorry. I'm very sorry. Carolyn lowered her cap to hide her face. She took a deep breath and calmed herself down. It's fine. Please pay attention to public etiquette. The beautiful lady nodded politely and turned to leave. Suji only looked at her quietly. But Carolyn could not imagine it no matter how hard she tried. She was like a fish that lived in the deep sea. No matter how smart she was, she could not imagine what would happen on land. The Isidal people's technology was completely different. They studied mecha and never life sciences. Carolyn had only just begun to study this field. She studied life forms and was naturally curious about the situation. She could not help but repeat in shock. Great ancient gods. Humans, will we really be squeezed to death there? Will we really not be able to survive in a vacuum? Suji looked at her quietly. Carolyn hastily calmed the excitement and panic in her heart. Muttering to herself for a few seconds, she finally spoke up with trembling lips. That's another world? Your tentacles have already extended to another world? There was no scientific concept of vacuum in this world. It could only be another world. She was also a person with intelligence. In an instant, she thought of this. Suji could not deny it. Because Carolyn was very smart now, it would be hard for her to hide it. All of a sudden, Carolyn's breathing started to turn hurried, while her hoarse voice was tinged with terror. Then, that's another world. Was it the reason for the destruction of the last ancient human civilization? Humanity's super ancient civilization encountered another world and race. Could it be that the ancient deities are still resisting that civilization for the sake of the new hope of humans in this world, us, the people of Ashudal? Suji? Looking at the extremely nervous Carolyn, who had a look of concern and worry on her face, he instantly lost his calm. How could they take matters so seriously? Suji would never have thought that Carolyn was the same as Levis. People who were too smart always liked to speculate and speculate. He had just put an end to the imagination of those idiotic netizens, but never would he have thought that the other natives would also start to wildly speculate. It's too hard for me, sooner or later, I will be scared to death by you guys. Suji only smiled and did not answer. He stood there quietly, mysterious and unfathomable. So, that's why you wanted to guide us on the path of ancient civilization. Then, we saw the scene of the origin of mankind, the ancient gods, the continuation of mankind's new origin, and that sentence, what exactly does it mean? Her mind shook, and she could no longer contain the shock. She had followed the memories of human history and traced back to the origin of humans. She had seen that terrifying scene of divine radiance and heard that sentence. It had haunted her for a long time. Just like Levis, it had become a terrifying shadow that she could not get rid of for the rest of her life. At this moment, she could no longer hold back her emotions and said, that sentence, what did it mean? I have searched for the top linguists and deciphered it for countless years, but I still could not find the answer. The translation of that sentence is, the origin of new human life, I give you my most sincere blessing? Carolyn looked at Suji with a pitiful expression that was close to begging. Or, I hope that you will not walk on the path of destruction that we once walked on? Or more likely, I hope that you can resist the suffering in the future, and help us defeat the ancient civilization that once destroyed us. Suji looked at the leading scientist of humanity, her voice was hoarse, and her eyes were filled with the desire to pursue the truth. He felt a little uneasy. I just want to play a few rounds of Hearthstone, Suji could not help but say. Don't be suspicious. Don't be suspicious? Yes. Don't be suspicious. This is not something that our Ishidar people should be thinking about now. Carolyn quickly changed the topic and calmed herself down. Her expression turned solemn. Vacuum, is it? I will set up a relevant investigation team to simulate the vacuum environment and conduct data collection and experiments. But it should not be too soon, because our war is about to break out. Also, I hope that after the war, if you allow it, can you bring me to the vacuum world? After all, it is very difficult to perfect a virtual environment. I need to personally experience it and personally measure the data in order to create the most suitable mechanical magic armor. She pleaded. Bring you to the vacuum? You want to bring a research team over to do an on-the-spot investigation? Suji came back to his senses and pondered for a moment. It was not impossible. After all, as Carolyn said, it was best to personally measure the vacuum environment of the universe. He entered the lava world through the teleportation array, and the other end of the teleportation array had always been in the orchard. It could send him to the vacuum environment outside of Earth's atmosphere in a short period of time, and then into the vacuum. However, if Carolyn brought a research team and saw the vacuum, she might be incomparably shocked, and then imagine something. Suji fell into deep thought. However, this problem could not be considered now. After all, it was definitely not now. When the time comes, please bring me to the vacuum environment and see that great and mysterious world. Carolyn immediately said. This is the wish of a scientist. I am willing to pay any price. Anything will do. She hurriedly came over and hugged Suji's arm. Suji smiled and took 2 steps back. Don't do this. I know very well what kind of person you are. Your personality is not suitable for acting cute. If you want to see the vacuum, let's talk about it in the future. First, deal with your war. Okay. Carolyn was instantly happy, but she hesitated for a moment and could not help but speak. Her expression was restrained, and she revealed her usual solemnity. Ancient God, do you think I am very dirty? I also used despicable methods to lead the enemy to attack us, so that I could walk to the peak of society. Compared to Mr. Levis's pure scientific spirit, I am more like an unscrupulous schemer. Carolyn's expression was a little blank. I don't think that everyone has their own pursuit. Suji thought for a moment and continued to operate the mecha. Carolyn smiled as she sighed with some regret. There are times when I feel that the heavens are rather unfair. The disparity between people is just too great. I'm very intelligent, and I've been different from others since young. They've always been envious of my intelligence, thinking that I'm an absolute genius. But what about me? I envy geniuses who are better than me. I have studied beast tamer technology all my life, and I only obtained the results before I died of old age. I have obtained your recognition. If it was Mr. Levis's wisdom, perhaps it would have taken him less than half a year to obtain my results. When I activated my wisdom, I understood how big the gap between me and the others was, and my thinking became extremely fast, but I also clearly understand that I am still not comparable to Levis in the past. My thinking is 2 to 3 times slower than him. In the eyes of outsiders, I am now like Mr. Levis in the past, guiding and advancing civilization. Every once in a while, there will be major technological breakthroughs. But only I know how much effort and hardship I have spent in secret, in order to maintain that shameful glory. This was natural. Levis was a natural wise man, like a complete original genuine CPU. But there was one mistake in her wiring. Suji only activated it after correcting her. It seemed like there was only one mistake, but because the wiring was naturally incomplete, the difference was very big. It was like a pirated CPU that had changed its parts and welded its joints again. Moreover, this was also related to human intelligence. Becoming a silicon-based brain only increased one's computing speed, but it did not give one wisdom and talent. If it was given to a mediocre person without talent, no matter how fast their thinking speed was, without creativity and innovative thinking, they would not be able to develop civilization. Carolyn was already considered to be at the top of human intelligence, but her talent was still not as good as Levis in the past. You shouldered Levis's glory and realized your dream. Of course, you don't want to let him down. Your hard work is very normal. Suji only replied calmly, you should know that most people are not born wise. Geniuses are a minority. Carolyn was immediately encouraged and comforted. She could not help but ask, are you the same? You worked hard to get to where you are today? Suji replied, no, I'm not like that. Carolyn's expression changed, but she was once again encouraged. This is the strength of a super ancient civilization. Every one of their citizens possesses super powerful strength. In the future, I also want every Ashital person to possess wisdom close to that of a god, perfect and powerful. Just like you. Suji waved his hand and turned to leave. Don't be too crazy. When you are researching, you need to take a break occasionally. I feel that your hairline has become much thinner. Carolyn was stunned. Looking at the back of the departing figure, her tears turned into laughter. After a while, a female assistant walked out from the shadows. This was the first time she saw the swift and decisive Lady Carolyn reveal such a gentle and calm expression. Was that a god from the ancient times? The female assistant's heart trembled. Marawina, don't reveal what happened today. Carolyn restrained her expression and said coldly. Yes. Marawina said respectfully. I will forever keep the memory of this moment in a corner of my mind. Carolyn's eyes drooped. She looked at the simple and crude system projection on her eyes. She stored this precious memory in the deepest part of my computer. She was turning the human brain into a computer, to increase efficiency. This was the result of her years of hard work. She realized that after her brain awakened, it was no longer a brain made of flesh and blood. She tried to rewrite her own programming in her brain and construct a C language system. This involved the brain. It was a field that Levis had never touched before. Because Mr. Levis did not like to study the forbidden area of life science. He even resisted it, believing that it was a field of genetic code that humans should not offend. If they offended it, they would have to pay a terrible price. It's time to call all the higher-ups and start a war. She looked at the light blue system desktop in front of her and quietly dialed the numbers of all the major organizations in her mind. Whoosh, Carolyn's brainwaves spread out, forming a special signal that connected to the entire building's network. After which, she walked out of the building with large strides. On the desktop of the display screen in her mind, she was already in a video conference with over 100 people, with the various upper echelons present. A living god. Marawina looked at this scene in shock. It was like a miracle. She looked at their leader Carolyn with incomparable longing and worship. She no longer needed to carry any communication equipment, cell phone, or computer. She could use her brain waves to perform special frequency modulation and invade any network. A consciousness in her mind was enough to communicate with others, enter a computer, and change the entire world. If such a human was not a god, then what was she? We, the future Isidal people, may completely abandon language. We can connect to the network and communicate with each other by emitting brain waves. The spread and collision of brain thoughts, Marawina's body trembled, filled with fanaticism. Ah! How magical! Perhaps in the near future. The lips of the Ashital would no longer be used for speech and communication. The lips are only there to enjoy the breathtaking delicacies, and the passionate kiss between lovers. Year 198 of the Empire. A terrible war broke out in the Stonewall region. The Ashital alliance was in a precarious situation with countless casualties. The entire human society, including white-collar workers, university students, women, and the elderly, took to the battlefield in large numbers. The glory of the Ashita people shall not be destroyed. They were proficient in the game, mechanical revolution, and had almost entered the era where everyone was a soldier. Rumble, mechas and spaceships were flying in the sky. They were powered by magic cores, which were charged with electricity from the magic cores. The electricity came from the lava generator, so it was almost endless. However, a monster core was not permanent. It also had a lifespan, just like a hard disk. If a monster core was used too much, it would age, break, and eventually collapse. Year 201 of the Empire. The Ashidal Alliance fought back furiously. The demonic beast quasi-emperors of the various Stonewall domains had already recognized the terror and bloodthirstiness of this race. We can't attack in batches anymore. We have to leave some backup and hide our strength. We have to take them down first. Then we will fight among ourselves and divide the benefits of this race. Yes, they are enslaving demonic beasts. This is crazy. Year 206 of the Empire. The Mecha civilization, under the pressure of chaos, ushered in the explosion of technology. The humans invented the most powerful mecha, the Camilla Mecha. This mecha was as tall as a skyscraper and blocked out the sun. This was the greatest invention of the Isidal people. It was operated by 6 top-notch mecha masters. Furthermore, it was connected by 8 Class 6 magical beast crystal cores as an 8-core processor. Each circuit board was supplemented by more than 100 Class 3 and Class 4 magical beast cores. It had reached the combat strength of a quasi-emperor. Caught off guard, a powerful quasi-emperor level existence in the Stonewall domain was killed by the world-extinguishing lava cannon that had been charged up. Despicable humans, they are clearly weaker than a Class 1 demonic beast, but they are able to control such terrifying scientific power. Their brains and intelligence are too terrifying. All the powerful demonic beasts were shocked. The battle went crazy again, year 210 of the Empire. Under the joint attack of 7 quasi-emperors, the Camilla Mecha was destroyed. The Ashidal people fell into despair. The most powerful combat strength of the Mecha civilization had been destroyed. Carolyn still hasn't come out? Countless people asked. However, even the quasi-emperor of the Human Alliance, Michael, had disappeared like Carolyn. Year 211 of the Empire. The Ashidal people retreated in defeat. 7 quasi-emperors personally descended on the combined capital of the 2 empires and stood at the peak of the capital hill. The 7 terrifying beings were wrapped in flames like gods. They pressured the humans so much that they could not breathe. They marched into the highest command center of the human race. Humans, submit. Under the gaze of countless media and cameras, the 7 powerful beings of different forms looked coldly at a group of parliament members and the upper echelons of the human race. The entire human society seemed to be at the end of the world. Countless people were fleeing in a frenzy. The rich merchants were organizing private mechas in an attempt to escape into the vast land of the ancient lava to avoid disaster. There were also hot-blooded humans driving private war chariots into the capital. Mechanical mechas surrounded the vicinity in a final struggle. However, the Ashidal people had never been as nervous as they were today. This was because their opponents were already unstoppable. They were the strongest of the entire Stonewall region. They had already broken through the human defense line and were at their mercy. Are we humans going to perish? Are we going to submit? Countless media outlets were paying attention. Some of the anchors were sobbing as they broadcast. The 7 quasi-emperors glanced at the upper echelons of the human race. Submit quickly. Through your television and media, tell the humans to surrender, otherwise, we will kill all the upper echelons of the human race and replace them with a new group of people. There will always be people who are afraid of death who will submit to us and take up the position of the human race's upper echelons. They said coldly. The upper echelons of the human race blushed. Everyone's faces were pale and they were in a daze. However, at this moment, a beam of blood-red light shot into the sky. A giant 5-colored dragon inlaid with colorful crystals descended on the land. Foolish quasi-emperors. All of you will kneel today. It's Michael. He has already reached the aura of a celestial emperor. The 7 quasi-emperors were shocked. It's Michael. Countless panicked media outlets pointed their cameras at the sky. All of them could not help but stare at the 5-colored dragon in a daze. He has become a 5-colored dragon? The colorful scales all over its body are embedded with crystal cores? Is this life modification technology? He has already researched the code of life to such a high level? Everyone slowly stopped in their tracks. At this moment, the entire human world and hundreds of millions of people held their breaths as they watched nervously. Boom! The difference in cultivation base between the celestial emperors was too terrifying. With just one strike, the 7 quasi-emperors were all severely injured. "The 7 of you, submit or die," Michaki said. The several quasi-emperors looked at each other. In the face of life and death, they finally lowered their arrogant heads. "We ask for an equal contract and the same treatment as you." At this moment, the entire world was shaken. In an instant, 7 powerful enemies were defeated. Did he really create God? Countless people in front of their televisions gasped when they saw the scene. A new era had been born. This moment would be forever remembered in history. The Ashidal people would be known as the most taboo ancient civilization in history, the Protoss. In just a short 200 years of development, they had entered the era where all of their citizens were gods. Year 213 of the Empire. Due to the surrender of the 7 quasi-emperors, most of the forces in the Stonewall region had basically been incorporated into the territory of the Ashidal people. A large region was equivalent to 3 or 4 primordial worlds. It was so vast that the Ashidal people could not control such a large territory. Most of the land here was still a primitive forest, where a large number of magical beasts lived. There were treasures everywhere that were difficult to excavate. However, the leaders of the magical beasts here had all submitted to the humans. This piece of land soon had signal satellites embedded in the stone walls of the sky, setting up network signal base stations, bringing the entire primitive magical beast forest into the internet era. The upper echelons of the major magical beasts began to use mobile phones and computers to connect to the internet. They also helped humans excavate this vast gold mine and mine all kinds of resources. Thus, they entered an unprecedented period of prosperity. The next year, Carolyn announced the latest technology, the Demon Core loading technology. It was limited to magical beasts and could add demon cores to their bodies. This was the fundamental reason why Michael became stronger. Countless media outlets were shocked. This was a technology that transcended time, and it would change the human era. However, the side effects were also great. It could lead to mental disorder. Time daily, the limitless possibilities of the beast tamers are no less than the mechanical civilization. The 2 great civilizations are neck and neck. Year 217 of the Empire. An earth-shattering news was announced once again. In front of the television, Carolyn was sitting on the sofa in the image of an elegant and beautiful young girl. Opposite her was a famous and beautiful host. Carolyn said, "Everyone in front of the television, I have deciphered the programming code of life, opened the forbidden zone of human life, and developed the potential of the pineal gland. Humans today will soon have a brain that is close to that of a god." Boom, countless people around the world had their eyes on her. The host was extremely excited and hurriedly asked, "Let us humans have the intelligence and brains of you and Mr. Levis?" "Yes," Carolyn said with an extremely calm expression. In front of the television, countless people had fiery eyes. They called their parents and children in the kitchen, and some office workers called their colleagues. They gathered in front of the computer and television and discussed. "We can also have such great intelligence? Our brains are like Mr. Levis? Impossible. How can a race be full of geniuses? All of them have intelligence close to that of a god? If such a race really exists, perhaps such a race can be called the God race? Why not? I think it's possible. If technology was developed to the limit, no one knew what kind of great power it would have. However, at the very least, the mysteries of human DNA and life should be completely unraveled. We will be able to freely control our genes and understand the entire structure of the human brain." At this moment, Madame Carolyn's achievements in the entire history of mankind will not be inferior to Mr. Levis's. It was a historic moment. It could even be said that it was the era of the old Ashidal and the new Ashidal. On the television, Carolyn continued speaking. "This is a revolutionary technique. After many years of research, it has already matured and can already enter large-scale clinical trials. If any of you are interested, please come to the nearest Carolyn Hospital and undergo the pineal gland potential unlocking surgery. Of course, the latent potential of an acquired individual is far inferior to that of an innate individual, but the speed of thought is still countless times greater than that of a human today. It could even be said that they are two completely different species. A day later, under the real-time tracking of the television station, 100 volunteers received pineal gland craniotomy surgery at Carolyn Hospital in the central city. Every surgery took a full 7 hours, but the pineal gland was successfully activated. They had done experiments in front of the television. The speed of thought was already close to that of some old human computers. Their memory speed and reading speed were incomparably fast. Countless people sitting in front of the television could not imagine that they were two different creatures before and after. It's really a success. The computing power of the human brain is comparable to that of a computer. Oh. Mr. Levis above, this is too exaggerated. At this moment, the whole world was shaken. In an instant, Carolyn hospitals were established in every city and were quickly filled to the brim. The surgery appointments were booked until next year. Carolyn continued to announce, this pineal gland surgery is not suitable for all humans. Because of the different physiques, I divide the human brain into 4 levels according to the wrong circuit. The higher the circuit, the greater the cost of the surgery, and the lower the intelligence. According to the order, they are first-class citizens, second-class citizens. Apart from third-class citizens, those with more than 3 wrong circuits are fourth-class citizens, unable to undergo pineal gland surgery. Suddenly, the whole human society was boiling over. Carolyn continued. Of course, this surgery has cost the Carolyn Research Institute hundreds of billions of funds, but we still maintain the principle of benefiting the people. Nowadays, adults have to pay for the surgery themselves. As for newborns, the Carolyn Foundation will work with the human empires to implement social welfare treatment. As soon as they are born, they can undergo brain surgery for free and activate the pineal gland. Of course, newborns must have the corresponding qualifications to activate the pineal gland. At this moment, some people began to feel indifferent. Their joy turned to anger because people were beginning to be divided into 3, 6, and 9 classes. Many people tested their qualifications and were shocked to find that about 80% of humans were third-class citizens and could not activate their intelligence at all. We protest. We refuse to be treated unequally. Only 20% of humans were third-class citizens and could activate the pineal gland within 3 wrong points of the brain. The remaining 80% of humans could not accept the surgery at all and instantly began to rebel. Protest. The people of Ashutler can become gods, but I refuse. Countless people were paraded in the streets, protesting. Suji saw this scene, but his expression was calm and curious. Carolyn, what are you going to choose? Didn't you tell me back then that your dream was to combine technology and transcendent being? You want a powerful race with no classes and equality. Everyone has the wisdom and power of a god, and everyone is a perfect god. Now that there are classes and so-called qualifications, won't it be like the transcendent civilization, with dictators and rulers? What exactly was in Carolyn's mind? Suji was looking forward to it. He smiled as he waited for his mechanical mecha. 217 years of the Empire. The huge riots continued and were brewing crazily, but with a series of methods, Carolyn cooperated with the human government and quickly suppressed the riots. She also helped the humans on the 2 levels to begin the surgery. 218 years of the Empire. The famous Peterdahl riot broke out. In Peterdahl, 80% of the people in the entire city went on strike. They raised their flags high, rode black mechanical tanks, and crazily paraded the streets. Supermarkets and shops went on strike, and even some radical demonstration organizations smashed street facilities, subways, and other public places. Carolyn once again appeared in the news media and said, "There is no bloodless revolution. There is no bloodless revolution. There will always be some pedantic people who make technology stagnate. Do you want to go back in time? The stubbornness in your minds will destroy the future of the Isudal people. Our generation is 2 groups of people separated from the era. Unequal, I admit that. But after our generation dies of old age, this inequality will disappear. Because I am confident that within 30 years, I will perfect the pineal gland technology. In the future, every newborn of Isudal will be able to unlock the potential of the pineal gland and become a god. In the future, every icidal person will be a person with wisdom close to that of a god. And to complete this perfect future, you really need to curse and hate the 20% of humans in the human society who are lucky enough to unlock the pineal gland. Each of them has wisdom close to mine and Mr. Levis's, perfecting the technology for us icidal people. Instantly, countless people fell silent. They could not help but think. One Levis was enough to change the course of the entire human society, and in a human society, if 20% of the people had wisdom close to Mr. Levis's, then this civilization would usher in an unprecedented explosion. They did not even have the slightest doubt that this 20% of humans, which was already more than 10 million people, would definitely be able to completely perfect this technology in the future, so that every baby born in the future would have the wisdom of a god. Are we really right? Perhaps we really are hindering the times. Some of the icidal people fell silent, lost. If the inequality continued, in the future there would be a difference in the quality of each generation, and they would definitely rather die than submit. But now, every one of their descendants would be able to enjoy the perfection of becoming a god. If there was no inequality, then there was no reason for them to resist. We also have children, descendants. As long as this inequality does not happen to our descendants, it is enough. Gradually, this human riot began to stop because of Carolyn's 7-hour speech on God's tomorrow in Times Square. Her tearful and touching speech was the beginning of the riot. 220 years of the empire. 20% of the icidal people had all received the pineal gland opening surgery. January of the next year. Carolyn had announced the brain programming techniques. All of the elites of humanity had started to construct a system layout in their brains. The new icidal people would be carrying around the intelligent subbrain, which was also known as the personal brain computer. In June, Carolyn announced neural frequency programming sensing, which installed communication software in the brain system. The principle was to control the wavelength of the human brain and communicate through consciousness. The icidal people had entered the era of consciousness communication. Every icidal person who had gained wisdom had a unique brain number. They faced each other, and they only needed Bluetooth to directly communicate at the level of consciousness. There was no need for them to speak. Thus, shocking scenes appeared on the streets. Often, there would be two humans sitting on chairs, drinking without saying a word, but in fact, they were actually talking. And the era of the internet, which Mr. Levis had created, and the era of personal computers were being phased out. They could already go online directly in their minds. Computers were about to gradually disappear from the vision of human technological society, just like how people got rid of the old black and white television. 226 years of the empire. The Origin of Life project had been officially launched for a full 10 years. The DNA of the icidal people was a human genome made up of more than 3 billion base pairs. Under the frantic analysis of a large number of human elites and a total of 10 million humanoid smart computers, they deciphered all the functions of the icidal people's genome. Carolyn began to announce, for those of us who have unlocked the pineal gland, our brains are like a computer. Unlike the brains of flesh and blood, we can completely control our own bodies, program our own conditioned reflexes, sleep schedules, and various physiological needs of the body. And the analysis of DNA programming can understand our body's source code, allowing us to completely control our bodies. By using the brain to issue commands, we can modify a small amount of our own DNA. For example, modifying our appearance genes, height genes, bloodline genes, the results of all this. For the 11 million new humans who participated together, we will write a free brain system program, the Gene Bank, for all citizens to download unconditionally. Of course, it is impossible to modify genes on a large scale. Current scientific methods will cause a breakdown. Perhaps it can be done in the future, but for now, it is equivalent to microplastic surgery. This will allow each of us to modify the useless genes of garbage and recessive genetic diseases, and have a relatively perfect appearance and body. The entire world suddenly held its breath. So far, every newborn who could unlock the pineal gland would be born with a secondary brain. On the system desktop of the secondary brain, there was a program called the Gene Bank, which had the ability to modify the body. But every citizen generally only had one chance. Because modifying genes was an extremely dangerous matter, and it could only be done before the age of 10, determining one's appearance, and the modification was not allowed to be too exaggerated. The gene bank program would calculate the decision, the risk, and the possibility of the modification. If the modification was too risky, it would refuse to modify and prevent death. This is too scary. This is the power of science and technology. The development of science and technology to this point is already inevitable. We humans, sooner or later, or even now, will be able to completely control our DNA sequence and understand the code of life. We have already developed to a higher level. We don't need language, but use a higher level of consciousness to communicate. Countless Isidal people held their breath. The next year, among the 80% of Isidal people, a large number of old humans began to implement the policy of not giving birth, intending to wait for technology to develop to the point where every newborn had the ability to unlock the pineal gland. We can't give birth now, we can't let our children be like us. We will wait for the technology to completely mature before we carry out the birth. Our children, they should have happiness, a perfect body and appearance, and wisdom close to that of God. Year 228 of the Empire. With the development of 10 million wise men from the Isidal people, their civilization had far surpassed Mr. Levis's era. Every month, they would be updated, every month, they would enter a new era of science and technology, in the new Humans Project. Human genomics scientists once again analyzed the functions and combinations of human genes. The Isidal people were able to achieve perfect cloning and test tube embryos. The Perfect Humans Project was officially launched. They modified the human genome made up of more than 3 billion base pairs, creating a perfect DNA baby born with the most perfect appearance, strength, and intelligence, Adam. Adam was nurtured by dozens of human scientists. He grew up in a research facility and displayed extraordinary talent. An hour after he was born, he learned a lot of human knowledge in 3 days. What a perfect creation! Countless scientists exclaimed. Year 229 of the Empire. Adam was only 2 years old. During a mech test, he piloted a K-9123 mech and slaughtered all the top scientists in the research facility. He killed his way out of the streets and caused a commotion in the city. In the end, he was killed by the mechanical guards. Humans also lost countless scientists and suffered heavy losses. This is against morality and human rights. Cyborgs and test tube babies should not be born in this world. The Isidal people discovered that the test tube babies were genetically modified and had unnatural, violent, and manic personalities. This technology was immediately stopped and listed as forbidden. Year 230 of the Empire. Carolyn Corporation once again announced a terrifying piece of news. We have researched the reason why magical beasts are so strong. Once they reach adulthood, they will have powerful strength and spells. The reason is that in their memories, there is a meditation and body-forging mechanism. We have completely read and analyzed it. Furthermore, the basic meditation hack software is free for humans to download and program into the brain. We are the same as magical beasts. We don't need to cultivate, we can become stronger by sleeping, and after that, advanced meditation, fire spell cultivation, and other advanced hack software require payment. The entire human society was in an uproar. However, meditation required the injection of the meditation gene drug. This was a hefty fee. The next year, Carolyn announced the cultivation method for magical beasts. However, the Isidal people, who loved beauty, quickly abandoned that kind of beast physique. They were tall, loved beauty, and only cultivated their spiritual power. It had only been a few years since the announcement of the pineal gland project, but this race of scientists, who had countless wisdom close to God, had already experienced countless technological explosions. It was terrifying to the extreme and even unimaginable heights. According to a new study, humans had implanted a meditation mechanism unique to magical beasts into the system. He didn't need to train. When he slept, he would automatically activate the computer hack cultivation program to control his body. It was like an upgrade plugin in a game script. Thus, the lifespan of the Isidal people would rapidly increase like that of the magical beasts. In the future, the lifespan of the Isidal people would be 5 times that of humans, with an average lifespan of 150 years. On average, they would be at stage 5, and they would only reach adulthood at 80 years old. Every Ashitl citizen had a handsome face and body, and an unparalleled aura of a celebrity. Every Ashitl citizen communicated through brainwaves. Their consciousness could directly connect to the network, and they were knowledgeable, storing the memory of the entire Baidu encyclopedia. Every Ashitl citizen had a long lifespan of 150 years. Once they reached adulthood, they would have powerful stage 5 strength, terrifying spiritual power spells, and could control fire, lightning, water, storms. What could such a perfect human race be called? We are the Protoss. There was no God in this world, but now there is. God is just a supernatural power that erupts when civilization develops to a certain level. The Ashitl people let out a proud sound. They were a race that took technology as their supreme glory. The romance of machinery and lava, the glory of this race, was all in Mr. Levis' words. Until today, I still believe in science, just like I believe in the dawn of humanity's future. Suji couldn't help but exclaim when he saw this scene in the magical technology city. The Ashitl people are a race of technology that uses cheats. No matter how you look at it, the game they play is called life, and in their brains, they write a plug-in script for computer hack cultivation and upgrade. It's simply heartless. Too shameless. Moreover, in their world, there were no GMs or game operators to crack down on cheats and maintain the balance of the game. Suji walked on the street. He was surrounded by a magical city of mechanical cyberpunk. Beautiful girls dressed in sexy outfits sped along the street on mechanical motorcycles. Even though civilization had developed to this level, machinery and lava were still feelings that were written into their bones. There were many mechanical armor shops around, and in the transparent glass cover, the sleek black and tall armor attracted the attention of many people. On the street, there were many handsome and tall young men and women. All of them had the appearance of superstars, and their skin was fair and flawless. None of them seemed to be talking, and it was very quiet. They looked at each other and smiled, communicating telepathically. There were even some people who seemed to be walking on the street with their heads held high, but in fact, they had activated the navigation system. On the huge and exquisite map in their minds, they had set the destination of the coffee shop. Just like in an online game, they automatically started walking, taking 2 steps at a time, while their own consciousness logged into the network, playing games or chatting. They were similar to the people on Earth, walking on the street with their heads down while holding their mobile phones. Automatic navigation. This race has really turned into an online game. No paywalls, but the streets are full of scripts. Suji stood at the busy crossroads, and could not help but exclaim, and even find it hard to imagine. Not only do they have a chance to customize their faces when they enter the game, they even have a physical data panel, strength, mental power, skills, physical characteristics for the day, the possibility of illness. It's all digitized. That's terrifying, their civilization and technology. Perhaps this is the inevitable process of technological civilization development. Suji could not help but sigh. He did not expect the Ashitl people to develop such a technological society. When technology develops to a certain level, the mystery of the human body's DNA and life will naturally be revealed. This is the inevitable process of history. The future development of Earth's technology will definitely be the same, perhaps similar to the current Ashitl people. Suji's eyes were a little dazed. From this technological civilization, he seemed to see the future of Earth's technological civilization. He suddenly thought of the ancient civilization on Earth, Atlantis. He did not know if it was a coincidence, but it was very similar to the current Ashitl people. Legend has it that the Atlanteans are known as a civilization of light. They have incredible advanced technology. Every member of their race is extremely handsome, and they also have the technology to communicate through consciousness. They are extremely powerful, and their thinking is extremely fast. Suji looked at this terrifying civilization, and said with a smile, if they were my first or second civilization sandbox, I would definitely be afraid of their future and potential, and directly send a lava flood to destroy the Ashitl civilization, drowning them in the sea of lava. But now, Suji stood at a very high position, and could accommodate the birth of many things, even if they called themselves the Protoss, as a supernatural civilization with infinite potential in technology. Have you thought of such a future? He suddenly raised his head and looked at the mechanical spaceship flying across the sky. He seemed to recall the day Levis left and could not help but feel a little emotional. I wonder how the evolution of the sandbox is going. It's time to let the new beta players in, but by the time they come in, it will probably be another 100 years. I wonder what this technological race has become. Year 231 of the Empire. Some people from Ishid suddenly died. Office workers, white-collar workers, high-ranking rich people. Their deaths were very strange, and the cause of death was the same, cardiac arrest. Such incidents began to appear one after another, and it gradually attracted the attention of society. In the past, humans could die from diseases and all sorts of unexpected situations. Death was a normal phenomenon, and no one would suspect it. But now, humans automatically cultivated and possessed great power. How could they die silently? A rumor gradually spread throughout the city of the people of Ishid. Since we are all computers, and our brainwaves are the signal bridges to the outside world, can our computers be hacked and infected with Trojan viruses? We have analyzed all the secrets of human life, and we have a brain that is close to God's. This is a convenience, but it also poses a huge security risk. We can be hacked. Even when we are sleeping or eating, someone has unintentionally hacked into our memories, changing our memories and behavior patterns, and controlling our bodies. Panic spread across the country. This seemed to have started questioning the superbrain civilization again. A famous Western scientist and social thinker named Hillary put forward a point of view: with the current human medical technology, humans can't truly avoid death. Since we Ishidals are passionate about mechanical armors, we turn off the safety navigation in our brains and race. Every year, there are tens of thousands of motorcycle riders who get into car accidents and die. If you are a motorcycle rider, you can't be saved in the hospital, and you can't even undergo brain transplantation. You will only be left with a broken brain that lies in a glass container of nutrient solution in Carolyn Neurological Hospital. Carolyn Neurological Hospital, in order to make you feel less pain, used a series of dense signal circuits to hack into your brain's memory and input the taste buds and neurons of your brain. They rewrote your memories and made you feel that although you were sent to the hospital in a car accident, the surgery was a success, and you were discharged in one piece. You can continue to experience the life they wrote for you after leaving the hospital. They even let you live in a beautiful dream, and everything can be realized. How can you prove that you walked out of the hospital safely after that car accident? Not a brain kept in a tank in the hospital? How can you prove that the world after the surgery in that hospital is not a scam? Countless people were silent. The paradox of the brain in a tank exploded the entire civilization. Now that humans had analyzed the code of life, their memories and senses could all be changed. Perhaps, he was eating now, talking to his lover, and reading this report was also fictitious? There's no way for you to recognize him. Is this real or fake? The world was in an uproar. This was the panic that would inevitably arise when human civilization reached a certain level of development. When the code of human life was deciphered, his brain was no longer mysterious, which meant that he was no longer safe. The once mysterious brain was no longer a safe deposit box. It seemed like a coincidence, but it was inevitable for the development of technological civilization. At this moment, Carolyn spoke out. She appeared on the sofa of a program, talking with the host. The host said, "Ms. Caroline, what do you think? Were the people who suffered cardiac arrest in the cities of human beings killed after their brains were hacked into? We've been hiding the fact that we've analyzed all the secrets of the human brain: memories, knowledge, storage, and hacking. Now, it's time to announce it." Carolyn sat on the sofa and smiled calmly. As early as a month after the pineal gland was opened and the human brain was turned into a computer, there were people who were proficient in computer hacking techniques who tried to hack into the human brain through brainwaves. After that hacker died. Boom, the entire human world was seething with excitement. How did he die? In the discussion of countless people, Carolyn finally announced the truth about the pineal gland. Do you think that our brains are still programmed in C language? Everyone was shocked. C language is the language of God. But the written system programming is too easy to be deciphered and hacked. So, I guessed this before I announced the pineal gland surgery for all humans. If we are already programmed in C language like the magical beasts, what if we are hacked? So, I made up a new language, C++, to replace the C language of our human pineal gland. This is also the reason for brain surgery. C++ is a brand new core system programming language. The firewall is a dynamic encryption mechanism. I'm the creator of C++, and the dynamic key is in my hands. No one can attack the core authority of your brain. Suddenly, the entire human race exploded. This was too unimaginable. Rewrote the human life programming, wrote a new language and firewall for us? Oh. Ms. Caroline, you're challenging the domain of God. Is she trying to replace God? Everyone knew that this was abandoning the language of God that they were born with, C language, and creating a brand new language of God, the unique life programming language of the Ashitl people. This also meant that Caroline, in a sense, was already standing at the height of ancient God. The God language that Caroline created constructed the origin and thinking of life, forming the code of intelligent life. But there were also strong voices of opposition. So our brains have long been replaced with the initial program and have been modified for a second time? Our current brain system has long been fabricated by Ms. Caroline and provided a firewall. Others can't hack into it, but doesn't Ms. Caroline have the highest level of confidentiality? She can hack into our firewall at will and modify our memories and life and death. Anyone's life was in the hands of others, and they would be extremely flustered. In fact, in the past few years, many high-level scientists and new humans who had opened up the pineal gland had long been aware of this. However, they requested to write a confidentiality agreement and refused to disclose it to the public. You have been hiding the truth of the pineal gland surgery from us all this time? On the television, the beautiful host's mouth was wide open. Caroline continued to smile at the host and said, "Because I know that it will cause great panic. In fact, if I announce from the start that I have already changed the brain program for the pineal gland surgery that you are going to do, would you still be at ease with this surgery? Your lives are in my hands, and most people will refuse this surgery. Therefore, I chose to announce it now, because during this period of time, it has been proven that although I have the dynamic key to the core of the human system, I have not made any moves. I once thought that the C++ language human core key of the core firewall of the human brain couldn't be controlled by a single human being like me. It should be controlled by a supercomputer with intelligence, galaxy. This is the best way to ensure that it's safe. But I still rejected this idea. Because the supercomputer may enslave us humans, and we humans cannot be enslaved by artificial intelligence. It is better for me to personally control it. In fact, some people say that it is best to have a committee of 100 people jointly control it, but this is not the case. This is because these 100 people, if united, can still slaughter the entire human race and enslave humans, then society will be unequal. Therefore, I chose to only believe in myself. Ashitl people, do you believe in me? Caroline smiled and stood up. Until today, I am still a pure scientist standing in the field of science. The host was shocked. Never would she have thought that the pineal gland surgery was a plan hidden from the public and society. After the birth of new humans, Caroline had set up restrictions and ethics for new humans. Because of the dynamic key, at this moment, Caroline had completely regained the prestige of Levis, becoming the second god of science and technology. We believe in you. We believe in you. Caroline, the god of the Ashitl people. Countless people cheered fanatically and worshipped her. They unconditionally believed in Caroline, just like how they unconditionally believed in Mr. Levis in the past. Rejecting the gods was the right choice for the Ashitl people. The beautiful host couldn't help but show admiration. Lady Caroline's wisdom was deep and vast. She could not help but smile. Lady Caroline, if you do not set up a new computer language for encryption, and still use the C language that everyone knows, human brains will be invaded, and society will inevitably collapse. It will be filled with distrust, and it will usher in the destruction of new humans. That was obvious. After all, the system built with the original C language had no self-defense ability. There was no protective wall, and anyone could invade it. But at this moment, the beautiful host asked again, is there a possibility that the C++ language can be cracked and invaded? Yes, Caroline replied. What? The eyes of the whole world focused on her once again. Caroline smiled. In this world, there is no perfect encryption program. The C language, as the language of gods, was also quite perfect and mature. But now, with the continuous research of humans, isn't it also known to everyone, the current C++ language, it is undeniable that the dynamic encryption method I use is very powerful, but the intelligence and computing power of the new humans are too terrifying. If some geniuses join forces, it is very possible to crack it. Carolyn changed the topic. However, I have written the death of shame mechanism into the genes of every new human core system. Today, every Ashital person is a living god. They have great power the moment they reach adulthood, but great power can bring about disaster. Therefore, once humans attack other humans, the death of shame inhibition in their genes will be activated. Their hearts will suddenly stop, and they will feel intense pain. This is the moral guilt. Once they want to break the moral program in their hearts, the death of shame mechanism will also be activated. The surrounding humans were silent, and they could not help but gasp. So, those people who suddenly stopped their hearts were people who wanted to kill and hack into other people's brains? Or were they vainly trying to break the death of shame mechanism that imprisoned them, and do whatever they wanted? This is written in the genes, morality? Suji could not help but gasp. This kind of admirable technological civilization structure, Trojan horse hackers, firewalls, dynamic keys, and the death of shame mechanism to prevent the system from being cracked, they were like a group of computer people, mutually building a perfect legal social system. This is the extraordinary technological society that I made up, my dream. Carolyn suddenly stood up, bowed slightly, and said to the television, "Ancient gods, do you see it? The new language of gods has woven the structure of life. The Ashital people have stood at a certain height. The Ashital people are ready, and we welcome your arrival." Carolyn had completed her dream. A race with highly advanced technology, the Ashital. They had intelligence close to that of a god. They were born with power and perfect bodies. Their faces were exquisite, and each was as handsome as a god. There was not a single blemish on them. They did not use words, but used brain waves to communicate. They controlled mechanical mechas, and they had long lifespans and individual strength. They could control wind, fire, thunder, and lightning. What Carolyn said is that she's temporarily done with the matters of human society. She's now inviting me to meet her and help me research the custom-made mecha I want. She also wants me to bring her into a vacuum environment. Suji sat on a chair in the orchard, peeling an apple. When he thought of the supreme sage of the Ashital civilization, the supreme human scientist who created the language of the gods and fabricated life, and the leader of the human race who controlled the future of the Protoss, he felt a toothache when he thought about him. It was the same with Levis. I wanted to play 2 hearthstones at that time. He lowered his head and slowly peeled the apple with a knife. She even listed this as top secret and deleted the footage of the origin of humanity from all humans who had their pineal gland activated. However, Suji was not anxious about Carolyn wanting to meet him. It had only been 200 years, the technology of this civilization was too exaggerated. In the future, it would be even more exaggerated. At that time, it would be best if he could customize a mechanical mecha. Even now, it was beyond Suji's imagination. It brought him an indescribable surprise. The knowledge of their lava technology civilization was very helpful to him and could even inspire their research. It allowed Suji to understand the genetic code of living things and the power of autonomous evolution. Now, they had unified the Stonewall region and subdued several 6th-rank demonic beasts. Although they were still in a remote corner, the Stonewall region was only one of the 13 regions. Although it was 3 times the size of the primordial world, it was still the most remote and weakest lava region. In the near future, the rise of the Ashital people would inevitably lead them out of the Stonewall region and into the ancient lava lands. They would wage war and spread the glory of their civilization to every corner. This piece of land was 100 times the size of the previous world. It was vast and boundless, possessing limitless potential for development. The Ashital people's territory was less than 4% of the land. It was too remote and insignificant. They have reached the 4th grade of adulthood and can be considered a powerful and terrifying high-level magical beast race. They are equivalent to some subdragons and green dragons. Moreover, they have mechanical armors, which will increase their combat power. Suji had already predicted that a war was about to happen. Their technological iterations are already unstoppable. If the demonic beasts remain stagnant, they will definitely lose. The war was about to break out, and the Ashital people were about to walk out of the Stonewall region. For Suji, this was the perfect time. While they are busy preparing for war, this is the best time to release new species of players. Why? The reason was simple. The extraordinary creatures that the players evolved into were all non-humanoid, so they naturally belonged to the demon faction. If they were to be beaten up by the Ashutl people, they would probably be hung up and beaten up. In the previous World Instance dungeons, the players had been bragging about it and even occupied the upper echelons of the World Instance dungeons. This was definitely the most difficult Hell Mode Instance dungeon in all of history, a transcendent race whose technological civilization was far superior to theirs. Against a race with cheats, they will definitely wail like ghosts and howl like wolves. Suji looked at the strange-looking little guys in front of him. They were whispering, completely unaware that their tragic future had already been arranged by others. F***CK. I've finally seen a famous scene. The god of creation eating an apple. Let me tell you newbies, this isn't just any famous scene. This is the god of creation eating an apple series, peeling it before eating. What? Is it a legendary secret technique? Someone at the side looked shocked. Another strange creature had a solemn expression. Exactly. As everyone knows, the god of creation eats an apple with the skin peeled. This kind of peeling with a knife is a rare scene. It can be said that the planning team has given you newbies some benefits. Instantly, the surrounding newbies were intoxicated by the story. As expected, the high-level evolutionary sandbox world of the Big Boss was something that the outside world could never imagine. The few old players continued to brag. Let me tell you, do you think that fruit knife is an ordinary kitchen knife? It's the blade of the law of causality, a super godly weapon on the same level as the god of creation's throne that wiped out the first beta testers. It's very rare to see it. It's impossible for you to evolve into a species the moment you enter. You should learn from us. Ding. System prompt. Player, I'm not a devil, I'm a good person evolved into scaring you 3000. Obtained achievement reward. The old players who were still bragging to the newbies? They were stunned on the spot, they had not finished bragging, and they were slapped in the face. Which newbie was so ferocious? It had only been 2 days of beta testing, and it had been more than 40 hours. Even if he had stayed up all night, wasn't it too fast? At this thought, they quickly circled around to see who this newbie was. When they arrived at their destination, they saw a white balloon fish. It had a structure similar to a pufferfish, and its belly was bulging. This balloon fish was made into the shape of a Kongming lantern. Its mouth was opened into an O shape, and a small tub was burning below. The Kongming lantern flew in the air and transformed crazily. Sometimes, it turned into a beautiful girl, sometimes it turned into SpongeBob, and sometimes it turned into a muscular man. The group of onlookers could not help but exclaim. 666. Quick, turn into a funeral chicken. F***CK. This is not bad. Awesome. This balloon species can breathe in helium, hydrogen, methane, and beriberi. There are all kinds of uses for it. Yeah. If it can store beriberi in its stomach and turn into a beautiful girl, kiss people, and then spit out fragrant breath, who can stand it? No one would be able to withstand it. The #1 expert in the assassination world. The premise is that this balloon fish can withstand beriberi. Laughing emoji, everyone watched and discussed. They instantly thought of many uses. This species had a bright future. Someone asked, scaring you 3000, tell me honestly, what's the relationship between you and Master Xing scaring you 3000? This balloon floated in the air. I've been scaring people professionally for 30 years. The fear and imagination of the natives of the alternate world are too poor. I'm going to enter the 3 realms and promote the traditional horror culture of Earth to prop up the sky of the weird world. He turned into a beautiful Sadako ghost in the air, and then into a hideous ghost face. Everyone was shocked. What a talent. But not to mention, it could crazily transform and be light as a feather. It could scare people to death in the middle of the night and turn into any form of ghost to scare people. No wonder it was called scaring you 3000. Everyone, I'll make a move first. I'll bring you the real situation, sexy balloon, scaring people online. Whoosh, in the air, it led the white sky lantern balloons in the sky, changing direction and flying forward gracefully. Everyone looked up and sighed helplessly. This was the first time they saw such a leisurely way to enter the world passage. This species really had too many functions. He had now turned himself and the rest of the species into hot air balloons in advance. It was very convenient to move around. In the new world, he had the right time, place, and people at the beginning. He could occupy the highest terrain in the sky and find a landing point. It was a perfect start. Meticulous, this kid is not simple. Someone said coldly. What the F***ck, it's obvious he's a super big shot. In the pitch-black world passage, Xianxia kept floating. The new world, the second life of the supernatural world, the freak, the incense of all living beings. I'll enter as a freak, specializing in scaring people. I'll take the incense of kindness and I'll take the incense of evil. Wouldn't it be great if I became an evil god? It's better to be one of our own as the villain than those weird-looking ones. This was a plan he had been planning for a long time. He had even prepared this species for a long time. There's no such thing as the worst species, only the most unsuitable species. My species has come with the tide of the times and has great opportunities. I'll scare people and absorb fear, walk the path of the freak, and find a way to open up a path of incense that belongs to me. The more he thought about it, the more beautiful it became. I've seen hundreds of domestic horror movies and know how to scare people. Won't they be scared half to death by me? Even if they get through the elementary fear, domestic horror movies, I still have famous horror movies from other countries waiting for them. But there's no rush, scaring people is a slow process. If I scare them too much at once, their fear threshold will increase, and they won't be able to collect fear. I have to go step by step. Gradually, he passed through the teleportation circle that Suji had built for him and entered the lava underground world. His eyes suddenly lit up. 3 realms. Freak. I'm coming. 2 of the most famous beautiful players. Cute girl, and that beautiful system player, I'm going to hug them left and right and walk to the peak of life. His eyes suddenly lit up, and he had arrived at a new world. He flew for 3 hours, and what entered his eyes were huge mountains and forests. He instantly sighed at the vastness of this foreign world, but in the next second, he saw a fiery red in the distance. Is it sunrise? His smile gradually froze, and as he got closer, he realized that it was a boiling bright red lava river. At this moment, he knew that this was not the 3 realms at all, but a brand new and unknown vast world. But in the next second, his face completely froze because he looked down from above and saw a huge crater on the ground in the distance, and he saw a broken machine inside. This is? He got closer and looked down. In the pile of broken machine ruins, there was a man's corpse. He had been dead for God knew how long, and he had become a skeleton. In his hand, there was a rectangular black phone with a full screen. A phone? He shuddered, and his hair instantly stood on end. Rectangular phones are popular here. This kind of 8-sided full-screen phone is not the style of us Earthlings. Screenshot. A picture was instantly sent out. There was a huge difference in the flow rate. In everyone's eyes, the player had just entered and instantly sent out a screenshot. Let's see, this player, in the next second, everyone was stunned, and there was absolute silence. They saw a new world with an extraterrestrial phone and unknown broken brown machine. This seemed to be a world of technology and civilization. A technological world, the forum was in an uproar, and many people were discussing it. It was a world with supernatural powers before, but now it's a technological world? The same technological civilization as our Earth? Black question mark. JPG, as soon as I see the phone, I feel a sense of familiarity, even though it's not the model of our Earth. Shocking. JPG, 666. This civilization is looking forward to something unprecedented. Everyone knew what this meant. The previous supernatural world was too real. It was so detailed that it did not look like a game at all, but a real world. The exquisite details were in every corner, and it was 100 million times better than the open-ended fantasy sandbox games like Roll 5. The rationality was too terrifying and unbelievable. Some people even said that if they could get the bloodline inside, they could also become supernatural beings on Earth and become wizards. But before that, it was just a theory. Now, this might be a technological world? We can always plagiarize science and technology. Bah. How can it be plagiarism when it comes to scientists? We can always learn from it. I don't think it's possible. If it's really a sci-fi civilized world, it must be implemented on Earth. Then wouldn't the development of our human civilization take a huge leap forward, spanning hundreds of years? This game can't do that. The netizens were discussing it, thinking that it was impossible. Because it would be beyond everyone's imagination, it was just a game, after all, although it was said to be the universe, it was still okay before. There was a sense of estrangement between the supernatural world and the people on Earth. If this sci-fi world was really as real as before, it would have a terrible meaning, and even the scientific civilization on Earth would change. The technology of human society in the real world would instantly explode. Of course, there were some infatuated fans who had enough confidence in this. I think it's possible. The game production team is mysterious and unpredictable. If it can really be a high-level sci-fi world that can be used as a reference for modern science, then I'm really going to blow my top. I believe it too. Look at their black technology. Maybe there really is a world that surpasses the technology of Earth. Yes. Spore Evolution is announced to be a cross-era virtual online game jointly developed by more than 100 countries. 100% degree of realism, a game that transcends eras and is loved by all humans. Suji just smiled. Looking at his small orchard in the countryside and the ordinary little field, he didn't expect that at this time, his reputation and mystery on the huge internet had become more and more amazing. He presided over 100 acres of small orchard in Dongqing City, and it was as if he owned the whole world. He turned his gaze and looked at a certain place with great interest. At this moment, all the major research institutes were shocked. Mobilize all departments. A technological world. It might be a technological world. A young man in a white coat roared as he walked around. Begin deep analysis of the photo. While the netizens were still discussing, the research institutes of various countries on Earth had fallen into an unprecedented intense atmosphere, as if they were preparing for World War III. Yes, they were unprecedentedly excited. Their goal had always been straightforward, which was to obtain knowledge and supernatural powers, modify the inferior civilizations on Earth, obtain alien technology, and walk into the boundless universe. They also had the dream of being in the universe. One small step for mankind, one giant leap for the Earth. Analyzing photos, mechanical wreckage, suspected to be an arm, part of some kind of mechanical armor, phone, full screen, octagonal, black, information came one after another. The people in charge of the major research institutes were breathing rapidly, and their eyes were scarlet. Oh. My God. Let's see what we found. After so long, we finally got what we wanted. It's right in front of us. Oh. This is incredible. A technological civilization. It might even surpass the modern technological world on Earth. Researchers and scientists in white coats walked back and forth, constantly uttering crazy words. Activate the hidden plan. The person in charge was a white-haired old professor. He had always been solemn and strict, but at this time, he also revealed a side that no one knew, and his neck was red as he roared excitedly. Are we really going to activate it? Someone next to him asked. Activate. The person in charge said in a loud voice, Earth has obtained an opportunity that has never been seen in 1,000 years. Ding, in the evolution sound table, a system notification sounded. System information, congratulations to player, my favorite little sweetie, for the evolution of the species small steel stool. Achievement reward. Another one, what happened? Instantly, everyone was stunned. This was the backup plan left behind by these secret research institutes. Although they knew that too much interference might lead to punishment, they still secretly planted a second person, who was on standby at any time. They were about to enter the sand table world. This was their biggest trump card. And right in front of them was the biggest opportunity. They planned to enter this sci-fi world, under everyone's dumbfounded gazes. Ding, 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 in the evolution sound table, a series of achievement rewards sounded, and species with potential were evolved one by one. Instantly, everyone felt that this was too terrifying. So there were actually so many big shots hidden in it? Meanwhile, the player, my favorite little sweetie, had already received orders from his superiors and quickly entered the pitch-black world passage. His heart was burning with passion, and he persisted in his dream of being a soldier and serving his country. For the technological world, for the glory of my beautiful America. Click, suddenly, there was a bright light in front of him. This player looked at this vast new world with great excitement, but he slowly raised his head and saw a sky formed by emerald green leaves. Sunlight sprinkled down, and it was beautiful. My favorite little sweetie? His face instantly darkened, and he was grief-stricken. His mind was blank. Is this the ancient wood world, in the forum? I love little sweetie the most, it's really scary. It's really an incredible world. There's a lot of lava here. I found the wreckage of a mecha, but I'm sorry, the principle and structure are beyond the imagination of Earthlings, so I can't show you. After posting, my favorite little sweetie sat quietly on the ground, looking at the sky blankly, as if his eyes had lost all spirit and hope. Then, a strange-looking plant appeared behind him. This plant looked up at the sky, he went offline and ran out to post. No. This B***star is lying to us. There's no wreckage of a mecha's breastplate, no black hexagonal energy stones. These don't exist at all. This is a scam. Don't fall for it, don't come in. After a while, a third person came in. He looked at the sky in a daze, then looked down at the two people in front of him. They were sitting leisurely on the ground, playing gamoku with small stones. Is he really not lying to us? He instantly vomited blood, true and false and true, who could tell who was who? Let's play landlord. After he went out to post, he came back and spoke. Not long after, 5 people came in. They looked at each other, and when they saw that everyone had come in, they immediately cursed. This was the trump card that they had painstakingly accumulated. Revenge breeds revenge, will there ever be an end to it? On the other side, in the high-end players chat group. Let me tell you something shocking. In the ancient wood world, a group of big shots suddenly appeared. All of them were bruised and swollen, and they came to me to buy races. They became rich in an instant. I secretly increased the price by 30%. Squeezed these rich people dry. The system distributor? The cute girl evolved into a dragon? The mixed elements thunderclap hand evolved into a kuan? They were also dumbfounded. Countless curses were flying in their minds. Choming Mountain sure was ruthless. Those big shots dared to squeeze them dry. Didn't they know who was behind them? Once their real identity was discovered, their water meter would definitely be broken. After a burst of laughter, their expressions became solemn. They felt that the situation this time was unbelievable. This might be the unprecedented huge explosion that shook the game after the Cthulhu Evil Gods fusion descended. A vast technological civilization was waiting for the Earthlings to excavate. These high-end players already knew that Spore Evolution was not a game created by humans, but by gods. This was a connection entrance to the universe. It was a huge opportunity for Earth's civilization. It allowed humans to walk into the vast universe. The data of the characters in the game would gradually affect reality, subtly changing the physical fitness of the players. It was also a huge opportunity for them. Want to excavate? It'd be a miracle if you guys could poach that race with cheats. Suji sat in front of the window, propping his chin on the table with one hand, looking at the world outside. To hell with the myriad heavens and realms. Is it still my little orchard sand table? However, since you all love to imagine so much, sooner or later I will make my development speed catch up with your imagination speed and become the real myriad heavens and realms. No one would have thought that the vast universe and endless world they imagined was only in his family's orchard in the countryside, as well as a deep orchard cellar 1,000 meters below the orchard. This morning, Suji suddenly received a phone call, which was a rare occurrence. It was a call from a senior executive of a foreign company he used to work for. Suji vaguely remembered the man's appearance. He was a middle-aged boss with a potbelly. He had a beer belly and deep dark circles under his eyes. However, he was very energetic and had treated Suji well back then. He had even promoted Suji. This kind old man asked about Suji's cancer condition. Some of his former colleagues also expressed their concern on the other end of the phone. Obviously, this phone call had made them hesitate. The leader did not want to hurt Suji's self-esteem, so he tactfully proposed a project for their project team. He could participate in the project remotely through the computer, and a portion of the remuneration would be given to him afterwards. Moreover, the tasks assigned to Suji were very simple, and he was very familiar with them. There was no doubt that after he resigned, these colleagues were thinking of ways to help him, who was terminally ill. At this moment, he finally came back to his senses. It had only been 2 months since he had resigned, only 2 months. In their eyes, he was still the poor young man who had cancer and spent the rest of his life in the orchard in the countryside. Even after 2 months, the cancer was already in the late stage. He had to go through chemotherapy every day and save a lot to maintain his difficult life. It's only been 2 months, and I'm already at the 6th level. I'm excitedly planning to build a mecha and go for a walk in space. The sudden call from his former colleagues made him feel a little dazed. He thought of his former colleagues in the working group and friends who worked overtime to rush projects. He felt like they were in 2 different worlds. No need, I found a good job in the countryside. I can be self-sufficient. Suji quickly responded and tactfully refused. It was very difficult to deal with those idiotic players and troublemaking research institutes. He was indeed very busy. On the other end of the phone, there was a sudden silence. Are you really okay? It was Brotherly from the working group. He was an old man in his 30s with a family of 2 children. He took a loan to buy a house in the big city. He had to pay back 8,000 every month. His life was very stressful. Suji, Sister Yun and you are breaking up. She's not a good person. I knew from the beginning that she wasn't a good person. It was Xiao from the group gritting her teeth. She was a lively girl from a famous university. She also came to this foreign company as soon as she started her internship. She was brought up by Suji and she had a good impression of Suji. I'm really okay. Suji smiled. The other end of the phone went silent again. After a long time. Xiao, then we won't bother you anymore. I wish Suji good health. Live out your life happily. The 3 of them hung up the phone. They deliberately didn't ask Suji what kind of job he had found. After all, what kind of good job could it be to inherit the orchard left by his parents in the countryside? In their eyes, it was just farming and tiring. This young man with cancer just wanted to preserve his last dignity and didn't want them to worry. In fact, after they hung up the phone, they looked at each other and sighed. They didn't know when their bodies would be able to take it anymore. Working as a programmer was like eating the rice of youth. Their bodies were full of problems. What was the purpose of this mediocre life? Even these boring office workers and white-collar elites were full of yearning for the wonderful and free world of spore evolution that suddenly appeared in the past 2 months. Now, for Suji, he didn't need to work. In reality, money and power were at his fingertips, and these were no longer in his eyes. The hot-blooded heroes of the various worlds, Dicky, Medusa, Ermin. Their lofty ideals and the pace of the gods who pursued the truth also influenced him imperceptibly. Now, from nothing, he personally created worlds one after another to deduce his future path of cultivation and lead to eternity. This made him feel that it was interesting. He looked forward. The new players have been let in. Let's see what they do. I just need to watch slowly. Now that 30 or 40 years have passed, it's time to respond to the request of the Isidal people, or Carolyn, to go and see her. He stood up. I hope that when I go in, this player won't already be captured by the Isidal people and paraded through the streets as if they've discovered a new species and taken pictures as a souvenir. Xianxia was also very confused. What the hell? His goal was the primordial world. This species of his was born to scare people. He was the savior of the 3 realms that was in dire straits, but when he came to other worlds, he lost his purpose. He was a complete little brother. What could a mimic hot air balloon do? You're just as useless as a slime, okay? At the very least, if I can't enter the 3 realms, let me enter the ancient wood world. At least it's safe there. There are big bosses who have established a base. They can ask the big bosses on Mount Akina to carry out surrogacy and transform into the elf race. As for the new world, just looking at it, it was freaking dangerous. There were rivers of lava all over the ground, all sorts of terrifying extraordinary life forms in the forest, mysterious mechanical wreckage and mobile phones, and he was a weakling. At this moment, he really wanted to swap places with the players who had entered the ancient wood world. Both sides had come to the wrong place. However, just as he wanted to leave, the other players on the forum were instantly excited. They wanted him to continue exploring this new vast world and livestream the exploration of the new map. Brother, don't panic. We'll support you. That's right, there are many dangers ahead, but don't be afraid, because we're standing behind you. Kind little look, Xianxia was even more dumbfounded. There were wolves in front and tigers behind. I'm not a fool. Don't pull me into your camp. He was devastated. I'm a very decent person, don't be assimilated. Even some well-known players came out to join in the fun. Mount Akina sped up. Don't panic, I'll drive you. Cute girl, brother, a small step for humanity is a giant leap for technology. You carry the future of humanity on your shoulders. I'll lend you my luck. The other research institutes also joined in, expressing that they would do their best to help. They had no other choice but to explore this extraordinary world through this player. With Xianxia's livestream, he flew in the sky and soon saw a group of goblins riding wolves in the wilderness. It was a group of short, wretched, and wrinkled green-skinned beasts. They wore filthy animal skins and rode on war wolves, roaring angrily as they threw spears into the sky. Balala, balala, they roared fervently as though they wanted to shoot down the Kongming lanterns from the sky. Xianxia was frightened. As a pampered modern person, how could he have seen such a scene? It was as though a group of gays was roaring at him. He felt that he was pitiful and in a difficult situation. As an ordinary person, it was normal for him to become stronger by lying down. That was the mindset of most people. Those who fought and fought to reach the top were not realistic. He would die. He hurriedly continued to fly higher, breaking away from this terrifying group of people. When he found a safe and lush forest, he brought the hot air balloon group and continued to add fuel to the Kongming lanterns. When he went online, he discovered that the netizens had discussed a plan. A society that seemed to be a technological civilization was enough to excite them. They were extremely cautious as they designed a strategy for the balloon gamer and the best solution to the otherworld survival. Balloon bro, don't be afraid. We are all scientists and wilderness survival experts. We will definitely help you rise and dominate an era. That mechanical arm is badly damaged, so we can't get any results from the research. Instead, the cell phone. It looks like it has only lost power. Perhaps it can still communicate, but how to do it is a problem. The most important thing now is to find a safe place to live and gradually understand the rules and culture of this world. Screenshots. Screenshots. While they were discussing, the balloon gamer posted a screenshot of the goblins, shocking them. Magical creatures exist as well? Technology and magical creatures coexist? Goblins are an opportunity. I can think of a way to mimic and blend into the goblin population, transforming into these things. As for being too light, I can fill my body with some straw, leaves, a skeleton, or soft mud to make my body seem heavy. Countless people started analyzing on the forum. They were serious, they were looking for the best solution to survive in the otherworld. This was the best solution. Mimic the goblins and fill the balloon with real objects. With the chameleon's mimicry characteristics, it was possible to simulate the goblins without being discovered. But someone immediately spoke up. This world is unknown, and I don't know if the goblins have the means to see through the disguises of their own kind. It's best to let one of the goblins test the disguise. Moreover, the disguise should be stained with the urine and body odor of the goblins so that they won't be suspected. After a round of analysis, Xianxia's face was as bitter as a gourd. After hesitating for a while, he tried to follow the advice of the netizens and spent half a day looking for something suitable to increase his body weight. Then, he found goblin urine and used a balloon fish species to soak in the urine. He inflated his stomach and turned into a goblin. Coupled with his skin simulation and the effect of a chameleon, he was extremely lifelike. He even made mimicry sounds. In the end, he was not discovered. I did it. He was overjoyed. With the help of countless people, he successfully disguised himself as a goblin and snuck into the goblin tribe. However, that night, he saw an extremely terrifying scene. The goblins rode wolves during the day and at night, believing that wolves were divine companions. Xianxia felt his hair stand on end. Is this their wolf culture? It was the first time he saw such a terrifying and barbaric aboriginal civilization. With the help of the netizens, within half an hour in the real world, which was equivalent to a few months in the game, he successfully started a fire, built a house, and found a stone to cook. He gained the respect of many goblins and became the Goblin King. The netizens were overjoyed. Let's start farming. Let's develop the tribe. Let's change their terrifying habits. Let them be free from the wild beasts. We can even let the goblins practice mana skills. That's right. Goblin magicians and goblin warriors are the foundation of our previous transcendent civilization. Even if we face this technological civilization, we don't have to be afraid of them. They are born with magic cores. Gamers, let's start research. They are born with mana skills. With the help of the gamers, this gamer gathered the intelligence of the entire network and developed the civilization. He also let the new goblins learn language and arithmetic to increase their intelligence. The goblin civilization developed like a raging fire. Many colony balloons were released near the tribe to monitor everything. Xianxia sat on the beast chair in the tribe. As expected, farming is the best start in the otherworld. I'm like a transmigrator in a novel with my own Earth network. I can post on Baidu, and the netizens will help me for free. At first, he was nervous, but now he felt elated. Though the balloon species was weak, with a group of strategists, they could instantly gain a foothold in this new world. Perhaps, in the near future, I can change my name from Xianxia to Yaoniming, to Yaoniming, to Yaoniming. Yaoniming, hee, it sounds like a scolding in a Sichuan dialect. He smiled, but his smile froze as he saw two black mechas flying over from the sky. In the sky, two Ashidal warriors communicated telepathically in the black mechas. The Stonewall region is too big. We came here to build a satellite network and signal base station to prepare for the future frontline war. Eh? That's the Goblin tribe? One of the Ashidal warriors said. Another man, who was as handsome as a heavenly deity, transmitted his consciousness silently. Destroy it. These disgusting races are like wild beasts, with strong reproductive abilities. It's said that they can be found in several regions outside of our Stonewall region. They're a rare trans-region intelligent species. Compared to these sapient species, I prefer the Kana race of the Blue Water region. Their women are no less beautiful than us, but their Naga sea hydra is at the Celestial Emperor realm, and very difficult to deal with. This ancient lava field is too vast, almost unimaginably vast. They discussed and decided to destroy this goblin tribe. The Ashidal people loved beauty, and they were passionate and romantic. They hated those disgusting, twisted, and ugly races. Wait, don't be hasty. This goblin tribe seems different? The two Ashidal warriors landed and started a live broadcast. Everyone. Emergency announcement. We discovered a special goblin tribe. There are special balloons flying nearby. There are signs of life. Screenshot. Instantly, some Ashidal warriors looked over. Radar scan. A shockwave rippled out. The handsome Ashidal man's expression froze as he locked onto an unknown life form. It looks like a goblin, and even the texture of its skin is similar, but it's actually a balloon creature with special skin. It's filled with straw and mud, and doesn't have a magic core. What? That's impossible. Maybe it's a new unknown demonic beast? It's a virtual version of itself, hiding in the goblin tribe and becoming a goblin king? It doesn't have a magic core, but it has intelligence? Mimicry creature? The internet was stirred up. At this moment, Xianxia looked at the two mechs descending from the sky in shock. Two perfect modern humans walked out of them. He was so shocked that he posted crazily. Screenshot. Everyone. Something big has happened. Look, there are high-tech humans in mechs. I'm going to die. Instantly, the entire forum was in a frenzy. Hurry up and pretend you're a goblin. No. Goblins might die. Pretend you're a scarecrow. Hurry up and transform. Now, it's time to test your ability to escape. 72 transformations. Countless people were shocked. They didn't expect it to come so quickly. There was no time to develop. In fact, their methods were useless in the face of absolute power. They had radar scanning. Technology was too advanced. As long as the mechs passed by, there was nowhere to hide within thousands of meters. The new species would definitely be discovered. Two sleek black mechs descended into the primitive tribe. They opened the mech's hatch and walked out. They saw a scarecrow quietly in the field. The Ashitl people were in an uproar. They couldn't understand this behavior. Pretending to be a scarecrow? What's going on? It's even foaming at the mouth and tilting its head? Pretending to be dead? What a cute race. Pretending to be a goblin to blend in, and now pretending to be a scarecrow to escape our sight. Moreover, the network of these scientists began to discuss. This is a new species. The wavelength scan report is out. Extremely elastic skin, balloon-shaped creature, can mimic, very malleable, no magic core. Everyone, what use have you thought of? A few days ago, Madame Carolyn mentioned the human selection plan. Our research has been stalled. Perhaps this new species is the most crucial malleable material for our Ashitl research. You mean? Yes. This material is light and flexible. It can change shape and malleable. It can be used as a contraceptive for us Ashitl people. Human selection plan. They definitely didn't notice me. The scarecrow rooted itself in the ground, struggling in its heart. Why is it that others can develop smoothly, but I have to face capture when I've just started? I want to hide and develop. Don't touch me. Otherwise, if you humiliate me, and bully me today, I will kill your entire family and wipe out your entire clan in the future to avenge today's humiliation. Bring it back for testing. The handsome and perfect Ashitl person stretched out his hand, and a wave of spiritual energy wrapped around it. The scarecrow flew into the air, quickly grabbing the other balloons and being taken away. The mech rose into the air. Human selection plan. This might be another huge step for our Ashitl civilization. A few months later. My name is Xia and I'm Ming. Never would I have thought that my dream would come true. I've taken revenge and become the terrifying great demon king who has killed the most people in history. I've killed hundreds of millions of Ashitl people. Perhaps I can change my name to, kill you 300 million. While the player was being held captive by the Ashitl tribe under the dumbfounded gazes of countless netizens, Suji walked into a coffee shop and prepared to meet the leader of the Ashitl tribe, Carolyn. Mechanical City, Veolia. South of the city center, in a dark brown shop. Black was the most common color for mechanical armors, and it was also the favorite color of the Ashitl people. Dim lights hung on the walls, and a faint yellow light shone on the black floor, giving off a sense of tranquility and gentleness. The red-haired girl at the counter had a ponytail and wore a white apron. She was well-developed, and her waist was abnormally slender. She had a cute and exquisite face, and she was lying on the counter, staring blankly in front of her. She was hugging a furry level 2 black fox as a pillow. She looked like she was in a daze, but in reality, she was focused on the computer in her head, Mechanical Revolution. I failed again. If I don't use the hosting hack software, do I really not have any combat talent? She leaned on the counter and was shocked. Her cute little mouth opened slightly, and her consciousness was transmitted over. Sorry. Sir, what would you like to order? A cup of beaver milk tea. Suji transmitted his consciousness over and sat down to wait quietly. Sitting in the coffee shop, he looked at the clean magical streets outside. Occasionally, there would be mechanical tanks whizzing past in the sky, and there were tall and handsome young men and women walking around like perfect gods. Even Suji had to admit that this was a good world for a vacation. Highly advanced technology. Warm and kind people from the Ashitl. There was also the boundless ancient lava land outside. While you could drive a mechanical armor to realize your romantic feelings, it also allowed you to explore the unknown magical land. Thank you for coming. A level 2 spiritual power vibrated, and the red-haired girl raised her hand slightly. The black glass cabinet on the counter opened, and an exquisite black glass flew in front of her. The cute red-haired girl's voice came from afar. Dear customer, I'm going to play my game. Please remember to pay through the internet after you finish your drink. She closed her eyes and leaned on the counter, completely defenseless against the actions of an unfamiliar customer. Suji was speechless. This was a situation that was hard to imagine on Earth. He sipped his tea and looked out of the window. The AI-controlled armors were acting as cleaners. All of their physical labor was done by the machines. This world is very fair. When one gains something, one has to lose something. That is why one should never be envious of the superficial happiness of others. It is the same for the Ashidolans. Although they have achieved full automation and don't need to work, they are born with good looks and strength, and they don't even need to go to school from a young age. They can directly inherit knowledge in their minds. They seem to live free lives, pursue their dreams, and even explore the ancient lava region. Suji sighed softly. But they've lost a lot of Earthlings' experiences, such as the 985 system at work, the 9-year compulsory education, all kinds of cram schools, the 5-year college entrance examination, and the 3-year simulation, such as balding, and, Suji looked at such a civilized society. They had really lost too much, for example, committing crimes, worrying about walking at night, scheming against each other, and scamming each other. For example, the beautiful girls of Ashidol who wore sexy clothes and did not need to wear safety pants at all. They were not afraid that someone would peek at them. They did not have the slightest bit of vigilance against their own race, the Protoss. This was because moral law was written in their genes. This was a basic condition for mutual trust. It was the source of unconditional trust in society. Anyone who met on the street was kind and could be completely trusted. Suji took a sip of coffee and praised the corruption of this civilization. They don't need to be vigilant and build a wall of loneliness in their hearts because they have a firewall. There will be no evil people here. Because what are evil people? A soft laughter came from afar, crisp and pleasant. A tall girl strode into the coffee shop. Evil people are people who harm others to benefit themselves. They persecute the interests of others to satisfy themselves. And when everything is at their fingertips, then people will not want to be evil. The beautiful girl wearing a cap sat down. Her voice was soft and filled with joy on the surface. It was as if every word she said was a laugh. She did not hide her long-awaited joy. You're finally here. Suji looked at Carolyn and revealed a rare smile. He did not expect that she could come this far without Levis's intelligence. She had given him such a big surprise. It was not an era where one could shake the whole world with a single opportunity. All this brilliance was created by Carolyn. Without her, perhaps this era would have developed in a different direction. Carolyn was an extremely traditional Isidal person. She was passionate, kind, stubborn and fanatical. She had indeed realized her dream of becoming the second Levis. She had dedicated her life to live for the glory of the Isidal people and walked at the forefront of the scientific field. Carolyn smiled. In this world, if given a choice, who would want to be an evil person? Who wouldn't want to be a good person who was unconditionally trusted by their neighbors? Bathed in warmth? Therefore, with a little genetic restriction, the ethos of society will forever remain the same. Our race is guarded against outsiders and sincere towards our own people. Because if we have to guard against everyone, especially against our own kind, it will be too tiring. Back then, we talked about our dream in the milk tea shop. I have been moving forward, and today, it has finally come true. Carolyn smiled happily. She sat down and sighed. Her eyes shone like sapphires. It was an expression that she had not seen in a long time. It was as if she had seen through 100 years of her youth. Do you still remember my dream back then? A ridiculous dream of a young girl. I hope that all Isidal people are born equal. Everyone is born strong. Everyone is born like a god. Yes, after so many years, you've finally done it, Suji said. She was too tired. She had to maintain her dignity in the outside world. Only here could she reveal the softness in her heart, as if she was chatting with a friend. Carolyn stood up like an elegant and beautiful tour guide. She bowed and smiled. Then, Lord Ancient God, do you want to take a look at the mech? Or do you want to take a tour of our Isidal civilization's laboratory? It's been a long time. Every time we meet, it's always another you. You're even more beautiful and stronger. Suji looked at Carolyn. She was already at the 5th order, which could be said to be an extremely fast advancement in her cultivation. The two walked out of the coffee shop. This was a huge ecological valley. Lush forests and greenery covered the land. Carolyn brought Suji to see the advanced technology of the Isidal people. Suji couldn't stop praising it. It was too scary. There's a forest in the distance. It's an ecological garden. It's where the ancient demonic beasts are kept. Of course, the experiments are mature enough. At this time, she seemed to be bringing Suji to see the Isidal people's zoo. All kinds of rare and powerful demonic beasts could be found here. They even saw some goblins and nagas, a beautiful marine race with the tail of a fish and the body of a human. This was the outer area of the Science and Technology Institute. Tourists were allowed to visit. There were handsome young men and tall, perfect girls walking back and forth, exclaiming and watching. Most of the demonic beasts are no longer a threat to us. Carolyn smiled. Once they are captured by us, they will no longer belong to us. Every single one of us from the Isidal tribe is proficient in sea language. We can invade their brains and alter their memories and reflexes. It's just like a doll, a high-level toy that anyone can play with. You can easily insert the memories of a dog into a lion's mind. You can play with their dignity, memories, and reflexes at will. Suji's expression was calm. Every Isidal person had mastered the sea language, which was used to weave the code of life. This was a terrifying race. Every one of them could now become a god. They could change the memories and behavior of the demonic beasts, enslaving them in a shocking way. Carolyn said, "Of course, we, the Isidal people, have the intelligence equality law. Unless it is an enemy force, we are not allowed to tamper with wild beasts with intelligence. In other words, creatures above grade 4 are not allowed. Intelligent life is equal, and we give them human rights." Carolyn was very gentle. "In fact, if it is a beast on our side, we will give it citizenship, and the symbol of our citizenship is the C++ language. It is protected by the firewall of the brain." Although it was concise, there were many meanings in it. Although the Isidal people were arrogant and did not worship gods, they were not arrogant. This was because they firmly moved forward, firmly on the path of science, and respected intelligent life. They were wizards who pursued the truth on another path. Carolyn brought Suji to see the results of the research, as well as the magical beasts they encountered along the way. However, we, the people of Isidal, still have an important problem waiting to be solved. That is, every newborn. Despite the efforts of countless wise men in our civilization, it's still very difficult to guarantee that every newborn will have their pineal gland activated. This was a matter of course. Suji did not manage to do it in the past. After all, he was not a pure creature of flesh and blood, and the wrong path was inevitable. Until today, after so many years of development, Carolyn's original promise had not been fulfilled. Most of the ordinary Isidal people still lived together with the Isidal people who had activated their intelligence. However, because of the law written in the new humans' morality, both sides lived in harmony, and there was no racial discrimination. There were even incidents of the old humans killing the new humans. This was because although the new humans were powerful and could control wind, fire, thunder, and lightning, the death by shame mechanism written in their genes prevented them from attacking humans. The old humans did not have this restriction, which led to the weak old humans being able to kill the new humans. Although the new humans were powerful and their thinking was countless times faster, they did not dare to resist and could only dodge attacks everywhere. In the end, they could only be shot down by the mecha. Carolyn sighed as she talked about the grievances between the two races. She felt that it was very tricky. The racial problem is getting worse day by day, and it has been a hidden danger for us for many years. It may even subvert civilization and lead to destruction. We can't use violence or even a great cleansing plan against them. This is because if the old humans are killed, the descendants of the new humans in the future may be old humans who cannot activate the pineal gland. This cannot be cured. But after so many years, we have a new plan, the human selection plan, which can effectively solve this problem. Suji was a little surprised. The problem that he couldn't solve back then, they already had a solution. It was undeniable that their development was crazy and fast. Suji asked curiously, "What method?" Carolyn smiled and said, "Of course, this is not a direct solution, because that is impossible. The human selection plan is to imitate the reproductive model of magical beasts. Magical beasts have very low reproductive capacity, but every magical beast is very powerful. Suji pondered for a few seconds. You mean, even if we reduce the fertility rate, we must put an end to the production of ordinary humans? Just like the magical beasts, the fertility rate is low, but the descendants are strong. Every descendant of the people of Ishid is a person who can activate the pineal gland, a true god. Carolyn had a serious look on her face. We can carry out a genetic test on the embryo that has just formed in the stomach for 10 days. If the embryo is not a third-class citizen and does not have the qualifications to activate the pineal gland, we can directly abort it. After all, the 10-day recipient embryo does not have intelligence, so it is a humanitarian solution and not a massacre of life. If the newborn is a third-class citizen and has the qualifications to activate the pineal gland, we can give birth to it. Naturally, this would cause our reproduction rate to become extremely low, just like those high-ranked magical beasts, said Carolyn with a faint smile. However, the world is a mysterious place. In a certain sense, aren't we already high-ranked magical beasts? Suji was shocked, but he continued to walk and chat as if they were old friends. This would indeed put an end to the production of ordinary humans who could not activate the pineal gland. It was an alternative solution. As for the old humans, they would also choose to agree and even participate in it crazily, hoping that their future children would have the qualifications to become new humans, and if this was implemented, it would be a very feasible plan. Both sides would agree, and no more old humans would be born. After this generation of old humans died of old age, they would all become unified new humans. Suji could not help but applaud. The perfection of this plan made him sigh in admiration. The Isidal people were indeed a terrifying scientific civilization with a gathering of wise people. He had personally witnessed the crazy advancement of their scientific civilization. In fact, the problem of new humans and old humans has always been a difficult problem for us. Now, once this human selection plan is completed, in our future, we will directly start the perfect human plan. Suji asked in surprise again, perfect human plan? Yes, it's a scientific plan that will bring our civilization to its peak. It is also known as the Protoss plan. It will completely push our civilization to the peak, but because the problem of old and new humans cannot be solved, it is not convenient to announce it. Carolyn patiently explained, the so-called perfect human plan is just like me. Right now, I am a perfect human. Instead of explaining, why don't you experience it directly? She suddenly smiled. Give me your hand. Suji stretched out his hand. Carolyn gracefully grabbed Suji's hand. A gentle light surged from her hand, making Suji feel very warm. In an instant, Suji sensed something. This was the level 2 witchcraft, spring breeze bath. Carolyn stretched out her hand, spread her fingers, and smiled. Do you know why I can easily cast spells instantly? Don't I need to delay the casting? Look at my palm. Only then did Suji realize a terrifying scene. Her palm was very soft and white. On each of her fingers, the fingerprints had already become a kind of delicate and dense totem array patterns, forming a natural totem array. The fingerprints of a human's palm were very delicate. Each of her 10 fingerprints had 10 miniature arrays. Adding on the surface and back of the palm of the other parts of the palm, there were more than 30 magical totem array patterns on Carolyn's 2 palms alone. Suji's breathing quickened. He knew what this meant. Every civilization has its own cultivation system, doesn't it? Carolyn's smile was as beautiful as a fairy's. This is the cultivation system that we, the Isidal people, have created, sacred tattoos. And this is just 2 hands. There are countless patterns on other places. A person's skin is very delicate. Our arms, thighs, neck, any place can be replicated with array patterns, and human skin can shed and be reborn. We, the Isidal people, use this to constantly control the body's shedding, and write in the genetic modification of the skin patterns to form the sacred tattoos. Of course, whether it is powerful or not depends on the talent of the Isidal people. This is something that other systems and civilizations cannot do. Only the Isidal people's unique extraordinary system, combined with the extremely precise computer in the brain, can fine-tune the body. Suji was shocked. He did not expect Carolyn to have already reached this step. He had once told Carolyn that every extraordinary civilization had their own unique extraordinary system, and walked their own path of civilization. And now, she had actually done it. It was a unique cultivation system that combined technology and the extraordinary system, sacred tattoos. Previously, Suji only felt that the Isidal people could cultivate by hacking, but their combat power was too low. And the establishment of the palm print system allowed them to have powerful battle prowess among the transcendents of the same level. They could even be comparable to Heavenly Emperor aptitude and invincible experts of the same level. This made up for their shortcomings. They had established their own extraordinary system, combining science and the extraordinary, making it unique. Sacred tattoos can be replicated with 120,000 array patterns. At most, they can complement and amplify each other. It is a path with almost infinite possibilities. Carolyn smiled and said, the fingertips of the palms and the various parts of the body can be inscribed with all sorts of killing totems, while the legs also have totems that can increase one's speed. This is a true god's body, with every single vein on the skin. Every skin pattern corresponds to all kinds of functions, perfect and flawless. This was the perfect human project. Suji was extremely shocked. The Isidal people had reached such a height. Carolyn coughed twice. To put it simply, from this plan onward, every Isidal girl will not only be beautiful, but they will also bring you a feeling that subverts your imagination. You will no longer be interested in other human girls. This is how Protoss girls should be. Our perfect human plan is to surpass the old humans in all aspects. If we can't be perfect in one aspect, how can we be called perfect human? Carolyn continued to walk forward, and her expression became serious again. So, therefore, the new and old humans make us not dare to carry out this project immediately, because the two races are still living together, they are married, in love, and living in harmony. But once this project is carried out, the new and old humans will be completely divided. No new human will marry an old human woman or marry an old human man. When Suji heard this, he could not help but sigh. He had witnessed the terrifying iteration of the development of a civilization. One by one, the cross-era projects allowed every human to evolve crazily, approaching the true perfect Protoss, putting chips into their brains. Without any extraordinary genetic talent, they could grow from nothing to something, developing to a terrifying degree. Carolyn said, of course, this perfect human project has been stalled. Because the problem of the new and old humans could not be solved. Now, the human selection plan also has a solution because they have found a special material. What material? Suji asked curiously. Carolyn was still smiling as she led Suji around the zoo of magical beasts. The probability of a new human baby opening the pineal gland is very low. First-class citizens are 1%, second-class citizens are 3%, and third-class citizens are 10%. So, we need a new method. She showed Suji the product of the experiment. It was a transparent plastic membrane made of a special material. It can block out most of the useless descendants, but it is also permeable. The genes that can swim through it are all very good. It increases the probability of becoming a Homo evolutus by several times. This is a special molecular material. Carolyn brought this super-ancient god to a cage and pointed at a balloon-shaped fish. It stuck its head out and was lying on the ground, looking at a beautiful girl passing by. It was very curious. What kind of strange creature was this? Carolyn was a little curious. This strange creature seemed to be locked in a zoo, surrounded by humans. In fact, it looked very happy. It was lying on the ground and watching the humans who were traveling, but Carolyn still introduced it. Because of it, we have solved the scientific problem that has been troubling us for decades, the race problem. The arrival of this life is simply the savior of our Isidal people. It has solved the last part of the human optimization plan and opened the chapter of the next era for us. Suji and Carolyn were sightseeing in the magical beast zoo. While they were talking, they came to a balloon fish. This balloon fish was surrounded like a monkey in a zoo. A bunch of cute girls took pictures of it, feeling curious about it as a new species. But what about him? He lay on the ground, constantly looking for angles, muttering. Suji read from his lips, there is no tights. This world is full of trust between people. Suji? He had a toothache on the spot. Scum, a disgrace to humanity. After he came to an alien civilization and was captured as a zoo orangutan, the first thing he did was to become a zoo maniac, have a sense of crisis, at least scream, cry loudly about their atrocities, demand human rights, or find a way to escape the zoo. Suji felt a headache. This batch of players was even more idiotic than the previous ones. Relying on the fact that this game was not a real death, they were very optimistic. The current Ashutl people, after several generations of reproduction, had no wariness at all and treated people sincerely. In the end, they didn't even know they were being peeped at. What happened? Carolyn couldn't help but ask. Nothing. Suji took a deep breath, looked at the magical beast in the cage, and said, "This species, it seems a little special." "It is very special." Carolyn suddenly became interested, and she continued to talk, her eyes bright. "This balloon fish race was just discovered a few days ago. In a goblin tribe in the southern part of the Stonewall region, there seems to be an ant pyramid with an ant queen, and this is their king. It seems to have high intelligence, but there is no magic core in its brain. We can't use the sea language to read its thoughts or even communicate with it." Suji nodded. Carolyn continued, "Its population has been bred by us in batches. It has good elasticity and is a natural biological filter membrane. It can be used as a safety measure and has entered the production line, about to implement the human selection plan." Suji looked at this balloon fish with a strange expression. On the other side, in the Spore Evolution forum, countless netizens went crazy and were extremely shocked. They watched as the player was quickly captured. In less than an hour in the real world, which was half a month in the game, his species was captured and put into a laboratory to be studied inhumanely. A group of scientists in white coats surrounded him in a frenzy. Screenshots, screenshots, screenshots. Within half an hour, he was frantically sending pictures and screaming. Everyone was stunned. "Studied by aliens? Brother, you've also become a senior researcher. To be able to participate in experimental research, even if it was just being researched by others." Laughing emoji, "Stop messing around." This scene was clearly very terrifying. Okay. It was as if an Earthling had been captured and dissected by aliens from a higher civilization. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying it was. Because it's about time now. Don't worry, hurry up and take a screenshot. Let's continue to understand their civilization. While everyone was still in shock, an even more terrifying scene happened. They discovered something extremely terrifying. The level of technology in the laboratory of this mysterious race was so high that they could not understand it. There were all kinds of supernatural mechanical technology equipment. Moreover, in the laboratory, the scientists in white coats and assistants did not communicate with each other. From the beginning to the end, they did not say a word. It was as if they were born to understand each other's words and had a tacit understanding. When the netizens saw the live broadcast, they went even crazier. "This is too terrifying. Is this race all mute? Oh my God. Every time we went to the New World, we would learn the indigenous language. But now, there's no way to learn it at all? Could it be that this civilization has long broken away from the constraints of language and does not need to open their mouths to communicate? Could it be that it's like the aliens in the movies, using brainwave transmission? It's silent. Mother ****. This is so scary. It's like watching a horror sci-fi movie. Previously, some people thought that this game could not be so omnipotent and that this civilization could not be a sci-fi civilization. Even if it was, it could not be so advanced. At most, it was the same as modern humans. But now, it had completely shattered everyone's understanding. They were slapped in the face, and it was the kind that was beaten swollen. The height of this civilization was not even within the scope of human understanding on Earth. Even advanced to the point of understanding, it was extremely difficult. Because there was no way to learn the language, it was equivalent to a natural barrier. It was impossible to understand the other party's civilization. This, and the major research institutes on Earth were completely dumbfounded. They were completely shocked. After a while, something even more shocking happened. Because they saw this balloon fish being made into a safety balloon by this group of scientists. Then, it was packaged like Durex and began to be manufactured into an assembly line. F asterisk CK. F asterisk CK plus 1 inch F asterisk CK plus 2 aliens also use this thing? They were all stunned. That was the only thing left in their minds. Their brains were all paste. They thought that they were researching some high-tech weapons, such as karma-killing machines or star destroyers. Who knew it was this? They felt that this was definitely one of the top 10 unbelievable alien events of the 21st century. The major research institutes, they looked at the computer screen and their heads began to hurt. What was going on? Could it be that there was a deeper meaning? Advanced technological civilizations also need to use this thing? They fell into deep doubt about their scientific life. And Xianxia was even more miserable. He looked at his own species. They were even more miserable than the alchemy emperor. No, they were almost the same. Akina Mountain, cough, 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 as expected of the balloon fish race. There are more uses than we thought. Thank you for helping us develop it. Alien technology is awesome, learning. Medicine to save the alternate world, don't panic. Didn't you say before that you wanted to go to the 3 realms and be a terrifying demon king? Now your wish has been fulfilled. You are already a demon king who has killed countless people and your hands are stained with blood. Everyone was also talking about it. In a sense, that was indeed the case. They laughed until their stomachs cramped. They felt that he was too miserable and kept comforting him. Yes. Yes. You have killed countless people. You are the first human hero in history to slaughter a large number of alien races. We are proud of you. Laughing emoji, really? That's awesome. I am so envious. You have been an ambitious person since your debut. Realize our dreams. Men should kill mercilessly. Immortal deeds are all in killing. Laughing emoji, Xianxia? Men should kill mercilessly? Immortal deeds are all in killing? Why do these words sound so perverted now? Am I too impure, or are these idiots getting stronger day by day? He was shocked when he saw these people's encouragement. He was so angry that he wanted to vomit blood. He began to ignore this group of people. He was so angry that his blood pressure was rising. After several twists and turns, he successfully came out of the laboratory and went to the zoo in front of him. He was locked in a cage and watched by the tourists like a panda. He was suddenly speechless. He could only take a deep breath. The netizens outside told me that this is a huge opportunity. This technological human is observing me, and I can also take the opportunity to observe them and understand their civilization and structure. These so-called netizens were naturally the netizens from the research institute. They hoped that he could provide more information, and they would do their best to help him rise in this mysterious world of science and technology. This was their biggest opportunity so far. Moreover, they promised to give him a huge sum of 1,000 sand coins for every screenshot. Give me money, that's different. At this moment, Xianxia's expression was solemn. His head was on the ground, constantly looking for an angle to observe the passing girls. For the great revival of mankind, I will not shirk my duty. Screenshots. 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 Pictures were sent out one by one. Countless people were shocked. Although there were no actual pictures, this angle, this hazy feeling, it was too beautiful. Countless netizens exclaimed, saying that he was really smart, and that 1,000 sand coins for a screenshot was very worth it. The American scientists? The Australian scientists? They were devastated. This online player was poisonous. He thought that we paid him for this kind of photo. Why didn't our people put it in? We can only rely on this guy? And what happened next made their faces turn black. Ding, system prompt, player, scaring you 3000 has been officially banned due to spreading unhealthy pictures. The personnel from the major secret research institutes vomited blood and fell to the ground. Everyone was shocked. Previously in the forum, there were some who did this. After all, the Spore Evolution Forum was also a forum, and it had to abide by the basic rules. Like other forums, they would be banned if they messed around, but this was unprecedented. This was the first time they saw a big shot who left the novice village and entered the universe being banned instantly. This was also a record breaker. Big shot is indeed a big shot. Sexy balloon, selling videos online. Everyone was amazed. This was simply too outstanding. As expected of an elite veteran in the industry. Xia and Aiming looked at the people on the internet and felt very distressed. Wasn't it just making some money? After all, a screenshot was worth so much money, it would be a lie to say that he was not jealous. According to the current exchange rate, 1,000 San dollars was equivalent to 2,000 RMB, and this exchange rate was still rising. Some people had already started to hoard, and it was said that it was going to be Bitcoin. Let me ask you this, one screenshot for 2,000 RMB, would you exchange it? This was a choice that anyone would make. It was a very simple choice. This was a path where money fell from the sky, and no one was that rich. Xia and Aiming could not help but take a deep breath. These people are too bad, and I'm too young. That's why I believed their nonsense. They kept spouting nonsense, and I almost fell for their tricks. They used money to attack me, and I was assimilated by them and joined their camp. He did not know that some research institute was secretly planning this. He just thought that these idiots were deliberately messing with him. Thinking of this, he began to take it seriously. He could not be bewitched by these animals, although he was locked up, life still had to go on. It was already very difficult for him to evolve into a species. The reason why he was joking with these guys now was because he was already caught, and there was no other way. Now that he had successfully survived, he still had to work hard to get out of this predicament. Lu Sun once said, as long as you are alive, there is hope, right? Obviously, this terrifying technological world was beyond their imagination. Even a hell-level dungeon. In this alien world, although there were magical beasts and other dangerous supernatural places, there was also radar scanning. It was normal for him to be discovered and captured by high-tech means. In this world, the seemingly powerful magical beasts were just sightseeing animals in their zoo. Being muted. I can only rely on myself. However, this is not a problem for me. Xia Niming had a serious expression on his face. After all, he was still a human elite. His IQ was outstanding and he was quite confident. It was just that he had been led astray by those idiots. According to my observations, the aesthetics of the humans in this world are roughly the same as ours. They are handsome and perfect, and they seem to be highly civilized. It seems that they have lost all deceit and are filled with trust between people. As an alien, although my technological civilization is inferior to theirs, I can still conquer them. He had a plan for this, and there was a case study on Earth. Cats didn't have high combat power, but they could easily conquer humans on Earth. Through their cute, innocent eyes, they could turn humans into cat slaves. Aliens with fish lips, Xia Niming lay in the cage and continued to observe these perfect humans that were as beautiful as gods. He looked for different angles and continued to lie on the ground to look at the girls and observe the human customs. My species is ever-changing. I can scare people to death, but I can also act cute. You can raise your pen to bring peace to the world, you can mount a horse to bring peace to the world, you can bully and oppress a Shota. As he thought of this, the balloon fish suddenly bounced slightly and turned into a cute little cat. It kept walking gracefully in the cage and acted cute. Wow! This species is so cute. He can turn into a lot of cute little animals. A group of girls exclaimed, blinking and taking pictures with their eyes. Sure enough. Xia Niming smiled. Although he couldn't hear the communication of these humans, he could still see from their facial expressions that they were hooked. Moreover, he also got a more important piece of data. They don't bring cameras. It seems that they are taking pictures with their eyes. What kind of advanced civilization is this? It's terrifying. He felt more and more amazed. Woo woo woo. He turned into a cute puppy, looking at the crowd with watery eyes, and wagging his tail wildly, causing another scream. Sooner or later, my species will become a pet of this world, similar to cats. After all, the balloonfish's IQ is very low. Not higher than that of cats, but it is raised in every family, stealing information, and forming a huge network of relationships. He thought. Suddenly, he also thought about it carefully, and an incredible idea came into his mind. Could it be that the current Earth's cats are also a race that is lower than the Earth's civilization and secretly invaded like him? They live in every human family and collect human intelligence, for humans, the ordinary television and computer are technologies that they can't even imagine. Thinking about some things in reverse, he felt a little creepy. But he was still determined. If I can't beat them with force, I can only act cute. This was his only way out at the moment. That's quite clever. Suji was stunned for a moment, and then laughed. This was indeed the best choice. Whether it was wretched or unrealistic, there was no other way. What's wrong? Do you have any ideas about this balloon fish? Carolyn smiled and said curiously, ever-changing, it is indeed a wonderful creature. Nature always amazes people. Nothing. Suji shook his head and looked away from this zoo survival player. For him, this was just a small interlude in life. This player was too far away from himself and the height of this civilization. Suji continued to visit the Ashutl technology and research results under her guidance. His main goal for this trip was still to build a mechanical armor. Because he was only level 6, there were 2 levels between him and level 8 gods, and only gods had the ability to cross the universe and wander in space. He was still too far away. For this period of time, he still had to get a mechanical armor as a means of transportation. Otherwise, if something suddenly happened in space, he would not be able to do anything. Perhaps in the future, he could go to space to build a sand table in the solar system, and no matter what, a mechanical armor could also have the combat power to protect him. Its level 7 combat power, Suji continued to move forward. It was of great use to him in all aspects. He was a very practical person. Mechanical armors could directly increase his convenience in the real world, the most direct and rapid improvement of strength. It was worth a certain amount of attention and effort. This is space technology, quantum entanglement, but it is still in its infancy. Perhaps in the distant future, we will achieve quantum communication. Carolyn stopped in a glass cabinet and introduced to Suji, looking forward to the future. Not bad, an amazing magical technology civilization, Suji said. Each piece of black technology was extremely terrifying, enough to produce progress and influence that transcended the era. If these scientific research results were left on Earth, every country would pay a heavy price. What a terrifying civilization. This is the technological Big Bang, he continued to walk. After walking past the Biotechnology Ecological Park, he walked to a huge 8-story domed exhibition hall. This was the research center of the mechanical civilization. At this time, the entire research center used a lot of money to research vacuum mechanical armor for Suji. Although Carolyn mainly researched the biological field, there were still many Ashutl mechanical scientists who insisted on the romance of magical machinery. Even because the potential of the brain was opened up, mechanical technology was updated countless times faster than before. Now, 10 new humans formed a research center, and their technological updates are already comparable to one Levis. Carolyn smiled. One can imagine how terrifying the speed of our civilization is now. Suji understood. Their physical grades were not high, and cultivation could not be achieved overnight, but their technology could already mass-produce high-end mechanical armor, even reaching the realm of level 7 heavenly emperors. Although their combat power did not reach the level of elite heavenly emperors, it was still shocking. Magical beasts were also developing rapidly in the ancient lava region, and many heavenly emperors had appeared, but in comparison, they had no advantage over machinery. The Ashutl people now only occupy 4% of the ancient lava region, but the combat power of all magical beasts added together is comparable to 30% of the territory, and it is still growing rapidly. Carolyn sighed, and said with immeasurable pride, and now, even without me, human society can still maintain order and operate steadily, because the order of civilization has completely matured. I could have retired long ago. As she spoke, Carolyn's tone was filled with pride towards her own race. It was an emotion and pride that came from the bottom of her heart, just like when she rejected the gods all those years ago. It was an unbelievable confidence. She brought Suji to a secret research center. How's the elimination test? Has the human selection plan been repeated? Under the faint white light above their heads, a group of human scientists dressed in white gowns walked back and forth in an extremely hurried manner. After passing through a number of corridors, Carolyn brought Suji to a secret room within the core of the building. A sleek black mech was quietly placed in a glass cover. This is our vacuum magic mech. It has extremely powerful isolation and pressure resistance capabilities. It was forged from the previous lava materials, and its molecular structure was changed, and it was forged with magic energy. Carolyn's brainwaves flashed. She had already activated a certain mechanism, and the air in the entire glass cover was rapidly sucked out, forming a vacuum state. Not only can it resist vacuum, but it has also fused all of the Ashutl people's intelligence. Its performance and combat power are the highest. Not bad. Suji looked at the mech. It was very sci-fi and beautiful, very much in line with his aesthetic standards. It could completely resist vacuum pressure, and Carolyn had put in endless effort and price. The specific practice still needs to be tested. Carolyn looked at Suji with a face full of longing. Suji was speechless. He knew what she wanted to do. She was curious about the vacuum world, however, this mech did indeed need to be tested. It did not matter if they could improve it and satisfy their wishes. Wasn't it just a vacuum? For them, it was an extremely rare field, but for outsiders, it could not be any more ordinary. Sure, Suji replied with a smile. Really? Carolyn's eyes lit up. Of course. Suji was not so stingy and short of money. I can take you and some researchers to the vacuum world for a field survey. Crack, crack, crack. In the next second, the entire huge 8-story research center quickly deformed and rose from the ground. Layers of soil peeled off, revealing the black and exquisite metal body of the machine, turning into a huge mechanical spaceship. A human scientist was walking around. His thoughts were echoing in every room. For the glory of the Ashutl people. Countless years of preparation, waiting for this moment. 13 super power furnaces, testing complete. Vacuum pressure emergency shield, ready. Optical mimicry invisibility shield, activated. The lava cannon is fully charged. Human species, 138,000 animals, plants, and magical beasts have all been brought, ready to test the living environment in the vacuum. A series of solemn voices echoed in the huge mechanical spaceship. Suji stood in the room. He could not react at all. The entire research center had been prepared for this long ago, but in the next second, he could not help but laugh. In fact, this time, Suji also had the idea of using the Ashutl people's test to explore the universe. He had not been there before, and the highest distance he could go was only the Earth's atmosphere. Suji suddenly wanted to say, I have the same great dream as you, the great sea of stars. But he did not say it, because he wanted to maintain his dignity in front of this unimaginably advanced technological civilization. Let's go. The entire research center is built for the research results you want, super ancient deity. Carolyn's eyes lit up as she stood in front of the core cockpit with Suji, looking out of the cabin window. Great super ancient deity, how did we enter that world? Space travel? Wormhole? Teleportation? The eyes of the scientists in white coats burned with anticipation. The researchers here were the most elite group of scientists. It could be said that most of the wisdom of the Ashutl people was gathered here. The scientist in the lead was a female assistant who had followed Carolyn for many years, Melavina. The fact that she was able to follow Carolyn proved that she was quite talented, and there was no doubt that she was trusted. Today, she was already in a high position, and was the president of the human empires in the West. Her arrival as the president of the human empire meant many things. Michael, the golden dragon, was also standing on the ground. He was very smooth and beautiful, and his entire body was embedded with shiny magical crystals. At this moment, the golden dragon was 3 meters tall. It stood on the ground and kept rolling the fat on its belly. It tried to stand straight and solemnly like a human soldier, but it seemed to be very difficult. If it relaxed even a little, the fat on its belly would roll down. Life is good. I've gained so much weight. Suji was stunned as he looked at the group of scientists. This was really a small step for humanity, a big step for Earth. It was a memorable day for the Ashutl people, and for Suji, it was also a big step for his Earth. He could finally leave Earth. Of course, it was only anticipation. He had seen many historical moments of civilizations, and there was no strong sense of ceremony. He looked at the top human scientists and explained helplessly, "This is a trip. I will only bring you to sightsee. Ishidal people, don't think too much. Suji continued, I will use a special method to bring you into a vacuum. Don't act rashly and listen to my instructions the whole time. Also, this period of time may not be short. Carolyn's expression froze. I understand. The ancient gods had disappeared for such a long time before reappearing. At that time, she had guessed that it would be a long journey before they could reach that world. Carolyn thought about it seriously and replied, the current Ishidal civilization can still operate normally without me. And this mechanical spaceship is prepared with energy for a long time. But after a few hesitations, she could not help but ask, how long will it take for us to come back? If we make it back alive? Suji thought for a moment. About 3 to 4 years. In other words, 1 hour in the real world. Perhaps, we will encounter a special race? Carolyn's voice was solemn. Although she didn't make it clear, in her eyes, this might be related to the enemy race that had destroyed the ancient human civilization. Another world, at this moment, her heart was already incomparably excited. Suji's expression was calm. Although it was somewhat unexpected for Carolyn to create such a huge fella, it was still within Suji's control. After all, he had already made preparations before coming here. Suji was looking forward to and curious to let them see the vacuum environment. Living in the underground magma world, their horizons are ultimately too narrow. They are frogs at the bottom of a well. This is the limitation of the environment. They have never seen the vast universe of the sea of stars. If they were to see it, how would their civilization develop? Therefore, Suji formed a tour group. Otherwise, just a mech as a reward might not affect him. But be careful, strange things might happen, Suji said as a precaution. Understood. Any miracle that cannot be explained by science is simply unexplainable by current science. Carolyn's face was completely solemn. The entire mechanical spaceship rapidly took off. The vast streamlined body was like a huge black cigar as it flew through the sky. After flying for a while, it left the human mechanical city and arrived in a forest. It's starting. Shut down all the energy sources. Otherwise, the interference of various energies might cause instability. We'll be torn apart alive and disappear into the unknown space and time. Suji stood before the cabin window and looked at the magma land outside. Shut down? The surrounding scientists were stunned. Once it was shut down, the entire mechanical spaceship would instantly fall. Shut down, Carolyn said without any hesitation. In an instant, countless Ishidal scientists shut down all energy sources. The entire huge mechanical spaceship rapidly descended, as though it would crash into the mountains in the next second. Suddenly, there was a flash, boom, a ripple from a teleportation array. Suji controlled the teleportation array to open up a huge black crack, and the entire spaceship was instantly swallowed. It's gone. In the distant mechanical metropolis, countless people raised their heads and looked up, their faces filled with shock. Beep, beep. In the mechanical spaceship, all sorts of alarms sounded. Our spatial locator has detected an unknown vibration. Oh my god, the displacement meter has displayed unknown displacement data. There's a major malfunction. Many scientists were talking loudly as they looked at the meter. They were extremely excited. They had been guessing and even simulated 13 methods to travel between worlds. Based on this, they had developed over 100 monitoring devices to collect experimental data during the travel. We have detected a spatial vibration. Perhaps we are traveling. Data collection in progress. Do not activate any energy sources. Otherwise, we might get lost in the turbulence of space. This is a power that the current Ishidal people cannot achieve. Space travel, this is the power of God. A scientist said loudly, his face red. At this moment, they did not dare to use any energy sources and allowed the mechanical spaceship to travel freely. This was a domain that they could not understand. Carolyn stood in the distance. She quietly looked at the scientists and did not move. Instead, she turned to look at the ancient god beside her. You're too amazing. Just a single life form can teleport an entire mechanical spaceship. Suji did not say anything. This was indeed the power of God. Only a god could do this, which was a level 8 mythical. but it was not his. He was too far away from being a god. This was Ermin's power. After a short trip through the teleportation array, a black mechanical spaceship the size of a washbasin appeared on the pear-wood red table in Suji's living room. This black mechanical spaceship was placed on the table, like an extremely exquisite black toy. Beside it was a coffee table, as well as delicious dishes. The moment they arrived, they had already given an order to the intelligent subbrain. Block the image outside the spaceship. Suji was eating. He put down his chopsticks and looked at the mechanical spaceship helplessly. Its arrival was faster and more exaggerated than he had imagined, but in the end, it was still within his control. Suji thought about it and did not put down his chopsticks. After I finish eating, I'll send you guys to the sky for a tour. After all, I've never been there before. However, leaving it on the dining table made the Isidal people feel that something was wrong. It was so stable that they even suspected that they had gone through space travel. Suji thought about it and suddenly looked at the ceiling of the living room. It was a ceiling fan. It was a large three-sided fan that cost a few $100s. He stood up and used a black rope to hang the mechanical spaceship under the fan. First gear. Suji looked at the ceiling fan as it slowly rotated. He immediately returned to the dining table and continued eating. This should be enough. Buzz buzz buzz, the entire Isidal mechanical spaceship experienced an unprecedented tremor as it rotated crazily. The dials of the instruments were flashing red, indicating abnormal data. Ah. This is unknown displacement. Is this space turbulence? Dizzy. It's spinning. Oh my god. Is this the scary thing about space travel? Record it. Hurry up and record it. Inside the spaceship, countless Isidal people were swaying left and right as if they were sitting on a merry-go-round. But they were filled with the zeal of a scientist as they frantically examined the instruments. Oh. We must record it. This is precious experimental data. Whoosh. The weather had been cold recently, and with the fan spinning, the temperature in the living room seemed to have dropped by a few degrees. The lava world doesn't feel like winter is coming. It's hot all year round there, even causing the Isidal people to dress sparsely. Suji sat in the living room, holding a pair of chopsticks, calmly eating the farmhouse dishes from the gourmet world. Occasionally, he would look up at the black mechanical spaceship spinning crazily under the electric fan. Under the high-speed rotation, it had already turned into a black top with a hazy shadow. Due to its irregular shape, it looked like it was tied with a rubber band, jumping up and down. A strange thought suddenly appeared in Suji's mind. In terms of the span of our technological civilization, I'm like an earthling grabbing an alien flying saucer from a higher civilization and spinning it under the electric fan? He did not feel that it was wrong to do so. After all, he had to find something for them to do, right? After a period of interaction, Suji understood the personality of this race. Once they were free and given time to think, these scientists could create trouble for him. Who knew what their IQ was? If they were idle, they might discover something and directly make them dizzy. Not being able to think was the best choice. There's no other way. I have to guard against your imagination and see through the flaws. Suji ate very quickly, finishing the food in 3 minutes. There were only empty plates on the table, stained with yellow soup. He took them to the kitchen, turned on the tap, and soaked them in water. After I finish today's work, I'll send them to the Celestial Queen and come back to wash the dishes. He washed the dishes himself every day. He suddenly felt that he might need to find a nanny. His food was now cooked by someone. In the world of gourmet food, every meal was delicious, but he still lacked a housekeeper to take care of the house and clean. But when it came to housekeepers, Suji had an idea. A perfect housekeeper. The first reaction would be Xiaowei. If I can get a Xiaowei, that's not bad. After all, Xiaowei is the most perfect woman in the eyes of all. Beautiful, kind, intelligent, and hardworking. It arouses the dark jealousy of others. When I go back, I'll use a hoe and shovel to dismember her. He would not dismember her, and there were no side effects to him. As a housekeeper, Xiaowei was very assured and safe. But how to get her was a problem. What could a tiny ant like Xiaowei possibly do? Only Dewey could be a housekeeper, right? This is a problem. For a freak to become so huge, it was a 100,000-foot tall giant. The number of people who gathered it was quite terrifying. Perhaps he could go to the shuttle and get himself a housekeeping robot. It would be very simple and violent, however, it would be very troublesome to rebuild such a big one himself. These two thoughts flashed through his mind. He still had to think about the specifics. As for finding a native in the universe as a babysitter, he didn't have that idea yet. Not to mention the size, only the big shots who practiced the 9 revolutions arcane art and the evil god Cthulhu could become so huge, and these people with these abilities, various factors did not allow it. Having a huge body is also a problem, he thought as he stopped the electric fan and took the mechanical spaceship down from the living room. Rumble, in the mechanical spaceship, countless scientists in white coats were swaying left and right. If it weren't for the fact that they were naturally strong, they would have been foaming at the mouth after being dizzy for so many days. At this moment, it suddenly stopped. The spatial turbulence that traversed worlds and spacetime has finally passed. Perhaps the spatial turbulence is something that we have to experience every time? Or maybe we're just unlucky and encountered a natural phenomenon? This is too dangerous. We almost died. Have all the major data been recorded? Fully recorded. White lights shone. In the mechanical technology hall, the top scientists of the Ashutl people stood in front of the sophisticated technology equipment. Their faces were pale, but they still checked the data. Their faces gradually became wild with joy. Such precious data was nothing compared to the spatial turbulence. They had guessed from the beginning that the price of traveling through space and world was very high, the risk was very high, and the scene before them happened to be in line with their expectations. The spatial turbulence was too scary. It was like a small ship in the ocean facing a storm, swaying with the wind. At this moment, they finally experienced the great power and vastness of nature. However, in the next second, the world spun again. The entire mechanical spaceship seemed to have been jolted by someone, jumping heavily twice in a row. After Suji unhooked himself from the fan, he flipped the mechanical spaceship with one hand. He was a little curious. Although it looks small, it's quite heavy. About 25 kilograms? He reached out, and an old rusty scale with a pole in the corner of the orchard flew into the living room. This was used to weigh lychees in the orchard. He fiddled with the black scale. 53 kilograms. My guess was right. This technological civilization is more powerful than I thought. It should be an alloy made from light magic technology. It's similar to the structure of a magical artifact. There's no need to test its hardness, it can withstand vacuum. After doing all this, he was not in the mood to delay any longer. It was better to finish this work as soon as possible. He took out a white woven bag filled with rice and put the mechanical spaceship in it before walking out of the orchard. Formless air body. A hazy air elemental spell turned into a faint twisting storm, blocking Suji's vision. He directly carried the bag and rose into the sky, flying towards the clouds like a pillar of light that shot into the sky, straight into the atmosphere. Suji was no longer an ordinary rank 6. Now that he had experienced multiple world extinctions, his cultivation base was close to that of a quasi-emperor. His overall strength was twice as strong as when he had just entered rank 6. Flying into the atmosphere did not require much energy. In the mechanical spaceship, there were all sorts of vibrations. Boom boom boom. It's accelerating. The space displacement device is telling us that we're moving steadily. The gyroscope device is telling us that the direction is stable. We're moving extremely fast. Could it be that we've already passed through the space turbulence and are approaching a peaceful period? Are we safely arriving at another world? The precision calculating. Machinery was flashing. The scientists in white coats were frantically fiddling with the instruments. The atmosphere in the mechanical spaceship was extremely tense. Even if they were extremely confident in their civilization and technology, this was still the first time they had experienced such a thing. After a series of detection and integration, they sensed that the spaceship was still moving steadily. They immediately took a deep breath and relaxed. The past few days had been unbearable. After experiencing countless days of rotation and shaking, like the crashing waves of the tide, they finally softened in their seats and heaved a sigh of relief. This feeling was wonderful. It was like a ship that had weathered through a great storm and welcomed the calm blue sea. Detect and analyze the data we've just obtained. Since it was safe, Marawina began her work. She sat on the mechanical control panel and continuously analyzed the data she had just obtained. However, in the next second, her expression gradually froze and revealed a look of disbelief. According to the force area of the spaceship and the mechanical inertia, a virtual image of the force was gradually appearing. Impossible. Is there something wrong with my brain? Marawina suddenly exclaimed. She hurriedly tapped on the keyboard and after a few experiments, she suddenly shouted at an Eastern female scientist beside her. Li Bing! Lend me your brain for a while. Li Bing was stunned. She hurriedly used her brain to connect to the display in front of Marawina through the wireless communication channel. These scientists seemed to have their own personal computers. They sat in front of the computer and worked. In fact, it was just a screen. They connected it to their brain as the computer's mainframe. The display screen was only for convenience and to communicate with others. Marawina directly used Li Bing's brain to calculate. It was still the same result. This is. Her expression completely froze. What happened? The other scientists sensed that something was wrong. They came in front of the display and saw an extremely terrifying virtual image on her computer. The image was filled with various data calculations. It was a virtual analysis based on the area of the spaceship that was in contact with the outside world, as well as the takeoff height and angle of the force. They clearly saw it. It was as if a giant human hand was dragging their huge mechanical spaceship and tossing it into the air. It was as simple as throwing a basketball. In an instant, all the scientists present were a little stunned. This was not the most terrifying thing. Next, they saw a scale. The mechanical universe ship continued to move forward steadily. Scale? That's impossible. Among the scientists in white coats, someone yelled. Following that, the Isidal people went silent, there was no more sound. In truth, this was what all the scientists were thinking. They were stunned in place, their minds filled with disbelief. How could they encounter such a strange thing while passing through space turbulence? It was absurd. Was there a life form that could survive in space turbulence, or was it a giant, an unknown mysterious existence that could lift the mechanical universe ship with one hand, grabbed it, weighed it, and then left? Just thinking about it sent chills down their spines. It felt like they had brushed shoulders with the god of death. What happened? Carolyn walked over with large steps. She noticed the uneasiness here. Looking at the scientists' expressions, she could not help but ask, is there an anomaly in the inspection data? Loss of data? Their mechanical universe ship's main goal was to inspect, hence it carried over 100 external environment inspection instruments. There were only two goals. First, to research the method of transmigration, during the process of arriving in another world, inspection, data collection, and research. Perhaps, they could open up a new scientific field, and the Isidal people's technology would reach the height of transmigration. Second, to inspect the vacuum environment. This might be an unknown world, dangerous and mysterious. Perhaps the last ancient human civilization was destroyed here. The inspection of various data was necessary. This mechanical spaceship was equipped with countless detection instruments of the highest grade. Miss Carolyn, according to our inspection, this is the image we saw through space turbulence. Marawina, the president of the Western Human Empire, thought about it and finally spoke. Carolyn looked at the virtual image, her expression gradually froze. She took a deep breath. Not only was she not shocked, she even revealed a smile. It's a bit strange, I didn't expect that the few vibrations of our universe ship, there might be a huge secret behind it. Redo it. All the scientists in the laboratory, activate multi-core deduction mode. Yes. Countless scientists spoke, over 30 of them quickly connected their brains to a special large mechanical screen in front of them. 2 cores, 3 cores, 4 cores, their computing power continued to rise. Every single one of them was a computer with super fast computing ability. When they were linked together, their computing ability reached an even more terrifying height. Gathering the wisdom of many people and complementing each other, greatly reducing the error rate of the deduction. Recalculate, said Carolyn as she draped her white coat over her shoulders. With a solemn and ice-cold expression, she stared at the large screen. Voila! Loading, this universe ship's large liquid crystal screen slowly lit up, and images began to appear. In the virtual calculation screen in front of him was a stationary mechanical spaceship. Suddenly, half of it was grabbed by an unknown object. The outer shell of the spaceship. Calculating the shape of the object holding the spaceship according to the surface area of the spaceship. A mechanical voice sounded. Gradually, a vast palm with 5 fingers appeared in front of him. The palm grabbed the spaceship and tossed it upwards. The palm lines have been calculated. Ding, a precise picture of a palm and a fingerprint quickly appeared on their computer screen. This is? Human fingerprints? It's completely consistent with a human palm print. Oh my god. Just what kind of human had such a huge palm? It can easily grab the entire universe ship. The faces of the icidal scientists were pale. It was undeniable that their technology had reached an unprecedented height. It was even like a fingerprint unlocking. Just touching their spaceship was already so precise. Carolyn looked at the vast palm that reached out from the void and grabbed their spaceship. Her expression turned solemn. Continue the calculation. Calculating in progress. Following which, the calculations continued. In their eyes, the palm grabbed the spaceship and threw it upwards for the first time. The palm threw the spaceship 37 meters upwards. It wasn't thrown vertically, and the time period of the force wasn't evenly distributed. It is consistent with the force exerted by the palm. According to the angle and the area of the force exerted, the palm has an elbow. In the virtual mechanics screen, a virtual arm began to appear behind the palm. Preliminary calculations, according to the throwing of the spaceship, the angle of the tilt, and the amount of force exerted, the length of the arm is very likely to be 30,710 meters. This length is consistent with the calculated lever movement and various actual data. At the same time, the ratio of the arm to the palm coincides with the structure of the human body. Seeing this, everyone went silent. In the cockpit of the icidal people, sounds of rapid breathing could be heard. This was the joint calculation of a group of scientists, and it was almost impossible for it to be wrong. There really was a vast giant that grabbed their spaceship. At this moment, their minds were blank. Continue the calculation. Carolyn stared at the screen calmly and spoke slowly. However, her fingers were clenched so tightly that they were pale, showing that she was not calm in her heart. Calculating in progress. 173 measuring instruments are gathering the data. In the entire research hall, only the sound of the machines could be heard. In the following image, according to the force exerted on the surface of the spaceship, they saw a hook fiercely hooked onto the tail of their spaceship. The entire spaceship was like a huge black fish that had been flipped upside down, unable to resist. According to the displacement data, after being hooked by the hook, it started swinging in a circular motion. Deduced that the hook has a rope structure. Following the calculation, the image changed again. A large fish hook hooked onto the mechanical spaceship, and a virtual rope appeared on the hook. Like a pocket watch swinging from side to side, the image appeared on the screen. Their technology was too advanced. From the movement data of the hand tossing the mechanical spaceship, they could infer the length of the elbow. From the hook to the mechanical spaceship, they could infer that there should be a rope on top of the hook. At this moment, after being hooked, the entire mechanical spaceship is shifting. There are changes in angle and force exerted, similar to a lever balance shift movement. It seems to be placed on a scale and being weighed. Ding, in the image, a long pole scale was simulated. There was a fixed point in the middle, and the hook on this side was hanging on to the mechanical spaceship. It was in a lower position, and there was an unknown weight on the other side. At first, the position of the mechanical spaceship was very low, but as it slowly adjusted, the lever was leveled, and the weight on both sides was finally equal. The force exerted and tilted, along with various complex and practical data indexes, could be calculated by the supercomputer and placed on the lever to adjust the balance. According to the data, it seems to be adjusting the weight of the scale to weigh the mechanical spaceship. During the adjustment process, the entire scale vibrated a total of 7 times. It seems that the weight moved through 7 notches, and finally leveled. Integrating data. Simulating in real time, the image was gradually integrated. They saw an arm with a palm, grabbing the vast mechanical spaceship and tossing it in the air. At this time, the fingerprints and palm prints of the palm quickly appeared on the virtual screen. Next, he reached a hook that hooked onto the tail of the mechanical spaceship and hung it on the scale. The hand moved the scales continuously, weighing the weight. After moving the scale 7 times, it finally leveled out. Then, the entire mechanical spaceship was released as though it had entered a new space. The surroundings were surrounded by many soft squares, and it began to fly smoothly. This was the entire simulation. When the simulation results appeared on the screen again, the Isidal people were shocked. Oh! Unbelievable! This process, what is this? The truth of the world? The universe? Vacuum? The unknown giant that we encountered while traveling through space? Their hearts were filled with excitement and some fear. This moment challenged the boundaries of their understanding of the world. This has shattered our understanding of the world. At that moment, for the scientists in the science hall, this was an indescribable and complicated emotion. This was the first time they had explored the outside world, and any unimaginable situation that appeared before them was worth studying to deepen their understanding of the world. After the disbelief, the Isidal people chose to accept it. Because their civilization was highly developed, they knew that what you think is impossible does not mean that it does not exist. When you unconditionally believe in science, denying something and scolding it for being superstitious, it is also a form of superstition. In fact, it was not just the Isidal people. Earthlings had always been understanding the world and pursuing science, but they were also limited by the times. For example, if you were born in the 6th century BC, your understanding of the world would be the ridiculous concept of a round sky and square earth. If you were born in the 16th century, that era would be the battlefield between the heliocentric and geocentric theories. You might be a supporter of geocentric theories, burning the heliocentric heretics to strengthen your own science. The so-called superstition was relative and limited by the times. In every era, people would have a new understanding of the world. It was not until the moment when humans walked out of Earth and saw a vast blue planet in space that humans confirmed that Earth was indeed circular. People would not fall from it because of gravity. Giants? Hooked? What is that? We, the Isidal people, may also be limited by the times. We are halfway through civilization, and not the end of civilization, the supreme beings who know the truth of all things. Looking at the simulation of the mechanical spaceship, Carolyn suddenly felt a pang in her heart and closed her eyes. I used to think that the advanced civilization of the Isidal people was something we could be proud of. In our world of science and technology, there was nothing that we could not understand, but this scene was impacting her heart. Vaguely, it was as if something that she was proud of was shattering. Our world is like a vase. Only by shattering its self-enclosed beauty can we see the outside world. Ancient deity, is this why you brought us into the universe? The first time we came to this unknown world, we met a terrifying existence that shattered our laughable pride. She suddenly smiled. It was a bitter smile, but it was as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Before coming here, she was very proud. They even used a boastful tone to bring the super-ancient gods to show them their scientific research and biological results. At that time, the ancient god seemed to be very satisfied and kept nodding his head during the tour, but now, it seemed that the ancient god just didn't want to expose their inferior research and hurt their confidence. She clearly knew that she had long been blinded by this. However, the other party only smiled gently under her lead and did not expose her. All these years, we've lost the footsteps of the truth seekers. As we grow stronger day by day, a superintelligent civilization with tens of millions of wise men has caused us to become complacent and arrogant, losing our original intentions. We should be arrogant, but this arrogance cannot be the cause of our civilization's destruction. She suddenly opened her eyes. What science can't understand is only, it can't understand. Melavina. Maravina stepped forward, her back straight, and she saluted. Let's start researching, just like how we researched our own brains before. Return to the original intention and don't let down the good intentions of the ancient gods. As soon as Carolyn's voice fell, the surrounding scientists all nodded their heads. They were extremely solemn, like young students who were eager to learn, sitting in a classroom. They started to deduce and calculate the data. There was a reason why their scientific civilization could reach this day and have tens of millions of wise men. Lines of meticulous data analysis soon appeared in the eyes of the scientists. The scale was the most important to them. In their discussion, they were more inclined to think that this was a fishing rod with a weighing function. There was a hook. Anything that could be fished up could also be weighed. It had unbelievably vast power. Gradually, in the virtual scene, a magnificent golden weighing rod appeared in their field of vision. This was the mystical and mythical tool that best fit the image in their eyes. Maybe, it's some kind of divine artifact. A world-class divine artifact that transcends worlds. Some kind of fish hook or scale. Moreover, they discussed enthusiastically and produced several guesses, finally forming two hypotheses of the universe. The scientist who followed the world lake theory said, every world is a lake of different sizes, and there are many fish living in the lake. Some are big, some are small, some are strong, some are weak, and the rivers and creeks in the lake are the passageways between worlds. As for the angler, he is the keeper of the world and the order of the world. He refuses to allow the world to smuggle in. He fishes in the rivers between the lakes, and any powerful fish that tries to smuggle in will be caught by him, and according to the weight, your crime will be measured. And the ancient god paid a huge price, or perhaps he had already reached some kind of agreement, and passed through the checkpoint to redeem us. Perhaps, without the ancient divinity leading them here, perhaps they would have been fished up and killed by the terrifying angler. However, the scientists who followed the space-time employment theory did not agree with this point of view. They said, he roams the world gap, rescuing travelers who are lost in space-time, and asking for payment. Have you forgotten that we were trapped in the void turbulence? Perhaps we would have died in this rare natural space storm disaster. It was this vast giant who saved us from the space storm. As for the weight being flipped and weighed, it was to calculate the reward. The ancient gods paid the reward. This theory was the employment theory. This giant was a businessman, and he saved people in exchange for payment. These two theories both seemed to have extremely reasonable arguments and evidence. The scientists of the two schools of thought argued until their faces turned red. But no matter what, this world showed their vastness. That inconceivably vast giant easily lifted their mechanical spaceship with one hand and even weighed it. This made them feel a deep sense of helplessness. The world is too big. It is filled with unknown and unimaginable miracles and creations, gods, supernatural beings, and even laws. Half an hour later, Carolyn walked out of the research hall and entered the long corridor. In spacetime, there is an indescribably vast existence. It is like a fisherman sitting on the shore of spacetime, fishing everything in the world. Such an existence can be called, she thought for a moment. Void angler. Today's experience of passing through the world tunnel and experiencing such a terrifying and unnatural scene had thrown all the scientists on the mechanical ship into a state of shock. It might take a few months for them to recover. To the Isidal people, this was an unprecedented shock. But no matter what, the ancient deity had saved the day. They were all inclined to believe that the ancient deity had befriended the giant and made a deal. I thought we Isidal people had become a celestial race and even had our own cultivation system, the sacred sigil. I didn't expect that we were still a frog in a well. Carolyn lowered her head and looked at her fair and delicate palms. This was the combination of technology and the supernatural, a unique sacred sigil system. Only the precision of a computer could achieve this. Her circles of fingerprints had been modified and turned into totem arrays. On her fair and delicate skin, there were many array patterns. The appearance of the sacred sigil system allowed the Isidal people to have their own unique cultivation path. Their combat power was not weak among the top magical beasts of the same level. They had thought that they had reached a new height, but the ancient deity was still the only true god in this world. The Isidal people still could not understand his existence. Carolyn came to the corridor and saw the ancient deity standing there quietly. She did not know how to express her gratitude. She hesitated for a moment before saying softly, "Thank you for bringing us to this unknown world. You gave us Isidal people the chance to face our weakness." Suji did not know how to answer. He stood at the window and suddenly interrupted Carolyn. "Look, there's a vacuum." "What?" Carolyn's beautiful eyes widened as she turned her head to look. It was as if the curtains had been pulled back from the shielded window of the spaceship, revealing a vast and endless world. What a beautiful and vast world it was. The vast and boundless sky was dotted with stars in the void. The stars were like a waterfall that fell from the sky. It was enough to make any life feel weak. At that moment, while they were exploring, their main bodies had flown above the atmosphere. They gently opened the woven bag and used psychic witchcraft to launch the mechanical ship. "I'll pick you up after a while." Boom, the entire mechanical spaceship left the atmosphere and slowly entered the universe. This is the vacuum world? Carolyn looked at the brilliant sea of stars and the vast vacuum of the universe. She was incomparably excited. We've successfully transmigrated to another world. We can now move freely. Activate the protective concealment barrier of the mechanical airship. Suji's words pulled Carolyn back to reality. In this world, there might be unknown life forms and civilizations. She still had many questions that she wanted to ask the ancient gods, but now she choked and immediately used her spiritual power to communicate with the spaceship. "Everyone. We have already entered the vacuum world. Activate the driving force and the protective barrier to prevent the enemy from detecting us. Prepare to charge your weapons and prepare to face any enemies that might appear. History will remember this moment." In an instant, all the scientists on the spaceship began their emergency work and tests. It really is vacuum pressure. It's not man-made. It's actually a vacuum environment that exists in nature. Oh. The phenomenon of weightlessness has occurred. Amidst the exclamations of countless human scientists, the decorations in the entire spaceship began to float up and down, and the whole person also floated up gently like a balloon. Suji asked them to self-shield the spaceship, lest they repeat the same mistakes as Dicky and cause unnecessary chaos. A group of Earth astronomers and satellite stations observed. As for Earth and the satellites, they were still shielded from them as before. In a sense, this spaceship is really a UFO to Earth. Modern humans can't detect it at all. And Suji also slowly floated up, looking at the beautiful outer space through the window of the corridor, silently feeling the beauty of all this. Outer space, I've truly entered the universe for the first time. He was only at the sixth order. Previously, he had only sent Dicky to the edge of the atmosphere. At this moment, even he, like Carolyn beside him, was filled with amazement and felt the special weightless environment. This was a completely new experience that could not be felt on Earth. One had to know that even on Earth, the number of astronauts who could enter space could be clearly counted, and it required several years of arduous training. Ordinary people simply could not bear it. How do I put it? The universe? A big step for our own Zerg civilization? Suji looked at the scene of vacuum outside and laughed involuntarily. However, it's only a short exploration and sampling period of 4 years. In order to build mechanical armors, further areas are not considered at the moment. The spaceship was still flying, exploring outside. And it was flying at an extremely fast speed, constantly accelerating, turning into a streamlined light. In this accelerated time, a month passed quickly. The emotions of the scientists gradually calmed down, and they began to explore the entire vacuum environment in the spaceship. There are a large number of radiation sources. This world is too strange. Pieces of rocks are floating in the sky, and it's even comparable to a huge circular planet. It's too far away from us. Even if we fly for a lifetime, we can't reach it. That fiery lava planet, is it the same structure as our lava river? They were shocked, boiling with disbelief. Suji turned his head to look. After a month of flight, the entire Earth had turned into a small blue vast planet, grand and magnificent, vast like a myth. He still had a strange and dazzling feeling. Have I really left Earth? What are you looking at? Carolyn suddenly stood beside him and followed Suji's gaze, but in the end, she did not see anything. How's the research going? Suji asked. Carolyn's face was serious, and she could not hide the joy between her brows. She was extremely excited. The radiation sources everywhere in this world are very good energy sources. Although the conversion rate is very low, it's enough to support the voyage. Because this world is very unique, there is no resistance, and in theory, we can continue to fly constantly. As long as we don't stop frequently, we can almost break even. Carolyn continued to analyze, and directly said with great excitement, this journey will take about 3 to 4 years, and we will really be living in vacuum for a period of time. Moreover, we have brought a large number of species from our world for survival, and we want to see how the situation is. Moreover, we will also carry out various species reproduction experiments to see what happens to the babies born here. In fact, we have already tested live animals, and the explosion test in a vacuum environment, and now, we are going to open the cockpit to test our magic vacuum mecha. Do you want to come? Suji nodded. Carolyn directly brought Suji to the magic mechanical mecha they had seen before, and opened the cockpit. The magic mechanical model ZK004 was the vacuum series, and it was a mecha made from the highest technology of the Ashitl people. It could accommodate 2 people inside, and it was more than 5 meters tall, with a streamlined aesthetic. After entering the cockpit, it was a 2-person cockpit, one above and one below. After entering, the cockpit door closed, and gradually following the exit path of the mechanical spaceship, a mechanical magic mecha flew into the vacuum. Amidst the brilliant galaxy, you can try to operate it. The basic mechanical operation procedures have been transferred to your memory. Carolyn operated the mecha and reminded. On Earth. Suji sent off the mechanical spaceship and gradually landed, returning to the orchard. For them, the flow of time was very fast, and they had already been flying in vacuum for a period of time, a few months, and Suji had just landed in the orchard, completing his mission. He glanced at the evolution sand table at the door, and directly walked into the living room, continuing to wash the dishes. He turned to look at the little black pet in the orchard, who was eating dog food. You finally have a place to use your skills. It was an aggregated creature, and a large number of Cthulhu's Rubik's Cube parts were originally planned to be used in the land of the gods, but plans could not keep up with the changes. Now, there was a very good use for it, to make magic mechanical mecha. Cthulhu's version of magic mechanical mecha. Moreover, with the help of a magus community to meditate, it could reach great heights in the future. Its use has now been determined, Suji smiled, and his expression gradually turned to the other side of the lava world. Taking advantage of the temporary absence of the powerful and overbearing Carolyn, the ancient magical beasts of the magma continent have started their revolution. A new form of society, the mechanical hard drive, has appeared. In fact, they are an even more perfect god race. He did not wish for a one-sided situation in every world. Without competition, there would be no surpassing. It was the same for the lava world. He had placed his hopes on Finbar, leading the magical beasts to fight, but it did not do anything. Finbar, I've misjudged you. I built you too high a starting point, the most powerful talent in the entire lava world. You've always had it, never lost it. You've been too comfortable, but in the end, there will still be people who will rise in your place. Magical beasts, Hanaga. Suji closed his eyes slightly, and looked at this new crazy marine civilization, his heart beating wildly. Carolyn, the Icital people might die from their dreams. In the ancient lava world, the ocean was a huge part of it. It was not an exaggeration to call it a vast ocean. As the world continued to expand, in order to shape the ocean, Suji had used his family's faucet to divert the water from the south to the north, but it was no longer enough. He had once gone to the ocean and stolen a large amount of seawater to irrigate the land. Today, the largest ocean was the size of 3 primordial worlds, more than 300 acres. It could be called a true ocean world. The lava world was incomparably sealed and had its own water cycle. Water vapor evaporated and fell. Suji had rarely replenished water in recent years, but he was able to maintain a good ecological civilization. In this vast and mysterious ocean, the incomparably weak Naga tribe had actually emerged as a new force and conquered the various marine magical beasts. They had entered the era of ocean city-states from the era of ocean herding. Beautiful underwater coral cities were faintly discernible at the bottom of the ocean. In the language of the Naga, the center of the ocean, Covidias, meant the center of the world, the kingdom of gods. On the streets paved with shells, red corals lined both sides, luminous pearls twinkling. Murlocs rode seahorses and walruses, holding bone tridents in their hands as they walked back and forth. In a circular air bubble, a handsome Icital person walked on the street, touring this unique foreign civilization. The world is too big. There are 13 large regions. This time, I came to the Blue Water region to trade for some special marine treasures. The High Naga tribe suddenly rose in power 50 to 60 years ago. They had a great and powerful monarch, Halandon. He fought step by step, experienced countless deaths and tribal wars, and unified the Naga tribe. He led the weak Naga tribe from the era of herding to the era of farming, and to the era of today's city-states. He began to conquer various sea magical beasts, but they still have a feudal monarchy, and slavery is prevalent. Even the Isidal people admired this monarch. He was righteous, and his life, his love, would never change until death. This monarch was very powerful and had an extraordinary bearing, but he was eventually convinced and talked to us as equals. It had to be said that the Isidal people were fond of beauty, and their attitude towards the sea folk civilization was quite harmonious. They also respected all intelligent races and stood on their high ground, looking down on all races from above. This was their pride, and they had the confidence to be proud. The merfolk were also unwilling to become enemies with this terrifying race. Both sides were now evenly matched. They had the incomparably powerful rank 7 Oceanic Emperor, Highland Dong, and had subdued several celestial emperor-level oceanic beasts as their protectors, but it was only a matter of time before the people of Ashidal surpassed them. "Sir, do you need a guide? We can show you around." Countless Naga girls came over to act as his tour guides. Their eyes were burning with passion. How could there be such a good-looking person in this world? The girls of the Naga Siren were very eager to marry the Ashidal people and have their high civilization. Moreover, if they married, they would obtain citizenship and become gods. The Protoss could modify the memories of other races at will. They had the ability to create and fabricate lives. This was too terrifying. Only by possessing a nationality could one build a protective firewall in the brain, possess the divine right, and rule over the mortal creatures on the earth. Marrying the Ashidal people was equivalent to marrying an omnipotent god. Surrounded by the group of girls, a handsome man with a naked upper body, wearing a shell necklace, and pearls hanging from his ears, stood in the corner with his eyes slightly closed. Ashidal people, Carolyn, the perfect god, he was Highland Dong. To be able to reach this day, he had suffered too many hidden injuries, and his life was running out. He was very unwilling, but what was the use of being unwilling? After I leave, I have no power to resist, and the trajectory of fate cannot be changed. Even if I want this world to be ruled by us, the Naga Siren. He returned to the sea temple. This was a vast illusory 5-colored ocean coral. The ocean palace sat on the branches of the coral. He sat on the throne and caressed the resplendent gem of the ocean on the armrest. Beside him were seashells and exquisite coral decorations. He looked a little lonely. He was going to die. Death was inevitable. Even the sovereign of the ocean great emperor couldn't escape from it. Suddenly, he saw a pure and beautiful woman coming. It was Princess Mikur of the Naga Siren. Her wife was also grateful to him. When he was still a young man, he met Princess Mikur when she was out hunting in the tribe. She fell in love with him at first sight. Under the opposition of countless people, the princess eloped with him. They experienced countless chases and trials. In order to protect his beloved woman, he continued to grow. He came to this day with glory and peerless force, and led the sea tribes to develop civilization. My life can really be written into a wonderful biography. The sea monarch was silent, took the hand of his beloved woman, and finally closed his eyes slightly. "Mikur, my beloved girl, you are pure and kind. In order to prove that your vision is not wrong, I went through all the difficulties and came to this day. Let the world believe that you chose me right." Sea monarch whispered again, "Mikur, after I die, surrender. Surrender to the Ashidal people, that is an invincible race, the Protoss, no one can defeat them." Hai Landong looked at the distant horizon as if he was thinking of the fateful day when a beautiful princess in gorgeous clothes eloped with a poor boy from the slums. They left the ocean and ran on the beach with big strides. The beach. The princess, the boy. That picture, the footprints on the beach, seemed to be engraved in his memory forever. "I am very happy to have you." Sea monarch finally closed his eyes, and his memory gradually collapsed. The great monarch of a generation died. Woo, the muffled groan of the conch echoed in the entire ocean city of Covidias, and a faintly discernible song floated in the air. Vast water. When will you gather into the source of the ocean, condense into the heart of the ocean, and let your ancient people offer their devotion? Great sea monarch! You are our light, and all the water in the world is born because of you. In the ocean city, countless Ashutl people raised their heads slightly. They seemed to hear the wailing of the entire sea clan, and the song that penetrated everything spread with the waves of the ocean. They clearly saw the crying Naga first princess holding the body of the sea king Hardran and flying into the air. Like a meteor crossing the sky over the entire ocean, it was as if she was walking on the golden beach of the ocean with a colorful butterfly dress, gradually disappearing. Their king has fallen. However, something unimaginable happened 3 days later. A miracle happened. Hai Landong returned. He lived a second life. There was an ocean treasure called the Heart of the Ocean on Hai Landong's neck. Only Princess Naga Naga disappeared. That crystal is a magic core. Is it the magic core of first Princess Miko? It was rumored that the love between the two had touched the sea god. Naga first princess prayed to the sea god with her life in exchange for Sea Monarch's second life, and Sea Monarch carried the first princess's magic core around his neck as a tribute to their eternal love. Sea Monarch of the Naga Sea clan, Sea Monarch, lived a second life. After regaining his youth, he seemed to have restrained the grief of his wife's death, and waved the brave and hot-blooded Sea Monarch of his youth, leading the Naga Sea clan to continue to develop their civilization. Time moved forward 3 years. Sea Monarch tried to develop science and technology, or learn from the Ashutl people, and create his own divine language. But he found that their technology was far inferior to the Ashutl people. They barely opened up their own language and changed their life code, but it could still be easily deciphered by the gods. His brain was still no secret in front of them. Time moved forward another 13 years. Carolyn led the top scientists of the Ashutl people to the unknown world. This is an opportunity. His face was solemn, his eyes flashed with ambition, and he chose to challenge the most terrifying and powerful beast god in this land, Finbar. Finbar lived in the palace, still choosing to immerse himself in programming in his mind, playing games, and playing games. But even if he did not practice, his strength was slowly increasing. Without practicing, he already stood at the most terrifying height in the world. This was the strongest existence on Earth. This battle lasted for 7 days and 7 nights. On this day, Sea Monarch returned, bathed in blood, holding the head of Finbar in his hand. Just when the Ashutl people thought that Sea Monarch was going to start a war with them, Sea Monarch studied Finbar's magic core for several months. His fighting spirit, which had been stimulated to the limit, disappeared, and he chose to surrender. We, the merfolk, swear that we will never be enemies with the Ashutl people. This is a wise choice. The Ashutl people left. No one in the upper echelons of the merfolk knew why their Sea Monarch made such a choice. In the Sea Monarch palace, Sea Monarch closed his eyes, holding the heart of the ocean crystal on his neck, full of love. A clear female voice suddenly came from his body. Sea Monarch, I finally understand. I can't defeat her for you. The only one who can defeat this race is the race itself. She suddenly began to mutter to herself as she recalled the past and the past. On the surface, it seems that a young man eloped with an innocent princess, cutting his way through thorns, for their love, constantly becoming stronger and reaching this step, but in reality, it was the princess who eloped with the innocent young man, cutting his way through thorns, for their love, constantly creating an environment for the young man to become stronger, silently guarding behind him, secretly eliminating enemies for him, obtaining fortuitous encounters, giving him endless glory, and the capital to marry me. Mika smiled, her smile gradually turning cold. Not every kind-hearted, great, and hot-blooded hero can rise up and live to the end. She lived in seclusion behind the scenes, possessing the smartest wisdom in the world, but fell in love with an innocent young man, eloping with him, sacrificing too much for him. Even today, she was willing to become another him, living under his identity. In a sense, Carolyn, you moved forward for your idol, Levis, and I live for my lover Sea Monarch. We are the same kind of people. She originally wanted a war between races. Her talent was not inferior to Carolyn's. Like Levis, she was born with perfect intelligence. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten to where she was today. Even Hai Landong thought that he had worked hard to get to where he was today, and that his wife was just an innocent girl. But now, she chose to give up the battle of fate, the war between races. I smell destruction. We who hide in the deep sea may not be able to escape. She looked down, opened her palm, and stared at the Finbar monster core taken away by the Isidal people. This core contains the most perfect life code, and it told me a terrible secret. Carolyn, your pride made you respect intelligent life, and you did not kill Finbar, so you do not understand. Staining life, blaspheming life. The entire Isidal people will be destroyed. I cannot defeat you, and I do not need to defeat you. You will die. Since then, the merfolk retreated, and lived in peace with the Isidal people. At the same time, they developed new technology, and lived in peace with the Isidal people. They researched the sacred sigil system, but they did not change their civilization. They still communicated with their mouths, and even refused to build a network, maintaining their primitive civilization. None of their brains could communicate with each other. Because they did not communicate, they could not pass on their memories, so they could not pass on their wisdom. They could only build Ocean University, and various education schools for the newborns of their descendants to learn. Moreover, their main subject was to build a divine sense barrier in the brain, which was a firewall, and modify the original C language of the brain, reshaping the original programming that formed their life code. They required every adult citizen to be a programming expert, and they had to learn to build their own defense wall language. Every tribe's brain language had to be unique. This move of returning to the primitive made the Isidal people speechless, and they even found it funny. Not passing on their memories? Explicitly forbidding bridging and communication between the brains of different races? The knowledge of an entire civilization can be learned in a minute, and fathers can pass it on to their sons, but they have to build learning, and go through a long process of learning. Every merfolk Naga has to build a firewall to prevent outsiders from invading? What a joke. If their simple firewall really wanted to invade, it would not be able to stop us Isidal people. They do not communicate and learn, and it is difficult for them to advance. The terrifying thing about the Isidal people was that they could connect to each other. The scientists could perform multi-core calculations. The personal firewall of the Sea Tribe Naga was like a piece of paper under the terrifying computing power of the Isidal people. But the merfolk were still stubborn. For years passed, and a war that should have broken out did not break out. On this day, the Isidal people sent exciting news. Carolyn returned to the lava world with a mechanical spaceship, bringing with her a large amount of data, enough to make the Isidal people take another leap. Carolyn sat on the roof, reading the report on the merfolk and the changes in recent years, and her expression suddenly changed. Prepare for me, I want to visit the merfolk's scientific civilization. The surrounding Isidal people did not understand. Why would they want to visit that stagnant marine civilization, but they still followed Carolyn's orders. Half a day later, Carolyn met Hai Landong. She immediately noticed that Hai Landong's brain had changed, but it did not matter, she did not care who was in the body. What did you find? Carolyn asked. A doomed destruction. Hai Landong said softly, do you still remember the human experiment, the perfect gene baby, Adam who went on a rampage and killed people? Carolyn's expression changed. Adam was the product of the genetic editing project. In another experiment of the Perfect Human Project, a synthetic human with a perfect genetic sequence, the baby went berserk. Not only did he kill the entire laboratory, but he also massacred a large number of humans. Ocean Monarch Harrington said slowly, at that time, he should have exploded with incredible potential, right? Tearing armor with his bare hands, otherwise he wouldn't have caused such great damage. You know? Carolyn's expression froze. At that time Adam had displayed terrifying combat power. His entire body had turned into a non-human, and even black muddy water flowed from his cells. He even grew a tail. It was as if he had returned to the ape period. It was as if his genes had collapsed, and he had turned into a monster that crawled on the ground and ran on walls. Harrington was extremely calm as he pointed at the sea creatures floating outside. Life has potential. An old man who saw his grandson fall from the balcony would run faster than an athlete to catch the baby. A mother might lift a car with her bare hands and save her child. This is the potential of life. Incredible power will erupt with emotions. So where does this potential come from? Gene editing sequence. When humans unlock the genetic lock, their life genetic code becomes unstable. It will completely erupt with the potential of their body according to their emotions. Of course, at the same time, the gene will collapse and reduce their lifespan. This is the price. Carolyn was silent. Perhaps this was Adam's situation at that time. Carolyn, long ago, for the sake of human morality, you set up the C++ language to edit the genetic code in the human brain, sealing the genetic lock of humans. That's why such a situation hasn't occurred yet. You've also set up a ban, forbidding research, but as long as it doesn't involve. Will the Adam incident never happen again? Harrington calmly took off his clothes and pointed at the terrifying wounds on his body. Do you know why Finbar is so terrifying? Including me, a total of 7 celestial emperor-level divine sea beasts besieged him to kill him. After my research, I found that he had unlocked the genetic lock and could perfectly control the eruption of his own potential. Since then, I have known what the Forbidden Life Zone means. What do you mean? Carolyn's expression was solemn. Harrington said, after you transformed the new human, you closed the genetic lock and set up C++ language to deny access, so that humans could not transform themselves. You're the only one who holds the key to the gene lock, but is there anyone like Levis who's 1 in a billion but born without the mechanism to die of guilt? After all, this was also a nerve reflex written in genetic DNA. It increased the guilt response in human genes. Were there any humans who lacked this guilt emotional DNA? Killing people like slaughtering pigs, without any sense of guilt? You have to understand, in normal human society, as well as our Sea Tribe Naga society, there are also clansmen who are born with a genetic deficiency of emotions, turning into man-killer fiends that kill without any guilt, killing their own kind without any guilt. Impossible. Carolyn opened her mouth and said, after the human selection plan, every single baby will undergo strict tests upon birth. There won't be any individuals with genetic defects. Furthermore, it's impossible for them to do anything to themselves. The moment they try to make a breakthrough, they'll trigger a death from shame mechanism. This is morality. Hee hee. Hai Landong smiled and said, then, the day after tomorrow, because of some accident, he lost this part of his body function? You should know that humans are very special animals. No one can tell what will happen if they are injured. Carolyn's face turned completely cold. Every human is being monitored. If you break through the limit, the core monitoring system Skynet will feed back the abnormality of that person and arrest them. Will it really feed back? Hai Landong laughed and shrugged. Your civilization has developed to this level, and the brain has no secrets anymore. If I break through the limit, I can directly modify my own brain at will. Naturally, I can make the brain's monitoring mechanism carry out fake neural feedback signals to evade the monitoring of Skynet, making you think that this computer is normal. Carolyn was completely silent. She suddenly felt a chill down her spine. When a civilization developed to a high level, it also meant that many terrifying hidden dangers would be destroyed in an instant. If someone broke through the death from shame mechanism that she had set up, then it would cause extreme harm. In fact, after breaking through the limit that she had set up, they would be at the same level as her. The only thing that can destroy the Ashuttal people is the Ashuttal people, from the inside, self-destruction. Hai Landong smiled and said, I previously wanted to start a war with you, but now I've chosen to escape and build a shelter so that I won't be affected by you. Because I know that no matter how low the probability is, as long as it can happen, then it will happen as time passes. He took a step forward. You should know. Carolyn. This is fated destruction. Mechanical City, Veolia. Core Research Institute Exhibition, Animal Museum. A cute creature raised its tail and acted cute to the visitors. F***CK. This is too scary. Xia Niming roared, screaming in his heart. He lay on the ground and twisted his butt, looking for an angle to look at the beautiful girls passing by. Mechanical armors. Consciousness transmission and communication, as well as life control and modification. They are like a race of gods, understanding the genes and all the codes of life. Every human has terrifying thinking and memory abilities. They have the vast knowledge of a civilization, and can modify and fabricate the memories of monsters and animals. When he transmitted all this to the forum, the entire forum was boiling. Akina mountain speed, Mother asterisk cur. This is too crazy. Shocked, cute girl evolved into a dragon, alien technology, it's even more exaggerated than the alien movies on TV. But it's right in front of us, a detailed sci-fi society, even if it's just a zoo, it's too scary. Drooling, everyone felt that it was very unbelievable. This kind of technological society was simply the most perfect form of technology that humans on Earth envisioned in the future. If they learned their knowledge, could it be used on Earth? Thinking of this, their breathing became unnatural. Scared you 3000, everyone, don't panic. This is a hell-level dungeon, a super big world that is countless times more than the previous ones. After several months of acting cute in the zoo, it has created a very good advertising effect. It had a very good advertising effect. My species had already begun to enter some rich families and become the pets of children. Also, I have a good breeder friend. Screenshot. A black-haired little girl called Du Shui. Those who could come to the research institute were either genius scientists or people who came to play. Du Shui was the daughter of a high-ranking human. She often came here to play and was tricked by him by acting cute. Scared you 3000, she even used her mouth to communicate with me and taught me oral language. She spoke the Isidal language that was used by ancient humans and had long been eliminated. Chatting with her, I don't need to be blind. Also, she helped me keep the secret of secret conversations. In love. JPG, hearing this, everyone immediately exclaimed shamelessly. The little girl is still too young. If she grows up a little more and knows that this cute balloon creature in front of her is a dirty and terrifying killer who wants your life for 300 million and slaughters countless of his kind, she will definitely be scared away. Doghead. JPG, that's right. Trash like you are the dirtiest. In the school woods, the park woods, everywhere. Serious face, Xia Niming's face instantly darkened. Who was he scolding? Humph. Those bastard netizens just can't stand this player. In my opinion, he will definitely be with the little girl for life. He will even be rescued by her and become her most beloved pet. Xia Niming instantly burst into tears. Finally, there was someone who spoke human words. However, the next second, this person said, not only will she treat you as a pet, but you will also be present when she and her husband are together in the future. She won't avoid suspicion. Xia Niming? He was instantly shocked and vomited a mouthful of old blood. He was completely dumbfounded. Was this something a human would say? He was being cuckolded. Wait, am I being cuckolded or her husband being cuckolded? When this thought appeared in his mind, Xia Niming was instantly speechless. He had really been led astray by their thoughts. These idiots had already reached the acme of perfection. He ignored those jealous people and continued to analyze with the netizens. Although he knew this zookeeper and could secretly communicate with him, he would probably not be able to leave the zoo for the rest of his life. He could only interact with the entire sci-fi society from here. Compared to those magnificent sci-fi novels, it was more realistic and living in the future technological society that appeared before his eyes. After chatting for a while, he opened his eyes and saw a little girl feeding and speaking the Isidal language. She held a rice bowl as if she was feeding a puppy. Kitty, over here. Come and eat. Although the Isidal language was difficult to understand, he could learn it. Now that he had learned some simple vocabulary, it was much better than other people communicating with their minds. He was in the dark and could not learn at all. This kind of life was quite good. Xia Niming smiled. There was no scheming. This society was highly civilized and full of trust between people. It was much friendlier than those idiots outside. As for whether it was the real world or the game world, it did not matter to him. He had already treated it as a second life. Let me tell you, Ms. Carolyn is back, from another world. Du Shui stroked the back of the kitten who was eating and muttered to herself like before. Today at the coffee shop, there was a boy who wanted to chase me. Humph, he probably knows my parents and wants to use me to get in touch. Xia and I Ming listened quietly. He liked this kind of life very much. As a pet, a little girl chatting with him gave him a sense of tranquility. Suddenly, there was a commotion among the zoo visitors in the distance. No one knew what had happened. Suddenly, someone tried to escape, but he was stabbed by a saber and fell to the ground. A young man bathed in blood walked out with a savage smile. Murder? Du Shui suddenly turned her head and widened her eyes. This was human society. She had never seen or heard of anything since she was young. What kind of demonic beast is this? A humanoid demonic beast? I've never seen it before. Murder. It looks like this young man is only at the 4th level? Countless people were panicking. Their brainwaves were also transmitting. This was a special situation they had never faced before. This person was only at the 4th level of an adult human. How could he kill so many people? In less than 20 seconds, the nearby guards arrived. After all, this was the central city of the human empire and the core research area. They quickly landed in their mechanical mechas. When the hatch opened, they saw the corpses on the ground. How long had it been? How long had it been since the Ashutl people died on such a large scale? Only at the 4th level? A low and deep divine will spread out, and a handsome middle-aged man in the lead walked out. He was full of anger, and his appearance caused the surrounding people to cry out in alarm. It's Mr. Meidel with the 6th level combat power. A 7-star meritorious general, a genius in mechanical mechas. I didn't expect him to be the one patrolling today. Countless people were excited. The young man only grinned and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He pulled the blood-stained knife out of the corpses on the ground and looked at him quietly. The corner of his mouth was full of excitement and even joy. He felt no guilt. Those who can kill people are not humans. Meidel frowned and looked at the guards beside him. Kill him. He was a quasi-emperor with invincible combat power. He could be considered a high-level combat power in the mechanical world. A mere 4th level, which was the average strength of an adult human, could easily crush him to death. But in the next second, he had only ordered his subordinates to attack, but his heart was beating wildly, and his trusted subordinates who had followed him for more than a decade slowly collapsed beside him. This is a human? A human protected by the law? Meidel's eyes widened. Looking at the blood-stained young man, an inconceivable thought flashed through his mind. His combat power was too strong. The strong death mechanism that was rooted in the depths of his genes could not even kill him in an instant. He was just about to open his mouth and shout in fear to disperse the crowd. Pooh, but in the next second, a sharp knife pierced through his brain. His consciousness gradually blurred. I am a 6th level quasi-emperor, but I was actually killed by a small, ordinary 4th level human. It turns out that killing a strong one is not so boring. The young man smiled and slowly pulled out the blood-stained knife. His eyes were as clear as a child's. Ah! Murder! In the next second, the entire zoo screamed one after another. He is hiding his strength, definitely not just 4th level. In an instant, he used some unknown method to slaughter the entire patrol team. That is Meidel, the 7-star General Meidel. The surrounding people were fleeing. And further away, Du Shui also began to panic. Little cat, it may be a 7th level magical beast that broke in. We will be fine. Soon, there will be a big shot coming to capture him. Even Du Shui, like an ordinary person, did not think of the death mechanism at first. And when Xia Niming saw this scene, endless fear rapidly grew in his heart. He lay on the side of the cage and roared, that is the death mechanism. The death mechanism. He's a real human. Du Shui, run away. What? Du Shui stood outside the cage, her innocent eyes wide. Go. Xia and I Ming roared, fear and excitement mixing with tears as he screamed hysterically, I told you to hurry up and leave. Ultimately, he was just an ordinary modern human. Modern people would close their eyes in fear when they saw a mutilated body from a car accident. They had never seen such a horrible murder scene. When he was in the goblin tribe, he only hunted beasts. He had never encountered such a horrible situation. Murder, blood was everywhere. A large number of humans were being slaughtered. He was as nervous as the ordinary people in Xianxia. This was human nature. But he still used the last of his strength to scream for Du Shui to leave quickly. I. Du Shui was also in tears. She hesitated for a few seconds before running. I'll think of a way. Tap tap tap, she frantically disappeared into the crowd of rioting. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, Xianxia took a deep breath. I'm relieved that she escaped. I'll hide secretly and pretend to be an ordinary zoo animal. This is my forte. I'm still a good man when I hide. The other Protoss could not sense it. They could not react at all. But when he heard Du Shui's description of the human race mechanism, the law written in the genes, this was naturally his first reaction. Xianxia looked outside the cage. His scalp was completely numb and his hair stood on end. It seems to be a beautiful, advanced social system. Humans with future technology write the law directly in their genes and DNA. There will be no crimes, killings, robberies that we modern humans can't monitor. But once there are humans who wander outside the law and transcend the restrictions of genes, it will be a disaster. There will also be no guards to deal with such special incidents. Once the guards have the authority, they can kill at will. They themselves also have the ability to escape the death of shame mechanism. They can massacre humans on a large scale and cause terrible disasters. This is a paradox. Once there is a disciplinary team, the death of shame mechanism will lose its meaning. The more Xianxia thought about it, the more terrified he became. He looked at the young man who was constantly killing. So, no one can punish him. He doesn't have the death of shame mechanism. I'm afraid he has already broken through the C++ authority of his brain. Xianxia curled up in a corner and watched the massacre outside. For the first time, he heard the Ashutl people open their mouths. It was not a language, but a heart-wrenching scream. Screenshots. I hope the big shots outside can think of a way to help. He tried to send a picture outside and continued to hide and curl up. I will survive. Gradually, the land outside the zoo was covered in blood. A young man with a long saber in his hand strode over. You, interesting animal? Are you talking to that little girl? The young man opened his mouth to speak. Gotcha, a white light flashed. The highest defense mechanism of the entire research institute was instantly opened. The young man strode in. Xianxia's hair stood on end. How could you? This is the highest defense mechanism in the research institute. How can you open the cage of the zoo? The young man just smiled and said confidently, the highest defense mechanism? Hee, as long as it's a program, there will be a day when it will be broken, let alone us Ashutl people. Every one of us has a terrifying supercomputing ability, a supercomputer. As long as we have enough time, every ordinary Ashutl person can break it at will, causing a huge social disaster, shopping malls, banks, the internet. Therefore, the great human sage, Carolyn, foresaw this point countless years ago. In order to maintain the peace of our Protoss civilization and to prevent us from breaking social security at will, she wrote the death of shame mechanism into our genes to suppress the internal destructive power of the Protoss and form a perfect society. Xianxia was silent. Any perfect system would have loopholes, and humans in the future sci-fi society were no exception. Except for the dynamic key of the core firewall. It requires a terrifying amount of computing, and at least 100 humans need to be connected. I can't break it by myself, but I've long broken the rest of the social mechanisms. The young man laughed and looked down at the information. Du Shui, Father Du Zhe, Mother Gladys, Mixed Blood, Head of Du Machinery International, funded the Research Institute of Central Machinery City Violia. She has been playing here since she was young, and can become friends with any small animals and magical beasts. She is the little sweetheart of the Justice Research Institute, her home address is, her phone number is, what a cute little girl. He stuck out his tongue, excitedly licking the blood on the edge of his lips, like a wolf seeing its prey. Let's make a choice. Kitten, or, cutie? One must die. One must die. Xianxia crawled in the cage, his body trembling, his pupils dilated, like a normal person. He was struggling with intense fear. I'm dead, but not really dead. The image of a pure girl who loved small animals flashed through his mind. I. His throat was burning from fear. I choose, kitten. How touching. He was a bit surprised, then picked up the trembling balloon fish with one hand, looking at him with hatred. I like the fear, struggle, helplessness, wailing in your eyes the most. It always makes me excited, but, only children make choices. I'll kill them all. After I kill you, I'll go kill cutie you. Xia Niming screamed. His face was filled with despair, fear, excitement, all mixed together. His eyes flashed with hatred and malice never seen before. The man-killer fiend's eyes widened in excitement, filled with bloodlust and madness. His voice was hoarse. I'm already looking forward to it. What will her expression be like when I squat down and tell the shivering little cutie that I'll take out the screenshot of you being tortured to death, as well as how you wanted to sacrifice your life to save her before you died? His eyes were full of anticipation and desire, as if he was imagining that scene. That expression. I can't wait. He raised his butcher knife high up. Stop. A second later, Du Shui's voice came from afar. HM? She's back? The young man laughed strangely and turned his head to look. In a flash, he was about to stab Du Shui's chest with his saber. Then, don't bother, please go to hell. I want to see this stubborn balloon fish scream even more miserably in pain. Clang, a figure stood in front of him. Du Shui suddenly shouted, damn man-killer fiend, I've called Auntie Marawina, you're dead. Xia Niming's entire body went numb. The human president, so the real reason he came here to start a massacre was. The young man stopped, turned around and smiled faintly. The president of the United Nations, you actually showed yourself? I just came back from another world. Sure enough, you're in this research facility. I originally wanted to enter the facility last, but you ran out on your own, young man. What should I call you? Marawina's expression was calm. She had the steadiness and dignity of a scientist, a leader. The young man thought for a bit, then seriously thought about it. Do you still remember the Atom Android project? The disaster caused by the rampage? You can call me Atom, the second? Or the demon race? Marawina looked at him. Du Shui, he no longer has any restrictions, he can do whatever he wants. He's already prepared, he's already hacked the entire facility's signal. The outside can't sense this place, even the scientists inside the facility can't sense this place. Take my dynamic key and inform the scientists inside to destroy the computers in the research center. That's his goal. He can't do it alone, but the research center still has a large number of computers that have been eliminated. If those computers are connected and can break through the dynamic key, then all of us on Xianxia will be under his control. Du Shui hesitated. His aunt was a non-combat scientist, and she was only at the 5th level. A combat genius who had just reached the 6th level was killed in an instant. I'll be fine. Take my dynamic key and go. He wanted to kill me, but he miscalculated. I'm the only president of the United Nations of the human empires in the East and the human empires in the West. I'm Lady Carolyn's successor, and the only 2 people in the entire human society who possess a dynamic key. The death of shame mechanism doesn't work on me either. We're equals. I can kill him. You go first. I'll take care of this. Marawina strode out. Du Shui was instantly excited as she held the dynamic key. This belongs to the entire human race, the entire Xianxia people. It was as if the authority of the crown had been handed over to her. A strong sense of mission weighed down on her, and she almost couldn't hold on to the silver box. This was the future of the Xianxia people. She calculated her combat power. Even if her aunt was a scientist, she was at the 5th level, but the opponent was only at the 4th level of a normal human. If it was a normal fight, she could win. In the human society, only the president can fight against him. As expected, I knew that this advanced civilization definitely had a backup plan. Let's go. Xia Niming suddenly turned into a balloon and called Du Shui. Go. There's no point in us staying here. Let's destroy that computer and escape with the dynamic key. They strode forward. All right. Listen to Auntie, let's go. Du Shui had unparalleled confidence, and her eyes were bright and full of longing. Aunt Marawina is a true hero of humanity. She's the pride of the Xianxia people. She can always create miracles, and no one can defeat her. She won't die. Any Xianxia person will believe in her. Hearing Du Shui's words, Xia Niming relaxed a lot. The president of humanity has established a fearsome reputation among the Xianxia people. She's iron-blooded and has the strongest intelligence of humanity. No one can defeat her, no one can defeat her. She's a living legend. She came from the same generation as the great sage Carolyn. She's the great sage's left and right arm, as well as the hope of the next generation of Xianxia people, the next leader of this advanced civilization. Taking advantage of the fact that the danger was over, while he was on Du Shui's back, he connected to the external network. After the screenshot was sent out, it had already caused a great deal of panic. What's going on? Why did such a man-killer fiend appear? Is there a problem with the crash system? In the game forums, countless people were discussing. They were all guessing. Obviously they've also thought of something when they saw the screenshot. After all, they've heard Xianxia's description and know how advanced this technological civilization is. When a civilization reaches a certain level, it's something that the current Earthlings can't even imagine. At this time, Xianxia finally spoke up. With a few simple sentences, he explained the whole situation. Instantly, everyone was shocked beyond belief. Oh my God! Even such a perfect science fiction society is facing such a terrifying disaster. You're free? You were supposed to be locked up for the rest of your life, but now that humanity's highest research facility has been breached and we're in danger, a test subject like you can run away? Everyone was shocked. This research facility was the core of the Xianxia people. Even the divinities from the ancient past came to visit, as well as the research facility for the space mechs, so this was naturally their target. However, they became excited. The dynamic key. The future of humanity is in our hands. Run. We'll take them in. We'll protect them. We'll run. Yes. Run to save the aliens, this kind and advanced civilization. We'll save them, someone quickly spoke up. F***CK. Hurry up and destroy the mechanical computer to prevent it from being deciphered, then take the dynamic key and run. This is the God's key, the door to the restricted area of the world, the sword of Damocles that controls the entire Protoss science fiction advanced civilization. As long as we get it, we'll be invincible. Everyone went crazy. This was an unprecedented opportunity. They thought that they would never be able to get close to this unimaginable technological civilization, as the gap between the civilizations was too great, and they could no longer communicate with it. They could only be locked up in the zoo for the rest of their lives. However, before their eyes, the zoo was in chaos. An unprecedented opportunity had appeared, one that was extremely close to the supreme domain. Even the major research facilities on Earth exploded with hope from their despair. They were ecstatic and came out to speak up, encouraging Xianxia. Xianxia couldn't help but say, "We can't do it, can we? We have nowhere else to go. Maybe the human president won't even be able to hold on for 3 seconds before he catches up to us. The entire research facility has been hacked by him, and the door is tightly shut. We can't get out, so we can only play cat and mouse. If the other party dares to make a move, they must be prepared for it. He's too young. If we don't try, how can we create a miracle? That's right. Don't worry about the flow of time. We are no longer the same as before. We can enter the sorcerer community, and even the gourmet world, as well as the big shots of the universe. We can make an emergency decision, and we can greatly reduce the flow of time between us. That's right. We can't do anything else. But we are the professionals when it comes to running away. The 12 witches walked out of the Daluo heaven to destroy the world. What did we do? We ran away with an entire world in the middle of the night. The 12 witches were dumbfounded. As long as the world runs fast enough, the catastrophe of the world won't be able to catch up to us. Can you have a little more confidence? Pick it up and run. No one can run faster than us. You idiot, if you die, then so be it. Miss Du Shui, let us save her. Xianxia's heart trembled. He looked at these guys and was instantly encouraged. His mind was filled with the fear and domination brought by the terrifying man-killer fiend. He was scared to the point of despair, as if a huge black shadow was pressing down on his heart. As a normal person, he was scared to the point of peeing his pants. But at this moment, his gaze gradually became determined. Even if we can't turn this situation around, playing hide and seek in the research facility, we will be caught sooner or later. I have to stall for time and make him pay the price. The young man watched them leave, then turned to look at Mervina with interest. That's right, you're the only one here who can stop me. You're the only one who can attack me and stall for time, letting someone escape with the dynamic key. Staying behind is the best choice, but do you really think you can stop me? My goal is the dynamic key on you and the computer in this lab. As long as I get one of them, I'll be able to solve the problem. I've already guessed that with the dynamic key, you can also escape the death of shame mechanism, but do you really think I wouldn't be prepared? Poochie, the young man's body flickered, his aura suddenly erupted as he slowly sheathed his blade. Scheming against an unsuspecting person, that's very easy you? Mervina looked down at the wound on her body in shock, blood continuously flowed out. You actually hid your strength, it's not just fourth order. She stared at the man-killer fiend as her body collapsed, blood spilling everywhere. Her mind was filled with a deep sense of unwillingness. She did not know when the young man discovered that he was dying of shame, because it was easy to discover in daily life. The mechanism of dying of shame was written in the genes of the law, and it would be punished and restrained differently according to different criminal acts, resulting in a heart-wrenching sense of guilt. Only when the two greatest taboos of wanting to kill and wanting to break through one's own core began to take action would one directly die of shame. He must have discovered her abnormality after committing a crime, so he secretly broke through her brain and used it as a normal Trojan virus to prepare for today's attack on the lab. When the Son of Heaven is angry, millions of corpses will fall. When the Son of Heaven is angry, blood splatters. As long as you're close enough, no matter how intelligent you are, it's useless. The young man ignored the corpses on the ground, his eyes wide open as if he died in vain, quickly turned around and chased after her. Arashuttl's great hero. Humanity's great president. You shoulder the glory of the entire Ashuttle people. You have a respectable spirit, but in the end, you're only a scientist, a helpless hero. You can't stop me, as long as I break through the dynamic key. He turned around and left. Suddenly, the young man felt a bone-chilling sense of danger. He turned around to see Mervina, who should have been dead, slowly standing up like a living corpse, her rotting red body giving off an indescribable sense of fear. Do you think this is the end? She stood in front of him, filled with determination and extreme anger. A living corpse? What kind of terrifying willpower made you unwilling to die? This is clearly not your area of expertise. The man-killer fiend looked at the woman whose body was covered in rotting pus, as if his genes had collapsed. Just like Adam from back then, his face was also filled with uncontrollable shock. He had never thought that the human president, who was so weak that he did not even have the strength to truss a chicken, as a clerk who had never fought before, would explode with such a terrifying aura. He was clearly already on the brink of death, but he still stood there. The man-killer fiend's expression became calm again. Having unlocked the genetic lock, your emotions also allowed you to erupt with unimaginable potential. Just like the angry Adam from back then, even though your wounds were clearly fatal, you were still able to stand up and become an unkillable monster. This is your trump card? All of a sudden, his aura surged, and his true cultivation base burst forth, that of a rank 6 quasi-emperor. No. This was not even a trump card. You didn't have absolute confidence that you would be able to use your unlocked genetic lock's instability to erupt with your full potential. The Adam from back then was an accident. You didn't even have the confidence to become the second Adam and stop me for a bit. I did, she laughed, full of pride. Then you can die again. With a cold expression, he lightly swung the specially made alloy long blade and dodged her. Clang. She dodged? His expression froze, looking at the woman who dodged his attack. She was only a rank 5, how did she dodge a rank 6 quasi-emperor's attack? What kind of willpower was it that allowed her to erupt with such unimaginable potential? Young man, I don't know why you've reached this step. Adam 2, do you wish to become the second cyborg Adam? Young man, why do you have such violent thoughts? Because it's cool? To rule the world? Or perhaps, because you're lonely? To attract the attention of humanity? To prove your existence by killing others? You still have a long way to go. Stop. Mary Weena's body was covered in flames, her eyes cold. Otherwise, you will never understand, nor will you ever experience the life of a normal person. You've already lost the hot-bloodedness, determination, stubbornness of the Ashuttle people. If we're talking about Adam 2, then I'm now the true Adam 2. Her body was rotting away, but she smirked. You can only be the third generation. What a stubborn wolf. The man-killer fiend's expression was no longer calm. For the first time, he felt uneasy. This was a plan he's been planning for who knows how long. This ambush to assassinate the president was a surefire plan, but he didn't expect such an accident to occur. If she managed to stop him, giving Du Shui enough time to destroy the last of the computers and leave with the dynamic key, then I might not be able to. Thinking that, his expression became crazed for the first time. Scram! He swung his blade. What use is there for you to stop me? Du Shui is too young, she might not be able to do something as complicated as destroying the computers, and I've already sealed off the entire science park. She doesn't have the authority to open the gate. This is a game of cat and mouse. She has nowhere to run. Clang, her bloodied and disfigured figure stood in front of them. Due to the genetic breakdown, she even showed signs of atavism, growing a sticky tail. Her eyes shone with an unyielding flame, illuminating the man-killer fiend's pale face. Don't get close to my people. I believe she can create miracles, just like how she believes I can create miracles right now. Marowina, you. He felt like he was looking at a towering wall, standing in front of a true hero of humanity. Everything was silent, surrounded by green trees. Du Shui was running around with a balloon fish on her back, while the other balloon fish was chatting on the forum. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and let out a sigh. Although the netizens are trying their best, the gap between the two civilizations is too big, and they're still not familiar with each other. Not to mention they already suffered a huge loss, so it's still unknown whether they can turn the situation around this time. The route of action has been planned. First, we'll use the dynamic key to open Du Shui's firewall, allowing her to escape from the law and gain the highest level of human authority, able to kill people and hack into any network without fear, giving her the competence to fight against that monster. Then, we'll directly destroy the batch of computers, then have her illegally hack into the research center's network, open the gate that's been forcefully shut, escape outside and seek help. This was a battle between two hackers. Even if Du Shui's fighting strength is too weak, and her hacking ability is definitely not as good as her opponent's, it's still worth a try. But when he tried to use the dynamic key, a warning popped up. There are only two people with the highest level of human authority in the dynamic key, the current wise one and the next heir. Before they die, they refuse to inherit. Only two people's authority can be inherited after they die. President Marowina is still fighting. His expression changed slightly. This is good news. Even if something unexpected happens, she still has the ability to deal with it. How impressive. He can have Du Shui search for the batch of computers from the old era and destroy them. Maybe after we destroy them, there will be news of victory over there. But on the way, after dozens of minutes, Du Shui suddenly looked at the small silver cube in her hand, and a prompt flashed on it. Do you want to inherit the dynamic key? Her mind suddenly went blank. Aunt Marowina is dead? Blue Ocean region, Covidias. Carolyn felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if sensing something. She closed her eyes at the bottom of the sea. Marowina, has it begun? Harlan smiled. This isn't a coincidence. He didn't just appear when I mentioned it to you, but rather he was born a long time ago and has been waiting for this moment for a long time. Carolyn took a deep breath, understanding what he meant. Because they had just left for 4 years, preparing for the man-killer fiends hiding in human society to infiltrate the entire society's network, preparing for today's murder. And as soon as they returned, Carolyn just happened to be on her way to the sea folk, while Marowina happened to be in the research center, organizing the data and data collected in the vacuum, giving the enemy the best chance to assassinate them. Carolyn spoke. I believe that they will be able to solve this crisis and escape from this shame. Humanity is not invincible. I've made countless simulations and guessed this possibility long ago. Although we suffered heavy losses, we can still win against him. I believe that the Isidal people are resilient, just like the previous times. They will overcome this crisis and obtain victory in the end. Whoosh. A small storm passed by. All of a sudden, a flawlessly handsome young man with a noble temperament appeared in the sea. An ancient god? Harlan was shocked, his mind went blank. This mysterious super-ancient human left a deep impression on him. After he killed demon beast Finbar, he naturally saw through this demon beast god's memories. In the ancient lava era, he tamed this demon beast Finbar, feeding it, ringing the bell, treating it like a domesticated puppy, as if it was some sort of biological experiment. This made him extremely fearful of the super-ancient god. Perhaps, not only humans, but even demon beasts were born through his hands. What exactly happened to the ancient civilization? How did they get destroyed? Harlan was a tall and handsome man. He tried asking, "Are you also here to witness the destruction of the Isidal people?" Suji only smiled, feeling a bit of respect for the tough woman who took over her husband's body. He looked at Carolyn, curious about this matter. "What do you think?" Carolyn bowed slightly. "Super ancient god, us Isidal people should be able to survive. The people of Isidal would never perish." This was their absolute confidence. "Even without me, they can still operate on their own. I will not delete the death of guilt mechanism, because the benefits of the death of guilt mechanism far outweigh the drawbacks. If I lose the death of guilt mechanism, it is equivalent to a human society with divine power losing its laws and doing whatever they want. Every single one of our clansmen is too powerful, and they easily possess the strength to destroy civilization. Every single one of us is able to break into shopping malls, banks, and shops, easily destroying the structure of society." Carolyn sighed. This is the disadvantage of a civilization that has developed to such an extreme. Such a human society has lost the limitations of their genes. Can we stop it? Only collapse. This was no longer a matter of crime, but destruction. This kind of Protoss that had no moral or legal restrictions, and every member of the Protoss had the power to transcend ethics, nature, and life. They could alter lives and alter memories at will. That was too terrifying. In fact, without any restraints, the powerful Isidal people could even enslave their own kind, changing their memories, adding more programs to them, treating them like animals to serve them. Entering a slave society would be a bloody dusk, and the future would only be filled with corpses and eventually self-destruction. Suji just sighed. Perhaps this was the inevitability of history. The current Earth was not that developed a civilization, and it was still a low-level society with technology. In the future, if the people of Earth developed to a similar stage of civilization like them, and could communicate through consciousness, and their brains were as fast as computers, it was unknown whether they would face the same situation as them. Carolyn opened her mouth and said, "The death of shame mechanism is a huge step forward for humanity. It's the act of writing traditional laws into the depths of humanity's genes. It builds a firewall, and it also erases the high walls between people's hearts. It eliminates the estrangement and vigilance between people. When a civilization has no internal strife, that's why we've developed to such a terrifying degree. But this also brings you the opportunity to destroy yourselves." Hylan Dong just stood at the side respectfully, a faint smile on his face. He and Carolyn were tit for tat. The supreme leaders of the two races were scheming against each other in front of the ancient gods. "Hylan Dong. This is the reason why your civilization, as well as the various demonic beasts, have stagnated," Carolyn said calmly, her voice powerful. "You are born with magic cores, and so are the demonic beasts. We, on the other hand, only have magic cores after. We stimulate our pineal gland, which is countless times later than you. Why is our civilization so much faster than yours? Because of our shame, we are filled with trust in each other. We are not like you, who do not dare to expose your brain to other people, fearing that other people will modify your memories, attack your brain, and enslave you. Our scientists can be connected and perform multi-core deductions. This is the only reason why our civilization has developed so fast." Hylan Dong could not refute for a moment. Alas! Hylan Dong suddenly sighed, and he had to admit Carolyn's wisdom and vision. Without Carolyn, who set up the death of shame mechanism, the Isidal people would not have been able to reach today. The other sea folk, including the other demonic beasts, were equivalent to non-connected computers. They were isolated islands in the sea, sealed off, and researched on their own. As for the Isidal people, they could connect at will, forming a network, and jointly use multi-core deduction. Using a firewall to replace the walls between people's hearts, it is indeed amazing. Hylan Dong praised, still not willing to admit defeat. Looking into the distance, she said, "Now is the golden age, but the eternal future is the real winner. Let us compete in the spring and autumn of civilization." They had their own deductions for the future development of their respective civilizations. "How do you want to bet?" Carolyn asked. She had just lost her favorite disciple, her future successor, and the smell of gunpowder was intense. When our civilization is destroyed first, we must give all the wisdom of our civilization to the other civilization, so that it does not disappear in history, Hylandong said. Carolyn only smiled. Although she knew the other party's intention, to take advantage of her anger to guide her to get all the accumulated wisdom of the Isidal people, she still chose to bet everything. Then, I asked the gods to witness the bet between our two races. They were both super-intelligent civilizations with magic cores in the brain, but this was a radical versus a conservative. Suji stood quietly at the side. He looked at the two races that dominated the vast lava world, advanced technology that surpassed Earth's civilization, and the black technology and inventions that left Suji tongue-tied. He suddenly smiled. I will remember your bet in a corner of my memory. The two bowed slightly to thank him. Suji also looked into the distance. He did not know how the crisis of the netizens and the Isidal people would develop. The future of the civilization's sand table was full of unknowns, and he also wanted to know. At that moment, Xia and I Ming looked at this scene and the news of the president's death. He didn't know how to comfort Du Shui, but he still forced himself to say, "There's no time to be sad. The president has delayed it until now. Every minute and every second, she has paid an unimaginable price." Du Shui was silent for a moment. She actually nodded and accepted the management rights. Her eyes flashed with hatred as she ran quickly. "Kitty, what should we do next?" Xia and I Ming was stunned. The character of the Isidal people was really cruel. They were very extreme. In a desperate situation, they would not despair most of the time. Instead, they would fight to the death and arouse their fighting spirit. After inheriting the new dynamic key authority, Du Shui said her discovery and was immediately disappointed. The dynamic key is a safe, and it's only half of the key. Xia and I Ming had already guessed this. The key only allowed a person to have supreme authority and escape the law. This was already terrifying to the extreme. However, to completely modify it, the two keys must be merged together and a human meeting of the two keys must be held in order to carry out a revolutionary reform of the core mechanism. Originally, he wanted to use the dynamic key to turn off this shameful death authority for the entire research institute and then pilot the mecha together to kill the other party. However, obviously, this civilization had many shackles. It was not so easy to activate the complete modification of the human brain. Du Shui said, "With a single key, we can use this as a breakthrough point to forcefully break the authority. However, it will take a lot of time. I'm afraid it will take several months. It's impossible now, but the other party's goal is this key. It's useless in our hands for a short period of time, but it's a hot potato." Xia and I Ming took a deep breath and a balloon fish began to move. We are faster than him. It's not that we can't resist. In fact, he might not even be able to hit his target in one strike, so he has already lost the initiative. We now have a great advantage. As long as we enter the research institute, we will have the help of the scientists. They quickly came directly to the Central Research Institute and began to inform the research scientists inside. The scientists did not notice the situation outside at all. They had been hacked into the network and directly blocked from the outside world. After all, the assassination of the president happened in just half an hour. The president has died for the country? When they heard the whole story, they were immediately shocked. It was not until they saw Du Shui's dynamic key and the inheritance authority that they realized it was not a lie. We have been locked here by him. We can't get out. Don't do anything to him. You will die. This is an emergency. Let's destroy the computer first. The group of scientists began to move. They destroyed the ancient mechanical computer, which made Xia Niming heave a sigh of relief. The only thing left was the dynamic key in his hand, which was the only thing that the other party needed. Originally, he also wanted to destroy the dynamic key, but this thing could not be destroyed in a short period of time. We've already breached his isolated network. Before this, we didn't guard against the possibility of being illegally hacked. So, he took advantage of us. Our online multiplayer computing has been forcefully broken through by him alone. Soon, a group of scientists broke through his defense and were able to communicate with the outside world. Lord Michael is in the capital. They were already here to help. We only need to defend against his attacks and prevent him from attacking, the scientists said. We only need 15 minutes. Du Shui heaved a sigh of relief, but her face gradually stiffened. Uncle Michael, can the shameful death mechanism really stop him? In the current human society, was there really anyone who could stop him? Dong, thump thump, a loud noise came from outside. The man-killer fiend was already controlling the mech to attack, breaking through the door of the research lab. The other party was even more impatient than them, an attacker who wanted to fight to the death, close to insanity. He was trying to assassinate the president to steal the dynamic key and the mechanical computer, so the longer this dragged on, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. Right now, the flaw of the shameful death mechanism was completely exposed. The entire research lab had no defensive mechanism at all, the walls and doors weren't made of any special materials, so if a disaster were to happen, there was no way to resist. It's fine, we're the professionals when it comes to running away. Boom. A few moments later, the door was broken through. The man-killer fiend directly ignored these scientists. Melavina, an unimaginable miracle managed to stall me, a second miracle can't happen consecutively. You want to run? Where can you run? I only need 3 minutes. The man-killer fiend went berserk, using his mental power to search for Du Shui and the dynamic key, then suddenly frowned. Found it. He quickly moved forward, smashed open a path, and arrived inside a vacuum mech. Du Shui was silently lying inside the cockpit window. Are you trying to be an ostrich? The newest mech can indeed protect you for a while, but do you really think you'll be able to escape unscathed? Bam, he piloted another mech to bombard it one after another, leaving dents all over the place. Break, he roared. But slowly, he felt something wasn't right. She's piloting the newest vacuum mech, even if she doesn't have any piloting skills, she should at least be able to escape and stall for some time. Why would she stay here? Not moving at all? It's fake. His expression became serious, wanting to run away. But a second later, he turned around, thinking that this might just be an empty fort ruse. After all, her presence is definitely inside. The inner sight of a 6th-stage quasi-emperor isn't something that can be easily deceived, let alone a naive girl. Real fake. His expression froze. Boom, he continued to bombard it, spending a bit of time to break the mech, only to find that the real Du Shui was lying inside, in a dormant state, but her brain was already gone. There was a sentence written inside, someone stole my brain, just like someone stole your heart. Damn it. His smile gradually froze. This was scolding him for not having a heart, for not being affected by the death of guilt mechanism. Master Xiao, the second, miracle? In his mind, the words of that towering hero flashed across his mind. I believe she can create miracles, just like she believes I can create miracles now. His expression gradually stiffened, and extreme uneasiness appeared. Damn it. Where the hell did she go? He frantically scanned the entire research institute, even underground. Gradually, his brows twitched, and he looked up at the sky, which was his blind spot. Sand dollar. This is like a cicada shedding its carapace, understand? Xianxia's body was filled with hydrogen, and he had already floated out of the window, flying in the sky, a magic core and a small silver box hanging below the hot air balloon. Du Shui's body has been frozen. As long as it doesn't take long, it'll be put back sooner or later. I'm just afraid that he'll destroy her body in a moment of anger. But under such circumstances, who could care so much? At most, he'd just change his body and undergo a brain transplant. In the sky, a machine flew into the air furiously, drawing a terrifying wave of air in its wake. I'm a balloon, he can't see me, he can't see me. Xianxia's scalp was numb. But a voice full of anger came, filled with cold killing intent. Damn balloon fish, I should have killed you back then. You've played me for so long. If it weren't for you, I would have already succeeded, and the highest authority of this Isho human would have already fallen into my hands. He twisted his body to look at a pair of angry eyes, a man-killer fiend. Du Xianxia and I mean both showed despair. Suddenly, a group of mechs flew over from afar, apparently receiving a communication from the outside world. Damn it, that criminal, stop. This was a group of powerful hunter-type mechs, giving the order. Surrender. We'll imprison you right away. Boom, they quickly pressed the button to fire. Numerous special hunting nets came from all directions. But as soon as they did this, they felt an intense pain in their hearts, their faces paled. One by one, the mechs fell to the ground, kicking up a large cloud of gray dust. The man-killer fiend's expression changed, quickly dodging the net and showed a heavy expression. This race is too smart. Their first order wasn't to kill me, but to imprison me. They've already found a way to deal with me. The death of shame mechanism isn't invincible. It's a law written into the guilt gene, just like normal laws. Depending on your thoughts and crimes, the degree of punishment is different. They want to imprison me, but they've violated the 37th law of illegal imprisonment. Sudden cardiac arrest, intense pain, instant loss of mobility. They didn't even dare to think of injuring him. Because that kind of punishment is too heavy. The man-killer fiend looked at the mechs that have already lost their ability to resist due to their crimes, but didn't think of taking this chance to finish them off. Because it doesn't matter anymore, they've already committed a crime and won't be a threat in the short term, so there's no need to waste energy. Destroying a mech takes a lot of stamina. In the end, they still managed to react. The man-killer fiend took a deep breath. His assassination was supposed to be perfect, without fail. When he first attacked the Research Institute's zoo, the reason why he acted so tyrannically and infuriatingly was because he wanted to provoke the guards' anger, wanting to kill this humanoid demon beast, not capture and imprison him. Because of that, his legal citizenship was protected. As soon as they acted, it triggered their highest level of death of shame reaction, and his legal citizenship couldn't be taken away, because he's already a Trojan virus. He can also create a fake ID to enter the citizen protection law and receive the protection of his human rights. This was a perfect plan. Unexpectedly, the president had created a miracle. He did not know what kind of tenacious willpower he had managed to stall him for some time. Otherwise, whether he had obtained the dynamic key or the batch of mechanical computers, the core authority of humanity would have been in his hands, and the world would have belonged to him. Even so, he could still chase after her quickly. He didn't expect Du Shui to play hide and seek again, delaying him for a period of time. This made him incomparably anxious. A battle of wits and courage. This is a battle of wits. I still have a chance. There's still time. His expression froze as he looked at the first batch of mechas rushing over. They still can't pose a threat to me. I just need. He looked at the hydrogen balloon with a flash of anger. Catch him. The balloon fish's scalp went numb, and it frantically flew away. Confine. The surrounding mechanical armors that rushed over kept throwing out capture nets. They could only make the first throw before they all fell to the ground, twitching, because they had violated the punishment. There's a disposable tool helping us. Let's take this opportunity to run. Xia Niming was shocked. In the end, there is still a way to deal with it. But for a group of people to take the risk of committing a crime to capture a criminal, he suddenly didn't know how to describe it. Just as he calmed down, a roar came from behind him. A terrifying aura spread out. The man-killer fiend's face was bright red as it went completely mad, breaking through the mechanical armors to get to him. The man-killer fiend had gone completely mad. Those who block my way, die. Boom, his laser cannon shot down. The falling mechanical armors exploded in an instant. He was trying to warn them with death. But it was useless. The Isidal people rushed forward, roaring and swarming, but they only managed to throw out their capture nets before they fell to the ground, losing the ability to move. They were the elites of the Empire, powerful and powerful, yet they died without even knowing why. The mechanical city of Veolia. As they escaped into the city, more and more people tried to stop them. Countless citizens of the capital looked up at the sky, holding their breaths, silently waiting for the final result. Our civilization, will it be destroyed? Humans who escape from the law shall be punished. The sky was ravaging, countless mechanical armors fell to the ground. Terrifying light and laser beams collided with each other, turning into a dark red mushroom cloud. On the ground, handsome Isidal men and women were running for their lives, huddling together in a dark mass. Screams, angry roars, madness, all of them mixed together, turning the entire mechanical city into a bloody battlefield, as if it was the beginning of the end of civilization, an ominous omen. Kitty. Du Shui's monster core whispered, extremely nervous. This was a brutal massacre. It'll be fine, you Isidal people have never lost a battle before. Xianxia squeezed out a smile. He was like a primitive Indian trapped in a cage. This was the first time he had appeared in this high-tech sci-fi city. He was filled with unfamiliarity as he looked at this girl from an advanced civilization. You still have the guardian of humanity, the strongest existence on Earth, Michael. That's right, Uncle Michael will definitely come to punish him. Du Shui encouraged him. Although Uncle is usually mischievous, he is very reliable. However, Xianxia knew that although the death from Shane was not absolute, the pressure it brought was too great. Just because of one person's chaos, the Isidal people had lost their loved ones, countless elites had died. If he could obtain the dynamic secret key, the civilization would be destroyed. The tragedy behind him was still happening, but the next second, a golden dragon, Michael, covered in 5-colored monster cores, appeared before him. Human, stop. The entire land was excited because their hero had arrived. Michael, who had saved the Isidal people, had appeared for the second time, and they did not doubt that the strongest celestial emperor would not be able to defeat this terrifying enemy. We can win. Countless people walked out of the streets and looked up at the sky, feeling a chill run down their spine. The only prayer in their hearts was for Michael to win. This was a battle that would determine the survival of the world, the continuation of civilization and species. All of a sudden, a faint ripple of consciousness could be felt in the air. This was the inner side of the Isidal people, manifesting as a voice that manifested in the air, manifesting as a miracle. If God were to die today, the people of Ashitalar would live until the day after tomorrow, just to narrate God's life to other races, and we would be filled with pride, using the powerful mechanical charm of technology to narrate the story of our Lord. Like the howling of the wind, the hearts of all living beings converged. They had no other choice but to pray to the God of science, leave us. Michael was furious. He was hugging Maravina's broken body like a dragon prince hugging a dead princess. Michael crouched down and slowly put the body down. Looking at this bloodied young man with a butcher's knife in his hand, he laughed maniacally. If you take one more step forward, I don't mind making you suffer a bit. I might even kill you. The man-killer fiend was shocked. You think I've removed the death from shame suppression? Michael suddenly became extremely calm. I haven't, that's a privilege that only the two of us have. I'm just joking, I'm a keyboard warrior, you know? I'm the type that posted on Weibo years ago, saying that I'm going to kill 18 generations of your ancestors. But in my heart, I don't have any intention to do so. I'm like a young man who only knows how to say fuck you, but in my heart, I don't have any intention of doing so, because fuck is against the law. The man-killer fiend's expression became cold. Michael's expression also became cold. Young man, I'm not like those naive Isidal people. I don't mean what I say. I'm cunning. I'm one thing on the outside and another on the inside. I'm too good at controlling my killing intent. I'm going to kill you. It suddenly smiled brightly like a spring breeze. See, isn't there nothing going on here? The man-killer fiend was stunned, suppressing his anger as he turned around. This person has gone mad. He paid no heed to this unusual creature. Michael was undeniably the strongest celestial emperor of the Ashitalar people, a guardian of the magma dragons. If there were no restraints on its attacks, it could kill him with a single slap, but now, all he could do was move his mouth. He didn't even have the guts to think of attacking him. He chased after Du Shui. If the other party tried to stop him or tried to harm him, he would self-destruct. Bam! A second later, the man-killer fiend crashed into a wall. The huge impact made him vomit blood. He raised his head slightly and saw a giant dragon. Young man? What are you doing, purposely crashing into me? Michael opened his mouth wide in shock, mocking him. You purposely hurt someone. That's against the law. Ah, I forgot, you're a human who walks outside of the law. The man-killer fiend looked at him, then quickly turned around to chase after Du Shui. Bam! He crashed into another wall. Michael looked down at him with pity in his eyes. You don't feel guilty, you're a person who will never feel happiness. The man-killer fiend was completely enraged, shouting, a malicious collision on the street. That's the lowest possible punishment. You found a loophole. But how many times can you endure? Even if the punishment is the lowest, you won't be able to endure it, will you? Who knows? Michael calmly replied, his lips curving into a mocking smile. My dragon heart isn't like those weak humans. I have a big heart. capable of enduring painful punishments. I have people I want to protect, while you have nothing. The man-killer fiend turned around. Bam. A young man like you should burn in hell. Bam. Can you feel it? Guilt has already crawled up your spine. Bam. The man-killer fiend was completely enraged. This mocking made him furious, but he kept crashing into a wall, into a sturdy body. He knew very well that the other party didn't have any intention of killing him. As long as he can stall for time, he'll be able to win. The longer he drags on, the faster he'll lose. Sooner or later he'll die of exhaustion and be imprisoned. You're courting death. The man-killer fiend was completely enraged, swinging his blade at the fat figure in front of him, releasing a terrifying pressure as it turned into a snow-white light. Crack, Michael's body flashed, smiling. Young man? Do you really think I'll just stand there and take a beating? Standing there and taking a beating isn't something the law allows me to do. Although I smoke, drink, have tattoos, and have a foul mouth, I'm still a law-abiding citizen. The man-killer fiend's expression became stiff, swinging his blade, completely enraged. The rage of the powerless Michael was still staring at him, smiling like a smiling face, indescribably eerie. Do you really like wielding that blade that slaughters your own kind? Did you use that blade to kill Marijuana? She was a true hero of humanity. Her entire life was dedicated to humanity. No private life, no marriage, no love, only science. Humanity has no reason to kill her. I don't know what kind of childhood experiences you went through, but do you always like to use violence to solve any problem you encounter? The man-killer fiend was covered in blood, trembling. Marijuana from before had already heavily injured him. Now he's covered in wounds, and now he's being ridiculed by a dragon, blocking his way. The other party can't do anything to him, but his mouth is extremely lethal. Young man, you need to learn to back off. Stop. Michael's face was also becoming pale. This was the strongest heavenly emperor. Forcefully stopping the other party wasn't as easy as he appeared to be. But a water mirror appeared. Look, this is the expression of someone on the verge of collapse. You, hysterical, you, sweating profusely, your face twitching. Do you still remember those humans you tortured to death? If you like to see them struggle and despair before death, I think you will also like your expression of despair right now. How touching it is to cry bitterly. You are like those lonely teenagers on the streets, abusing kittens, and loving to kill and experiment. This is the immature and abnormal mentality of a teenager. Michael seemed to have turned into a lunatic. He laughed as he spoke, and there were even tears in his eyes. I suddenly hate Carolyn. When I was bound by morals and laws, did I have to endure the hatred of killing my enemies? This madman. I'll die. I'll die. I'll die. The man-killer fiend's expression was no longer calm. He began to retreat, looking at Michael, his heart filled with rage. Why? Another madman who doesn't fear death. I'm being stopped. If I stall for time, I'll definitely be imprisoned. This was supposed to be a foolproof plan. But it was reversed time and time again. What chance do I have to turn the tables? There must be. If the other party can create miracles, why can't I? He roared in his mind. His chest was filled with hatred that was about to burst out. All of a sudden, the man-killer fiend smirked, abruptly raised his blade in front of his stomach, completely enraged. Then, Great President. I'll also take a gamble. If you can live, I can also live. I'm also determined. You think I'm not ruthless? If you want to kill someone, kill yourself first. He charged forward. Clang, Michael instantly blocked in front of him. Poochie, due to inertia, the blade was stabbed into the man-killer fiend's chest. He's committing suicide? All the Isidal people on the ground were shocked, unable to comprehend what just happened. On the other side, Michael looked at the blade he stabbed into the man-killer fiend's chest, feeling a sharp pain in his heart. His face paled as his body trembled. Ahahaha. I knew it. Oh great heavenly king, you're indirectly killing someone. He opened his mouth and laughed cruelly, full of madness and pride. We're just competing to see who's crazier. His chest was clearly pierced through and he didn't have long to live, but a terrifying aura was spreading around him. His entire body was covered in gray mud, like the muddy water that flowed out of his cells. Sure enough, I also succeeded. At the moment I committed suicide, my intense hatred and unwillingness also made me feel my determination. Awakening? Michael's expression was completely solemn, his body trembling, his face full of shock and confusion. It's awakening, and also determination. The man-killer fiend's voice was hoarse from the intense pain. When a normal person's genetic lock is closed, no matter how angry they are, it's hard for them to unleash the hidden potential in their body. This is a human's self-protection mechanism, but after unlocking the genetic lock, the genetic chain becomes extremely unstable. As long as there's a strong determination and unyielding will, the power of emotion can be awakened. Unlocking the genetic lock, the consciousness can affect the genes that determine the body. I call this ability determination. As long as the heart doesn't give up, as long as the willpower is as strong as a demon, the body can continue to unleash its hidden potential, until the potential of every cell in the body is squeezed dry. Only then will the body be completely destroyed. This is the fireworks of life, the powerful explosion brought about by the collapse of genes. Can you feel the feeling of every cell breaking down and flowing pus, the collapse of genes? That is the strongest torture in the world, to be able to endure this pain, to be able to hold on to your willpower without dispersing, that is called determination. Do you still remember Marawina? I had to kill her a total of 7 times before she finally died. Her determination allowed her to unleash her life's potential, forcing herself to live, forcing herself to stay alive like a zombie. He seemed to have turned into a monster. His body began to resemble an orangutan, his nails became sharp, he stood on all fours, he even grew a disgusting tail. Orangutan, is this reversion? From afar, Du Shui had heard of this before. Awakened humans can trace back the memories of their ancestors to the very beginning. And now, this human is also an awakened. He traced back the DNA of his ancestors, monkey, orangutan, ape-man, all to become an unknown monster? No, this is his genetic chain being messed up, breaking apart, but without a doubt, his body was filled with an aura of extreme rage, terrifying to the extreme, as if he was a man-eating beast. This was a suicidal method of eruption, the price to pay for breaking through the forbidden zone of life, in exchange for power, the determination to endure the most intense pain in the world. Boom, the man-killer fiend's body turned into a monster. His presence instantly rose from quasi-emperor to heavenly emperor realm, and even peak heavenly emperor realm. As expected of a dragon, the strongest heavenly emperor on earth, even if you didn't directly kill them, you should have already collapsed, yet you can still move freely. Your willpower is too shocking. He smirked, slowly pulling out the blade from his body. You want to try and stop me again? He smirked, his eyes flashing with a vicious glint as he charged forward. Clang, Michael once again blocked in front of him. Poochie, the man-killer fiend's blade once again stabbed into his stomach. He lowered his head in shock, not expecting Michael to try again, shouting hysterically, "You don't want to live anymore." "Heh, you want me to leave, but I refuse." Michael spat out a mouthful of blood, his expression full of arrogance as he staggered. "I want to see how your willpower compares to mine." "Your willpower was heavily damaged for the second time. Can you withstand the second collapse of your body?" "Our great president managed to withstand it 7 times already." The man-killer fiend froze, then suddenly roared, looking down at his chest. His entire body was covered in thick black cell fluid, black tears of pain. "I won't die. I won't die." He roared, enduring the intense pain, as if using this method to give himself confidence. "As long as my willpower doesn't die, my body won't die. My willpower, as long as my body doesn't die, I won't die. I won't die. I won't." He roared again, his broken body once again withstood the attack. "I've won, I've finally won against you. Humanity's dragon guardian Michael, you can't take it anymore. What kind of insane willpower and determination is this?" Michael's mind went black, as if he was looking at a demon from head to toe, a slaughtering animal that didn't care about life or death. Ho ho ho, his entire body was soaked in sweat, he couldn't take it anymore. In truth, the first time he indirectly killed someone, he already couldn't take it anymore. The beads of sweat on Michael's face gradually turned bright red, turning into large patches of blood all over his body. He suddenly looked at the young man from afar. "I know young people like you very well. You are very determined, with great determination. Your goal is always clear, and you will never be lost. You're the kind of person who won't look back even if you break through the wall. You're a ruthless person, so you madly broke through the limit I set for you, trying to find a way to survive. You've endured the most unbearable pain in the world, your determination pushed you to this point, and right now, if you ask me, what's the most determined thing you can do right now? Michael revealed a gentle smile. His body continued to shatter, and he no longer had the mischievous smile from before. The man-killer fiend was stunned. Right now, what's the most determined thing? Mikhail's face was filled with a brilliant radiance. You must have struggled for a long time for this plan, haven't you? Right now, the most determined thing is to give up, to turn around, to leave that extreme path of no return and return to a normal life. The man-killer fiend went silent. Poochie, but the only response to Michael was a single slash. I also want to be normal. I once wanted to treat everyone with kindness, but my heart was completely emotionless. Gradually, I grew tired of it. I found that killing makes me happy. I have no reason to refuse. Michael was a bit surprised, looking down at the blade on his body, then at Milawina's corpse in the distance. His expression suddenly changed. Young man, someone once said that we aren't the only ones in this world. The light of other worlds doesn't come from the golden river of lava on the ground, but rather from a floating golden ball of lava in the sky. A golden ball of lava floating in the sky. Do you really think that's possible? You definitely don't believe it, do you? But just because I don't believe it doesn't mean it doesn't exist, because I've seen it with my own eyes. Young man, the world isn't only filled with killing, there are many beautiful things to look forward to. I wasn't able to help you take revenge, Milawina. I want to go with you to see the vacuum again. A wave of heat blew past. Michael slowly fell from the sky, with a loud crash, kicking up a large amount of dust. The strongest guardian of the Isidal people, the strongest ruler of the Stonewall domain, had fallen in the mechanical city of Veolia. Oh, 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 oh. The entire world wept bitterly, wailed and howled hysterically. This was the fall of an era of the Isidal people. Their president was dead, their guardian was dead, all because of a young man with abnormal emotions who went on a killing spree. But that anomaly, he won't be able to hold on for much longer. Someone shouted, our two strongest combatants have dealt him a fatal blow. Indeed, the man-killer fiend's body had completely collapsed, melting away. He looked at the mechanical armors that were surrounding him and laughed bitterly. Heh. Isidal people, you really are a bunch of lunatics. Even so, you still can't stop me. I'm also going to die, but I won't let you have it easy. Originally, I wanted the authority to rule, but since that's the case, I'll forcefully spread the virus I've researched, invade your brains, and destroy what I can't get. Even I don't know how terrifying this thing is. His entire body was covered in blood, rotting away as he quickly fell. In his mind, a silent inner sight rippled out. The surrounding mech suddenly stopped, as if they were invaded by some unknown virus. This was a virus that targeted the C++ language. We won. The one who escaped from the law is finally dead. We've finally punished him. In the end, the guilty death mechanism is not invincible. Someone wailed and fell to the ground, almost losing his voice. This was a disaster that wouldn't be forgotten even in 100 years, it would be very difficult to recover from. But in the next second, the Isidal people in the ruined city stood up one by one, their eyes glowing red like a wild beast as they pounced on the others. My God! It's that madman's final counterattack. Quickly turn off your inner sight. The network connection's brainwaves. This is a virus, invading our external network and infecting us. Paralyzing our brains, causing our brains to freeze, leaving us with only the instincts of a wild beast. Someone growled, his expression mournful. Many people started to turn off their brainwaves. However, the Isidal people with bloodshot eyes pounced on the other Isidal people, biting their necks. Gradually, those who were bitten fell to the ground, twitching as they slowly stood up. They can also infect us through biting. Someone growled. Run! Run! Someone screamed hysterically. Let's go. The world is ending. Find a shelter to prevent us from getting infected. Xianxia watched the virus spread like wildfire, people falling to the ground one after another. The streets and alleys were filled with people being bitten. Chaos, disaster, destruction, doomsday. This is a hacker invasion, the spread of a virus. Xianxia watched the entire mech sci-fi city heading towards destruction, countless screams and explosions, his mind blank. Or could it be a biochemical virus? A zombie rampage? Rumble, whales, darkness, smoke, mechanical spaceships, mechanical tanks, all of them escaped from the mech city of Veolia. There is no victor in this era. At this moment, he looked at the city filled with sci-fi machines, the chaotic crowd. It was as if he was watching the wheel of a century, witnessing the end of an era with his own eyes. It was filled with the smell of fate. There was no way to differentiate between dream and reality. We grew up in the cradle of science, stepped on the grassland of life, walked alone, climbed to the peak of the origin code, and pulled the door of the gods. Before that, we never let go of our pride. There were people running on the ground, being devoured, and praying. In the sky, the infected Ashutl people were attacking. Many people were screaming in pain. Explosions rang out one after another, and bright red rain fell from the sky. Run! Leave Veolia! In order to prevent being infected, they cut off the internet and began to communicate using language. How sad. This is the first time I've heard the language of an entire civilization. The hustle and bustle of the city is at the moment of destruction. I wonder if there will be a tomorrow. Xianxia took a deep breath and quickly escaped the doomsday city with Du Shui's brain nucleus. Even if the Ashutl people are not finished, they will be heavily injured. He had been locked up for a few months and thought that he would be locked up in the zoo for the rest of his life. He did not expect this era to be destroyed. He did not know where the future would go. Could the Ashutl people survive? We, the Ashutl people, will never be destroyed. No one can kill us. Du Shui said firmly. But this is the apocalypse. Xianxia's mouth was wide open. He was smart and had already guessed the future. As someone who had watched countless zombie movies, he knew that it was not as simple as it seemed. It would be as easy as when they encountered difficulties before. They flew in the sky like hot air balloons. It's too chaotic. I don't dare to ask for help. If I encounter an infected person, it will be troublesome. I have to find a way to hide and find a shelter to prevent being infected. Also, I have to break through the zombie horde and find a hospital for Du Shui to stay in. No matter what, I have to save Du Shui. She has the highest human authority. There was no way back to the Central Research Institute. The war was too tragic. They called themselves the Celestial Race, but they were still mortals. When the sky fell and the earth collapsed, the pride of the Ashutl people, Veolia, was destroyed. There were only a few who managed to escape. Even the people who managed to escape were curled up in a corner, struggling at death's door. They were about to be infected by the horrifying virus, and the zombies that roamed the streets would infect them. Diseases, viruses, plagues, and infections had long become distant terms with the technological iterations of civilization and medical methods. Today, they reappeared in front of their eyes, bringing the most primitive and terrifying energy to this highly developed civilization. He thought for a moment and posted on the internet. What if a zombie virus breaks out in a sci-fi world? I'm waiting online, it's urgent. Players? How long has it been since you left? How did you suddenly change so much? Blue Ocean Domain. Bubbles slowly erupted from the magnificent underwater temple. Exquisite luminous pearls and corals paved the gorgeous decorations. Everyone stood in front of the palace, their eyes focused on the huge curved screen on the table. It clearly showed the terrible changes in the mechanical city of the Ashutl people, Veolia. The apocalyptic disaster was like a heavy black shadow, pressing down on everyone's heart. No one spoke. The atmosphere was silent. Carolyn could no longer rush back. She knew very well that there was no point in rushing back. She was also a scientist like Melavina. They had no combat power. The entire combat power of the entire civilization was already there. Even without her, the Ashutl people could still operate on their own. The Ashutl people will still come back. Setbacks are just an inevitable path. Carolyn closed her eyes. No advanced intelligent civilization can live peacefully, but they will also fall. We will be the same. Did we lose this bet? Hylandong asked. Carolyn did not answer him. She softly murmured the words of Mr. Levis. No matter how dark it is, we still believe in science, just like we believe in the dawn of humanity's future. Carolyn slowly walked in front of Suji and put down a cup. I still remember that day, that street, that milk tea shop, and the dream I told you about. She held something tightly in her hand. After hesitating for a moment, she let go and turned to leave. Suji lowered his head and looked at the thing Carolyn put down. It was a clear plastic milk teacup that had long been crumpled. He did not know how long it had been kept. It was filled with the marks of time, like her determination. The terrible disaster had still broken out. Carolyn had already left with her subordinates. This disaster was bigger than she had imagined. The destruction of the Ashutl people seemed inevitable. Pushing the dominoes was often just a gentle push. It's hard for her to turn the tide. The dark red coral reefs were magnificent. Bubbles tumbled beneath the seawater. Hai Landong's expression was calm, but he could not help but sympathize with the loss of his own kind. The unified defense barrier of the brain, the C++ language, formed the life programming code of the Ashutl people, and established the mechanism of death from shame. It is perfect, but the research of targeted viruses will cause brain paralysis, and it will also lead to the death of civilization. But we are different. Each of our brains has built a unique firewall. This kind of large-scale infection will not happen. Suji heard this and his expression was natural. Each of you is an isolated island. This has its pros and cons. The Ashutl people have a high level of civilization because of this. Don't you envy them? Yes. Hai Landong could not deny it and smiled. I envy them, but I dare not be like them. I admire their courage. This race has the scorching heat of lava. Their pursuit of science is so radical and intense, I dare not. He was very honest about his cowardice and fear. Perhaps this was the difference between the races that lived on the edge of lava and those that lived in the ocean. One was radical and passionate, the other calm and conservative. They had the same starting point, but they had completely different civilizations, resulting in a world of difference. Hai Landong continued. So, I chose to use spoken language. We each built a firewall and refused to communicate with each other. We built a barrier between people in our civilization, waiting for the virus to break out and build a shelter for our race. Because I know that breaking away from the death mechanism and being hard to kill isn't the most terrifying thing, it's that they can create a virus that targets our race. My Sea tribe's national policy isn't really conservative, but it's the most reliable way to succeed. When the Ashutl people are extinct, we'll effortlessly accept their crystallization of civilization and naturally stand on their level. Thank you, ancient gods, for witnessing our bet. Suji was stunned. None of the leaders of a civilization were easy to deal with. He had seen a lot of people who hid their development and secretly learned this kind of trick. He himself was one of them, but it was rare to see someone say it in such a fresh and premeditated way. And this one was obviously the best. He was not smart enough, so he made up for it with wit. Perhaps inheriting the legacy and destroying the second generation was the fastest way to reach the peak of wealth. But the Ashutl people are a race that creates miracles. No one knows if they can survive this virus outbreak. Hai Landong smiled and said with emotion. If necessary, I will find a way to protect their people. Not only will I accept their civilization, but I will also marry Carolyn. After all, her wisdom alone is enough to have a far-reaching impact. Hai Landong suddenly stared at Suji with a faint smile and blinked. I wonder what your opinion is, ancient god? Can I marry Carolyn and realize the alliance between the two races? If you are interested, I won't fight with you. Suji stared at him with a strange look in his eyes. If he remembered correctly, the real ocean monarch Hai Landong was long dead. The body in front of him was his wife, the Naga First Princess Miko, who was the real mastermind behind Hai Landong. A woman to marry another woman, are you cuckolding your husband? No, you want to marry Carolyn with your husband's body, are you cuckolding yourself? Who, cuckolded who? Me, cuckolded me? Or double cuckolded? Suji was speechless. This was a philosophical question, and the style was not right at all. Hai Landong just smiled and showed the attitude of a hero. The ocean monarch Hai Landong, who rules the tens of millions of creatures in the blue ocean region, the heroic, just, and perfect ocean monarch great emperor, marrying Carolyn, the great wisdom of the Ashutl people, is the greatest glory of the sea race. I am carrying my husband's mission forward. Why can't I marry a new queen? Suji had a strange look on his face, but he did not dwell on it anymore. Compared to Carolyn, who was a normal person, Hyland Dong was an abnormal person who loved her husband deeply. Even after her husband passed away, she took over her husband's body and now wanted to replace him in marrying a wife. He turned and left. Super ancient deity, where are you going? Hyland Dong suddenly asked. Suji did not hide it. I want to go to the Ashutl city to take a look. He naturally would not miss this opportunity. He wanted to see what kind of terrible situation had happened, and whether it could be called a world-ending disaster. This was a big event, and it could even be said to be unprecedented. He could clearly sense that the apocalyptic energy was surging madly, far more intense than any of the previous great annihilations. After all, of course, the Ashutl civilization was highly developed, and the average adult was at the 4th level. This was too terrifying. And the entire world was much more vast than before. Now that the world had just opened, he could feel the energy of 2 gods returning, allowing him to approach the peak of the 6th level, Quasi-Emperor. Quasi-Emperor, this was another big step forward for him, and a huge gain. You want to go to the Ashutl city? Hyland Dong bowed slightly and said softly, Can I travel with the super ancient deity? He stretched out his hand, and a merfolk-style flying saucer stopped in front of him. Human Empire Year 391, April. Atom 2 incident, erupted. An unknown man-killer fiend young man broke through the death mechanism of guilt, broke into the core research facility, killed President Melavina, took down guardian god Michael with him, and destroyed the mechanical city of Veolia. The virus erupted. The Icital people's pride and arrogance turned Veolia into a dead city, infected over 10 million people inside, becoming known as humanity's worst incident of despair. The virus only affected the C++ language, destroying the Icital people's defense mechanism, leaving the other sea folk and demon beasts unaffected. While the adult Icital people couldn't switch to C++, even if they could, it was already deeply rooted in their brains, requiring a complicated brain surgery, which was impossible to do in the middle of a zombie wave. Empire Year 391, May. The 13 cities at the edge of Veolia quickly fell. Carolyn could no longer turn the tide. She gathered a small number of elite Icital scientists and left, migrating to the Outer Realm, and started the Human Ark Project. We will still return, just like how they escaped from the ancient lava field, they once again escaped from their home. But the majority of Icital people were forced to stay in the city, unable to leave. They didn't complain at all, waiting for Lady Carolyn to lead the elites of humanity to start their research, find a way to cure the virus and return to save them. They believed in their god, just like how they believed in Levis. The lucky survivors of Icital people began to shut off their inner sense communication to prevent their consciousness from spreading the virus, restoring the ancient language of communication. They also shut down the satellite network to prevent the virus from spreading through the network. Without the network, using language to communicate, humanity had returned to the primitive era. On the streets, there were many zombies wandering. The survivors in the city were struggling to survive in the basements, shops, and residential areas. They risked their lives and drove mechanical armors and mechanical motorcycles to search for food outside. The mechanical era of the wasteland had arrived. In a ruined mechanical city in the south, a young wizard wearing a black wizard robe and a strong man who was bare-chested, revealing his perfectly proportioned muscles. The man was wearing a pair of white pearl earrings and a necklace with the heart of the ocean. They walked over in large strides. The streets were old and dilapidated, littered with all sorts of trash and blood. There was also a group of brain-dead Ashutterans wandering about. Their gazes were white and lifeless, but they were still handsome despite their ragged clothes, revealing their fine figures. Suddenly, they turned their heads, their eyes bursting with scarlet red like wild beasts. Walla! What a pitiful life. In just a month, it has turned into a mindless beast. A trace of pity flashed in Harlanden's eyes. He stretched out his hand and an isolation barrier appeared instantly. The zombies that were wandering on the streets suddenly lost their target and aura and started to wander around. Suji just looked at this scene curiously. It seemed to be no different from those zombie movies in the movies. It was indeed a virus, but it was a real computer virus. He suddenly felt that the sand table world in front of him was somewhat similar to the wasteland sci-fi style. For example, the well-known masterpieces, No Man's Land and Radiation. Suji entered a shop and tidied up an alchemy table. He waved his hand over the table, and bottles and jars appeared in front of him. He took a drop of dried zombie blood on the ground and shook the reagent. Harlanden's expression was solemn as he stared at Suji's ring with a trace of disbelief. This is a space storage, a super-ancient civilization. In this world, the Ashidorans relied on technology and hadn't developed to the extent of creating space technology. The scientific space technology might be a bit late, or perhaps it was not specifically developed in this area. After a while, Suji was a little surprised as he looked at the results of the reagent. Brain dead. It's like some rank 4 or 5 magical beasts that don't have any intelligence. Of course, some of the higher level ones didn't have their brains completely destroyed. Although they still don't have intelligence, the spells they wrote in their memories, such as running and jumping, have become instinctive memories and are still preserved. Suji looked at some special zombies. Among them, there was a strong grade 4 male zombie. It was a special kind with fast movements and wind spells. It was a very special existence. He stretched out his hand and pinched the air. Bang, the zombie's head exploded, and a brain nucleus with white mucus flew out and landed in his hand. He continued to study for a full half a day. The streets outside were constantly filled with zombies, like a fast-forward projector. Harlandan silently guarded by the side, his eyes were extremely curious about the unknown. Suji didn't pay attention to him. He suddenly exhaled and realized the seriousness of the problem. The virus is already very scary. There are already 3 generations of the virus and it's still spreading. 3 generations? Virus? Harlandan was puzzled. Suji said, it's wildly mutating through the calculation of the human brain and turning into a mutant Trojan horse virus. This is the main reason for the large number of human infections. Countless cities have fallen and become zombie areas. You are amazing. Harlandan exhaled. You have an analysis so quickly. Suji's expression was indifferent. In terms of combat strength, he was far inferior to this top celestial emperor who could kill Finbar. Ultimately, he was only grade 6. Even if this great extinction could push him to the level of quasi-emperor, he was still a traditional sorcerer. He had studied hard in the library of the sorcerer world for decades and had communicated with Medusa for so long. He had long developed the idea of a sorcerer. He had the ideas and wisdom of a sorcerer, coupled with the wisdom of the civilization in front of him, and the brain of a supercomputer. It was simply a perfect combination. For example, it was equivalent to a sorcerer with a brain chip. The virus is evolving, and Carolyn can't control the trend of destruction. It is like a mutant Trojan horse virus, uncontrollable. Suji continued to wander. He collected the genetic model of some special zombies for research. He was very curious about their principles. After all, even if the brain was digitized, it was still a very complex structure, and there were even some parts that he couldn't understand. Harlandan followed behind, becoming more and more curious. Suji continued to sort out the conclusions. These days, I have discovered very terrible things. Harlandan's eyes widened. Suji said, I have said before that the forbidden zone of life is a very terrible thing. The gene lock has been unlocked. This is what we are seeing. The virus is evolving, which is equivalent to a program constantly evolving. Will it one day give birth to its own wisdom? You mean, this virus program is like the evolution of life, heading into the unknown? Harlandan's face was shocked, and he quickly reacted. Yes, we have been restricting this aspect before, not allowing the program to evolve on its own, and now, it is heading into the unknown. The body of the Isidal people is empty, and it is a good opportunity. Will it be replaced by another new race with wisdom? Do you think it is possible? I don't know. Suji just answered calmly. He and Harlandan continued to move forward. Whether it was a new era, whether the Isidal people were extinct, was not certain. And even if it was a new era, the survivors led by Carolyn could still continue the race, but they may have been replaced as the hegemon. Who knew what the future would bring? The future had infinite possibilities. Perhaps it is a different kind of genesis? He walked through the ruins of sci-fi cities, broken shops, streets, public facilities, fences, all of which were walking corpses. He occasionally stopped and took out a test bench to conduct various experiments to test the potential of certain zombies. The birth of a new life? Harlandon looked at the possibilities in front of him. His mind suddenly went blank. He recalled the scene he saw from the eyes of the demonic beast Finbar. If Carolyn saw the origin of humans, then he undoubtedly saw the origin of his kind of demonic beasts. He suddenly had an incredible thought. He looked at the young man in the wizard robe. Could it be that the demonic beasts and humans were also this mysterious ancient god, wandering the earth, using some unknown technology to observe, guide, and collect data? In fact, he was close to the truth to a certain extent. They walked all the way, crossing the ruins of the once prosperous Isidal city. Suddenly, there was a cry from a window in the distance. Help! Suji looked up. It was a survivor girl, curled up at the window of the toilet on the third floor of a high-rise building, shaking her arms and shouting with her mouth. He didn't know how long she had been starving. She was extremely thin. Suji reached out, broke the window wall, and brought her in. The surrounding zombies roared a few times, but they were isolated by Harlandon's mental barrier, and then they didn't say a word. Suji handed her water and bread. Thank you, two masters. She was immediately overjoyed. What happened? Harlandon asked. The girl said, the apocalypse has come. The entire apartment building of Eugen district, the neighbors used spiritual sense to communicate, and many were infected. Now everyone is shielding themselves and can only communicate with words. A week ago, my parents went to the supermarket outside, and she looked like she was about to cry. Suji was speechless. As soon as she opened her mouth, it was all revealed. She didn't have any guard, and seemed a bit naive. But this was common sense. The biggest difference between this apocalyptic world and other apocalyptic worlds was that there was no internal strife, no sinister human nature. Instead, they were restrained by guilt, able to help each other and endure the hardships together. This also made them feel a lot more comfortable, and they wouldn't go extinct so quickly. We believe that the rescue team will come, the country will calm this chaos and restore our Isidal people's glory. The girl was very determined. Every Isidal person seemed to believe this. Suji felt like he was looking at a small ripple in the sea of life. He thought for a bit. Did anything special happen? The girl directly spoke. A group of survivors passed by earlier. They told me that a few cities in the south near the mechanical city of Veolia have been turned into danger zones. Terrifying monsters have appeared, and those who didn't manage to evacuate in time are already dead. Harlandon was a bit surprised. She looked deeper into the city. The girl replied, they say that a special virus has appeared. They're showing signs of atavism, just like the legendary man-killer fiends. They're covered in mud, oozing out cell fluid, long tongues, tails, and parts of the body of a monkey. They're extremely powerful, the survivors call them. Liquors. A zombie has unlocked its genetic lock and entered the state of determination, awakening. Suji's lips curled up in curiosity. There is no such method in the previous worlds. This is a suicidal method, similar to the sky demon disintegration in novels. It is brutal, but the side effects are too great, and it comes with unprecedented pain. Unlocking the genetic lock? Squeezing out the body's potential with consciousness? It's very interesting to have reached this point in the study of life. Suji suddenly thought of something. He took out his alchemy table and started to do experiments. He started to study their genetic chain and observe the fragments of their genes. As expected, the Isidal people have unlocked their genetic lock and sealed it. Now, there is no more restriction. This is why these abnormal creatures mutate easily. Of course, the mutation is negative. It will lead to genetic collapse. Suji's computer had the code of the human gene bank. He could see that some of the fragments had mutated and even started to fuse into other creatures. This could be considered as the creation of a new era, the rapid evolution of a new species. Of course, it was mixed with man-made elements. It was not as complete as the evolution of nature after tens of thousands of years. It could easily lead to the collapse of life forms. The girl looked at the alchemy table that appeared out of nowhere and the young man in a wizard robe who was experimenting in the middle of the street. Her eyes widened. This is spatial technology. A super ancient god? Her legs turned to jelly. She looked at the handsome man next to her and seemed to remember something. You are the ruler of the merfolk, Hai Landong? Hai Landong nodded. He seemed to have gotten used to the super ancient god's method in the past few days. The girl was shocked. After a long time, she let out a sigh of relief and looked at the wizard who was fiddling with the alchemy table. She whispered, "What a strange person, a strange god. But he is very charming when he studies seriously. He is very handsome, has a strong chest, and smells very nice and warm." Hai Landong's face darkened. His first reaction when he saw a legendary being was that of a girl in love. She was born in a peaceful and kind society and had not experienced any setbacks. She was unexpectedly careless. He did not know what to say. In this situation, he had been starved for several days and was on the verge of death. Most people would be desperate and crazy. "Sirs, can you take me away?" The girl was a little nervous. "We were supposed to go with the survivors, but my parents and I didn't want to leave home. But my parents are already. She looked at Suji shyly and said, "I'm very obedient." "Sir, what do you think? Would you like to bring her along?" Hai Landong's expression was quite calm. To him, this kind of weak girl could only rely on experts to survive, so he normally would not care about her. However, right now, it was up to the ancient godly spirit to decide. As the Naga kingdom's first princess, Miku clearly knew that for such a supreme existence, he could get any beautiful woman he wanted. Even the leader of a sea race tribe had hundreds of beautiful wives and concubines, and he could bring any woman he liked back to the tribe. Only her foolish husband was different, and he only married her. She had also hinted to Hai Landong to take a concubine. After all, the sea monarch great emperor only had one woman, and that was too embarrassing, but he never listened to her. Perhaps it was because of Hai Landong's righteousness and charm that she was able to reach this step. The two of them were willing to sacrifice their lives for each other. "If you want to follow, then follow me." Suji glanced at the girl and put away the alchemy table. He was very calm. It was fate that brought them together, and he would save them if he could. The girl was called Zhao Shiro, 72 years old. She was 8 years away from adulthood, but she was already phase 5. She was quite talented, and she was quite famous in the city. But talent was one thing, and being able to fight was another. The Ashutl people were like normal humans. Some wanted to join the army, some wanted to be office workers, and some wanted to be housewives. Zhao Shiro wanted to be a housewife. When Hai Landong heard that Zhao Shiro did not run into danger, but in the hallway, she accidentally killed 7 rank 4 zombies with her small fists, he was shocked. "You have the ability to run out and find food to survive on your own?" Hai Landong had a strange expression as she went to check the corpses. "Your talent in fighting is terrifying. Fast computing was one thing, but it meant that you had a subbrain with you. Intelligence, talent, and talent were all different." Zhao Shiro lowered her head, revealing a timid expression as she nervously rubbed her sleeves. "I don't dare, they're too scary. But I'm so hungry. Maybe if the 2 sirs didn't appear, I would have gone out." Hai Landong immediately reacted. In the end, she was just a rich girl from an ordinary family. She played games with dolls, watched TV, even if she was phase 5. 70-year-old phase 5 without deliberately cultivating. With this kind of talent, she could definitely become a phase 7 celestial emperor if she worked hard. If she was in our merfolk tribe, she would definitely be trained to be a leader and treated as a treasure. And the Ashutl people don't care about talent, they only care about personal will. They are indeed a proud race. Harlan Dong let out a deep sigh of resentment as he looked at the ruins. Their pride deserves to be destroyed. I can King kill the Ashutl people. With this kind of talent, she respects her dreams? She wants to be a housewife and teach her children? Beat her up and she will lose her dreams. He was very distressed. If he had been in charge of this civilization, the number of celestial thearchs wouldn't have been so few, but at least 10 times more. What was the use of human rights? Forcefully conscripting them, but thinking about it, he was just talking big. It was the Ashutl people's pride of refusing that allowed them to live to this day. A phase 5 zombie might seem very powerful, but in an environment where the zombies were at least phase 4, it would still be easy to slaughter if it was surrounded. However, this girl was still very proficient in cooking and various skills. She was very determined to become a housewife and served the two of them very well. Due to the influence of the environment, the girl quickly believed the two of them, and they talked about everything. Even Suji could not help but sigh in admiration. This civilization was very perfect. There were no barriers between people, no lies, and it was a perfect society. However, because of this, it had encountered a virus. Suji also saw the girl's yearning for love, but he had seen this kind of gaze too many times. In the long years, life would turn to dust. Not everyone could stand out and walk towards eternity. This is a liquor? 3 days later, Suji came to a ruined shopping mall and studied it. It seemed to be some kind of mutation, and it was extremely powerful. It was true that they had unlocked their gene lock, but because their genes were unstable, their lifespan was extremely short. Furthermore, they were constantly suffering from the pain of collapsing, which made them incomparably violent. What do you think? Hai Landong was curious. This kind of abnormality will be eliminated. Suji thought about it and said, unless there is a more optimized individual that can enter and exit the awakened state on its own. Who knew what kind of zombies would be produced in the future? Suji was speechless. If the previous program was suppressed, then now, with the bodies of the Ashidal people and the massive number of computers as carriers, could it produce a Trojan virus that would mutate and create a new race? Suji was looking forward to its development. At this moment, he was still harvesting energy because the starting point of this world was too high. The average level was grade 4, compared to the previous average of grade 1, it was like heaven and earth. I'm leaving, Suji said. You're not taking her with you? Hai Landong couldn't help but sigh. Suji shook his head. You really are a god worthy of respect. He was stunned for a few seconds before he realized that it was really just to save her, and he didn't even want the girl to pay. Previously, he had always thought that the ancient god's favor to Carolyn was because of their special relationship, but that was clearly not the case. Next, Hai Landong took the initiative to take Xiaoshiro away, feeling like he had picked up a treasure. Since you don't want her, then I'll take her with me. I've already fallen in love with this race. How should I put this? I can trust her as my confidant, and she can help me deal with some things. I know it's funny that I can't trust my own merfolk, but an outsider. Xiaoshiro was trembling. Her mind was filled with the previous sentence. With this kind of talent, you want to respect your dreams? You want to be a housewife? Beat her up and she'll lose her dreams. I want to get married, I don't want to be beaten. She pitifully looked at the prayer paper, wanting the divinities to take her away. Hai Landong sent his telepathic message. Pure and capable, that's the best way to control her. But she seems to care about you a lot, I'll help you keep her. Suji couldn't help but laugh as he stared at Hai Landong. This person was too slick. He clearly saw her talent, but he still wanted to express his goodwill. Suji opened his eyes slightly in the living room. In fact, this extinction disaster came at the right time. The people of Ashidal were powerful, but there had been no gods until now. It was because they were too harmonious among themselves. No one died, and they didn't like to start wars with outsiders. All the scientists were doing their best to research. Without a catastrophe, there would be no gods. Now, just a short period of time has fed back the energy of two gods. This energy is not collected by the people themselves. It is scattered in the bodies of various creatures and powerful zombies. The people inside are already standing at the top. If they seize the opportunity, they should be able to break through quickly. Disasters often meant opportunities. The era was about to change. Gods would soon appear in the ruins, and there would be many of them. After all, the land was too big, 100 times the size of the primordial world. On the Spore Evolution forum, the players' expressions were quite interesting. How did the style change in the blink of an eye? Zombie biochemical virus, doomsday ruins, did you transmigrate or did we transmigrate? Screenshots. 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 It was a picture of the ruins of a vast sci-fi world. Broken walls, walking corpses wandering on the streets, and a huge black mechanical spaceship crashed into the tall buildings. It was like a giant black whale that was hundreds of meters long stranded on a slope. It gave people a strong visual impact and a sense of vicissitudes of history. Looking at the CG poster that was more realistic than any sci-fi movie on Earth, they had a toothache. This was toxic. They hadn't been happy for long. They hadn't gotten the technology yet, and it was gone. The major research institutes were angry and felt very uncomfortable. They were only one step away from one small step for Earth, one big step for humanity. But some people were more optimistic and expressed their views on the internet. Don't worry, this is a new life for you. Your era is coming. You can not only drive the mechanical armor to fight zombies. You can also train your body. This is a good time to dismantle the Gundam with your bare hands. You can realize a man's romance. Civilization is destroyed, and it is a good time for civilization to steal technology. This is a future with infinite possibilities. When everyone heard this, they felt that it made sense. They could casually click on the technology tree and develop whatever they wanted. After all, there was everything in the ruins. Someone expressed his view. The era of the king of junk is coming. Go. Raise your sails, grab your snakeskin bag, the treasure is buried there. Charge. 6666. The crowd immediately felt that it was very impressive. Xianxia replied with a smile. I like people like you who can ignite hope. Cough cough cough. Let me explain the current situation to everyone. The internet has been destroyed, and people have started to use language to communicate, returning to the primitive natives. The top scientists have all been gathered in a few core research facilities, and have now been taken away by Carolyn. Therefore, the core manufacturing information and blueprints aren't things that ordinary citizens would have access to. We can only dismantle it and research it ourselves. Everyone wanted to vomit blood. Why don't you dismantle it for me to see? The span of civilization was too great. It would take a long time to study an alien's UFO. Moreover, this magical machinery civilization used magical crystal energy, a combination of machinery and extraordinary, and there were few technologies that could be used for reference. Xianxia was still smiling. He wasn't interested in those technologies. It was fine as long as they could use mecha. You want to ride a motorcycle, and you want to study its principles? Xianxia instantly felt proud. He was such a serious person, and he was almost led astray by this group of people. However, he was still serious and didn't change his original intentions. Mecha are now one less mecha after another, and I don't think many people can repair them. In fact, it's not that there aren't some ordinary scientists and research assistants. It's impossible to take all of them away, but it's very difficult to meet one. If we meet one, we can ask him to transfer his knowledge to us, and we can repair mecha. Everyone is a mechanic. Everyone had a glimmer of hope. After the apocalypse, talent was the most important. Moreover, although the Ashutl people had closed their own connection, they could still perform a memory connection. As long as they could prevent the other party from being infected, they could learn the technology in the other party's brain. The advantage of this advanced civilization still existed, and knowledge could be exchanged without barriers. Everyone, I escaped with Du Shui, but Carolyn didn't take us away. As the next successor, Du Shui is very strong-willed. She said that she won't research, and will stay to save the survivors. Wait for Carolyn to return, and that's what I want. If I'm brought over, I'll probably have to go to the zoo. Now, we're still in the ruins, surviving in the apocalypse. The farming style has begun. Is there anyone who can help me make the bloodline fusion potion? I don't have a brain nucleus, so I can only follow the previous path of transcendence and start cultivating the transcendence system. I see that the demonic beasts here are similar to the evil eyes. Also, is there anyone who can teach me how to build a doomsday shelter? He felt relieved. By the way, there's no need for condoms for the zombies. Zombies don't need to use condoms, my group is safe. I want to transform and marry Du Shui, idiodoxes. JPG, his words instantly aroused everyone's interest. Originally, everyone wanted to help with the discussion, but what did this mean? Sand Eagle's retreat? Is it that I, Fat Tiger, can't hold a knife anymore, or is Big Xiong getting arrogant? You want to transform? Marry Du Shui? After absorbing so much essence of the sun and moon, you finally reached this step. Touched, Xianxia was stunned. He felt that something was wrong. Then, whose child is it? Xianxia saw the sentence and felt that something was wrong. It's just that my group is being domesticated. What does it have to do with me? I don't have green grass on my head. Damn it. You used to be a big boss with a project worth hundreds of millions. Why is it gone all of a sudden? Beating chest and stamping feet, sigh. Killing one person is a crime, killing 10,000 is a hero, killing 1,000,000 is a hero among heroes. Killing tens of billions is a trap. As a hero who has killed countless people, it's time for you to leave. Bitter and hateful, Xianxia was speechless. He felt that this was difficult and couldn't help but say, "Do you know how to speak human words?" Instantly, someone said, "I think you should stop chasing after Du Shui because she's not worthy of you." Xianxia was obviously shocked. Finally, there was someone who could speak. Although he was a transmigrator and brought along a seemingly trashy group, sooner or later he would reach the peak of life and become the strongest existence in the world. But Du Shui wasn't bad either. She was simple and kind, and she also held the highest authority key of humanity. Xianxia immediately said, "You're overpraising me. I think she's worthy of me." Cupping fists. JPG, no, no, no. She's still not worthy of you because you have great ambitions. Xianxia instantly beamed with joy. This was a normal person, it was too rare. Speak more if you know how to speak. How could I not have great ambitions? Didn't every transmigrator hope to reach the peak of life? Dominate the alternate world? Who knew that the next sentence would be, "Your ambitions are very great because you're a toad lusting after swan meat." Xianxia. You guys are crazy. Xianxia's expression instantly froze. His face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This was supposed to be a forum for people who love to learn. It was supposed to make people go bald and receding their hairlines. Yet, these idiots didn't seem to be learning. Instead, they were chatting like crazy. Their skills were much more mature than before. He was dumbfounded. The surrounding people were instantly amused. They were no longer speaking. Were they starting to doubt their lives? This was an amazing operation. Exploding the hidden Almighty God, this was a big move, it made one's scalp go numb. "Coach, I want to learn how to be funny." Hiss. This fool's skills are profound and have reached perfection. Who knows how many cycles of cultivation he has? Don't provoke him. Although many people were making a fuss, those were the netizens who could not participate or help. They were just killing time out of boredom. Those who could help were already taking action. The fastest to act were the major research institutes. Their first reaction was to let this player survive in the apocalyptic wasteland. Then, they would find some mechanical armors and disassemble them for them to take screenshots for research. Although this might not be able to gain much knowledge, as magical machinery was powered by magical energy, no matter how little technology there was, it was enough to move them. Moreover, the best way was to find survivors in the wasteland. Find mechanical engineering scientists and obtain the principles from their memories. Start analyzing the released species pictures and information. Find demon beasts that can be fused with bloodlines and create gene fusion potions. Under the white light, countless people were walking and waiting. On the other side, training was still on the agenda. After all, it was difficult to complete in a short period of time. Xianxia was still very weak and relied on Du Shui. Inside a crashed mechanical spaceship, half of it had collapsed and sunk into the mud. However, it was still a temporary camp for dozens of survivors. Du Shui was looking at the report. In the camp, the current job distribution is 1 doctor, 1 all-element mecha operator, 1 all-element melee expert, 1 all-element mage. Although skills could be transferred, everyone's brain capacity was limited. It was impossible to instill too many jobs. Everyone took on one job and the division of labor was the best. The brain also differed from person to person. Most of them were third-class citizens. They had to modify 3 circuits before they could activate the pineal gland. Not only was their computing ability low, but their natural brain capacity could only accommodate 1 professional mastery. It sounded like a single person's brain could only learn a single job, but the capacity of the human brain was very small, but that was not the case. Job proficiency was the pinnacle of a domain. It would take at least 100 years of normal study to obtain a tremendous amount of knowledge. For example, medical expert was equivalent to the top medical experts of the Ashuttal people. Surgery, internal medicine, orthopedics, every field was extremely profound and had a terrifying amount of storage. Naturally, it was possible for one's brain to explode. Furthermore, it was impossible for one's brain to be completely filled with knowledge. That would be a warning that one's computer memory was insufficient. According to the law, at least 80% of the brain's remaining memory space must be reserved. Second-class and first-class citizens were naturally born with better memory aptitudes. They were fast, had high memory, and could pursue multiple occupations. For example, Du Shui was a first-class citizen. In Kitten's words, it's like playing an RPG wasteland management game. Every character has aptitudes. First-class citizens have 3 skill slots, second-class citizens have 2 skill slots, and first-class citizens have 1 skill slot. Furthermore, every member of your team is good at different skills. What kind of skills you add points to learn depends on you. She was calculating the distribution of occupations in the team. The new Mizar has a good talent in medicine. Maybe he can learn medical expert. It's so hard to find an excellent survivor. Occupational skills were not something that could be copied mechanically. Everyone could do it. For example, if someone had the talent in medicine, but you put the knowledge of mech piloting expertise into his brain, the effect would naturally be very low and he would not be able to use it at all. In fact, she wanted to find a mechanic who could repair mechs. She wanted to get the knowledge of machinery specialization from him. Then, some people in the camp could copy and learn it, and the profession of mechanic would be added. If we have a mechanic in the camp who can repair mechs, it would be much more comfortable. She pressed her forehead with difficulty and gradually gained the aura of a leader. I haven't found such survivors in the other nearby survivor camps. Now that the internet is blocked, we could download it freely in the past. No one worried about this at all. Today, more than 95% of the human race had been infected. Mechanics who could repair mechs were already very rare and difficult to find. If too many survivors gathered together, it would cause a zombie tide. Thus, they could not gather together and live. In the entire Noni city, there were 17 survivor teams of various sizes. She did not expose that she had a dynamic key. She had the highest authority and was someone who walked outside the law. She looked down at the knowledge in her brain. It was the knowledge of the 3 skills in combat and magic. Kitten, let me develop the ability of determination, awakening, to be able to turn it on and off freely. She closed her eyes and felt that it was getting more and more difficult. It was as if she was struggling at death's door in a desperate situation. I heard that it's not just the liquors. In the depths of the disaster, there's also a tyrant. It's huge and has the body of an ape. Also, there seems to be a mastermind behind the recent zombie tide, driving them away, mastermind behind the scenes, to be able to control zombies. Was it a special type of zombie or some other creature? The disaster of the world was constantly spreading. At this moment, in another part of the ruins outside the camp, a balloon was flying in the sky to investigate, looking at the roaring zombies below. Youngsters, unless you reach level 6, you won't be able to fly. With your IQ, you won't be able to fly a plane. As for encountering level 6 zombies, he did not feel that he was that unlucky. Those were monsters that could only appear in Veolia in the depths of the center. As he flew, he looked at his side and quietly approached a fountain square. There was a black liquor covered in pus and rotting with a long and thin tongue. He picked up the old-fashioned walkie-talkie and gave orders. Yes, this is a level 4 liquor. Sneak up from behind. Its butt is its biggest weakness. A group of people used stealth to sneak up. A muscular man controlled the mech and suddenly pressed down. Hey, we caught it. It's struggling very hard. F***CK. It broke free. Quick, main tank, follow up and pull the aggro of this liquor. Yes. Don't get licked. I'm talking to you, mechanical tank, taunt and pull the aggro. These things have no IQ. Mage, follow up. Mud spell, restrict movement. Retreat. Retreat. Kite, do you understand? Mage at the side, don't attack. You don't have to join the battle. You are in charge of shielding the surrounding battle aura to avoid attracting a zombie tide. We will all die here. After a few minutes of intense fighting, they successfully took down the opponent without suffering any losses. Victory, no house for liquor, Xianxia was instantly satisfied. Group fight? Playing games, this was professional. Suddenly, Du Shua's walkie-talkie rang in the camp. Xianxia's voice immediately became gentle. Dear, what's the matter? However, the next second, his face gradually stiffened. The range of the walkie-talkie should not be that wide. This was already more than 800 meters away. Then who was nearby, secretly contacting me? The walkie-talkie needed to be synchronized. How could the other party? A hoarse voice came from the other side. Mysterious creature, we should talk. This was a zombie. Xianxia's mind went blank. He turned his head to look at the surrounding streets and buildings. The voice came again in his mind. If you don't come, I will kill all the lives at the scene. Xianxia trembled and looked around. What's wrong? A team member next to him asked. Nothing. Xianxia put down the walkie-talkie. You go back first, I will stay here to continue the investigation. After all, the balloon fish often flew reconnaissance, so they returned one after another. Xianxia followed the voice in his mind and gradually came to the 5th building in the community. He walked up the deserted stairs and walked into Unit 503. He passed through the living room and came to a room. He saw a little girl with an oriental temperament in her teens. She was covered in blood, but one could still tell that she was dressed like an exquisite and cute doll. She wore a pleated skirt and looked like she came from a wealthy family. The most eye-catching thing was that she had a red cherry blossom tied in her hair and a pink umbrella behind her. Before being infected, she must have come from a rich family. Xianxia looked at the umbrella. This was the latest vacuum mechanical armor material. It had not yet entered the civilian market, but he actually got it to make an umbrella for his own daughter. The little girl grinned. Don't worry, you are not a human, I won't eat your brain. Oh my god, she can really talk, Xianxia roared in his heart and trembled a little. He knew what would happen when an advanced zombie showed intelligence. Netizen save me, he wanted to ask for help, but it was useless now. Mr. Zombie. I don't have a brain. Don't eat me. Xianxia quickly expressed that his brain was filled with air and had no brain nucleus. The little zombie girl, it was the first time she saw a spineless creature. Don't worry. I won't kill those humans just now, because I have already eaten a lot of humans, about 1731 people, now I am very satisfied. The little girl ignored him, smiled, and exuded the aura of a quasi-emperor, so, I don't need to eat people now, unless I meet a special person. Special person? Xianxia was surprised. Zombies also have a picky taste. She tilted her head and thought about it seriously. People with special skills in their heads. In your words, it's like an online game. You guys are walking skill books. When you fight monsters, you can drop skill books. Machinery. Combat. Medical. Machinery. Xianxia hair stood on end. Zombies eat human brains and obtain the experience, skills, and memories of the human brain? She was able to understand online games because she had eaten the brains of humans to gain the social experience and civilization of the past. When I was born, I couldn't remember who I was when I was alive, what family I was born into, and whether or not I had parents who loved me. We infected zombies are brain dead, just like a computer that was forced to crash and reformat. Maybe there are still some fragmented memory fragments left. The little girl calmly looked out of the window. Zombies were wandering back and forth in the ruins below. I'm already another life form, an independent programming language formed naturally by my brain. It's no longer C++, but it's still shockingly infectious. I was born in an umbrella, so you can call me Umbrella Girl. Or, since I wear cherry blossoms on my head, call me Sakura? The little girl looked at Xianxia curiously. What do you think I should be called? Xianxia felt a bone-piercing chill down his spine. This new life had enough intelligence to start thinking about its own life. It tried to think about itself. Where did life come from? Where would it go after death? It even tried to get in touch with its food, humans. Of course, it was using itself as a medium for communication. Your name is Sakura, right? That's pretty good. Xianxia chuckled dryly. She was probing, curious, and unsure when she would kill him. Then, I'll be Sakura? She pondered. How many, like you are there? Xianxia was horrified. There are many in Violia's core zone. The ruins are pitch black. There are more than 10 of them. They are very powerful and come in all sorts of forms. They are vying for territory, and new species are constantly being born among the tens of millions of zombies. However, they are split into 2 factions, said Sakura. Which 2 factions? Xianxia could not help but ask. The first faction is the massacre faction. They kill to exterminate humans and eat their brains. They have realized how terrifying the Isidal people are and are afraid that they will make a comeback. They want to wipe out this race. The second faction is the animal-rearing faction. They rear humans and eat their brains like rearing pigs. They take the path of sustainable development. Xianxia felt his scalp tingle. You are from the second faction? She didn't kill humans directly and came here to communicate. She probably wanted to rear humans. His camp was in danger. No. I'm from the third faction, the Human Affinity faction. Sakura laughed as she looked at the ruined streets outside. She said nonchalantly, I don't eat humans. I want the remaining ancient humans to be my think tank. I want to provide them with the best living environment and restore the beautiful lives of the past. I want to give them human rights and citizen treatment, and develop technology. It's because I know how terrifying their brains are that I can continue using their brains to develop civilization. That's why I want to make use of them. Xianxia looked at her with a baffling domineering aura. He was like an ambitious person with the bearing of someone who had been in power for a long time. At that moment, his body wasn't trembling because of fear, but because of what she had said. Come on, take me to your leader. Sakura said, because all of you have no other choice. It's just a thought for me to slaughter all of you. Survivor camp. Du Shui looked at the terrifying Sakura and fell silent after hearing her. You want our tribe to submit to you and then be loyal to you? Du Shui gritted her teeth and said with a nod, sure. You are lying. Sakura held onto the umbrella and said with a smile, the mechanism and the law are for humans. The people of Isidal are merciless towards other races. There are no laws or rules restricting you. If not, how could you have been overlords in the past? You can betray me at any time. Isn't this an expedient measure of yours? Du Shui trembled. She was extremely intelligent to begin with, but before she matured, she had encountered such a terrifying monster. Sakura continued smiling as she said, I know, you have the supreme authority of humanity, the dynamic key. I've been specifically sent to the periphery and have been touring each city. I've been searching for you for a very, very long time. Du Shui's pupils widened. Bam, Du Shui's aura instantly swelled as immense killing intent emanated. Her body was rotting and oozing pus as she grew a long sticky tail. She was like a black monkey in the mud with a terrifying aura as she reached out to grab her. Liquor? Sakura hung upside down as she held onto the umbrella and spun around to dodge. She was also alarmed. An uninfected liquor? She widened her mouth. Then look at my form. Boom, Sakura's body suddenly grew taller as her clothes tore apart inch by inch. She transformed into a terrifying tyrant as her muscles contorted and droplets of sticky liquid dripped down. Sorry, I'm a tyrant. Whoosh, a liquor and a tyrant faced each other as a terrifying aura emanated. Du Shui revealed a look of despair. She would be infected if the other party even touched her a little. There was no chance of victory. Had this newly intelligent race already reached such a level, she shrank her body and returned to her normal form. The girl opposite her also returned to her normal form. You are very smart. You know to stop. You did not enter the core zone and underestimated the virus's evolution. We are high-end zombies. We don't have firewalls, so we can basically enter the form of the gene lock. We can freely control our emotions and unleash our potential to transform. However, it's very damaging to our bodies. Du Shui fell silent for a moment. How did you know that I have the dynamic key? Unfortunately, I ate the memories of some of the Central Research Institute's scientists. I have a memory fragment. Sakura said calmly, you have the supreme authority of the Isidal people. You have the right to represent the Isidal people and negotiate with me. I request that you forcefully break through the dynamic key's authority. Through the Isidal's death mechanism, I will be listed as a citizen. Du Shui looked at her and knew what she meant. By listing her as a citizen, no one could touch her. She would be protected like the man-killer fiends from before, preventing them from betraying her. As for her, she could still kill as she pleased. This was equivalent to making the entire Isidal people her slave. In fact, she had already forcefully cracked the dynamic key over the past few days, but she did not do a thing. This was because the death mechanism allowed the survivors to trust each other and work together to resist the disaster. There was no need to suspect each other and build survivor camps. A man-killer fiend was ultimately an extremely low probability event. Only one was born out of hundreds of millions of Isidal people. You no longer have a choice. Sakura said, this is the best choice for you. I've seen the civilization of your Isidal people. I choose to protect you and not eat you. You humans will serve me, besides, you are struggling at death's door. Aren't you waiting for Carolyn to return to save you? Under a zombie, you can live a better life and wait for Carolyn to rescue you in the future. When your god returns, he might be able to kill me, isn't that so? This is the best choice for both of us. A man-eating zombie actually requested to protect humans. Du Shui fell silent for a moment. She was like the man-killer fiend from before. She could infect and kill humans, but that was her final choice. Just like the man-killer fiend, she wanted to possess the authority of the Isidal people. She wanted to enslave them and not kill them. Alright, I'll change it. Du Shui said. She took out the dynamic key and under Sakura's supervision, she changed the dynamic key. Du Shui explained, originally, the internet would be connected through Skynet, directly covering every Isidal person. But now that the internet has been severed, everyone has shut down the internet to the outside. We can only communicate with our brains one by one and slowly convert the survivors of our camp. When Du Shui brought cherry blossoms to the survivor camp, it instantly stirred up quite a commotion. However, it eventually calmed down. Everyone was given citizenship rights and cherry blossoms was included in their citizenship laws. The Isidal people couldn't have any ill intentions towards her. Give me the dynamic key. Otherwise, you will delete it in private. Sakura extended her hand. You. Du Shui's expression changed. Sakura's expression constricted. Don't worry. I need all of you to respect intelligent life forms like you. As the mother that gave birth to us zombies. If not, I would have long killed all of you. I wouldn't have gone through so much trouble. Sakura took away the key and curled her lips. I'm also a life form. I can be very lonely. I yearn to live in groups and have friendships. Even though all of you are my food, I will suppress the urge to eat all of you. I'm already an intelligent life form. Outside, on the internet, everyone was dumbfounded. The virus is even more exaggerated than we imagined. Such a monster has appeared so quickly. This advanced civilization was too terrifying. From beginning to end, it was not like other primitive societies, where they were led by the nose by Earthlings. Instead, they were beaten up even when they joined forces. This high-level hell-level dungeon was just too difficult. After all, the level of civilization was higher than Earthlings. They were the primitive ones. Heavens! I've been beaten to the point of doubting life. F***K, even zombies have developed such terrifying intelligence. Isn't there a moment for us Earthlings to crawl back up? F***K, I originally thought that Earth Online was already a hell-level dungeon. It created a record of more than 7 billion people online at the same time. It was born without any equipment, experienced primary and secondary school dungeons, leveled up with all sorts of balding, and got thrashed by rich kids, pay-to-win players. I never expected aliens to have such a difficult life. However, someone raised an opinion. Conquer her. Although she has developed intelligence, she's still a chick. She's ignorant and doesn't know love. Win her heart. But she's only in her teens. My ass. She's no longer her original body. She's just a new life born in her body. Furthermore, the virus has taken over her body. She will still grow up and die of old age. Don't worry. In another 80 years, she'll be a slender and elegant young lady. Previous poster, are you crazy? Zombie lowly nurturing plan? Holy sh*t. Come to think of it, it's possible. This is because others don't dare approach for fear of being infected. But Balloonfish is different. He doesn't have a brain and isn't a computer. There's no need to be afraid of being infected. After Xia Niming heard that, he could not help but be alarmed. Am I going to be a scumbag? But in order to save the world, I can only go on a date. Soon, with the help of a group of netizens, dating battle started. Xia and Niming tried knocking on her door and sucking up to her, but he didn't get any good looks. Furthermore, he made no progress. He couldn't help but tear up. These idiotic players tricked me. They tricked me into being a bootlicker. She was always holding an umbrella. She had already told me, if you don't raise it, it's sunny. To think I foolishly became a bootlicker to the goddess. She had already rejected me. He felt pained, feeling like he had been tricked again. 6 years after the cataclysm. Hundreds of millions of zombies were still roaming around. Infected people with intelligence began to appear one after another. They possessed combat forms and began calling themselves zombies. The race born from the corpses was also known as neo-humans. Cherry Blossoms gathered a large number of survivors. She used Noni City as a stronghold and built a camp. She also used her psyche waves to drive away the zombie tide and build walls to protect humans. This is the home of humans. She spoke up and began to gain the trust of the Isidal people. At times, they even forgot that she was a zombie. Isidal people like them seemed to be restricted by the shameful death mechanism. They respected human rights and the law. Mechanical armors, medical treatment, technology, and various civilizations rapidly recovered. The strength of the Cherry Blossoms survivor camp increased greatly. Under Cherry Blossoms' lead, the Isidal people piloted mechas and surrounded several Celestial Emperor zombies that were at the same level as them. They quickly killed them. Cherry Blossoms ate their brain cores, greatly increasing her strength. She was originally weak, only a quasi-emperor. Now, she broke through to the Celestial Emperor realm in one fell swoop and became one of the strongest zombie existences. Damn it. Umbrella Girl Cherry Blossom subdued those low-level food and joined forces with them to hunt us. Instantly, countless zombie-infected, tyrants, queens, and lickers felt threatened. They did not have any subordinates, so they began to emulate Cherry Blossoms and build their own survivor camps. This is the trend of the times. The ancient human civilization is still something we covet, Cherry Blossoms said indifferently. 7 years after the cataclysm. The cannibalistic faction was nearly wiped out. The rearing all humans faction rapidly increased. The high-level zombies began to protect the Isidal survivors and help them resist the zombie tide. They even killed the low-level zombies and built settlements to make them submit to them. They developed technology and civilization. However, the high-level zombies' violent enslavement caused many Isidal people to stab them in the back and stab them in the back. Their rights were limited to their own kind. They did not feel any guilt towards outsiders. Only the Sakura survivors camp didn't have to worry about this. Furthermore, Cherry Blossoms could use her authority to enslave the Isidal people completely. However, she still gave them extremely high human rights and freedom, making them the protectors of humanity. This attracted even more survivors to seek refuge with her. 8 years after the cataclysm. Most of the high-level zombies were eliminated. Instead, because they helped the humans develop, they suffered from backstabbing and sneak attacks, which overturned their own rule. After the survivors defeated the high-level zombies that controlled them, they took their brains and began to seek refuge in the Sakura camp. He's just giving his opponent a free hand. Countless high-level zombies suddenly vomited blood. They had been killed. Not only had they sacrificed their brain nuclei to the enemy, but their manpower had also been transferred to their side. Shameless. Sinister and cunning. Darn Umbrella Girl Cherry Blossoms. Most of them had been eliminated. Only a small portion of the high-level zombie camps had the willpower of the zombies. Their friendly actions and sincere treatment had won over the trust of humans. they were still standing on the vast zombie land. The formation of the world was very strange. The high-level zombies built shelters to protect humans and help them fend off the low-level zombies. Furthermore, they brought their own camp survivors and piloted mechas to search for resources in the supermarkets, shops, and factories in the wastelands. They attacked each other's high-level zombies. This was too strange. In the apocalyptic wasteland era, no matter how humans survived, they still entered a primitive society where the strong preyed on the weak. 47 years after the cataclysm. One powerful heavenly emperor zombie after another was born rapidly. They were originally the corpses of the top heavenly emperors among the Isidal people. After being infected, they gained consciousness. An era of hegemony had begun. The small number of Isidal survivors gradually became logistics and survived. 57 years after the cataclysm. Emperor Harlan Winterfell, who was lying dormant in the sea and quietly observing the ruins, finally took action. He suppressed the zombie heavenly emperors in the ruins one by one. The overlord of the sea civilization, the Covidius civilization, had completely begun. This was an era of advanced marine civilization, and the various zombie experts had to pay tribute regularly, regardless of their internal strife. Carolyn, did you see that? The longer you live, the day will come when you become the overlord of an era. Harlan Winterfell smiled. 61 years after the cataclysm. Brothers, I came to this world and cultivated for more than 60 years. I've finally reached level 5. I can say that I'm gifted. Xia and I Ming felt extremely uncomfortable. This hell mode dungeon was simply too frightening. Surviving was already a very difficult task. Moreover, as the Isidal people's camp began to stabilize, they began to produce condoms again. He could not help but cry silently. Screenshots. Screenshots. Get lost. Continue to live. Weaklings. Secretly develop, don't be reckless. We can win. Earthlings will win. 63 years after the cataclysm. This era had completely started to advance because of the large number of Isidal people's deaths. Countless energy pervaded the air and was collected by them, wanting to break through the solid door that was stuck in the next realm. At this time, the elite heavenly emperors had reached the demigod realm. There were a total of 13 of them, but they still could not see the path of the future. Is there a path above the heavenly emperor? May I ask, is there a god realm in this world? The 13 of them might have collected enough energy, but they could not find the way to become a god. In the sorcerer world, becoming a god was to prove one's own heaven and earth, opening up an underworld and living in it. In the primordial world, becoming a god was to place a Tao fruit in the void, a Tao fruit primordial spirit residing in the void, immortal and immortal, the path of sages. But no matter what, it was to use a small space to greatly condense and compress energy, causing a qualitative change, and become a god. In this world, it seemed that the space-folding technology did not exist. There were no spatial tools either. Gradually, the most amazing ancient heavenly emperor, Hylan Dong, deduced the way to become a god and sensed something. Maybe I need a small space to compress it. The energy of heaven and earth in this land is too barren, I can't become a god. Hylan Dong's mind vaguely recalled the space ring he saw when he followed the ancient god to the ruins, and his mind went blank. The opportunity to become a god is there. Only now did he have a complicated expression, realizing what he had missed. To a god, it was just a storage space, and to the world's strongest heavenly emperor, it was their only treasure to become a god, priceless, great ancient god. Hylan Dong wants to see you. In the past few years, the entire merfolk quickly built altars, the ocean holy temple, magnificent and magnificent, a statue of an ancient god sitting in the ocean. Countless sacrifices were held, treasures were offered, and even Zhao Shiro, who had become a heavenly emperor, was offered, but still nothing happened. Hylan Dong was silent, looking at his gradually aging face, dispirited like an old man, looking at Zhao Shiro next to him. I still can't see through the heart of a god. 67th year of the cataclysm. With this storm, the entire land was in an uproar. The corpse race heavenly emperors in the ruins began to frown. They also began to search for the ancient god and obtain the space ring to become a god. They paid all the price, but in the end, it was still difficult to find. Could it be that the road ahead is over? Some corpse race heavenly emperors were bitter. But someone thought of something. The Ashuttal people might be able to research space-folding technology. They had this thought, ripples rolling in their hearts. They wanted to use this once highly developed civilization. The Ashuttal people had been destroyed less than 50 years ago, and the survivors were still living on this land. They wanted them to reopen the technology, but the remaining survivors had long lost the core technology, and only civil mechanical technology was left. The top batch of scientists had long been taken away by Carolyn. It is almost impossible for the current Ashuttal people to develop to that height again. At the very least, they will recover a population of hundreds of millions, and be as prosperous as before. We can't afford to wait, nor can we tolerate it. A tyrant heavenly emperor said coldly. The great sage Carolyn, who left back then, took away all the core technology of the former Ashuttal people that was being researched and not publicized to the public. Find her, maybe we can let her research space technology. The heavenly emperors began to search for the lost civilization, the Ashuttal people. But the entire land was too vast, and it was difficult for them to find. But they still searched. There was no choice. This was the only hope for a breakthrough. They all stood at the peak of the world, and there was no way forward. Longevity was what every heavenly emperor wanted. Soon, 7 or 8 years had passed. Finally, someone found a secret research institute. It was the ruins of the Ashuttal people, and entered it. It was the group of people that Carolyn had taken away back then. They were all dead. In the entire research institute, all the scientists were dead. There was no exception. Even Carolyn, people clearly saw her lying quietly on the ground, turned into a corpse, and no one knew how long she had been dead. This research institute died of infection. When the news spread, the entire Ashuttal survivor tribe had collapsed. The reason why they chose to serve the corpse race was because they believed that their god Carolyn would lead the elites of humanity to research the antidote to the virus, return to this land, and restore their prosperity. But at this time, hope was shattered. They could not help but wail. Our civilization, the glory of our Ashuttal people, is it really gone? The world no longer has the god race. Lady Carolyn did not research the antidote to the virus until her death. After all, the virus is mutating crazily, spreading through our brains. Our brains of hundreds of millions of people calculate that the degree of mutation is too fast. It is an unprecedented unknown program that gave birth to that incredible new race. Cries came from many survivor camps. And the heavenly emperors of the corpse race came to the research institute, frowning and guessing secretly. Died of infection? Was it a research error that caused the virus to break out in the research institute? Were they all wiped out? Maybe so. It's not that they can't escape. Carolyn can still escape, but she still stayed in the research institute because the last hope of humanity's scientists was destroyed. After all the researchers died, she chose to live and die together. They sighed, and also admired this former civilization and strength of character. Of course, there was another guess. Maybe someone is one step ahead of us. A long, long time ago, before anyone thought about becoming a god, there was a premeditated plan. They were thinking about this, searching for the last civilization of the former Ashuttal people, entering their research institute, plundering their wisdom, infecting them, and then destroying the last seed. This was a terrifying guess. It would have been fine if it was just a guess, but if it was true, it would be too terrifying. Who could have thought of this ahead of time? Logically speaking, no one can think so far ahead, but have you forgotten that umbrella girl, Cherry Blossom, who also found the Ashuttal people ahead of time? Shoo! The Cherry Blossom Empress is terrifying, but it might not be true. Who would dare find trouble with her? It's really possible. If I were her, I would occupy the largest camp and secretly search for and destroy Carolyn. I would make the current Ashuttal people lose their last hope, and they would only be able to rely on her to exist. Even the white-haired ocean monarch emperor, the great emperor from the most ancient era, slumped on his throne when he heard the news. His turbid eyes turned increasingly turbid. Carolyn, this isn't your style. Have you forgotten our bet? Not fulfilling a promise isn't like you. That pride and stubbornness that you would rather die than submit. The resolute woman's eyes flashed in his mind. He never expected that their departure back then would be an eternal farewell. 70 years after the cataclysm. Halandon gradually aged and was not far from death. His combat strength began to decline, and a new era of the corpse race began. Cherry Blossom Empress. This term gradually spread as the survivors of the Cherry Blossom camp gathered dozens of corpse race experts and established a shelter. It became the largest human camp. She activated her cultivation method, battle form, and martial arts techniques. In the past, the old humans and demonic beasts had extraordinary talent. Now that I've activated my cultivation path and combined with my talent, I can go even further. Without tempering one's mind, it will ultimately be very difficult to reach the peak. She perfected the cultivation system and had a profound impact on the entire corpse race. Time passed. Another 10 years passed. The Ashutl people built shelters across the land, and their population gradually stabilized. However, they still could not prosper, and their civilization could not return to its peak. However, mechanical armors could still make them decent combat strength. There were billions of zombies across the land. Although many had been hunted, it was still a number that made one's scalp tingle. The new human zombies that had gained intelligence also made their scalps tingle. Above the Celestial Emperor is the God Realm. Breaking through to the God Realm seems impossible, but, on this day, the Cherry Blossom Empress divined the path to godhood. In the previous civilizations, there were many ways to become a god, but they all hid in their inner worlds. Without an inner world, how could one become a god? 80 years after the cataclysm. A terrifying aura was born between heaven and earth. The wind blew, and the clouds churned. The entire land seemed to be suffocating and trembling. It was as vast as the ocean, and it was as if some terrifying life had been born 80 years. I've just reached adulthood, and I can be called a god. Perfect. The Cherry Blossom Empress stood silently at the peak of a mountain as countless zombies prostrated below. A god had been born. She was extremely talented, and no one knew what unimaginable method she had used to become a god. She had pried open that door and become the world's first god. The merfolk civilization should come forth and submit. The Cherry Blossom Empress announced. She was about to establish the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. Immediately, the entire land became turbulent. A living god of the present age, countless heavenly emperors were shaken. Their power and prestige flourished to the extreme. That terrifying aura could easily crush them to death. Previously, many heavenly emperors had been trying to deduce that the method of becoming a god had been severed. It would definitely be difficult for them to become a god now. However, the Cherry Blossom Great Emperor had broken through the restriction. Clearly, she had a huge secret. How did she become a god? This is impossible. According to the deduction, one had to enter the space in order to become a god. After ascending to a higher space, it would be difficult for a god to descend to the mortal world. As for the Cherry Blossom Emperor, he seems to still be residing in the mortal world. It was hard to imagine. According to the Heavenly Emperor's deductions, the existence of deities was too terrifying, difficult for this world to contain. They couldn't easily appear. As for the Cherry Blossom Great Emperor, he could easily descend to the mortal world and interfere with it. This is obviously not the way to become a god by living in space. Unimaginable. What kind of unique method did he develop to become a god? It's said that ancient deities can also move about in the mortal world. Many people guessed that there were 3 possibilities. The first possibility was that Umbrella Girl Cherry Blossoms was extremely talented and terrifying to the extreme. She had deduced a method to become a god that exceeded all paths and imagination. However, the probability was just too low. Even the celestial thearchs were unable to do it. It was very difficult for her talent to be that exaggerated. The second possibility was that Umbrella Girl, Cherry Blossoms, had killed Carolyn and company and obtained all the research results of the Ashutl people. The crystallization of all the wisdom of a high-leveled civilization was naturally capable of doing so. The third possibility was that it was bestowed by an ancient deity. But no matter what, seeing a living god descending into the world, he could only silently put away his ambitions and bow his head in submission. The first year of the Holy Sakura Dynasty. The sacred Cherry Blossom Great Emperor's ascension and coming-of-age ceremony had shaken the heavens and earth. The merfolk, corpse race, and Ashutl people all offered their congratulations. Becoming a god at adulthood, it's hard to imagine. Everyone looked over and saw a peerless young lady holding a red umbrella. Her eyes were filled with chaos as she stood above the city's royal palace. She was filled with a domineering aura as she looked down on the world and looked down on everything. Everyone, since you're here to congratulate me, I have to present a gift. The Cherry Blossom Emperor lowered her gaze. How about offering the energy you've gathered to become a god? The moment these words came out, the heavenly emperors who came to offer birthday congratulations were all in an uproar. Celestial, the arch-cherry blossom, originally had the same status as them. They had gathered a portion of the energy needed to become a god and expended endless amounts of blood. But now, Cherry Blossom wanted them to offer up all their savings. This was cutting off their path to godhood. A corpse race heavenly emperor couldn't help but say, since you've become a god, you should be our leader, the ruler of this era. You should be benevolent, and all life should be your people, The Cherry Blossom Great Emperor's eyes widened. Are you teaching me how to do things? A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, and a flame of energy spread out. It was as if the only true God in the world was looking down on the world, and the flame of energy burned the sky. Ah! The Great Emperor let out a blood-curdling scream and collapsed to the ground. That terrifying aura engulfed heaven and earth, causing a strong wind to howl, suppressing all the heavenly emperors to not be able to lift their heads. What did you say? Say it again. The Cherry Blossom Emperor smiled warmly. I will listen to the will of the masses. The will of all living beings is a congratulatory gift. I'm willing to offer congratulatory gifts. That heavenly emperor vomited a large mouthful of blood, prostrating on the ground and kowtowing crazily, screaming miserably again. And again. The hair of the surrounding heavenly emperors stood on end, and their hearts trembled. The Cherry Blossom Emperor was a zombie tyrant from head to toe, just like the man-killer fiend in the past. She took pleasure in slaughtering, and her personality was flawed and extreme. She must not be provoked. The first year of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The Cherry Blossom Emperor suppressed all the heavenly emperors in the world, and collected 12 portions of their energy to become gods. She directly advanced by leaps and bounds, and became a middle god, the 7th year of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The Cherry Blossom Emperor was a man of great talent and bold vision. She divided land, appointed vassals as heavenly emperors, and paid tribute at regular intervals. She also ordered them to enter the zombie area at regular intervals, and bring out the clansmen that had newly gained wisdom. In reality, the high-level zombies would also hunt the low-level zombies, and obtain their brain nuclei to increase their cultivation. After all, there were too few humans, and most of the time, they were used to obtain the abilities of the low-level zombies. However, this system was implemented. In the future, when the ordinary zombies became high-level and gained wisdom, they would become citizens and receive protection. Other high-level zombies could not be hunted. Thus, the corpse race began to flourish. The males and females of the corpse race gradually reproduced, and the next generation was born. Breaking away from the primitive, and refusing to kill each other, is a necessary experience for a race. The Cherry Blossom Emperor spoke. Otherwise, how can we reproduce? Her wisdom was still unfathomable. In the same year, she ordered people to build a Veolia wall in the central city, and provided a place for the Isidal people to live in and reproduce. Of course, they also had to provide corresponding technology and civilization to the corpse race. Year 11 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The population of the corpse race began to flourish, and gradually, there were hundreds of thousands of people. The Cherry Blossom Emperor was a temperamental tyrant, and she ruled by herself. She never attended morning court or held meetings, and everything was decided by her personally. However, her wisdom and talent, as well as foresight, gradually gained the trust of the corpse race. Year 12 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The subsidiary race that paid tribute, the Sea race, sent news that Halandon was about to die. This most ancient great emperor was about to die, and it symbolized the end of the Isidal people's era, causing people to sigh. However, they were unable to become gods, and they would die of old age. This was the inevitable outcome for all heavenly emperors. As for the Cherry Blossom Emperor's method to become a god, no one knew. It was impossible for her to tell others. Ocean King City, Covidias. The former ruler of the ocean, Halandon, was already an old man. To existences like them, their bodies could be changed, but the aging of their brains was an unavoidable factor. He felt that his mind was aging, and his consciousness was becoming hazy. She thought back to her childhood, when she met her true love, Heilandon. In the most beautiful years, they met the most beautiful love. He had personally told her that the two of them had to protect the glory of the sea race. Without him, what's the point of living? Heilandon laughed softly, his eyes recalling the past. Without him, it's better to become him. He was very glad that he did not die with his husband, as she had encountered many interesting things. Carolyn had also met the super ancient god. Only then did she understand that many times, the beauty of life was not limited to love. For example, Carolyn and the super ancient god had never stopped because of these things. Many things happened after that. He had personally witnessed the destruction of a great civilization. His persistence was right, and in the end, he had brought the civilization to the peak. The ocean civilization, Covidias, had ruled the world for a period of time. However, not long after, it was replaced by a new civilization because of the appearance of gods. At the side, Xiaoshiro bitterly closed her eyes. Super ancient god, why did you reject our request? The will of the ancient god is not something we can understand. Heilandon sighed. We are all suffering from the passing of time. Whether it is the Isidal people or us, we cannot stop this irreversible torrent of time. Suddenly, in a daze, he saw a shadow slowly walking toward him. Heilandon, you want to see me? Heilandon's cloudy eyes suddenly widened, and his body stumbled as he struggled on the throne. You are finally here. I want to fulfill the bet. Bet? Suji was stunned. Yes, the bet. Harlandon said with a trembling voice. The bet. Carolyn is dead after all. She did not have the time to give everything to me. I want to ask the ancient gods to be the witness of the bet and hand over the Isidal civilization to me. Suji immediately understood. Heilandon had always wanted to see him. Not only did he want his space ring, but he also wanted to use the Isidal technology to try and become a god. This was because many of the Isidal technology had not been publicized, and it was very likely that they had semi-finished space technology. Suji chuckled and said, Indeed, I'm here for the travel bet. Heilandon's expression became excited, and his voice was filled with excitement as if he was full of hope. I knew a long time ago that once the virus spreads, it is impossible to cure it. Because it can mutate through the human brain. No matter how powerful the scientists Carolyn brought with her are, they cannot fight against the hundreds of millions of Isidal people. The degree of mutation cannot be calculated. Super ancient god, I have returned this time to witness the result of the bet. However, Heilandon, you did not win. A beautiful woman holding an umbrella and wearing a cherry blossom hat slowly walked to the land. Her beautiful feet were bare as she stepped on the seashell street. She looked at a white-haired old man. Umbrella girl. Cherry blossom emperor. Heilandon's eyes widened as if he had seen something unbelievable. Whoosh. The azure-blue deep-sea palace churned with bubbles as luminous pearls emitted a gentle glow. It was a beautiful sight. Heilandon never expected that the great sage of the Isidal people, Carolyn, had long transformed into a corpse woman. She had become the first true god of the corpse race, ruling over the world and ruling over the entire race. If news of this were to spread, the entire world would probably be shaken. However, from another angle, it was only natural and even inevitable. If a higher civilization had secretly interfered, then this new race that had yet to rise would naturally stand at the highest point among the natives. It might even possess the dermic formulation to become a god. Cherry Blossom smiled as she read his puzzlement. Heilandon, you are right. You didn't guess wrong. Back then, I researched for a long period of time. We Isidal discovered a shocking truth: we were destined to be destroyed. It was inevitable. The virus was invincible. Therefore, for the continuation of our race, we directly made a very exaggerated decision. What decision? Heilandong's voice was extremely hoarse. If we can't defeat it, we will become it. Boom, Heilandong's mind suddenly exploded, and his old body trembled violently. Cherry Blossom smiled. Yes, I turned myself into a zombie. In that instant, I ate all the scientists in the research institute. There were a total of 1,731 people. He ate 1,731 people. That was the entire truth behind the death of the entire research institute. Hai Landong's mind went blank. The Isidal people were truly a crazy race. She had escaped with the most elite members of humanity. They were equivalent to the last spark of civilization. She should have tried her best to survive, even abandoning the surviving members of her race in the cities to modify her brain programming language. That was the most rational thing to do. After all, it was targeted at the C++ virus. It could prevent infection, but she was crazy enough to make a decision that nearly led to mutual destruction. It was an extremely irrational decision. She staked everything on a single throw to save the entire race. In order to not disappoint the Isidal people who trusted them, a zombie named Cherry Blossoms returned as the last hope of the Isidal people. In this apocalyptic world, she carved out the last piece of pure land for her people to ensure the continuation of her race. Truly, a lunatic. Harlandon shuddered and closed his eyes. You could have risen again. As long as you gave up on the Ashidalans struggling among the zombies and changed the core language of your brain to become a Homo evolutus, you could have stopped the virus, but you chose to go back and destroy yourself. However, I refuse. The Cherry Blossom Empress smiled. Harland was stunned. He remembered that when Levis died, the entire Ashidal people went to war because of this, and nearly half of their population died. If God were to die today, the people of Ashidalar would live until the day after tomorrow, just to narrate God's life to other races, and we would be filled with pride, using the powerful mechanical charm of technology to narrate the story of our Lord. They were extreme to the extreme and crazy to the extreme. This was an almost unreasonable race. However, Cherry Blossoms had indeed done it. She became the new leader of the corpse race and protected all the Ashidal survivors amidst the zombie horde. She carved out a space for them to survive after much difficulty. Then, have I won this bet of civilization? Asked Cherry Blossoms. Harlandong was silent. Indeed, Carolyn had won. This was because she still stood at the pinnacle of the world, unifying the world. As for the sea folk, they would meet their end with her death. If Carolyn wanted to, she could easily destroy the sea folk. The power to decide the life and death of the sea folk was already in her hands. You may have defeated me, but have you really won? Harlandon muttered softly and hoarsely. Even if you stand at the pinnacle of the corpse race, you will not be able to restore the glory of the Ashidal people and restore them to their peak. This is because there are more than 1 billion zombies that still cover the entire land. There are just too many of them. All you can do is use high-level zombies to protect the Ashidal people and establish a final pure land. The vast tides of history remain unstoppable. Harlandon ultimately did not say a word. The era of the Ashidal people has passed, just as our era has passed. Is there really no way to restore the glory of the Ashidal people? She smiled as she looked into the distance. Do not underestimate our determination. No one can destroy the Celestials. The only one who can destroy us is ourselves. Harlandon was taken aback. As the price of the bet, the intelligence of your entire race is mine. She continued laughing. The entire sea race, a population of 1 billion, let me eat them all. As a reward, I will make you a god. Cherry Blossoms raised her arm high as ripples rapidly spread out. Come on, annihilate the sea race. Just like the Ashidal people, become a memory in my mind. Boom, a terrifying halo swept through the entire sea. In the Naga tribe of the sea race, countless people walked out of the streets. The elderly and children looked at the sky in a dazed and numb manner. A terrifying force swept over, leaving corpses wherever it went. It was unavoidable. Harlandon's turbid eyes faltered as she struggled to get up at the last moment. Her brain was like a super terrifying computer as she finally thought of an unbelievable dermic formulation to become a god. You actually already. That day passed as the entire sea fell into a dead silence. Some corpse race members, who were separated by a large region, sensed the terrifying aura. They surged into the sky and went forward to investigate. They were horrified to discover that the entire sea race was covered in corpses. They floated densely on the surface of the water and were swollen. Blood sea. This is a hegemon race. Not a single one of them survived. Just like the scene in the Xianxia Research Institute, they had been infected by the virus. Even the hegemon of the sea race, Harlandon, was lying silently on the throne as a corpse. And the umbrella-holding cherry blossom empress returned. She continued sitting on the throne as she held a red umbrella and smiled silently. It was as though she was the only god holding a bright red sword of royalty as she overlooked the entire universe. Who should I kill next? She smiled. Countless people felt their hair stand on end when they heard that. Someone realized. Her realm had actually reached the unimaginably high level of a god. Cherry Blossom Empress is the most terrifying tyrant in history. She went alone and annihilated the entire sea race. Just as Harlandon is about to age, she headed straight for the sea race alone. That's more than 1 billion sea race members. More than 1 billion. Back then, the population of the Xianxia civilization was only that much. Back then, the man-killer fiend's massacre of the world was already shocking. And now, this. What kind of tyrannical tyranny is this? She directly killed billions of people and collected a huge amount of life energy, raising her power to a terrifying level. Shoo! Keep your voice down. Walls have ears. In the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty, a tyrant god looked down on the world, her might causing people's hearts to tremble. Year 92 of the Great Cataclysm, Year 12 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty, the Sea Race Emperor Harlandon reached the end of his lifespan. He descended upon Covidias and massacred billions of people in the ocean. The sea race was annihilated. In the distance, there was a river of lava. Suji accompanied Zhao Shiro as they walked on the ruined streets, just like back then. Back then, the Xianxia people had been too vast and prosperous. They had ruled over countless magical beast races and tribes, dragons, hydras, chimeras. At their peak, their territory had already reached 40% of the world, which was a terrifyingly vast surface area equivalent to 40 primordial worlds. The vastness of that land was unimaginable. They were a civilization that had developed to the pinnacle, with a population of more than 1 billion. Moreover, they were all unimaginably elites, with an average of rank 4 to rank 5. Even if they were young, there were countless rank 1 to rank 3. Because of this, there were too many wandering zombies on this land, making it almost impossible to destroy. Even now, 100 years later, after slaughtering many zombies, it seems that their numbers have not decreased. Suji walked on the ruined streets and looked at the wandering zombies. They had already become a part of the world. Cherry Blossom Emperor, is it really? Madame Carolyn? Zhao Shiro was dazed, her face filled with disbelief. Why would Madame Carolyn destroy the entire sea race? Including Harlandon's emperor, that was more than 1 billion living beings. They had families, loved ones, and children. Madame Carolyn was the one who created the genetic laws, respected life, and built a perfect society. Who knows? People change. Suji smiled and felt a little emotional. Do you want to hear a story? A story of the development of an ancient civilization, its rise and fall. I'm willing to listen to God's story, Zhao Shiro said respectfully. Suji walked in front and said, a long time ago, there was a race that lived at the edge of the lava. They had unparalleled intelligence. The moment Zhao Shiro heard this, she knew that the ancient god was talking about the past glory of the Xianxia people. They crazily advanced technology, and in the end, every one of them had great power, knowledge as vast as the sea, handsome and perfect looks, and could even download the corresponding knowledge they wanted on the internet, becoming an all-rounder. They called themselves the God Race, and every one of them was proficient in the sea language of God. They could modify the genes and memories of other life forms, and they had great power comparable to the gods. One of them could destroy and rule an entire demonic race. In fact, they only needed to send a single citizen to the outer realm, and that was enough to unify the vast lava region. Conquering and ruling the world was meaningless to them. They already needed more than enough land. It's already unimaginable for a civilization to develop to this level. If there were no restrictions, they could also hack into their social network and paralyze their own civilization. When every citizen of a race has the power to easily destroy their own race and destroy order, if they don't restrict their own people, then they will definitely be destroyed. At this point, Suji looked at Zhao Shiro. Then, what should we use to restrict them? Written laws? Self-discipline? Morality? Zhao Shiro fell silent. There was almost nothing that could restrict their actions. For example, in the ancient technological society with television and computer networks, written laws, public security, patrols, and arrests could no longer restrict them. The destruction they could cause was too terrifying, and they could hide. Attacking shopping malls, networks, and shops was enough to paralyze a province. This was the inevitable trend of a civilization that had developed to such a high level. This is a very interesting story. Zhao Shiro was silent for a moment. I guess the only way for them to stop themselves from destroying themselves is to write the law deep in their genes and set up a death from shame mechanism. This is the only way for them to be like the humans of the past and obey the law. Yes, you're very smart. Suji smiled and continued to walk on the ruins of the street. Suddenly, he sat down on a wooden bench in the fountain square of a park. Looking from afar, it was as if he was recalling the ancient glory of this land. Establishing the death of shame mechanism was the only choice for this civilization. They remained the same to the outside world, but there was no internal strife. They began to move toward happiness, harmony, kindness, obedience, and no distrust. The firewall was established, and the walls between the people's hearts were removed. They worked together, and the civilization developed even more terrifyingly as a result. The technological iteration reached an unimaginable level. But no civilization system is perfect, and because of that, they have three inevitable weaknesses. First, it is written in the depths of one's genes. In the end, there will always be people with genetic defects. Even if one tries to avoid it, the probability is 1 in 100 million. There is still a possibility. As long as there is a possibility, it will definitely appear as time passes. This is the terrifying nature of time. Any small probability event will become inevitable. Zhao Shiro remained silent. This was indeed unsolvable. The scary thing about a man-killer fiend isn't that he can break through the limit and kill people everywhere he goes. After all, no matter how big of an individual disaster it is, it can't destroy a civilization. Just like before, even after paying a huge price, they still managed to take him down. The truly terrifying thing about a man-killer fiend is that he can become a top-level hacker. After breaking through the death of shame limit, there are no more restraints on him. He can directly research his own firewall and create viruses to invade it. This is unavoidable. The birth of a man-killer fiend can't be detected by Skynet. Because every divinity is too powerful, the moment they break free from law, they can directly send normal commands to evade Skynet's detection. All he needs to do is hide for a few dozen years and research the corresponding virus. This is the first fatal flaw, Suji said with a smile. The second weakness is that as a law, there must be a key holder. As the sword wielder, his good and evil will destroy the entire civilization. If a certain successor has evil intentions, then that is unavoidable. Suji told Zhao Shiro a short story, the story of the sword wielder Xianxia from the three-body problem. When a civilization's button is pressed, the attitude of the person in charge will determine whether or not the civilization survives or is destroyed. Hearing this, Zhao Shiro went silent. Lady Caroline and the next successor, Marawina, have absolutely no problems with their characters, but what about in the future? Generations after generations of successors, there will always be a day when something goes wrong. As long as it's possible, as time goes by, it will definitely happen. Zhao Shiro was panicking and couldn't help but ask excitedly. The person in charge of standing at the top of society, controlling and changing the law, this is the second weakness. Then what is the third weakness? She has always known about these two weaknesses, as well as the entire Isidal people. The third weakness is that the Isidal people cannot become gods, Suji casually answered. What? Zhao Shiro opened her eyes wide. She immediately understood. That's right. Before, when there were no gods, the Isidal people didn't even consider this. Because at the time, there was no concept of a rank 8 god. But as soon as the Isidal people were destroyed, the gods appeared so quickly, while the Isidal people didn't. This doesn't make sense. It's as if the Isidal people are deliberately suppressing the appearance of gods. Suji sighed. The Isidal people's civilization has long reached a terrifying height. Is it because they can't become gods? No, they have long reached the technical requirements. Because once a creature becomes a god, they can no longer be restricted by the death of shame mechanism. Carolyn's dream is to create a perfect and equal world, where everyone is a god and everyone has great power. But when a real god appears, there will definitely be inequality, and they may enslave the commoners. This is not in line with her ideal world, and they will become strong like the extraordinary world, where the weak are prey to the strong, and the structure of the entire civilization will be destroyed. They have long developed spatial technology, but they don't dare to announce it, afraid that other life forms will use it to become gods. Because if other life forms become gods, the Icital people's civilization may be destroyed by the gods. Xiaoxiro's hair stood on end, and she got goosebumps all over her body. This is the real reason why the Icital people never had a god appear in the vast era of advanced civilization. No wonder. No wonder. Xiaoxiro's mind went blank. Is this the truth of history? She closed her eyes. Her eyelids trembled, and her long eyelashes fluttered. How pitiful, that ancient civilization called themselves the god race, but they restricted their own people from becoming gods. This is the third weakness. If a race and civilization is forever restricted to the 7th rank, they will definitely be eliminated in the future. This is also an inevitability of time. Suji smiled faintly. These 3 weaknesses, the birth of man-killer fiends, the disloyalty of the sword-bearers, and the civilization forever remaining at the 7th rank. If any of these factors explode, it will almost certainly lead to destruction. Is our destruction inevitable? From the very beginning, our perfect and blissful society was the wrong path? Xiaoxiro took a deep breath. It was hard to imagine that the truth would be so cruel. These 3 problems are enough to be fatal, so Carolyn has been trying to think of a way to solve them. She even brought a group of scientists and advisors, but she couldn't find a solution. In her calculations, destruction is inevitable. As time goes on, at a certain point in time, as long as one of these 3 weaknesses explodes, it will lead to instant destruction. Suji continued, she's a very extreme person. If the Icital people will inevitably die, then what method did she use to save the Icital people from death? And so, she came up with a terrifying plan, the Civilization Eternal Plan, also known as the God Race Eternal Plan. When the Icital people faced destruction, she activated this final plan. She originally thought that the time of the eruption would be the next Marawina, but she didn't expect it to come so soon. Hearing this, Xiaoxiro felt waves after waves of terrifying shock wash over her. Who would have thought there would be such a big secret hidden under the ice mountain? And this ancient god is standing right in front of us, witnessing the rise and fall of our Icital people's civilization, as if she's just standing there, watching the flow of history. Is this what a god is? Generations after generations pass by, and she stands at the top, watching calmly, immortalized. Previously, she had been cultivating passively, but now she suddenly wanted to become stronger. Once the Icital people walk towards destruction because of those 3 problems, they will activate the God Race Eternal Plan to ensure the continuation of the God Race. What exactly is this plan? The moment Xiaoxiro heard this name, she felt terrified, as if it was a crazy idea. Suji smiled and asked, do you think a civilization, a race, can exist forever? Xiaoxiro was stunned. This was a question about the eternity of a civilization. She thought about it seriously and answered respectfully, a civilization can't exist forever. Replacement, destruction, and rise are inevitable. Yes, Suji sighed faintly, then said coldly, this kind of wishful thinking can't be realized. From that moment on, Carolyn knew that there can't be a truly perfect and happy society in this world. It only exists in the land of dreams. Yes, unless you live in a dream. Why don't you have a sweet dream? Everything exists in a dream. Everything exists. Living in a dream, Xiaoxiro's body trembled, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. Suji continued to walk forward, walking through the ruins, and asked, no civilization can exist forever, just like no life can exist forever. As for life, how do you think there is a way to achieve eternal life? Xiaoxiro fell silent again, and a trace of determination flashed in her eyes. Eternal life? There shouldn't be any life that can exist forever, right? Those that don't die of old age will be killed. True eternal life might be another form, such as how to define a person's true death. Perhaps when people forget about him and no longer talk about him, he is really dead. Mr. Levis is still alive in a sense, because he will always live in our hearts, in a corner of our memories. Suji sighed in admiration. That's right. When the dead are remembered by others, when the civilization is recorded in the annals of history, living in the memories of others, living in the dreams of others is also another form of immortality. Living in people's memories? Xiaoshiro fell silent for a moment, and then she suddenly thought of something extremely unbelievable. Suji suddenly smiled. The Protoss Eternal Life Project can't achieve eternal life. This is a paradox, because as long as they are alive, they will be killed and destroyed. Perhaps only the dead Protoss can achieve eternal life. Xiaoshiro's eyes widened. The final plan to deal with the extinction of civilization, the Protoss Eternal Life Project, is the eternal life of the Grim Reaper. If humans lived, they would die. Only a dead god, the Grim Reaper, could achieve true immortality. This seemed like an absurd fallacy, and it didn't even make sense. However, Xiaoshiro's entire body was trembling. She was silent and trembling. Only a dead god could achieve immortality. That kind of civilization was destined to be destroyed. It was impossible for such a utopia to exist in reality. They could only live in their dreams and memories. This was the Isidal people's final plan to deal with extinction. The thoughts collided with each other and gathered together. Her mind gradually cleared up and an incredible idea was born. The God Race's Immortality Project is actually an alternative way of achieving immortality through death. But while it looks like a plan to save humanity, it's actually a special way of becoming a god that the Isidal scientists researched, right? Xiaoshiro became excited. Suji looked at her. Xiaoshiro seemed to have received confirmation and shouted excitedly, I should have guessed it. The Isidal people would never give up on the thought of reaching rank 8. They must be researching in secret, thinking of a certain method to both become a god and maintain the balance. This is a special method to become a god. Our brain is a calculator that can program and draw online games. Circuit boards and memory banks can be assembled to form a world. Xiaoshiro walked back and forth in the ruins. Her footsteps didn't stop as she pondered. Her eyes grew brighter and brighter. If I'm not wrong, the Cherry Blossom Emperor's mind is now an online game world. It's a real online game similar to Mechanical Revolution. There are countless Isidal clansmen living in it. This is the final plan to build a sanctuary. Suji smiled. With the development of the Isidal people's technology, it was no longer possible to distinguish between reality and virtual reality in virtual games. The online game world was incomparably real, to the point where it was impossible to tell if it was fake or not. What a crazy idea. At the moment of destruction, let a trustworthy Isidal person become a god and build a sanctuary in the brain to continue the Isidal civilization. Xiaoshiro continued to ponder with a serious expression. Using her brain to build an online game world and collect survivors to live in. It'll become a refuge and start living in her memories. It'll become a part of her dream. In that dream society, all hidden dangers will be eliminated, and this perfect society will be realized. The utopia is indeed only a dream. She was almost speechless as she exclaimed loudly. This is the Isidal people's final plan to deal with the 3 problems. Madame Caroline, after eating the 1,731 elites of humanity in the Research Institute, she had actually only sucked the souls of the scientists into her brain, allowing them to live in the online game world in her brain. In that virtual online game world, the 1,000+ people in the Research Institute are still giving her advice and suggestions. As for Hailanden, as well as the billions of sea folk, they have been swallowed into the game, becoming over a billion residents of that place. They have become a part of her memories. I'm afraid that Lady Caroline has already come up with a bold and crazy plan. She is building an exact replica of the ancient lava continent in her mind and absorbing the living beings of the world. It seems to grant death, but it grant eternal life. This is the eternal life of the Grim Reaper. As energy, those people fused into her brain and became a part of her body, increasing her cultivation to become a god. They also became the people in her dreams and continued living in another virtual world. Suji nodded with a smile. This was indeed a special way to become a god. It was incredible. It was equivalent to a computer host becoming a god. It killed the people outside, turned them into a string of data, and absorbed them into her computer program. This was living in the online game world in her mind. One flower, one world, one leaf, one Bodhi. This was a way to become a god derived from virtual reality technology. The Isidal people's way to become a god was a mixture of technology and extraordinary. It was equivalent to a circuit board directly in the brain, creating an online game world with one's own computer and using it to become a god. This is the eternal life of the Grim Reaper. Zhao Shiro had a serious expression on her face. However, the people of Isidal who died before they became gods, died for real. This is irreversible. Right now, Madame Caroline's brain is a mainframe computer that became gods. It is a new gathering place for humans, the beginning of a new and perfect society. Her eyes were intoxicated, as if she was immersed in the reopened future. No one knows that the Cherry Blossom Empress has a huge human civilization living in her mind. She is the gravekeeper of the entire civilization. We were originally computers, some kind of program. Now, we are just gathered together. This is the destruction after the catastrophe. Is it the ascension of dimensions? The entire Isidal people have moved to a higher dimension. Zhao Shiro sighed in admiration. Perhaps this was the true beginning of the Isidal civilization. She had created a paradise for the living when she was alive. She had avoided hell for the dead. Caroline, the god of the corpse race, was the gravekeeper of the entire Isidal civilization. The first god born of the corpse race, the Cherry Blossom Empress, guarded the corpse of the previous civilization and lived in a corner of her memory. Suji's expression was calm. He felt that this was very interesting, as if everything was destined. He smiled and said, "It seems like the entire civilization has died and perished, but in reality, it has become a thought in the brain in some form." Was it really a memory, reality or a dream, which was real? Suji suddenly sighed. This was a special idealistic way to become a god. Were the characters in the online games on Earth fake? Were they really virtual, true and false, who could distinguish clearly, who could be sure that they were not Zhuangzhou Mengdai, but no matter what, this was a brand new path to becoming a god. Even Suji could not help but sigh in amazement. It was an incomparable surprise. The terrifying wisdom of the Isidal civilization had evolved into something unimaginable. The path to becoming a god had unlimited potential. This path to godhood is ridiculous, Suji murmured. An entire world is but a corner of his memory. All of the living things in the world are but a fleeting dream in his mind. The path to godhood was no lower than that of the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art or the evil god Cthulhu. The potential was even greater. In fact, this is a path to becoming a god for the creator. Even though it is non-physical, similar to an online game world, in the brain, building a world and raising living beings can still provide incense and continue to grow stronger. This is a sustainable cycle that can provide energy for oneself, just like how the 9 Revolutions' mysterious art nurtures living beings in the body. Perhaps, Caroline's path to becoming a god, nurturing a civilization, can be called nurturing the entire human race? Suji was stunned. He was a creator, but now he had another creator under him. Wasn't it a little too bizarre? From a certain point of view, the Isidal race had developed to the point of creation. This powerful advanced magical civilization had predicted the impending destruction of their race many years ago. The Isidal could not continue to exist in this world. They were too powerful and would inevitably self-destruct. Therefore, the Protoss Immortality Project was established and countermeasures were developed. It seemed like they were fleeing and had no choice but to enter the shelter to protect the continuation of their race, but it was also not a new beginning, although that world seemed to be in its infancy, when all data and even calculation rules were accurate to the quantum level. Then how could one prove which world was fake? Most of the time, truth and falsehood are relative, not absolute. Suji's eyes were full of smiles. He had evolved this huge civilization sand table, and in the magnificent and vast historical poem, he had obtained the results he expected, and even surpassed it. Suji walked on the ruins with large strides. The golden afterglow of the lava river in the distance was like the setting sun, sprinkling on his body. They are like a story from a sci-fi world, magnificent and epic, rise, resplendent, collapse, and perish. Counting the development of their civilization. The Industrial Revolution, the Electric Machinery Age, the Network Media Age, the Genetic Revolution Age, and the Virtual Immortality Age. Suji could not help but think. Humans on Earth, perhaps in the near future, will enter the Genetic Revolution Age. On Earth, the Human Genome Project, HGP, had been proposed for a long time in 1985, and much of it had been analyzed. Although Earthlings were not a super-intelligent civilization like the Ashuttle, with the passage of time, the DNA code might not be a secret in the future, and humans would also thoroughly understand the era of their own life code. Moreover, there were already cloning experiments. This seems to be the inevitable course of history. He could not help but look calm. Some of the conclusions might even come true on Earth in the future. Earth's civilization might walk a similar path to the Ashuttle. Perhaps, when a technological civilization reaches a high level of development beyond common sense, what awaits them is the destruction of their own society. Strength is also the beginning of self-destruction. This is an inevitable process that any civilization must face. In fact, for example, the nuclear reserves of each country could easily destroy Earth countless times over. What would happen in the next World War, no one knew. This was considered a powerful civilization that had developed to the point of possessing powerful weapons that could destroy their own society at any time. And this was only the current civilization. What would happen if it developed for a while? This shackle of destruction that led to a level 8 civilization seemed to exist in any civilization, be it the extraordinary civilizations from before or the current technological civilizations. Although their forms were different, they would face a great test of extinction in order to reach level 8 power. If they could endure it, they would be able to move on to the next stage of civilization. Perhaps the solution to technological civilization is to build a world and hide in it? Let civilization enter the era of quantum immortality and virtual immortality? Suji finally smiled. It seems that before, the subbrain said that some advanced technological civilizations will choose to hide in space. Of course, that's not the only option. This kind of thinking is very interesting. Technology and transcendent were two completely different systems. In fact, the development of this batch of Ashuttle provided a lot of data. Drawing on the accumulated experience of civilization development in the sand table world was exactly what Suji wanted. He could see the path to the future. Even though this was a technological development path, he had obtained precious experimental data. Ashuttle Research Institute. More than 1,000 scientists in white coats were still frantically calculating in front of their computers. They were extremely nervous. If anyone had been to the Death Research Institute and seen their faces, they would know that they were the most elite group of human scientists that Carolyn had taken away. Although they were dead, they did not die. Perhaps it was precisely because of death that they could usher in eternal life, the eternal life of the Grim Reaper. Only the dead Protoss could walk towards eternal life. Already guiding the torrent of data, 1,127,791 intelligent life forms, using mass energy, using the sand table world of the Blue Ocean region to completely simulate the real environment, projecting. Quantum simulation in progress. Moving from mode to molecule. Consciousness and soul transmission in progress. Entering the virtual memory of the Cherry Blossom Queen's brain. Splash, the seawater rolled. With the preparation of the entire research institute, the entire population of the sea race quickly appeared on this land. Why do I feel like something just happened? How strange. My head suddenly shook. The world is exactly the same, but it feels a little strange. Is this déjà vu? They appeared in houses, on the streets, the elderly, the children, the women with babies, the strong men. They were stunned for a moment, feeling that something had just happened, but nothing had happened. They went back to their own business. They didn't notice their deaths because they died too quickly. Hai Landong appeared in front of the Research Institute's screen, his expression somewhat horrified. He was so frightened that his hair stood on end. At this moment, a scientist in a white coat, Carolyn, stood beside him, exuding the aura of a god. Hai Landong, what do you think of the shelter built by the Ashuttle people and this world? Hai Landong was silent, digesting this incredible amount of information. He silently felt his entire body. Every touch felt real, and he even had the power of a top celestial emperor. The vast power he could exert with every move was unimaginable, Had the technology of the Ashutl people already reached such a terrifying level? This is real. Your present strength is real. It's not virtual, Carolyn said. The power of every living being here is real. You still have the vast power of a celestial arch. Even if I let you out again, you'll still have the power you have now. Hai Landong fell silent for a moment before interrupting her. Tell me, are you Carolyn or Cherry Blossoms? I'm Carolyn. The person outside is Cherry Blossoms. Carolyn suddenly gave a strange smile as she felt wistful. The real Carolyn is already dead, isn't she? Carolyn can only live in a corner of Cherry Blossom's memories, forever cherished by her. Carolyn is like Cherry Blossoms who have recorded a piece of ancient history. She has read the story of a woman named Carolyn from a book. Her words sounded a little philosophical, but Hai Landong could understand what she meant. This was a method to become a god, death's eternal life. It was a path of idealism, a virtual quantum world. Carolyn smiled as she brought him around the research institute. Do you know what the pictures are? Those colorful pixels determine the realism of the picture. It's the same for the world. When the virtual structure of the world is made up of interrotating molecules and atoms, can you tell what's real and what's fake? Carolyn brought Hai Landong along and observed the laboratory's microscope. He actually saw molecular movement. How can there be such a huge amount of calculations? Hai Landong looked at the scene under the microscope and was extremely astonished. At this level, he couldn't find any flaws in the world being virtual. Carolyn could see Hai Landong's astonishment as she explained with a smile, the computer that becomes a god has a huge amount of calculations. It far exceeds anything that humans can imagine. However, it's not that exaggerated. It's impossible for every molecule to be calculating in real time. It's just a set of rules. The molecules are the basic units, allowing them to evolve on their own. Hai Landong held his breath as he looked around the research institute. In a sense, this was already a creation research institute, researching the data of the creation of the world, setting the rules of the world, and calculating equations. Look at the people of the Sea Clan. They can't even tell that this is a real online game where they can have children and create life. The rules are exactly the same as in reality. When a dream reaches this level, can you still say that it's fake? It's already real in a sense. It can even be said that we've entered a parallel universe in an instant. Carolyn said. Parallel universe? Hai Landong's eyes widened. Yes. However, the rules of this universe are set by us, but we can't create it at will. Creating land requires a lot of energy. Trees, gravel, soil, and rivers. We call them mass energy. That's why I plundered the energy of all the celestial kings outside to become gods. It's also very difficult for me to create a complete life with self-intelligence out of thin air. At present, I can only bring in the life of the outside world to enrich the diversity of species. In our settings, this world is exactly the same as before. You can kill each other, have hatred, become stronger, and pursue your own dreams. There's no difference at all. Carolyn said, although it can be said to be perfect, with no conflict or killing, a perfect social structure will result in a dull and boring world. What about the Ashutl people? Hai Landong asked. We don't live in the ancient lava continent anymore. Now that I've become a god and built this world after the apocalypse, there are very few Ashutl survivors who have just settled in. Carolyn said, in the future, they will live in another space and time, just as beautiful and kind as before. They will occasionally descend to the mortal world as rulers, true gods, to guide and correct the development of the lower civilizations of your worlds. It was all in the brain. The Ashutl people were still rulers, their civilization had clearly been destroyed. Did they have to be overlords just to have a beautiful dream in their memories? Hai Landong's face stiffened. He suddenly smiled and said, I can pursue my own goals here and become a god? Yes, you can become a god here. As long as you have enough energy, you can choose to kill, cause mass extinction, or even kill your own people. Carolyn's words made Hai Landong's face stiffen. She continued, even here, gods can easily descend to the mortal world, and humans can live with gods without being separated by space. After all, the rules of the world are set by us. In the world of dreams, we, the people of Ashutl, already have 3 gods. I am one of them, and you can also become one of them. Hai Landong was silent. Becoming a god was his goal. But here, what am I to you? Hai Landong asked. You are a memory in my mind, stored in a corner of my mind, my unrealized dream, Carolyn answered directly, her voice decisive. Carolyn replied in an incomparably direct manner, her voice filled with decisiveness. You are a fragment of my memories. Hai Landong's face was bitter. I'm just your memory. Yes, in a sense, that's true. Carolyn smiled and said, I still don't have any combat power now. I'm still a scientist from back then. I'm still very weak and can't fight, but I can summon the gods that are raised in my brain to descend to the outside world and fight. My aura seems to be that of a high-level god, but in fact, it's just a combination of the energy of the whole world, flowers, grass, trees, wood, and 3 low-level gods. Hai Landong was silent for a while, trying to understand such a terrifying amount of information. This is a path to the supreme. We combine science and the extraordinary. System to deduce everything in the world and the brain, said Carolyn with a faint smile on her face. This female scientist wearing a white coat was currently leading Wang Zhong around the various experimental results within the research facility. According to our deductions, it's only a matter of time before we become the greatest existence in the world. When he closes his eyes and sleeps for a night, the release of his thoughts is a cosmic explosion. The endless world is evolving, prospering, declining, destroying, and dying. When he opens his eyes, the closing of his thoughts is the end of the world and the destruction of the endless universe. He raises all humans, the endless universe, life, spacetime, and any living creature. When he opens and closes his eyes, it is the unit of a universe era. In his eyes, time, space, and latitude are meaningless. There may be multiple dreams in his mind, turning into multiverses and countless parallel universes. Carolyn smiled and explained the future of this path to Hai Landong. As he became stronger, the terrifying calculation would become larger and larger. Not only the lava continent, but countless worlds would be born in his mind. They would all become a part of his memory. The rise and fall of civilizations, the birth and death of species, all would become a part of his memory. He is the center of the universe, the source of the cosmic explosion, the god of beginning and end. The world exists in his dream, and life cannot distinguish between reality and illusion. The whole world will become a part of his memory. Hai Landong's scalp went numb, and he could no longer suppress his fear. He shouted loudly, what kind of path to become a god has you Ashutl people opened? Who knows? Carolyn laughed. But that is a dream of the distant future. Now, I am still too weak. I have just reached level 8, and that is the theoretical limit of us Ashutl people, who doesn't know how to brag and make assumptions. After all, everyone can dream. According to our guesses, every path won't be too weak at the end. Don't think of this path as too strong, but I think it is still one of the strongest paths among the ultimate life forms. Hai Landong's mind was completely shaken. Ashutl people, the Protoss. In the living room, Suji's mind was shaken. He was sitting on the black sofa eating dinner when he suddenly looked up at the window in the distance, as if he had sensed something. A mechanical voice came faintly. Among us insectoids, another insectoid hero has been born. The second person who could become a Zerg hero. Suji was stunned. This path was indeed extremely terrifying. An advanced civilization had worked together to help Goddess Cherry Blossoms deduce her own cultivation path, creating a virtual world and producing energy. It was equivalent to the strength of a civilization augmenting a god. This was indeed enough to make her a hero of the Zergs. The second Zerg hero has indeed been born. Suji was not immersed in Carolyn's beautiful blueprint for the future. Because that was only the ultimate realm that the Ashutl people envisioned. Whether they could reach the end of their lives and become an insectoid hero was still an unknown factor. Although he has the potential to become a Zerg hero, there are many people with talent and potential in each generation. There is not even 1 in 100 who can turn his potential into a real realm. Suji thought for a while. But the gathering of a civilization is worth looking forward to. But, was it a non-combat god, a god of scientists who specialized in farming? Suji was speechless. All the gods in the past were battle maniacs. They were all peerless geniuses who could challenge those of a higher level. This was the first time he had seen a god who researched science and could not fight personally. However, the gods are also moving towards diversity. This is what I want. Year 14 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. 2 years had passed since the 1 billion sea folk had perished. The Cherry Blossom Great Empress had created a cultivation system and reshaped the era of city-states. She had built high walls and allowed the new zombies to cohabit. She had established a marriage system and promoted monogamy. She had completely bid farewell to the strong. The strong zombies had dominated the system of many women. Even the weak could marry freely. However, although the zombies had sexual desires, they were unable to reproduce due to a certain defective gene. Since there are no newborns, a new intelligent race can only be born among the hundreds of millions of zombies. All the more reason not to kill each other. The Cherry Blossom Great Empress had established laws and policies. The strong could enslave the weak but could not kill them. The zombies had both strong and weak coexisting. The population did not kill each other and rapidly increased. Year 15 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The hundreds of millions of zombies were still spreading the virus. It was like borrowing the crazy calculations of billions of supercomputers. The virus was still evolving and heading towards the unknown. A brand new piece of news was transmitted to the Central Corp City. A new 17th generation virus has appeared at the northern end of the Southbright region. A gloomy voice came from the depths of the temple. Send someone to investigate. This was a brand new variant of the virus, producing some kind of unknown qualitative change, incomparably unimaginable. It could start to infect other life forms other than the people of Ashuttle who spoke C++, breaking through the firewall of their brains. The sea folk, dragons, hydras, demons. The entire world fell into a state of panic. If the previous world calamity was caused by a virus that targeted 40% of the Ashuttle's territories, then the remaining 60% was now experiencing a terrifying calamity as well. The Great Cataclysm had completely begun. What a terrifying virus. It's not just the Ashuttle, even we. Woo woo woo. It's all because there are too many Ashuttle people. Their brains are too powerful, and their calculation abilities are terrifying. They mutate too quickly, and the possibilities are almost limitless. The world is going to end. Because the Ashuttle people have violated the taboo, the forbidden zone of the gods. Not only will they die, but we will also die. The entire world will become a wasteland of zombies. In many large regions, the powerful demons wailed. This was the pain of extinction. They could already imagine that as the virus continued to mutate, it would be like opening Pandora's box, releasing the most terrifying demons in the world. They would also be infected and become the walking dead. It's earlier than I thought. The zombie race is too terrifying. If the life forms in this world are computers, then they are the nemesis of all life forms. A race of viruses, their infection is too strong. The world will become a wasteland sooner or later, and only the zombie race will remain. The one holding the umbrella was the Cherry Blossom Great Emperor. She sat on the throne, holding a red umbrella and smiling silently. It was as if she was holding a bright red sword of royalty as she looked down on the world. Luckily, we dealt with the sea race first. There were too many of them, otherwise, she held her cheeks, her expression emotionless. This world will eventually be destroyed. Wind Dragon Region. On a black precipitous cliff. Rather than waiting for death, why don't I kill you first? You should know that only the dead can prevent themselves from being killed and infected. Only the dead can live on. The Cherry Blossom Emperor looked at the dragon chief and said. You. A tyrant god. You used this twisted logic to massacre the entire Blue Ocean region. When the dragon chief heard this twisted logic, his mind went blank. He was furious, unable to believe such a twisted logic. The Cherry Blossom Emperor raised his palm high. You don't understand the true meaning of the world, death god, eternal life. Pfft, the dragon tribe was covered in blood. Whoosh. Lala. In the ruined corpse city, the Cherry Blossom Emperor held a bright red umbrella and returned gracefully. It was as though she was riding on a transparent breeze. People could not help but marvel at the beauty and elegance of this scene. Who should I kill next? She smiled as she sat on the throne. Countless people in the palace felt their blood run cold when they heard this. In the hearts of many intelligent zombie race members, although the Cherry Blossom Emperor was valiant, she was also extremely cruel. She destroyed one powerful race after another. In a short 2 years, she traveled through the cracks and layers of the world and found the dragon race, nine-headed snake race, and chimera race that had been suppressed by the zombies. She killed them one by one, wiping out a large number of races. Year 16 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor. The Cherry Blossom Emperor traveled through the lava region and wiped out 37 races. The world was shocked. This was so cruel that it was incomprehensible. Even in the future, the Cherry Blossom Emperor was known as the most cruel tyrant in the history of civilization. She slaughtered all living beings in the world to gather energy. Year 20 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor. The Cherry Blossom Emperor is a great strategist, a tyrant of the other races, and the first wise ruler of our zombie race. Although those races will be infected sooner or later, although we're making use of trash, they're still living beings. The intelligent high-level zombie race and the unintelligent low-level zombie race were two different species. The intelligent high-level zombie race knew how to think about life. They also had all kinds of life experiences. Some of them were kind-hearted and could not bear to do such a thing. However, the spread of the virus and their continuous evolution was not something they could control. Thinking about it, she wiped out so many races to gather energy. She's already unparalleled in the world, and all living beings kneel to her. She still wants to become stronger? Could it be? Some experts thought of a terrifying thought. SSS. The Cherry Blossom Emperor's ambition is too great. She actually has the ambition to challenge the ancient godly race? How daring. However, she is still our race's first female empress. She wants to fight against the heavens and kill the ancient godly race. I wonder if she will be able to win. If it wasn't for the fact that the Ashutl people are still of some use and can help us develop technology, they might have been wiped out as well. When they become useless, it will be the time for their race to be wiped out. Some of the zombie race members muttered. They felt that it was inconceivable, but the Cherry Blossom Emperor was still continuously gathering energy. The only way for her to become stronger was to challenge the ancient godly race. Year 23 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The world suddenly calmed down. All the living beings that could be infected had been infected. The entire ancient land of lava, the entire world, was filled with walking corpses. They had all been infected by the virus, and their brains had died. They had turned into the most primitive wild beasts, and only had the instinct to eat and drink. The dragon race, nine-headed snake race, and the 1 billion oceanic race members had also been infected by the Cherry Blossom Emperor and died. Many of them stood up shakily and gained intelligence. Zombie dragons, zombie nagas, and zombie nine-headed snakes continuously appeared. The world has still been destroyed. At the peak of the corpse city, the Cherry Blossom Emperor's eyes were hazy. She stood at the peak of the mountain and looked down at the vast land. Everywhere she looked, there were zombies wandering around. As expected, I can't defeat it, and I can only become it. In this world, only I survived. I became the tombkeeper of our entire ancient civilization. She closed her eyes. They have lived on in my memories, becoming an eternal memory. Suddenly, she looked at the Ashutl people, who were the last to be protected. All of you can die as well. All of you don't belong to this era. Trying to force you to stay is futile. Carolyn's expression was calm. She had once thought that she would struggle and hesitate. However, at this moment, she was clearly very calm. Poochie. The people inside the wall turned into corpses. She looked at Du Shui and the balloon, who had already left with the last group of people. She sighed. This is your choice. No one knew that there were survivors. A cold scene was recorded in history. Year 23 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The cataclysm ended. The entire world was infected. There were no longer any living beings. Everywhere one could see were zombies. Year 30 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The Cherry Blossom Emperor had never attended court before. She was a dictator. However, at this moment, she summoned all the heavenly emperors of the corpse race to meet this mighty god. The cherry blossom emperor sat on the shrine. Do you know that our race is the only one left in this world? The surrounding heavenly emperors held their breaths. As for our race, we were just born from corpses and gained intelligence through their bodies. However, we are unable to reproduce. We can only wait for intelligent newborns among the hundreds of millions of infected low-level zombies. This is not good. The cherry blossom emperor said, when a race is unable to reproduce, they are extremely close to extinction. Mighty God, do you have any ideas? The surrounding experts asked. They, too, realized the horror of this. I ordered the Isidal people to research our reproduction problem. They have successfully solved it, the cherry blossom emperor said. The surrounding people were shocked. It turned out that the cherry blossom emperor had thought this far ahead. She had already considered this for the sake of the corpse race. However, they had suddenly decided to kill the donkey after it was no longer of use. They had suddenly killed all the Isidal people. This was too shocking. Although they would be infected sooner or later, this kind of behavior was too vile. After all, the cherry blossom emperor had relied on the Isidal people to defeat the other great emperors. Now that she had killed all of them, it was too disappointing. We still need to research the specifics. We still need to observe whether the corpse race can reproduce. The cherry blossom emperor sat on the shrine. She was surrounded by chaotic chi as she spoke. Yes. Your Majesty. Countless people prostrated. Year 32 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor Dynasty. The Cherry Blossom Empress was walking in the garden of the palace. The flowers were unusually bright, to the point of being strange. It's too terrifying. This virus is even more terrifying than I imagined. Even some plants have been infected. Even those that don't have a demon core have been forcefully infected. The whole world is becoming unimaginably beautiful. It's like a fairyland. Colorful plants, trees, and flowers are everywhere. Walking corpses are wandering around. It's like we've returned to the primeval forest, but it's also very creepy. The corpse race is a terrifying unknown race. Their potential is unimaginable. Their virus is still evolving. I don't know how much this world has developed. The cherry blossom emperor held an umbrella as she walked through the flower garden. Her bare feet stepped on the grass, looking extremely beautiful. I'll guide them onto the right path, then we can leave. Our world and people from the old era should disappear. The new era belongs to them. After all, they are the only ones left in the world. Our ancient lava land is already in another parallel universe. 3 hours later, the cherry blossom emperor arrived in a forest. There was a pregnant woman lying in a haystack. She was screaming in pain. After a while, 2 newborns appeared in this world. They've finally appeared. Cherry Blossom immediately smiled. It was a heartfelt smile for a long time. She raised the 2 babies high up. They were covered in black fur and were wailing loudly. She suddenly spoke in a shuttle language. I hope that you will walk towards a brand new future. The origin of human life. I give you my most sincere blessings. Whoosh, this scene seemed to be engraved into eternity. A mysterious woman dressed in an exquisite and bright dress stood in the beautiful garden. She raised the 2 orangutan babies high up in her hands. Her entire body was bathed in gold. It was as though she was holding up the entire world's majestic radiance. It was sacred, radiant, and vast. She was like a painting of an ancient religion. Wait a minute, this scene seemed familiar. Cherry Blossom widened her eyes. In the past, zombies did not have parents to pass down their heritage. But now, zombies could be born through reproduction. This also meant that from that moment forth, their memories could be passed down. If their descendants were powerful to a certain extent in the future, they might be able to trace their most distant memories and see generations of ancestors. They would see an extremely mysterious god holding the first 2 babies high up. She put down the babies and suddenly turned to leave. I'm another, transcendent ancient god? This was an identical scene. She seemed to be reenacting ancient times, like the most ancient fate. Everything had returned to the beginning of the Ashuttal people's birth. However, she had replaced his scene. Similarly, she was a remnant of the previous civilization. She lived in this world as the tombkeeper of the previous civilization. Whoosh! Is there a civilization in your body as well? Her body was trembling as a deathly gray flashed in her eyes. It was as though her beliefs were crumbling. The flowers, trees, and grass around her were rotting and withering with her emotions. This was unimaginable. A high-level god had unfathomable divine powers. She was a person with an extremely firm heart. She would do anything for her beliefs. She had experienced too many perilous situations in the past and faced death countless times. But she had never felt as lost as she did today. She planned on going to a place to ask a person. She wanted to find an answer that she had not obtained in a long time. She wanted to know what the words from back then meant to the two most ancient human babies. Is our world a cycle of reincarnation? Civilization is repeating the mistakes of the past. The 33rd year of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. The Cherry Blossom Great Emperor was surrounded by a terrifying aura as she wandered around the land. She stepped on the deathly silent mountains, rivers, oceans, lava, and deserts. She wandered through the ruins and the beautiful world of blooming flowers. She wanted to find something, but she could not find anything. The world was empty, becoming incomparably unfamiliar. That ancient god seemed to have disappeared from the world, just like Harlan Dong back then. He was getting old, and no matter how hard he searched, he could not find that ancient existence. Maybe he will appear at a suitable time, and not now. At this moment, this great god would stop on the mountain peak, by the coast, holding a bright red umbrella and looking down at the vast land. He would not move, and he would stand there for several months. She was waiting for a fateful encounter. She had a premonition and was looking forward to his arrival. When they met again, she had too many questions. I gathered the calculations of an entire world and separated that sentence into 1876 segments according to the emotions and syllables. I had the most elite human scientists analyze it. In this sentence, I heard 7 changes in emotions: happiness, carefree, joyful, relieved, joyful, but in the end, I could not understand his intentions. The emotional changes in the book might be like what I said before, a blessing for a new life. Carefree, joyful. It was the same as the context I heard at that time, but in the end, I have a feeling that the meaning is completely different. That passage of his will be something that will completely shock us. Carolyn could only sigh faintly. She thought of her conversation with Harlan Dong, and they had both seen the beginning of the world. On behalf of humanity, I saw the origin of humanity's ancient ancestors. Looking back at the memories of generations of humans, I saw a god holding 2 babies and speaking a mysterious language. Harlan Dong killed the god of magical beasts, Finbar, and looked back at the memories of the magical beasts' ancestors. I also saw a god raising powerful magical beasts, including Finbar, as if he was training pets. He shook a bell, held a plate, and trained them. The origin of humanity was already hard to fathom. Adding on the origin of magical beasts, the 2 origins were mixed together, and the mystery was shrouded in fog. The truth of history could not be seen. Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty Year 34. The Cherry Blossom Empress seemed to have let go of her previous dictatorship. She handed over the affairs of the corpse race to others and wandered the land, still searching for something. Some people said that she was searching for the path to become a god. After all, she was already a high-level god. Some people said that she was very lonely. This feeling of being invincible in the world was difficult for any creature to understand. It was a feeling of being at a loss and at a loss of what to do. However, more people were whispering. She was looking for the mysterious god in the legends, the ancient god that existed in the previous civilization. She wanted to challenge that god. This was in line with her tyrannical and murderous nature. However, no one knew what the Cherry Blossom Empress was thinking. No one dared to ask this tyrant god. Her might was too terrifying and she was bloodthirsty. Up until now, some people had calculated the number of lives she had killed. There were probably more than 3 billion people in the entire ancient lava land. Along with her clearly delegating power, some heavenly emperors started to scheme against each other and snatch the power of the corpse race. Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty Year 36. The civilization was still developing in the ruins. Many heavenly emperors came to have an audience and report. Reporting to God, our corpse race's newborns are being born among billions of walking corpses. The number of newborns is decreasing day by day. The remaining newborns are unlikely to appear. We have passed the explosive period of our race's newborns. Reporting to God, our corpse race is already reproducing. As the main source of our population, we are much more than being born among the zombies. Sitting on the throne, she held an umbrella and closed her eyes. This was to be expected. A race reproducing and giving birth to new descendants was a stable source of replenishment. Waiting for the zombies in the sea of people to be born and join them was too unstable, even though the newborns from the sea of corpses were equivalent to the corpse race's ancestors and had extraordinary talent. 2 years passed. On the throne, Cherry Blossom Empress remained with her eyes closed. Her gaze penetrated the palace and looked into the distant sky. "Aren't you coming?" She was waiting for a chance encounter of fate. It was like a heavy rain in one's life. She already wanted to leave the days of ruling over the corpse race. As the only existence from the past, she wanted to completely let go of this new world. "Is it not time to meet me yet?" A gloomy sigh sounded from the temple. She felt a deep sense of loneliness, as though she was being ostracized by the world. Everything became extremely unfamiliar. Another year passed, and time slowly passed by. Another heavenly emperor reported some matters. Reporting to God, dozens of us heavenly emperors have come to a consensus. Our corpse race should establish order. Order? Cherry Blossom asked with a smile. What kind of order should we establish? She was ultimately somewhat curious to see how they would develop. We have flipped through history and surveyed ancient civilizations. Isidore and the Naga sea folk understand that if a race wants to develop, they have to break away from the tribal lifestyle of eating raw beasts and drinking blood. A liquor heavenly emperor came forward. We zombies actually treat cannibalism as a common occurrence. It's truly an unimaginable race. Cherry Blossom nodded. In the apocalyptic wastelands, apart from eating humans and infecting humans, zombies also ate their own kind. It was common sense. Then what should we do? Cherry Blossom asked again. She sat on her throne and looked down. She said indifferently, "In this vast land, only our corpse race is left. There are no other life. How can we continue the species if we eat each other? Don't tell me we will starve to death? But because of that, we are ultimately eating raw beasts and drinking blood. We will not be able to take the right path of civilization." A heavenly emperor said. "If this continues, a civilization that eats its own kind will perish sooner or later." Cherry Blossom smiled once again as she looked down at the experts beneath her. The zombies were indeed far-sighted. The corpse race was an incomplete race to begin with. If they continued developing as they did, they would definitely perish. She had already thought of a way for them to reproduce, but that was still not enough. At that moment, another heavenly emperor said, "We ate the memories of the Isidore people. Although it's not much, we managed to organize a set of genetic modification abilities. Perhaps it might be useful. We can change their appearances." Change their appearances? Is it useful to change their appearances? Cherry Blossom was immediately intrigued. She held the umbrella like a supreme monarch wielding an emperor's sword. A supreme might lingered around her, preventing others from seeing her sacred looks. A heavenly emperor said, "By changing the appearances of those ordinary zombies, we will be high-level zombies that have developed intelligence. Eating them will not be cannibalism. It might seem like we are lying to ourselves, but it's the only solution." Another heavenly emperor went forward and seconded, "Yes, we are unable to change or crack the virus, but we can implant a new virus to change the species' appearance and dominant genes. As such, we can change their appearances. Our technology isn't strong, but the corpse race has a genetic breakdown to begin with. It's relatively easy to modify them. Now, the zombies have no sentience and are like beasts. But they are ultimately in human form. If we use the Isidore's genetic technology to insert skin genes into the zombies, making them furry, insert scale skin genes, and fingernail growth genes, they will transform into true beasts." "That's right." Another heavenly emperor spoke up. He spoke with assurance and was filled with confidence. "If their appearances are different, they will be animals of the natural world. Then, we can eat them without any qualms. That way, there won't be any fratricidal acts that violate morality. they are animals? Cherry Blossoms was immediately taken aback before she beamed again. A heavenly emperor said loudly once again, "That's right. There are only high-level and low-level zombies left in the world. We can only feed on them. Their physiques are different from ours. They aren't infectious to us and have the intelligence of natural beasts. No matter how you look at it, they are animals." Cherry Blossoms fell silent for a moment. She knew that it was inevitable. It was also the most correct method for the corpse race to rise. "Yes," she said lightly. The Corpse Dominant Genes project was officially activated. It was for the future of the corpse race. This was a war without a cause. It was just a virus, but it had destroyed an era. Not only did it bring indelible pain and memories to all life, but it also brought indelible pain and memories to the corpse race. The first thing they saw when they came to this world was a vast ruin. The first human they ate and the memories they obtained were the hot-blooded race that earned them respect and admiration, the Icitor people. They had destroyed the proud and perfect civilization. They had destroyed the human race that advanced with firm steps. They sincerely respected them and believed that no other race would have any animosity towards them. And what about the future of their new race? They had descended into this world because of a huge mistake. They were not Icitor people. They were very ordinary, fumbling and searching in the ruins. They wanted to rebuild and survive. This was going to be a difficult period of time. 40 years of the Holy Cherry Blossom Dynasty. Under the reasonable research of countless heavenly emperor powerhouses, a kind of virus called the dominant skin modification virus gradually spread and began to infect the walking corpses that wandered leisurely in the entire ruin. Veolia City, begin to spread. Blue Ocean region, begin to spread the virus. In the city of mechanical ruins, countless zombies, the handsome men and women wandering on the streets, and even the infected magical beasts, giant dragons, and hydras in the forest seemed to have developed skin diseases. Their skin became rough and they began to grow sharp teeth. The hair on their bodies also became exuberant, virus. It would eventually mutate. As the dominant skin modification virus spread, the brains of billions of zombies constantly calculated and evolved. A variety of mutated virus forms appeared, and countless virus branches appeared. Some zombies began to transform into giant black furry beasts. They stood on all fours, grew sharp teeth, and wandered in the flowers and grass. Some zombies grew fish scales as they sank to the bottom of the sea and transformed into marine animals. Some zombies grew feathers as they flew into the sky. On a land filled with flowers, in a garden surrounded by a fence. There's still one last modification that requires my help. Cherry Blossoms had a calm expression as her eyes narrowed slightly. Resolve the reproduction of ordinary zombies, allowing them to reproduce normally. She lowered her head and looked at a former Icitor person. After all, humans made up the majority of zombies. In the past, she must have been a very beautiful woman, kind and gentle, treating people with sincerity, and able to trust others without any barriers. Now, she was covered with black furry skin, and with her 4 limbs on the ground, she was like a black wild boar without a mind, only knowing how to eat, drink, and poop. This zombie was a special wind elemental zombie. It was a 5th-order zombie when it was alive, but at that moment, it was as though it had become a 5th-order wind elemental boar-type demonic beast. Cherry Blossoms gave an odd smile as it gradually turned bitter. She finally understood the truth of the entire world. Most of her memories are lost, but she can inherit wind elemental dharma spells. A portion of her cultivation genes are still present. Her descendants will inherit them as well. Once they reach adulthood, they will become 4th-order, powerful transcendent demonic beasts. 3 days later, the wild boar demonic beast gave birth to a new batch of babies. Their skin also became identical to their mother's. They were small boars with black fur. Cherry Blossom's expression was completely restored to its calm state. She transformed into a gentle and kind breeder. Over the past few months, she used a bell and a rice basin to train the young boars. She observed their growth so as to restore the balance of the ecosystem. Finbar, one day, she stopped in her tracks as though she saw a gentle-looking man from ancient times. He held a bell and was calmly rearing a demonic beast. He held a rice basin as though he was feeding the adorable livestock. It was identical again. The beast trapped in the cage, isn't it also? the person trapped in the cage? The world is a cycle. We are all beasts trapped in the cycle. This god slowly put down the rice bowl and chased a few cheerful black-skinned wild boars into a cage. He returned to a simple wooden house and looked at the paragraph of text hanging on the wall, God's day after tomorrow. There was a paragraph written on it. On it was a line of text, if God were to die today, the people of Ashutl would live until the day after tomorrow. Just to recount God's life to other races, we will be filled with pride and use the powerful mechanical charms of technology to directly tell God's story. She only smiled and raised her brush. After a moment of hesitation, she wrote God's day after yesterday below the glorious story. We grew up in the cradle of science. We stepped onto the grasslands of life and walked alone. We climbed to the peak of the Origins Code and pulled the door to God. And before that, our fates were already determined yesterday. We don't know how many travelers like us have passed. Any arrogant person who tries to become a race of God and pry open the key of life will eventually be cursed by God. The past is the future. The god stopped writing and gently blew the ink dry like a mortal. He stood up and seriously hung himself on the wall of the thatched hut. He smiled gently and whispered softly, "It's better to hang you in the dust of the human world than to let you hang in the corner of my memory. As long as someone remembers you, you will live forever. God of death, live forever." She hung the black mural and looked out the window at the flowers and a group of snorting boars in the ruins. It was as if a new world had come. The bright and beautiful lava light fell on her beautiful face. It was as if she was looking at another ancient god. I finally understand what you mean. The glory of the human world is but a cycle. This scene was eventually forgotten in the dust of the world. When future archaeologists found this black stone slab, they wondered why the ancient Ashutl people didn't write their history on the hard drive that they were so proud of. Instead, they wrote it on the most primitive stone slab. They were clearly standing at the end of a high-level civilization. It was said that they had unimaginable technology. Yet, they were like primitive people who left childish scribbles on the stone slab. People started to wonder if the ancient civilization was really so rotten. They wondered if the ancient civilization's technology really existed. But no matter how the future generations doubted it, time would eventually wash away everything that was once glorious and glorious. No one remembered these giant wheels of time. The humans of the new generation only wrote down the events that happened in this year in history. Year 41 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor Dynasty, year 121 of the Cataclysm. The surviving humans started reproducing and rearing the magical beasts that survived the cataclysm. The ecosystem was restored to peace. Civilization once again entered the era of farming and livestock farming. The Cherry Blossom Emperor strode forward. The world is a ring. We have returned to the beginning. If we compare the Ashutl civilization to a dream, then we have returned to the beginning of the dream. A parallel universe had formed in his mind. This was a supercomputer that had become a god. The virtual world it had created was vast, filled with flowers, trees, insects, fish, birds, and beasts. At this time, it was as if most of the lives in the entire ancient lava land had migrated to this place, and the energy gathered, in addition to the 1 billion members of the Sea clan, had also slaughtered 37 high-level magical beast races. This had long since surpassed the energy of ordinary high-level gods. They recuperated here. They were born, grew, died of old age, and became stronger. The more they multiplied, the larger the online game world in their dreams. The more memories there were in their minds, the stronger the cherry blossom god became. This path only required them to rest and dream to become stronger. They could create 3,000 worlds in their dreams to cultivate. It was like another form of meditation. The more they raised in their minds, the more experts there were in their minds, the stronger they would become. This was in line with the taunt, "Want to become stronger? Dream on." Everything was possible in dreams. That was exactly what they wanted, in the research institute. A group of top Ashutl scientists in white coats looked at the data they had obtained. Their expressions were no longer calm. They were extremely shocked, and some even cried out. "Oh my God! This is the reason for the destruction of the super-ancient civilization? Could it be that we, the Ashutl people, were also zombies from the previous era?" At the side, Hai Lan Dong, who had already become a god, broke out in cold sweat. His pupils dilated. His breathing was rapid and deep. This is the truth of the world. In the era of the super-ancient gods, apart from zombies, there were no other creatures. Finbar back then was an infected human. He was probably forcefully turned into a magical beast and raised, trained, and then released back into the ecosystem. His expression changed, and his thoughts almost stopped. After a long while, he sighed deeply and calmed himself down. So we Naga people were once humans. Hai Landong concluded. My colossal dragon race is actually a human. A colossal dragon's eyes widened. I, the nine-headed snake overlord, am actually a human. The nine-headed malevolent sea beast opened its mouth into an O shape. The other race's devil beast celestial emperors rushed over when they heard the news. They were incomparably shocked. This was too terrifying to contemplate. Their worldview had been subverted by the way they had lived since they were young. It could even be said that this was a truth that they could never imagine. It was the most frightening and unexpected ending. Then, what did the words of the ancient deity mean? Harlandon couldn't help but ask. The surrounding demonic beasts held their breaths. Is that still important? Carolyn gave a faint sigh. Hai Landong took a deep breath and gradually calmed down. Yes, now that they knew the whole truth, that sentence was no longer important. Magica Ranch. In the distance, the light of the lava river shone faintly. The faint scorching afterglow was like the setting sun. The graveyard was in ruins, and the steam-powered windmill in the distance was already damaged. The breeze caused by it scattered across the withered grassland. I thought about where I should end my life and bury an ancient civilization. In the end, I thought of this place. The cherry blossom emperor stood in front of the gravestone, holding a red umbrella and holding a bottle of wine. She took a sip from time to time. This is the origin of everything, your origin, and the origin of the electric age, and the origin of our icidal technology. Leave us. There were 3 simple words on the gravestone. There was no introduction or age. Just these 3 words represented all the glory of the past. There was no icidal person who didn't know this name. This name symbolized everything. If you were still alive, what would have happened? Carolyn took a sip of wine and looked at the lonely gravestone. She suddenly felt exceptionally calm. Levis's talent was too terrifying, far surpassing hers. If it wasn't for the fact that he didn't want to live anymore, he could have developed the civilization and lived to this day. He could even walk towards eternity without handing over the authority of the civilization. Carolyn could also understand Levis's feelings. The burden of the civilization of the era was on her. She was like a traveler carrying a huge sandbag in the desert. The heavy sense of destiny, sweat, and stress were constantly pressing on her nerves. If she made a wrong decision, her race would be destroyed. It was difficult for those who hadn't experienced it themselves to understand. It was so heavy that she couldn't breathe. Just like Levis, she had given up love, time, and herself. She had also dedicated her life to the icidal people. When she came back to her senses, she suddenly realized that she had never enjoyed the life that an ordinary girl should have. Many times, countless nights, she felt like she was drowning in the deep sea. It was pitch black and gloomy, with countless seaweeds entangling her and pulling her into the abyss. She was so nervous that she was suffocating, but when she opened her eyes, she had to show her confidence and calmness to the whole world. Levis might be a true god, but he was just too tired. On the other hand, she, Carolyn, was just an ordinary person who couldn't be considered as a genius. The nervousness and sense of duty she felt when she stood in that position had almost caused her to collapse. At the end of the day, she was just an ordinary person with ambitions and dreams. She stood in that position humbly, trying her best to look like a second Levis. This is the destiny of destruction. As long as the forbidden zone of life is touched and the code in the brain is opened, it will be difficult to escape from the virus. But sometimes, I still think that if you were still alive, with you guiding the progress of the entire civilization, perhaps things would be different. She took a sip of wine, her face flushed red. She seemed to be muttering to herself. She sat there for a whole 3 hours. Her body swayed a little as if she was drunk. The world is a reincarnation, a cycle that repeats itself. Just like how a person's life goes through life, this is a natural cycle. Our civilization is the same. It's buried in the memories of the past, and a new civilization is rising. Their past is already a dream in my mind. As for me, whose dream am I? She couldn't help but recall the meeting and words of that ancient god. Was the seemingly gentle and calm young man the same as himself, experiencing the pressure of eras time and again, experiencing the loneliness of countless disciples and friends leaving, only being able to accompany civilization and be neighbors with time? Finally, at the moment when his own civilization was destroyed, he became the last survivor of the ancient civilization, allowing the entire civilization of the past to merge into his own memory, while he became a lonely gravekeeper of an ancient civilization. In this world, all life would die with time, and only death could walk towards eternal life. This Mykia cemetery is the beginning of our civilization, and also our end. I will be buried here. I will carry all the memories of the past, and sleep here forever. She bowed slightly. A black tombstone of Carolyn appeared beside her. A lonely and destitute life, to sleep with you forever. Really, the more I think about it, the scarier it is. Suji shook his head. He did not expect that the words he left behind back then, out of the joy of creating humans and wanting to relax and play a few games, would actually evolve to this extent. But evidence kept appearing, and all seemed to point in the same direction. The origin of humans, the origin of demonic beasts. Even now, Harlan Dong began to suspect that his demonic beast, Ghana, was once a human. Demonic beasts and humans were originally the same kind of life. Demonic beasts were once ancient humans, with skin, scales, and fangs. I don't know if it's reincarnation, but perhaps in the future, it will develop into a new reincarnation. After all, when a civilization develops to a certain level, it will study its own genes, just like the Isidal people did back then. It will start to modify, and eventually, there will be a virus. Suji turned his head and found that the balloon fish group was still messing around. His expression became strange. The era of the Isidal people is over. I wonder if you can get up. Maybe in the next corpse race civilization, you can come out for a walk and do something. The cataclysm lasted for a short time, and the sacred cherry blossom dynasty was only established for 40 years. How could the salted fish affect the world before he was a rank 1 or 2? And it was such an exaggerated high-level world. He had cultivated for 70 to 80 years, and now he had finally reached rank 6, barely qualified to walk on the stage. It was normal for people to come out at 70 or 80 years old. The Alchemy Emperor, as well as other evil gods like Xue Bai Xue and Mt Akina, were all beaten up by society until they were 70 or 80 years old, reaching rank 5 or 6, before they started to cause trouble. However, the Cataclysm era was too fast. Or rather, the development of the entire Isidal civilization was too terrifying. Only 5 days had passed for their entire civilization. 500 years. It was extremely exaggerated. Before the players had the time to grow, they were already dead. It was like witnessing a brilliant firework, and they could only grow in the ashes and ruins of their civilization. It's only been 5 days, but it feels like 10,000 years. And the next civilization of the Isidal people should have a large number of gods, or even a large number of them now. There are already 4 gods in my head. Suji thought about it, looked at the cherry blossoms, and put down his chopsticks in the living room. It's good to have a large world. It's easier to collect energy with a large base, and there's also a parallel universe. That's even bigger. Forget it, she's planning to fall into a deep sleep. I'll go see her. Thinking of this, a young man in a black wizard robe silently passed through the underground teleportation circle and appeared on the entire land. He walked towards the beginning of the civilization, and also the end of it all, Mykia Ranch. High-level gods were already the highest realm in the entire sand table. Although Dicky and Ermin were already mid-level gods, and Phoenix was the highest realm, after countless Nirvana rebirths, she was already close to the level of high-level gods, and would soon become a high-level god. But there was no doubt that Carolyn, who had eaten most of the creatures in the ancient lava land, was already at the highest realm. Although Carolyn was now a non-combat type, and she was not the kind of person who could fight, she was a scientist. This was a huge advantage of the sand table. At the same time, this was also the terror of the Ishidal race. Their average strength was between level 4 and 5, and they had a population of 1 billion. The quantity and quality, was so exaggerated that it was hard to imagine. This high-level god already had the energy of 50 to 60 ordinary gods. After all, it was comparable to a desolate world that was 100 times larger, so the energy produced was naturally 100 times more. The reason why it did not have 100 was because there were still a large number of zombies living on this land, and not even half of them had been collected. It was not a true extinction that would destroy all life. The only remnant created by a civilization that was once so brilliant that it called itself the god race? A high-level god? Suji strolled on the prairie. This is progress that transcends time. What kind of power will a high-level god have? And after the high level is the peak realm, where they will begin to try to break through the legendary level 9 and see the truth of that realm. Level 9 was still relatively far away. That was the unknown path of cultivation that the cute white mice in the sand table had to explore for Suji. At this time, Suji's real body was sitting in the living room, silently sensing the surging energy and making the final breakthrough to a new realm. He was breaking through to the level 7 Celestial Emperor realm that he had already deduced and mastered. He was already a level 6 Quasi-Emperor, and the energy in his body rapidly surged. This was the feedback of the extinction energy that was enough to make a high-level god, filling up the huge energy gap, and prying open the next level of life, that brand new door, level 7 Celestial Emperor. Rumble, a huge surge of energy rushed over. The energy of 50 to 60 ordinary gods turned into a tsunami in his body, constantly crashing into the huge energy tide. Fortunately, I've already made preparations. I've already broken through the path of a body cultivator Heavenly Emperor. Although I haven't comprehended the Tao heart of the magic path, I can first break through the path of a body cultivator Heavenly Emperor. In the living room, Suji sat cross-legged quietly. He was sensing the energy within his body, and was also constantly deducing and organizing the 9 revolutions mysterious art within his body. There were many dangers in breaking through the threshold of the 7th stage Heavenly Emperor, and it was no small matter. In the sand table, Suji had seen too many examples of quasi-emperors dying while trying to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. There were many quasi-emperors in each extraordinary world, but very few Heavenly Emperors. This showed the danger of breaking through. It was like crossing a single plank bridge. Once one fell, they would be smashed to pieces. Longevity had always been a cruel single-log bridge. Countless travelers on the bridge had fallen into a bottomless abyss. If I failed to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm and die from the backlash, that would be a joke. He took a deep breath. Time slowly passed, and the feedback of the great annihilation energy in his body slowly decreased and weakened. Finally, as it flowed, he used the last of his remaining strength to open the 7th-step Heavenly Emperor door. Whoosh! I succeeded. Fortunately, I used Messiah to break through in advance. Now, I've finally broken through to the 7th stage. I've actually been stuck for half a month. He silently sensed his body. This was a terrifying energy that had undergone a qualitative change. Suji suddenly smiled bitterly, feeling a headache coming on. This is 60 to 70 portions of energy to become a god. Just to break through to the Heavenly Emperor realm. Previously, Ermin, Dicky, and the Phoenix only had the energy of 6 or 7 gods, and they had already allowed me to break through from the 1st stage to the 6th stage Quasi-Emperor realm. But now, 60 to 70 portions of energy to become a god, and the birth of a high-level god, had barely allowed me to break through from the Quasi-Emperor realm to the 7th stage. The difference was too great. Even though Suji was mentally prepared, he was still dumbfounded. Breaking through to the 7th stage required so much energy, but what about in the future? It would increase exponentially. Although Ermin, Dicky, and the Phoenix were already middle gods, and were even close to the upper stage. Their energy was not much different from the Cherry Blossom Great Emperors. It was not calculated that way. They would not repay him. This was because after they became gods, they would not go to the Great Extinction stage. The energy that he had painstakingly cultivated day and night would not be shared with Suji. Only the energy from the repeated Great Extinctions would be shared with Suji. Only by killing could he reap some benefits. This even made Suji have the urge to fatten up these gods, and when they worked hard to break through to the middle stage and the upper stage, he would kill them and take their experience. Of course, he had to suppress the thought of killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. Medusa, Ermin, Dicky, and the others would become the foundation of the bug race in the future. But I've finally reached the 7th stage, the power of a heavenly emperor. Suji sighed slightly. He had not gone to see Carolyn before because he was absorbing the enormous great extinction energy and could not leave, in the gourmet world within his body. Holy shit! The heavens are falling and the earth is shattering. The world is changing? Countless people were dumbfounded as they looked at the world that was expanding crazily and the vicissitudes of life. The game developers are so domineering. They didn't even say anything when they updated the game. I'm blowing my top. Brothers, work hard. The Magica Ranch. The air in the ruins was deathly silent. Flowers and vines covered the reinforced concrete that was once the ruins of the city. The cherry blossom great emperor squatted down and gently touched Carolyn's tombstone. She dug out a rectangular grave. That was where she had been laid to rest. Her grave was at the edge of Levis's grave. Her movements were very slow, and her expression was gentle and tranquil. She was like an ordinary person sweeping a grave and offering sacrifices. She began to clean Mr. Levis's grave, removing the weeds and offering flowers. Her movements were incomparably solemn and heavy. Levis's grave held too many meanings. She also seemed to be waiting for something in this way. She unconsciously tidied up the grave. Looking at the empty graveyard, she unconsciously felt a faint sense of loneliness. Her eyes were filled with despair. She was too tired. There was a strong desire in her heart. She desperately wanted to find someone to prove that she was not the only one, that there were still companions in the reincarnation cycle of this civilization, that there was a gravekeeper from another civilization. But she still could not wait for him. I look forward to a beautiful death. Whoosh, a cool breeze blew. Suddenly, a voice came from afar, empty and distant. Carolyn's body trembled, and her eyes suddenly widened. She turned her head and saw a blurry shadow of a young sorcerer walking over, as if he was riding on the shadow of light. A long time ago, when I was free, I kept imagining a scene. I would wear a black suit, lie quietly in a coffin, put my palms together, and enjoy the eternal sleep of life. I actually looked forward to it. Even I could not understand that feeling. Suji stopped in his tracks and was silent for a moment before he said to her, Levis once said this to me here. I didn't expect that today, you would also take this step. You would build a grave for yourself. He looked at the graveyard and felt somewhat emotional. Time was the cruelest weapon in the world. Carolyn had also become like Levis. She could not have died, but she wanted to bury herself, leave the era that she should have been the ruler of, and fall into eternal sleep. Perhaps, to a certain extent, fate was indeed a reincarnation cycle. Hope started to erupt within Carolyn's lifeless eyes. What do you want from me? Suji said with a light smile. Carolyn was startled. She stood there in a daze. Her lifeless eyes flashed with confusion. That's right. What do I need to do to find a super ancient deity? She had been searching for a super ancient deity. She had traveled all over the world to find the truth behind the destruction of the ancient civilization. However, the truth had already been found from another angle. There was no need for her to continue searching for a super ancient deity. However, it was precisely because she knew the truth of reincarnation that her desire to find an ancient deity grew stronger. When she came back to her senses and faced him, she realized that she had no real reason to look for him. Why are you looking for me? Suji smiled again. You want to treat me to milk tea again? Carolyn's numb eyes were in a daze. She did not react. The young man was still standing there leisurely. It was as if he had received a call from her years ago. When he came to her room and saw her, he said the same words. You don't recognize me? It's me. Suji said with a smile. He repeated the same words as before, not missing a single word. Are you a repeater? Why are you saying the same words as before? Carolyn's suppressed emotion suddenly turned into a smile. She could not help but say the next words she said in the past. Why do you still speak like this? I still can't believe that you are an ancient deity. Carolyn said with a smile. Her eyes gradually became moist as memories of the past flashed in her mind. It was still the same words, but the context was different. The shock brought about by this moment made her mind go blank again. Everything had returned to the past, at the very beginning, when she took out the magical beast contract and obtained the approval of the deity. She was kissed on the forehead by the deity, and then the beginning of her rise, her mind was filled with endless loneliness and solitude. She kept running in this new world. She wanted to escape from this world. She even wanted to enter the graveyard to sleep forever. That feeling was too unbearable. She had to carry the graveyard of an entire civilization and protect their past. Why can't you believe it? Aren't you a super ancient deity now? Also, don't call me sir, just you. Suji said calmly, you are very strong now, you should have confidence. His identity as the god of creation put him under a lot of restrictions. Most of the time, he preferred the identity of Bai Shaoxing, who could communicate with people as equals. He really didn't like the god of creation who was high up in the sky. Not only was his body huge, but it was also difficult to communicate with him. You? Carolyn gawked. Suji stretched his hand out and a table appeared with 2 cups of milk tea on it. He said indifferently, just like what you people from a shuttle have said, gods are also humans. It's just that they're powerful humans. She stared blankly at the lazy young man in front of her. He just chuckled. At this moment, it was as if he had turned into a golden morning sun that melted the ice and snow. The depression that she had suppressed before instantly melted away. She suddenly thought of another super ancient deity who had experienced more than her. As the tomb keeper of another era, he had endured more pain than her. Even as the first tomb keeper of the reincarnation cycle, he had no kin and walked alone in the world. But he still smiled gently and lazily. He had experienced so many hardships. His friends and family had turned into the dust of history, buried in his memory, and became the tomb keeper of civilization. He was so indifferent, so why couldn't she? Her body trembled violently for a moment, but in an instant, she calmed down. It's still the same as before. She smiled and suddenly put down the bright red umbrella. Like the ancient gods, she picked up a cup of water and took a sip with a straw at the edge of the tombstone. She didn't have any of the cruelest tyrant in history. She was just like an ordinary girl. Suji just smiled and sat opposite her, drinking milk tea. The two of them appeared just like ordinary friends. Just by sitting opposite each other, Carolyn's lifeless and despairing eyes, as well as her slightly numb body, started to slowly recover. Suji didn't say anything and just quietly accompanied her to drink. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days passed, the surrounding trees were blown by the wind, and there were cups everywhere. Can I say that the two of us, tomb keepers from the old era, can drink together at the same table and watch the passing of time and the passing of time together? Carolyn suddenly asked in a trembling voice, her voice filled with nervousness. Yes. Suji sat opposite her and answered. Carolyn's eyes gradually lit up. Suji was very clear about what Carolyn needed. Carolyn was very good at hiding her emotions, and she had an extremely strong personality. She was stubborn, and radical. She was a typical Isidal citizen. Even though she had learned the extremely terrifying truth of the world and her beliefs had collapsed due to the cycle of karma, causing her to feel incomparably depressed and broken down, she did not need much. All she needed was the company of her other self, the tomb keeper of another generation, so that she would not be lonely. Just like in the past, he knew that Medusa needed a battle to verify her confused heart, and he gave her a battle to see the passing of time and the passing of time. Just like in the past, he knew that Dicky needed a higher dream, so he gave him a dream. See the mysteries of heaven and earth, can practice the 3 creed sect, can be subtle and complete. There are 129,601 era. Just like today. What Carolyn needed was not the first 2. She just needed someone to quietly accompany her, sit beside her, and watch the distant lava river. She didn't even need any words to restore her Tao heart. Let's go to another place? Suji said. Where? She picked up the umbrella, her fair face a little nervous. The milk tea shop in the past. Carolyn's eyes lit up, okay. Crash, in a flash, they returned to the ruins. The whole shop was in ruins, half collapsed, covered with moss and flowers. In the distance, there were wandering magical beasts in all shapes and forms. Pushing away the ashes and leaves on a table, the two sat down again. She seemed to have recovered. Another ancient god has come, does this count as me receiving the same great glory as Mr. Levis before his death? You can say so, Suji said. Carolyn smiled, sucked on the straw of the milk tea, stared at Suji's eyes for a while, and sighed. You didn't expect it, did you? Back then, you kissed my forehead and said that you would give me a period of time, and I would be able to come this far. I didn't expect it, Suji replied with a smile, and also a little emotional. A seed that was randomly planted at that time could grow such a flower. The two sat down to eat like ordinary friends, the most ordinary greetings. May I ask, where have you been all these years? Carolyn seemed to have recovered, and chatted like an old friend, but still couldn't get away from science. She asked, another world? Or a vacuum world? What is that vacuum? Is it in your dream, belonging to your ancient civilization, or is it a real world? Probably, a real world, Suji answered. Probably. Perhaps. No one in this world knows whether the world they live in is real or not, a dream created by someone else. If they know the truth, if it's fake, perhaps their beliefs will crumble like yours, Suji answered. That's right. Maybe the world was a cage, and outside the cage was also a cage. Anyway, it was true in Suji's world. Carolyn listened, and was silent for a while. How old are you? 20-something, Suji answered directly. Why, do you like me and want to go on a blind date? I happen to lack a maid at home. You know me, I have never thought about this. Carolyn suddenly laughed, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. 20-something. What kind of ancient unit is this? 20-something eras? Or something? I think the age gap between us is too big. My two lives combined are only about 300 years old. A 300-year-old high-level deity is very powerful. Suji smiled and raised his milk tea. Our age gap is indeed quite big. Carolyn also raised her milk tea and clinked glasses. Then you need a few thousand years to reach this level? I believe that we Ashutl people walk fast, just like we are destroyed fast. About 2 months. Suji thought about it seriously. Pfft. Carolyn could not help but laugh again. What kind of unit is this? What a strange ancient civilization, I am even looking forward to it. She put down the cup. This scene was a little strange. 2 super ancient deities, 2 ancient civilization tomb keepers in the ruins, drinking milk tea, not drinking, and chatting. It was a little strange and childish. She looked at the handsome young man in the sorcerer robe in front of her and smiled bitterly. It's really admirable. I can't be so calm. Thank you for reminding me. As a gravekeeper of a civilization, he was faced with eternal loneliness, but it was not easy to be so relaxed and calm. Loneliness was the greatest fear of life. Suji thought about it and smiled directly. Actually, the first half of your life was dedicated to civilization and science. It is natural that you are disappointed now, but there are many times in life there is not only one pursuit, there are more interesting things in life. The first half of your life is over, there is still the second half of your life. You can set sail again and pursue a higher dream. There is a saying. May you leave half of your life, and when you return, you are still young. When Carolyn heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up, especially bright, and she stared straight at the deity sitting opposite her. Suji was a little stiff under her fiery gaze. This is what another civilization said. He had to admit that some of the words on earth were very elegant and artistic. The Ashutl people lost too much of the field of literature, they developed too quickly, and they focused on mechanical romance, resulting in not enough deep cultural heritage. Another civilization? Carolyn thought about it and felt that it was very interesting. She suddenly stood up, bent down, and made an Ashutl invitation gesture. Do you know how to dance? Suji was stunned. I don't know, but don't you want to try new things? Civilization has already been destroyed. I am alone. Maybe trying to be an ordinary girl is not bad. It is a very novel experience. You can write the dance skill in your mind. I will send the data to you. She put down the bright red umbrella. Soothing music sounded around them, turning into a dance floor. There were couples hugging each other, dancing together, and in the distance, there was the shadow of a gentleman in a black suit playing the piano. Mr. Deity, can I invite you for a dance? She stretched out her slender hand. Suji did not refuse, stood up, and held her hand as they walked to the dance floor. As the cherry blossom empress became stronger over the years, her appearance was slowly getting closer to Carolyn's in the past. She had dazzling light golden hair, enchanting curves, and deep red eyes, giving off a heroic feeling. The transmission of divine sense was indeed amazing. In addition to the high realms of the two, even if they had never danced before, they could instantly dance elegantly, and the atmosphere was a little ambiguous. Now, can you tell me who the giant that touched us in the vacuum back then was? Carolyn laughed, and continued to chat while dancing. Whoosh, red leaves floated down. In the distance, a hazy pianist and a couple danced together. The two of them danced in the ruins of the blooming flowers, and from time to time, towering and mighty demonic beasts walked past them. As they danced together, it seemed unusually elegant and romantic. Ancient deity, I have a big question. We are the gravekeepers of two civilizations, and all life is our dream, a part of our memories. Are we also a dream of others? Perhaps. Suji did not reply, and he gracefully stepped on a pile of withered leaves. Perhaps, that giant is the god of creation, and we are all in his dream. Every time he opens and closes his eyes, an era will be born and destroyed. Who knows? Life is a dream, and we still have to walk on it. She was startled, but she still smiled, as if she had completely walked out of the shadow. Thank you for coming, but I still have to sleep. This era no longer belongs to us, and my path is in a dream. A brand new dream world that is constantly becoming stronger and wider. Perhaps, when that time comes, I will truly understand the truth of the world. I hope that in the future, you can take me to the vacuum to take a look. Suji smiled, but did not reply. Instead, he started to chat about other things. Carolyn gradually moved closer to him, and they were almost touching as they spoke. They could feel each other's soft breath, and as they danced elegantly, she emitted a very pleasant natural fragrance. Perhaps, at this moment, she was anticipating something, and her beautiful face even became slightly nervous, and her cheeks and neck were dyed rosy red. Suji said, "It's time for me to go." The cherry blossom empress revealed a look of disappointment. She hesitated for a moment, and her eyes became somewhat misty. As they danced, she suddenly whispered into his ear, "Don't you think that the current me is very weak, and that there are many opportunities for you to take advantage of me? Just like those ordinary girls in the bar who were drunk and broken-hearted. All you need is some flowery words and some consolation, and an interesting encounter will be born." "I've thought of it," Suji replied seriously. "Then is it because I'm not charming enough?" She was somewhat disappointed. Suji shook his head. "All the boys in Isudal once saw you as the goddess of their dreams. You are very beautiful, but your Majesty's heroic spirit, courage, and decisiveness are what moved them the most." The cherry blossom empress was startled. "You should know that people with a personality like mine rarely give others the opportunity to take advantage of me. I'm willing to enjoy the life of an ordinary girl. In the future, you will never find this moment again. I will set sail again and continue to pursue my dreams. You might regret it." Suji looked at the ruins in the distance. "But you don't love me. You just want to bed me." She was instantly startled, and her wine-red eyes widened. "Pooh." Carolyn instantly laughed so hard that she could not straighten her back. She was extremely flirtatious, and the pressure from before had completely dissipated. She elegantly took 2 steps back and picked up the red umbrella. Standing at the entrance of the shabby shop, she laughed heartily. "You really don't seem like an ancient deity. I hope that I can be as carefree as you, and in the future, I will be the same. No matter what I experience, I will still maintain my courageous heart. After leaving for half my life, I will still be a youth when I return. Go." Suji looked at her. Suji was a smart person, and so was Carolyn. Carolyn knew that the ancient deity was saying all of this to let her relax, to walk out of the shadow of civilization's destruction, and to walk towards the future. Suji also clearly knew that Carolyn was at a loss at this moment. She wanted to indulge herself for a night, to enjoy the love of an ordinary person, and to try to experience the life of an ordinary girl. At this moment, the weakness in her heart might never appear again in the future. Even if beautiful memories were born, her steps would not stop for anyone. She would let go of her own path, marry someone else, take care of her husband and children, and enjoy the life of an ordinary girl. Even if she was the gravekeeper of the previous era, she would continue to move forward for the entire civilization, even if it was in her memories. The ancient deity is truly a good person who does not take advantage of others when they are in a precarious situation. You are still mysterious and unfathomable. Thank you for your guidance. Carolyn suddenly looked into the distance of the ruins and strode away. Her footsteps were firm once again, and she waved her hands high in the air. She smiled. I'm going back to sleep. If there's anything, you can wake me up. Perhaps, this is the truly interesting day. It is precisely because it is merely an elegant dance and not an even more passionate memory that it is more worth recalling. The milk tea shop in the ruins, the pianist, and the male and female dancers had all disappeared. The place was empty, and the ground was covered with dead branches, fallen leaves, and blooming flowers. It seemed a little lonely. You are no longer a person. You are the tomb of all living beings in this era, the tomb of the Ashidal Protoss. Suji looked in the direction where the cherry blossom great emperor disappeared. It was as if he was witnessing the end of an era. The shock was still huge, not to mention that she left in such a special and shocking way. As the tomb keeper, you buried the ancient civilization and history of the Ashidal people in your mind. That youthful, hot-blooded, mechanical-obsessed Protoss who liked to say no. Suji smiled and touched his nose. He recalled the scene just now. Previously, I was rejected by this race a few times using the method of but I rejected. It meant that it was better and happier to do so, but I rejected. Does this count as me using their personality to but I rejected her? Whoosh, there seemed to be a faint wind blowing. It was as if the dreamy time and space were surging in the wind. The beautiful figure of the cherry blossom great emperor holding the red umbrella was gradually distorted. In the Magica ranch, the coffin covered with exquisite cherry blossom patterns was slowly closed. The soil was slowly swept and flattened. A tombstone with the name Carolyn was slowly erected. Just like the tomb of Levis beside it, there was no introduction or year of birth or death. The two tombstones sat in the desolate graveyard. They were ancient and full of vicissitudes. It was as if they were standing on the river of time, turning into eternity, a place where an ancient civilization had reached its limit. Whoosh, space was slowly distorted. The trees, land, and sky seemed to have turned into an upside-down, slow whirlpool. It was as if the land of the ranch had been obliterated. This legendary Magica ranch had completely disappeared in the ancient lava land. It's just a dream in my mind. No doubt the thoughts leaked out, but it turned into a thought storm nearby. Distorting time and space so that people can't see this land? Suji looked at the land, and his expression became solemn. Was this the mighty power of a high-level god? The reason he came here this time was to see how exaggerated the combat strength of this realm was. After all, it was the first time it had appeared, so he naturally had to enter the sand table to measure and observe. At this moment, just this move alone was inconceivable. He did not use his own ability at all. He merely used the passive brainstorm in his brain. Voila, a breeze blew past his ears. Suji did not leave. He continued to sit on the chair in the ruins with a calm expression. At this moment, he was counting his gains and losses from the end of this civilization. There's no doubt that the god of death's eternal life is a terrifying and groundbreaking path. It's simply shocking. Evolving a world in the mind's dream and creating a real network world, allowing the entire Ashidal people to live in it and escape the extinction of their race, not to mention other people. Even when he had created this race and installed silicon-based brains in them, he still felt that the current development was too terrifying. She allows all living beings to train and become stronger in her brain, which is equivalent to her training her own spiritual power. After all, every living being is a memory stored in her computer. As long as all living beings grow and train, she will constantly meditate to become stronger. She does not have much combat strength. All her energy has evolved into the world in her brain: flowers, plants, insects, fish, mountains, and rivers, and scattered among the powerful living beings in the world in her brain. They are mainly divided among the 4 gods in her brain. But her fighting method is to summon the gods in her brain to fight. After all, she is a world consciousness, Gaia, and all her energy is in the living beings in her brain. Compared with the land in the inner space of the 9 revolutions mysterious art, her inner space was also considered a special kind of inner space that herded all living beings. Summoning of world creation? Summoning the fantasy creatures in my brain? Suji continued to sort out his thoughts. He suddenly realized that this new path of becoming a god deduced by a civilization was simply a blessing for otakus. Could he create an anime world in his brain? He did not need to do anything. He could hide in his room and sleep to become stronger. He could just watch TV and summon the fantasy creatures in his body. Cute girl, serve me? Why did the more he thought about it, the more he thought about it? The hot-blooded, passionate, and hospitable people of Isidal had actually created such a dirty, salty, useless, and cute way to become a god, even he was a little envious. There was no other reason. This path was simply too convenient. However, it was impossible for him to cultivate this Reaper's eternal life to become a god now. Even if he fused with the system genes, the starting point was too high. He could only cultivate it when he became a god. He was still too far away. It seemed that he had already entered the 7th stage of the Heavenly Emperor realm and was only one realm away from the 8th stage of the mythical realm. In fact, this was the true starting point of crossing the threshold. The future path was unimaginably long. In fact, this path might be the same as the original Magus system. The essence of a Magus was also to meditate in his mind. Through visualizing some things in his brain, he expanded his spiritual power and cultivated himself. He did not cultivate the world. It was completely different from the primordial system and the star system, which absorbed external energy. And this path to become a god that was the crystallization of countless Isidal people's wisdom was also to meditate in his mind. Meditating a world in his mind and constantly visualizing it would expand his spiritual power. It was also a way to cultivate himself. The two civilization systems both meditate in the mind and visualize things, but their essence is different. He kept organizing and even picked up a pen and paper to write down some conjectures. This was a habit he had developed a long time ago. Perhaps this is an advancement of the Magus meditation system? Using powerful spiritual power to create a world in his mind? Suji kept thinking. But this is impossible for traditional magi because they don't have chips in their brains. It's impossible for them to do it so meticulously and delicately. This is a system that only Isidal people can cultivate. It combines the transcendent Magus meditation with the technological internet. It had to be said that this transcendent and technology had achieved a perfect combination of proportions. This magical machinery civilization had indeed opened up the research results that Suji wanted, the method to become a god in online games. The internet was humanity's new choice. Create an online game in your mind, and online games were a new world. There's no doubt that this is a great harvest. Suji's eyes sparkled. Even the word great harvest was not enough to describe it. This was simply a huge profit. What did he get? First, a mechanical armor system and a tailor-made vacuum armor for himself. This was also a technological technology that far surpassed the technological civilization of Earth. With this technology, as long as he wanted to, he could even develop quickly on Earth. These technologies, genetic technology, and mechanical technology were far ahead of the people of Earth by hundreds of years. Secondly, it was a special way to become a god. It was to raise all living beings and build an online game in the mind to become the god of creation. It could be said that of the previous ways to become a god, only the 9 Revolutions mysterious art and the Cthulhu evil god had the potential to compare. After all, the ultimate realm of the 9 Revolutions mysterious art was to transform into Pangu, with a physical universe in the body. Cthulhu, on the other hand, was the strongest pure combat power, born to kill. More than 129,000 organizations of gods, with their bodies transformed into an era, it was very much in line with Medusa's pure battle maniac. Of course, the two above were not considered the god of creation path, but the one in front of him was. Third, a total of 50 to 60 gods' energy, that terrifying gain instantly rushed him to the next new realm, the 7th stage Heavenly Emperor. At this time, he was finally not a weak chicken. This feeling was still very happy, like the joy of a farmer planting a field of wheat, carefully caring for it, and after a bumper harvest. But no matter what, the era of a civilization has ended, and it's time to start learning all the wisdom of this civilization. Suji looked at the clone of Hermes far away in the sorcerer world, that ruthless learning machine. Everything is in your hands again. Year 43 of the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor Dynasty. The Cherry Blossom Great Emperor had disappeared for 2 years. At first, everyone thought that she had traveled the world, but there was no news of her for 2 years. Gradually, some bold heavenly emperors secretly entered the Cherry Blossom God Palace. The tyrannical Cherry Blossom Great Emperor did not appear. If it was in the past, the heavenly emperors would have been heavily injured and imprisoned for many years. Could it be? A terrifying thought appeared in everyone's hearts. However, that obstinate, arrogant, and cruel tyrant's figure still crushed down on everyone's hearts, forming an indescribable psychological trauma. There were still some people who didn't dare to act rashly and challenge the authority of that terrifying supreme existence. That was a monster that had killed billions of living beings. Finally, another heavenly emperor secretly entered and sat on the throne. He did not react again. On that day, the corpse race confirmed that the Cherry Blossom Great Emperor had disappeared or even died. The entire nation was in an uproar. The tyrant had died. The Cherry Blossom God is a god, and a high-level god at that. Almost no one in this world can kill her, unless, in the end, she still went to provoke him, seeking out an ancient deity, desiring to fight with him, to bathe in blood and fight to the death. In the end, after this battle, this deity might have already, many experts were sighing. This was quite unexpected, shocking everyone. However, when they thought about it, it made sense. The Cherry Blossom Great Emperor had been invincible after becoming a god, yet she had wanted to become even stronger. She had slaughtered 1 billion members of the ocean race and 30 high-level demon beast races, and she had retracted her energy to raise her cultivation. Everyone could guess what she had wanted to do. Afterwards, she had held a red umbrella and wandered the entire land, as if she was looking for someone. Many people were even more certain, it made sense that she had died. Such a tyrannical ruler deserves it. Some people cheered. The terrifying psychological trauma on their heads had disappeared, and they felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted from their shoulders. They felt extremely relaxed, and they could sleep at ease. They were afraid that one day, this tyrannical ruler would kill them like how she had killed 1 billion members of the ocean race in a single day. However, some people were saying although the Cherry Blossom Great Emperor was tyrannical and slaughtered many races, she did not kill the corpse race. Instead, she collected the energy of our people. She even worked hard to make us who we are today. You didn't dare to say it when you were alive, but now you're mocking me? It's just you lowly people. Without a doubt, although the Cherry Blossom Great Emperor wasn't a tyrant to other clans, he made great contributions to our clan. Never hurt us in the slightest. The merits and demerits of what happened during one's lifetime were left for later generations to judge. No one knew the true identity of the Cherry Blossom Emperor, as Carolyn's actions had indeed covered up the truth perfectly. It could be explained with another method. In the historical records of later generations, the Cherry Blossom Great Empress was the first deity of this era. She had unrivaled talent, and wisdom, stunning the world and suppressing an entire great era. The heavenly emperors of this ancient era were all extremely talented, and it could even be said that this was the era with the most terrifying monsters. Even now, there were many unknown heavenly emperors and Type 6 powerhouses, whose names would cause people to tremble in fear upon hearing their names, suppressed for countless years. The value of this era was too great. The powerhouses were the first generation of corpse ancestors born from corpses, and they were known as the first humans. They were the first intelligent life forms born in the world, and they had rich bloodlines and terrifying talents. However, after suppressing the world, the Cherry Blossom Great Empress only reigned for 40-odd years. It could be said to be the shortest, but she was also the most brutal tyrant who had killed the most people in history. She had also established a great era, but after establishing the foundation, she had mysteriously fallen. The Cherry Blossom God was the most mysterious in history, and even in the subsequent eras, she was still discussed enthusiastically by many people. Even in future generations, when the great deities talked about the most ancient deity, they would still feel a lingering fear in their hearts. The fear and shadow in their hearts had accompanied them for the rest of their lives. In fact, the deities of this era, due to their Tao hearts being obstructed, had collectively embarked on the corpse clan's body cultivation era, using this path to become a deity to start a flourishing era of body cultivation. In future generations, a deity who stood above all living beings sighed with emotion. When she was alive, she suppressed the world and was unrivaled. She dared to challenge the supreme existences of the ancient era, and after her death, she was able to influence the deities of the future. In the world, there is only the Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor and the Tyrant Cherry Blossom Emperor. The Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor dynasty had only existed for 43 years, but it had become the most mysterious ancient dynasty. The Holy Cherry Blossom Great Empress has fallen, and the dynasty has been destroyed. Various warlords have fought for hegemony, and her reign has lasted 43 years, making it the shortest dynasty in history. The Holy Cherry Blossom Emperor's era had been severed, and the feudal lords fought for hegemony, once again entering a chaotic era. Some people continuously searched for the Holy Cherry Blossom Great Empress's secrets, trying to find her path to becoming a deity. In the end, some people found a hidden spatial key under her cherry blossom god palace, obtaining the spatial forging technique. This was left behind by Carolyn. Suji's expression was calm. She was really serious about helping this civilization. She wanted them to break away from the era where they ate raw meat and drank blood like wild beasts. She left them with the initial stage of civilization development before leaving. She even purposely left behind space technology to give them infinite possibilities for self-development. This race had once destroyed the Isidal people, but Carolyn did not feel any hatred in her heart. In fact, she even felt guilty, as the Isidal people's pride had caused this race to come into this world as a mistake. The Isidal people's pride did not allow them to hate anyone, and they transferred their hatred onto others. They knew that they were destroying themselves, and all of this was caused by themselves. Thus, a new era had begun. The chaotic era lasted for 3 years, and it was the most terrifying and bloody 3 years. In order to obtain the spatial technology to become a deity, celestial emperors continuously died. A group of top-tier celestial emperors obtained the spatial technology and opened a spatial forging technique. This was a race for time. Whoever obtained the spatial technology first and became a true deity would be able to rule the next era. In the end, a liquor celestial emperor broke through and became a deity, suppressing the world. This was a man with an Asian face. After all, humans were split into East and West, and they had inherited human corpses, so they naturally split into 2 groups. I am Li Mei. I will suppress the world and establish the joyous dynasty. This supreme existence's true deity body lived in a small space and could not easily descend into the mortal world. His mortal body was still a celestial emperor, and he sat on the throne, giving off a grand aura as he spoke. I am a deity, and my title is Joyous Emperor. I will establish a royal city and accept all women in the world as concubines. No woman will be left outside the palace. Someone came to see him and knelt on the ground in fear, asking with a trembling voice, "The women of the human race are all concubines of the gods. Does that mean the other men can't marry and have no descendants? The men of the world can live alone for the rest of their lives. They don't need wives or descendants. The ancient god Cherry Blossom gave the weak a wife. It is absurd. The weak have no wife or children, so there is no need to continue the bloodline of the weak," he said indifferently. Tyrant. A celestial emperor cursed. He was instantly destroyed, his body and soul destroyed. In my era, everything is done according to my wishes. If he dies, he cannot live. If there is a clear sky tomorrow, there must be no darkness. From today onwards, the men of the world will live together, and the women of the world will enter the 12 royal cities to continue my bloodline. The rumbling turned into a wave of sound that resounded throughout the world. The weak have no descendants, and mortals have no bloodline. So many eras have passed. The world is all my children. As soon as the voice fell, the world was shocked and silent. The weak have no descendants, and mortals have no bloodline. After a few eras, the world is my son. When these words were spoken, the entire world fell silent. These words were too domineering. The meaning was too terrifying. He wanted to forcefully separate the married men and women in every city in the world and send his wife into the 12 palaces to serve this god, and ordinary men didn't have the right to have women? They were destined to be alone for the rest of their lives, and the best outcome was to have their bloodline cut off? In the future, all the women in the world could only be given to the great Joy Emperor. For a moment, the world was in an uproar. If the previous Cherry Blossom Emperor's brutality was based on the memories he had obtained from the people of Ishu, then this was the true brutality of a wild beast. The first year of the Great Joy Emperor. The Great Joy Emperor ascended to the throne and built 12 cities. This was the prelude to the Dark Era, the first god-slave dynasty in history. From then on, ordinary men never saw women again. Men lived in the same city, and it was as if women were extinct in the world. Tyrant. He's a tyrant. Countless people roared. The third year of the Great Joy Emperor. Even though the Great Joy Emperor had killed the other celestial emperors who had obtained information about space, it was still spread outside. Some celestial emperors used space technology to create space and become gods, sneaking in and attacking. Tyrant. I'll kill you. This was a man with a tall and straight body. He leaped up, his eyes burning with raging flames. As a celestial emperor, his wife had been taken into the 12 cities. He could only work hard in secret, hoping that when he came to save her, this cruel and licentious tyrant hadn't touched his wife yet. It wasn't just him, even the other celestial emperors and many other powerhouses had the same thought. He used this hatred to take revenge and become stronger, wanting to save his wife who was trapped in the wall. You want to kill me? The Great Joy Emperor smiled. He was gorgeous and had resplendent gems hanging from his body. He sat on the throne, divine light lingering around him. His face couldn't be seen clearly. He sat motionlessly on the throne, looking down on all living beings. This celestial emperor roared, "Great Joy Emperor, tyrannical and tyrannical, please die." "Very good," said the Great Joy Emperor. "Okay?" The heavenly deity was stupefied. The Emperor of Great Joy continued to sit unmoving on his throne. He suddenly stood up and stared down at the heavenly deities below. The weak are not worthy of having wives and children. Their bloodlines are dregs, and there is no need to preserve them. But you have already become a deity, and that is enough to prove that the blood that flows in your body belongs to a powerhouse like mine. I can give you a city and allow your wife to return. This heavenly deity had a look of anger on his face. Don't even think of trying to rope me in. The Great Joy Emperor sat on the throne and waved the sleeves of his golden robes. He smiled, "I will return your wife to you and give you 1/12 of the women in the world. Power, wealth, everything will belong to you. In the future, the world will belong to you and me. What do you think?" The heavenly god stared blankly, as if he was a bit tempted. "In this life of mine, I pursue the word joy. Do you know what joy is?" The Great Joy Emperor smiled, his voice was deep and filled with temptation. "Happy?" This heavenly deity was stunned. The Great Joy Emperor's eyes were as calm as an ancient well. He said indifferently, "When life comes, it will be accompanied by crying. Crying is to find joy in the world. People who live in the world should not care about what others think. What we need to do is to let ourselves be happy and do whatever we want. If killing makes me happy, I will kill millions and slaughter all living beings. If women make me happy, I will marry all living beings and bring them into my harem. If sunny days make me happy, there will be no darkness in this world. I was born into this world to climb the highest mountain, see the most beautiful scenery, woo the most beautiful women, drink the strongest wine, and fight the strongest enemies. I will do whatever I want, no matter good or evil, as long as it makes me happy. I want women, so I will do it. The project is huge and exaggerated, but I am also very happy. I feel that it is very interesting. I enjoy the roars and struggles of a weak man. I feel very happy." The Great Joy Emperor stared at the heavenly deity below. He was trembling, as if he was moved. He said indifferently, "I also know that many heavenly emperors are working together behind you. You are the most talented person among them. They want you to overthrow my rule and save their wives and children. Do you really want to do this? I will grant you a city, return your wives and children, and even..." The heavenly deity suddenly hesitated and showed a struggling expression. The Great Joy Emperor looked at him with a smile. "I can think about it." He was silent for a moment. "You will really grant me a city?" "Yes." The Great Joy Emperor said. "Then I agree." The heavenly deity said. He secretly calculated in his heart. This was a tyrannical madman. He was not a normal person. People without rules and restraints were the most terrifying. However, he could plan for the long term. He would first ask for a city and save his wife, as well as the wives of other heavenly emperor's friends. Good. Good. The great Joy Emperor's expression instantly became joyful. He even clapped his hands and laughed, "You are really a treasure. I am happy, but after the joy, I will still kill you." You. The heavenly deity's expression changed drastically. "You are going back on your word?" This person was simply a lunatic. "No, you think I am stupid. I just don't know the true meaning of joy." The great Joy Emperor slowly stood up. A terrifying aura surged around his body, and his voice was unquestionably domineering. "I am teasing you because I feel that this will be very interesting. The betrayal of a hero, the expression of shock and anger, will make me very happy, but I will not really let someone share a woman with me. If someone stands at the same height as me, sharing power and beauties with me, I will not be so happy. I said before, I will stand at the highest position and face the strongest enemy." He suddenly stood up. "You are making fun of me." The heavenly deity's expression changed drastically. This battle split the entire monarch city, and the sky turned dark. After a full 3 days, this heavenly deity died. His blood spilled over the entire land, and a terrifying aura spread between heaven and earth. This was the first death of a heavenly deity. In fact, it was the first death of a heavenly deity in the Sand Table Worlds. The corpse of this heavenly deity was nailed to the wall alive. The great Joy Emperor was covered in blood. He stood on the city wall, and his gorgeous golden robe was stained with blood. He pointed at the top of the wall and said, "This is a lunatic. I am not afraid to tell you that my origin has been injured, and my strength has been greatly reduced. You are welcome to come and kill me. I feel very comfortable beating you up." His expression was one of contentment. He opened his arms and looked down at the people below. "A long time ago, I have heard of the legend of the hero fighting the evil dragon from the fairy tales of the Ashidal people. In order to rescue their loved ones who were kidnapped, the hero came to challenge the rich and powerful evil dragon. I feel that being an evil dragon is quite good. I can occupy the most beauties and enjoy the best life. All I need to do is wait at home and fight the strongest enemy." He turned around and left, revealing a smile. "You are welcome to come and kill me. If a man dares to snatch a woman from me, then be prepared to be beaten to death by me. I will be nailed to the wall as a hanging corpse for display. As for the female celestial emperors who have secretly cultivated to become gods in the 12 cities, I have never killed women. I will beat up the goddesses and continue to be my wives. Just treat it as a form of affection between you and me. You are welcome." The whole world was shocked. Year 7 of the Great Joy Dynasty. A goddess successfully broke through and came to challenge him, but she was beaten by the Great Joy Emperor and finally became a concubine again. Year 13 of the Great Joy Dynasty. 2 gods who had secretly broken through joined forces with the concubine who had become a god and secretly attacked the Great Joy Emperor. The Great Joy Emperor was outnumbered and escaped with serious injuries. He looked at the 3 gods and laughed loudly. "I am not a good person. If you want to blame something, blame yourself for being too talented. Fate did not stand on the side of good people like you and let me be the first to become a god. Once I ascend to the throne, don't expect a wicked person like me to become a wise ruler to protect the common people and bring benefits to mankind. I have no regrets in my life now. Although it is only 13 years, I have enjoyed the days of being an emperor and have no regrets. If you want this land, I will give it to you. I have played enough, and I will wait for you to help me recover to my peak. I have now slept with 37 million women and am about to break through to become a middle god. I will come back. I will rule the world again, help me take care of my women. This world will be my son in the future." His laughter resounded throughout the world, and countless people felt their scalps go numb. Year 14 of the Great Joy Dynasty. The Great Joy Emperor disappeared and the dynasty was split. Gods were born one after another, but the era of the Great Joy Emperor did not end. That terrifying madman and the heavy and oppressive shadow of the green grassland still lingered in the hearts of every man in the world. Stonewall Region. As the ruins of the Isidal people, this was no longer the central region of the new humans. This was because the Stonewall region was originally a remote corner of the ancient lava land, and because this was the origin of the Icital people, it had become the original center of the world. At this time, magical beasts were running amok in the ruins. In the dense forest of flowers, it was a beautiful natural fairyland. Even in these remote areas, many strange and mysterious things had occurred. Some plants that originally did not have magic cores seemed to have been infected by the virus that had multiplied to an unimaginable degree. Forcibly possessing a magic core seemed to have begun to give birth to intelligence. Whoosh! A powerful magical beast walked on the green grassland at the edge of the river. This was a quasi-emperor-level magical beast that had already developed its own intelligence. After all, it was originally a zombie and naturally had the intelligence of a zombie. In essence, it was the first generation of the corpse race, but its appearance had been changed and it had become a high-level magical beast. Terrifying creatures, they seem to have given birth to a god. Some of our kind have already been captured as mounts. This magical beast that was as red as a fox had calm eyes and could already think about many things. I heard that a terrifying great joy emperor has appeared on their side. This god that disturbs the world is incomparably terrifying. When will our race be able to give birth to a god? All of a sudden, a snow-white puppy-like magical beast walked out. He had the aura of a quasi-emperor. Magical beast, do you want to join our organization? We have the method to break through to the celestial emperor realm and the secret to becoming a god. We have the lost technology of the ancient civilization. We are powerful and have a long history that you can't imagine. We even run through the entire civilization of the old and new era. Is this true? The fox magical beast was stunned, revealing a look of disbelief and shock. It had a talent that allowed it to identify lies and roughly sense whether the other party was telling a lie. Thus, no one had ever been able to lie to it. And it knew that the other party was not lying to it. There was a mysterious underground force that had the method to break through to the celestial emperor realm and become a god. It possessed ancient technology and even ran through the ancient civilization of the Icital people and had always been hidden in the long river of history. This was too terrifying. Moreover, it noticed something even more terrifying. This white puppy-like quasi-emperor did not have a brain. He did not have a demon core, yet he possessed such a powerful realm. How did he do it? The snow-white puppy said, "Do you think that the great Joy Emperor is terrifying enough? But we are even more terrifying. Our race, in the long past, has had more than 30 million women, or even hundreds of millions. What kind of brutality was this?" The fox quasi-emperor widened its eyes, its pupils rapidly contracting. Instead, the next sentence caused it to tremble even more. It heard, "Do you think that the cherry blossom emperor is terrifying enough? But we are even more terrifying. Our race, in the long past, has killed more than 1 billion people. It's hard to even count the number of lives in the hundreds of millions." The fox quasi-emperor was completely dumbfounded. What kind of powerful force was this? To think that there was a terrifying hidden force that had been secretly passed down from the previous era until now. At every moment, it had been secretly influencing the times. It was hard to imagine how terrifying the foundation of this force was. "You want me to join this force of yours?" the fox magical beast suddenly asked. "Yes, I believe you won't refuse." The snow-white puppy stretched out its hand and said in a refined and courteous manner, "Our company has spanned across every ancient era and is even related to the zombies. We possess unimaginable technology. You can call us, the Umbrella Company." The fox demonic beast sucked in a breath of cold air and swallowed its saliva uncontrollably as waves of shock surged in its heart. Umbrella Company? There were some incomplete memories in its mind. The ancient word company seemed to have appeared in Aesop Darwin's writings. What did the name umbrella mean? It hesitated and felt that there seemed to be a deeper meaning. The little white dog took a deep look at it and explained indifferently, "Umbrella is the most overbearing word from ancient to modern times. It's read as umbrella and written as sky shrouding." Sky shrouding? The fox demonic beast was shocked. This is the sky shrouding clan? The little white dog suddenly floated in the air like a balloon. It calmly said, "The word umbrella implies a huge umbrella that can cover the sky, covering the entire sky of the world, and covering the endless years since ancient times until now." He continued. And the word umbrella implies that since it can slaughter all living beings, it can also protect all life in the world. Our clan has taken countless women, far surpassing the Xianxia Emperor, and has killed trillions of living beings, far surpassing the Cherry Blossom Emperor. The zombies of ancient times are related to us. We wander the edge of the world, lurk in every era, exist eternally, and have mastered science and technology that ordinary living beings can't imagine. The fox demonic beast's eyes flickered with shock and fear. Indeed, the umbrella can cover the sky and the sun, it can indeed cover the sky. Just these 3 words are enough to show how domineering we are. In the old era, an ancient existence that could take countless women and kill hundreds of millions of people was simply unbelievably ambitious and ruthless. Such an existence was already hard to imagine. It must have caused earth-shattering calamities and power in the ancient civilization, and today, it was going to revive in ancient times? Moreover, the person in charge of inviting its own clansmen was a 6th-order quasi-emperor. The fox quasi-emperor hesitated for a moment. "I'm willing to join." "Good." The balloon fish was overjoyed. "I've finally tricked a powerful demonic beast." This quasi-emperor was already the strongest in the entire mountain range of demonic beasts. Half a day later, the fox demonic beast was brought to a secret underground base. A red and black umbrella symbol was engraved on the high-tech magic metal silver gate. After entering, there were modern facilities and some complicated magic machinery. It discovered that many powerful magical beasts were already among them. There was even a very ferocious-looking 5th-grade wolf sitting in front of some strange screen machines, saying to it, "The higher-ups gave me a mission to guide newbies, so I came to guide you." Old Wolf patted him on the shoulder. "Brother, you're the first level 6 of our umbrella company in the Stonewall region, and you're also a quasi-emperor. There's only one thing you can do for joining the umbrella company, and that's to learn how to clear dungeons." The fox quasi-emperor? What was an instance dungeon? Old Wolf pointed at a triangular electrical plug on the table. The back end was connected to a black wire. Every earthling had this thing in their house. He said proudly, "Do you know what this is?" Quasi-Emperor Fox had never seen this thing before, and could not help but shake his head. "This is a plug." Old Wolf explained proudly, "The ancient civilization, the Ashitl people, used this to communicate with the internet." "Ah. Plug?" Fox was shocked. He picked it up and studied it, thinking that it was a very high-tech ancient civilization. After all, the Ashitl people were extinct, and now there were no living people for these newly intelligent zombies to eat and absorb their memories. He could not help but ask, "How do you use it?" As the name suggests, it's a plug. You plug it into the back of your head. Old Wolf was speechless, looking at him like he was an idiot, and patted him on the shoulder, full of pity. "Newbie, experience well. The ancient Ashitl people's civilization is so terrifying." Plug? What the hell?" The fox demon beast was shocked. So the Ashitl people used a plug to connect to the internet. They plugged this into their heads. He began to feel a little uneasy, feeling that something was wrong. It looked very painful. He struggled internally. He had been cultivating peacefully until today, and he was talented. He had run amok in the mountain of magic beasts, and had never suffered any injuries, but he was still very afraid of pain. Old Wolf said again, "The first time is a little painful, but this is the triangular mark of the members of the umbrella company, like a stamp totem. Every member has this mark on the back of their heads. Ordinary low-level magical beasts have no chance at all. This is our glory." The fox was silent for a moment. Perhaps, the vitality of low-level magical beasts was too weak, and they could not withstand the plug and died. He imagined that scene and found it very terrifying. "What are you afraid of?" "I'll wait for you in the god space," Old Wolf said. The fox quasi-emperor stared blankly for a moment, then picked up the mysterious triangular plug, the ends like 3 sharp snow-white blades, gritted his teeth, and plunged it into the back of his head. Poochie, it was a mess of flesh and blood. The other end of the plug seemed to be connected to something, communicating with the magic nucleus in his brain, and entered a vast white space of consciousness. It seemed very simple and crude. There were pedestrians in the space, and the old wolf was beside him. This is too powerful. This is the ancient technology of the Ashitl people, consciousness network communication. The Fox Quasi-Emperor knew that this was the strongest technology of the Ashutl people. They had built a special network, which was also the cause of their destruction. Building a network would also lead to the spread of viruses. It's okay, we are a new type of virus. The old wolf next to him said, and it is still constantly mutating. It is said that it is already the 38th generation, and is constantly stabilizing. Even changing and invading the brain can't be done. As long as our population base is large enough, no one will be able to decipher our brain, even we ourselves can't decipher it, the Fox Quasi-Emperor nodded. If he had not taken the initiative to send his divine sense out, it would have been impossible to follow the plug-in. Life was still evolving, and their brains were still evolving. Now was still the primitive period, and even they did not know what they would become in the future. Even the terrifying virus was accompanied by mutation, and the surrounding plants were beginning to forcefully possess magic nucleus. They were infected, and the world was becoming creepy. The new humans were also constantly becoming stronger, and they also had internal problems. The Great Joy Emperor, there were too many dangers, which was the reason why he chose to join the umbrella. He looked around curiously. In the vast white space, experts were discussing with each other, and the average realm was only at the 3rd or 4th level. He alone could sweep them all. Sigh. I just went to the Mount Shu instance. It is indeed a difficult single instance, it is too difficult. My Ling Next time, I must first practice the Imperial Sword technique at the 10-mile slope of the novice village, and become the 10-mile slope sword god, and then sweep through everything. Is it that hardcore? Someone whispered. How can it not be hardcore? This damn skill, I had to learn hundreds of times from the Wine Sword Immortal in the instance before it appeared. Imperial Sword Technique 1%, someone whispered. After all, our brain is already very difficult to invade, and it is impossible to change existing memories. Even if we take the initiative to open up our brain and let the outside data transfer in, it will still become extremely difficult. We can't do it without trying a few more times. Hardcore, what does that mean? The Fox Quasi-Emperor fell into a daze, feeling very strange. In the crowd, someone shouted, the Great Joy Emperor instance, anyone want to team up? Not going, not going. That was a random 5-person scenario. The 5 of us were thrown into the 12 cities, turned into women, and constantly practiced. In the end, the Great Joy Emperor took a fancy to us, and in the end we were instantly. A tall and burly wild boar beast sucked in a cold breath. The failure penalty is too great, as expected of a hell-level instance. If it wasn't for the drop of the skilled body cultivation specialization, I would have given up long ago. The Fox Quasi-Emperor looked at the jubilant and enthusiastic atmosphere, aghast. Skills, practice, instance dungeon, god space, the surrounding earth terms were constantly attacking it, attacking the worldview of this primitive magical beast, and began to crumble and shatter. What is a dungeon? It asked with its mouth wide open in surprise. Big brother, a dungeon is a good thing. There are many hidden reward skills, and after passing the dungeon, according to the degree of completion, there will be more powerful skills rewarded. The benefits of this, you will know after you go through. But to go through a dungeon requires points, and there are many ways to exchange points. For example, you can hand in your special skills to fill up the umbrella company's database. Or you can hand in precious materials, magic cores, and complete the points missions issued by the umbrella company. Old Wolf added, the umbrella company, in theory, is completely free, but once you betray and do something against the umbrella company, don't blame the umbrella company for issuing points missions and putting you on the wanted list. The Fox Quasi-Emperor shuddered, goosebumps rising all over his body. This system was very scary. For the sake of profit, the experts of the entire umbrella company would most likely dismember the body of a traitor. I want to exchange some points. The Fox Quasi-Emperor thought for a moment, then took out some 5th and 6th grade magic cores, which were his savings. These can be used in the Resident Evil instance dungeon. Old Wolf calculated, then said meaningfully, this is a good opportunity to understand the history of our umbrella company, and the difficulty is not very high for newcomers, and you are very strong. A moment later, a message appeared in front of his eyes. Resident Evil, loading. When he came to his senses, he found himself in an open space, turned into an ordinary man, holding a pistol. You're finally awake? Next to him, a person who claimed to be Alice, Ryan, and Matt told him that they were going to kill their way out of the zombie horde to see the biological laboratory of the umbrella company, the Hive, and to prevent the spread of the biochemical virus to the outside world and infect all humans. Ding! At the same time, a mission notification appeared in front of him: assist Alice and the others to complete the mission, and protect Alice's safety. The mission will be graded according to the degree of completion. Mission completion rate above 90%, Resident Evil 2 instance dungeon will be opened. Umbrella Company? Hive? Spread the biochemical virus. The Fox Quasi-Emperor felt his hair stand on end. This was the terrifying truth of the Umbrella Company in the previous civilized era? What kind of terrorist organization did I join? The Fox Quasi-Emperor's vertical pupils almost popped out of their sockets, and he bit his tongue so hard that it almost broke. He looked at this scene in disbelief. He began to explore this instance dungeon and understand the history of the Umbrella Company. Finally, he tricked one. The balloon fish looked at a certain magical beast in the Resident Evil world, his heart bursting with joy. This is really a game to raise people. Where had the primitive natives of this world seen an instance dungeon? God space? The game world? The Ashitl people are sitting on a mountain of treasures and are too lazy to develop this kind of technology. But I'm different. I've mastered some of the Ashitl people's network magic energy technology. Although the method is very rough and bloody, it's fine as long as it can be used. A balloon fish lay on the ground and turned into a technical otaku, constantly fiddling with programs and mechanical software. But it's still very difficult. The Resident Evil World instance is easy to do. Each brain magic core is a character AI intelligence, and when they are connected together, it's a virtual world. He looked at the brain that used to be a pile of octahedrons. More than 100 magic cores formed a crystalline aggregate. This was the more than 100 internal characters of the biochemical instance. Among them, Alice and the other protagonists were played by powerful 6th-grade magic cores. This ensured that every character inside had their own brain and logic. There were rewards in the instance dungeon, and there were skills to learn. Moreover, the bosses inside were set to be very difficult, and there were many battles. It was equivalent to a virtual training ground, allowing them to practice, learn skills, and become proficient in them. Moreover, if they were killed in the instance dungeon, they would only lose points. It's like they don't have to experience real battles. They can keep getting stronger just by sitting here. A small laboratory instance like Resident Evil 1 is fine, and it doesn't need many people. But there are many people in the great world, and they need too many magic cores. I have to continue squeezing them. He was speechless. After finishing the daily server maintenance, sitting in front of the computer room, Xia and I Ming finally had a glimmer of understanding. He felt that it had not been easy for him. It had been 70 to 80 years, and he had finally cultivated to the 6th grade. This speed was not fast, and it was far slower than those cannibalistic bosses, but he was very satisfied. Now it's my turn to rise. His expression was calm. In this world, everyone has their own way and talent to rise. I'm not strong, but I can adapt to the times and find opportunities. That's why I'm the winner. Before he came in, he actively evolved into a balloon fish. He firmly believed that he could not change the times and could only find opportunities. Therefore, he turned into a monster to adapt to the times in the 3 realms. In this world, heroes are often created by the times. The tides of the times push the creation of heroes. His expression became determined again. He had always been a steady person, and he decided that this time, he would not be led astray by the idiotic players. Of course, he did not dare to provoke those guys again. He told them to leave so that he would not be made fun of again. It's been many years since I contacted those guys outside. After all, to them, it's only been 2 or 3 hours. He thought for a while, and seeing that he did not need to do anything himself, he could relax for a while. Then, he went to the internet, looked at the bustling forum, and made a post. Shocking. A certain earthling transmigrated to another world and became a Lord God. He built my Lord God space construction style. End of chapter 427. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.